You wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. It is so good to be back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 19, and that is Happy Panda. Thank you so much for opening the show. And now you know Thomas, he's back. Very happy to have him. But Bob and Jens will be joining him on Happy Panda. It will be fantastic. We're going to have a great show. I'm Shiver, I'm your host, and I am joined by an amazing co-host. Hello, Jenkins.
That's right, Shiver.
Good morning.
Good morning. Great to have you. Great to have a band.
Oh, it's so good.
It's absolutely fantastic power that people don't realize that you can have in this world. For example, you can just say, can I get a SpongeBob type goofy noise from the band real quick? Right?
Right.
Can we get another one? That's power. That is true power.
For this one. Too much power. I'm so happy to have you next week. It's gonna be a good time. I think we're gonna have a lot of laughs. We're gonna have some great Dota as well. By the way, this is also a Dota 2 tournament, and it's season 19 already. It's been a long journey to be here, and there's a couple people that were at the start of this journey, and from season 3 onwards, you would have been listening to the voices of, for example, OD Pixel! $2015, Owen. What was that?
Good to have you here.
Thank you, Jenkins. Yes,
sir.
yeah, no, great to be here. Great to be here. 2015? What?
That's when your first DreamLeague was.
It was a while ago. How many years ago?
You're a young, sweet summer
Don't
child.
avoid the question.
What? 8 years.
It was 7.
It was 8 years ago, ladies and
It was
gentlemen.
8. Yes.
On this day today.
So what was the question? 2015?
Yeah. That was not a question, it was just a statement. Do you know the year that you were joined by Fog?
No, we can... let's ask him.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Let's bring in Fog. You remember the year that you joined DreamLeague?
2016?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. And now you can go.
Okay,
No,
What a
no.
fantastic
It was
trivia
it was
this has
season 6.
Season 6, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And playing a DreamHack 2012.
2012 and 2013, I think.
Yes, yeah.
you win?
Yeah, but the
And,
first one was the first in Dota 2 was 2012.
Did he win?
No,
No.
but we
Congratulations to the winner of Dream League.
did. We beat Navi, though.
You know,
And I will say there is one Dream League number first place that Fogged has on his profile.
oh.
I don't even know.
You don't.
I won,
It's
I won
a
something? What's that?
1v1 show match. I don't know what it was.
Is that versus Kyle?
Yeah, probably.
Was it? Well, that was
Is
the
that like- that
final.
like dumbass-
It was Fogg versus Kyle in a 1v1 mid. Was it actually?
Yeah, no, well, it was like a match. I remember I beat Bulldog, which was, of course, a crowning achievement of my professional Dota career. But that's, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was a good one. We had
Beating
some
Kyle.
good moments. What was your favorite Dream League moment, Owen?
This one. This is pretty great. Honestly, walking down in this set, it's amazing. Studio's awesome. Production's great. Band's amazing. You guys are awesome. No, this is gonna be great. But other than that, there's been a lot of fun ones. Honestly, I enjoyed back in the day when we were doing a bit of acting. I remember we did I did some great skits with Draskell back in the day. I enjoyed being Bob Ross for the day.
Yeah, you
It was
were
really
Bob Ross
nice.
for
Got
the
to
day.
paint some happy little trees. That was a fun one. I think we also did like a Back to the Future bit, which was it was just really fun. And that was back in Dream League season, like probably one of the early ones, probably like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But no, there's been a lot of good times. Dream. Of course, I believe it's also Dream League where we had that great Dota moment with the Weehaw.
Yes.
Remember popping off?
The clip keeps coming back where
Yep.
Weehaw lives on his... Well, there was a Timbersaw and an Invoker involved, but mostly
Yes.
a Timbersaw.
It was We Are a Miracle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was good
We
stuff.
had Timber.
Do you remember this, Jenkins?
That's why he's smiling, because he loved it.
I
Yeah.
smiled because I was slurping my Monster Energy and nobody noticed.
Right, we got it on camera now.
We're used to it.
Slurp noisier. Come on, there we go.
Oh, fantastic product. What was the one where Envy splashed?
At least I love that.
Honey.
that was one in studio, but I remember that.
Oh,
I
that
had
was-
Hani on the panel.
That was legendary.
I
Yeah.
will tell you, it was a very. He was legit upset because Hani cued him as a.
It was quite a funny joke.
on the ranked game.
No, he
in
didn't. He
SEA.
didn't cue him. It was more subtle than that. He just changed the cue option. So the next time that Envy sat down and clicked Find Match, because back in the day, I think as well, it didn't show you the server that on the queuing bit. So you would only know if you had
It
noticed.
didn't say like, hey, you have 500
So-
ping.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly.
You're playing to Mars right now.
Yes, you would only realize when you're actually in the game.
And people thought it was
Yeah.
a skit, too. They're
Yeah,
like,
they
oh,
did.
cringe. Envy's pouring a crit.
Yeah.
No, it was not. He was
not.
serious. He
But
was
the
mad.
funny thing is, he
was
did
mad.
win that game.
No.
Well, I
No,
will
he
say.
did not.
He did not
He
win
did
that
not.
game. no.
We could make an entire show bringing up Dream League memories, but this is a fresh Dream League, so we're going to make new memories. That is right. And Dream League is a part of the ESL Pro Tour. Let's take a look at how this Dream League season will play itself out. We got ourselves 16 teams, and it's 16 international teams. So if teams are, for example, from a different region than Europe, they will be flying out or have already flown out. And they'll be boot camping so that they don't have to deal with the lag. So everybody is on location because, well, it's a very important tournament. Of course, at the end, we'll have one team remaining. They'll get a free ticket to a $15 million tournament at Riyadh Masters. It will be a brutal battle. And this league, Dream League, Fogged. When has Dream League ever had this prize pool? I remember it being a big thing. Obviously, it never had this prize pool, but I remember it being a big thing when we at some point gave $1,000 per game one, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty crazy, right? 1
Yeah.
million total prize pool, 300K for first, and they get to go to Riyadh. It's crazy because it's also just full international. I think that's like the biggest thing too. We're gonna
Best
actually
names.
finally get to see more international Dota. I think everybody's always waiting for that. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty hype.
I think it's just nice that finally the teams can earn as much as we have to pay Fog to get them here.
It's about time.
Yeah.
It is about time.
Why stop playing?
This is pocket change to Fog, really.
He wishes. Let's take a look at how the teams are gonna try to get there, because it all starts with the group stage. We'll have 2 group stages, actually, if you were paying attention. The first group stage will have 2 groups of 8, and only 4 teams, Jenkins, make it through.
That is right, and this group has Gaming Gladiators, the major winning extraordinaire, which we are going to see coming up pretty soon. Pretty strong group, I would say. This has a lot of really solid teams in it that could possibly take the whole thing. Looking at EG as well.
Yep.
South American Dream Team, of course.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I think the great thing as well is because this is coming kind of straight after we've had all the DPC regional leagues going on. Pretty much all of these teams are, they're the top 2, the top 3 in their
Creme
region.
de la creme.
So it just feels like when you look at these groups, indeed, these are all kind of they are the best in the world. And coming fresh off just being able to see all these teams play within their regions and obviously looking great with all the wins that they got to get to the top of their league, it's like who's gonna take it here? Who's gonna kind of be on fire when they go against each other on this more international playing ground?
Yeah, normally they would have had a little bit of time to practice, maybe after DPC. Now they're basically fresh off the boat and ready to play. So it's going to be very exciting. Of course, when there's a Group A, there must be a Group B, and that one got a little bit of a change up, Fogged.
Yup, we've got Enigma Galaxy. We've got Miracle, of course, which I think is going to bring a ton of attention, of course.
Yeah.
But we can't let them just overshadow how good this really is, right? We have Tundra, we have Liquid, we have Talon, top teams of their region, Spirit as well too, of course. So yeah, should be super hyped to watch this one. I think there's definitely going to be some people that are maybe looking at some of the teams that are like, why are these guys playing here? I know some people had some words about like Nouns, exactly.
I'm looking forward to see how Nouns do.
I'm excited too.
Because they are, Nouns are the underdog, right?
Yes,
sure.
These are the guys that you
And
look at the
Enigma
other
Galaxy
teams.
now as well.
Come Miracle's back.
Sure.
Well,
I believe in Miracle.
we all believe in miracles.
It's one of those things you want to believe.
Sure.
But I'm not gonna fully put my hope on it because I've been disappointed too many times.
We'll see.
He's got a big win rate in pubs, though, right now.
There you go.
80% win rate or something coming back. He's spamming. And I'm excited to see Nouns. Dude, Moo got second place at TI.
These guys are good, right?
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good. They're
And how
supposed to be
did they
good.
look in NA in the DPC?
They looked good. They had some.
Yeah.
They had some
shaky.
issues with like Lelis hurt his back or something working out, so like he couldn't play a bunch of scrims. He couldn't play a couple of matches here or there.
Is he
so
good
They
now?
lost to Felt though.
He's good now. They lost to Felt, but after
They were already
guaranteed third,
true.
I think.
That is
So
true.
it's like you can make excuses for what happened, but the team looks really solid when they're on point.
Now, if anybody has been doing the math, 4 days, 2 groups of 8, everybody plays each other. Everybody plays each other in a 2-game series. But if you're good at math, you would have realized like you're never going to do that. If everybody's in the same time zone, there's no way you get through all these matches. And that's why, well, today, if you're watching this very stream, you'll be able to watch all these games. We're going to have Liquid versus Talon, Aster versus EG, Liquid Tundra. We're going to start the day with Gaming Gladiators and Shopify Rebellion. But there's 3 other streams going on at the same time as well. That's right. You'll be able to find them, of course, part of the ESL streams. And if you were keeping track of the ESL Twitter, you would have seen all the new and improved stream names. They're all named after the spirits. Earth, Storm,
Wind.
Come on, Lightning. Tell us the stream.
Void. All right,
Crystal.
well,
Yeah.
Actually,
No.
that's the new arrow.
Bristol Spirit?
Crystal.
No, not Bristol.
That's what you said, Crystal.
Yeah.
Crystal Spirit? No, we're not going to have that. Not any of that. We are going to have some top tier Dota 2 though, and it's all coming your way very, very soon. Before we head into our first match of Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
for today, I am gonna have a well, it's a good time. I hope I never get used to having the band, but at the moment I'm not yet used to it, so it gave me a little bit of a spook there.
You got startled. Whoa! It's like you're waking up and like having a night terror or something. Oh, it's a sleep paralysis demon. Holy shit.
Shake it awake. Now we got rid of our commentators. They're preparing for our first series of the day. And so it's time to get in some new guests, Jenkins. What do you think? Is that a good idea?
I think honestly, let's just keep it between us.
Okay.
I don't think we need any new guests.
Sure.
Other than, of course, Effie.
Effie! Now.
Welcome Effie to the show.
Yay! Nobody saw that, hopefully, because that was
fantastic.
painful. Welcome on the show,
That was
Effie.
intentional, Seaver.
I know it was, which makes it a little bit more painful. It's all good. We need a person sitting next to Effie, otherwise the couch seems a little bit misplaced. And that's why we got none other than Purge Gamers! I feel kind of sad that you are in range to be able to get like high fives and handshakes and stuff, and I'm just sitting.
Do you want one?
And we could go for a third guest. Let's go ahead and get in Gabe Newell, everybody. We're going to welcome Gabe Newell to the show.
He's shy, actually.
Your power failed!
You guys are supposed to play the damn music. This is BS. They did it. This is BS. Whatever.
I am kind of happy about that.
Earlier.
We can save it for another time. We'll try out your power later on if that's okay.
Well, it's failing.
Yeah, we do have to talk a little bit about the Dota that's about to be played because Gaming Gladiators and Shopify Rebellion are about ready to hit that start game button. Before we start talking about Gaming Gladiators and Shopify Rebellion, we're going to hear a little bit from Celery and Quinn about their team.
My name is Quinn, and I play for Gaming Gladiators mid.
Hello guys, my name is Celery. I play for Gaming Gladiators and I play support.
That's what's taking so long. And again, OG 4 minutes on the Aegis. Now we have to definitely blast the 6 meteors come out, burning them.
At TI, we had a team talk and we decided we needed to change something. And we were gonna look for a new mid player. What we did is Ace and me looked at a lot of replays of the mids that were at TI and we looked at the options available. But I'm very happy Quinn wanted to play with us in the end. And he was definitely up there for us. It's very interesting. People look a lot at recent results and think they got shared last at TI again. But we just looked at his replays and he's a super outstanding player. He just wasn't on the right roster, it didn't fit for him.
Getting them out of the fountain territory. Amazing that performance when Duracio's just fighting in the middle of it. Now it's going to be kicked into the fountain. Duraccio, what are you doing?
The first person to approach me to join Gaiman was Celery, I think. He was the main spokesperson I talked to or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely cool to get asked. Gaiman was actually the only team that asked me to play after TI. My stock wasn't particularly high as we got Turbo last on Sonics. Like, I wanted to play in Europe, so getting a European team I invite was sort of like exactly what I wanted. So I was like, okay, cool, this worked out. I can try again for a year. I got that opportunity, so it was nice to get the opportunity.
I don't know if we did more analysis than both teams would do when picking up players, but I'm very happy with the way we did it, and it definitely worked out.
Just in terms of the way this team works, I think having a mid player who communicates a lot, and like I'm a player who's pretty, like I have pretty strong ideas, I think, generally, and like / talk a lot for like your average mid player. And I think that fits quite well because we end up like spreading the communication of the team like out pretty well, and I think it allows us to like play pretty well with each other.
So going into the Lima Major, this was our first big tournament with the team, with our new coach, with Quinn. Yeah, going into it, we felt good. We knew what we were good at. We had the same approach that we have right now, where we just tried our best. Whenever we lose a game, Ace always says, well, if you lose, they were better, so you gotta learn from it. In that sense, it's very, very easy. Whenever we lost, we learned from it. That's how you go.
He's going to teleport right past it and start laying into the tier 4s right away. What is there to stop Lina? You let it through 3 times. You gave it to this man. And now he's got a major championship to hang on that fiery belt. Gaming Gladiators will 3-0 Team Liquid.
Looking forward to put Insania in the trash can again.
No, I do want to point out they're good friends. So we'll see if Celery can put Liquid in the trash can. It's going to be tough ask to do that in the first bit because they are on opposite groups. They are, yeah, because Gaming Gladiators is in Group A, which is what we're starting the day with, and Team Liquid is in Group B. And they'll be playing later today, of course, but against each other, they're going to have to wait until the second group stage. That is correct. So Gaming Gladiators, Effie, they are our most recent major champions.
Yeah, they're on a hot streak. Maybe they didn't get the result that they wanted the last DPC tour, but they're still feeling good about themselves. They performed well. They compete in the most difficult regions, so even a 3rd place finish in their tour is still something impressive. And I would say they are the favorites going into this one, obviously. Their confidence has only built over time. So I'm just really looking forward to see them play in an environment where maybe it's not as high stress as the DPC.
I still have like some doubts with them though. Like they looked really good, but before Boxy took his break, it felt like Liquid was going to smash the whole tournament.
But
so,
they
like,
rematched.
But then,
they rematched.
Yeah,
and
sure.
they 2-0'd them.
Okay, they won. Yeah, but that was like immediately afterwards
Yeah.
at the start of the new season. So it's like, I don't know. It was like, how long was Boxy sick for before they played that match? I just, there's a lot of question marks. I have a lot of excuses.
He's a Liquid fan
like,
here.
I think, look,
We're supposed to be unbiased.
Sure.
Purge.
But I think Gaming Gladiators excellent. Definitely one of the top teams in the world. But I don't think they're like, I won't even necessarily say they're number one.
Even if they were not number one in your logic, they would have they would have still been second, which is still very, very
it's
good.
still really good, yes.
Second in the world is, yeah, that would be quite good.
That is still quite good. I mean, whether they were first or second, and obviously they were first, so they got, they got the streak cred there for sure.
Yeah.
But even if, like, they would have still been second, so they're still good. Now, I will say they had a little bit of a, I would say almost rougher start during the DPC, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really perform well. They did 2-0 Liquid, but then they didn't perform the way people expected them to. They lost to Ordu Thunders, which at the time, those were a new squad. They hadn't really impressed as many people as they did by the end of the season. But I recall Tofu saying in an interview that they felt a little bit complacent after their major win, and probably beating Liquid on top of that beforehand made them feel like, okay, we're awesome. We can relax a little bit. We don't have to try so hard. And they got a rude awakening when they lost to OT. So I think that after that, they kind of got their act together, and that's why they impressed afterwards. The reason why they placed 3rd is they lost to Tundra, obviously, but I really think that's because Tundra themselves have stepped up their game and went back to the form that people expected them to be after TI.
They also said that they got complacent after winning TI. Like, they said that in interviews.
It just happens.
It happens. It's like, no matter how good you are, no matter how, like, mentally strong you are, like, I don't know, you win, like, $15 million or something, you're like, all right, maybe I'll chill. Especially with how fast this DPC has been. I feel like the major just ends, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, all right, Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid again at the start of DPC, you know?
Yeah.
It was like...
There's no downtime, so you gotta have a
downtime.
downtime for your brain to just
Yeah.
relax a little
Imagine how they feel if, as spectators, we're like, oh my god, it's happening again?
Right. And I can imagine that they probably didn't feel so good about their major win because Boxy wasn't there. So beating Liquid in the DPC probably gave them the extra confidence surge.
To be complacent after.
Yeah.
They got even more complacent.
You're not going to be extra complacent.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bit of a question mark, but this is a good opportunity for them to do it. Like, I think they can smash their group, go play Liquid later. Then I'm like really believing in it. Okay, if they beat Liquid again, then yeah, I'll stop talking about it. But only the 3rd time,
it's only
okay?
it's Liquid that you're comparing them to right now.
For sure.
Okay.
Like, I think Liquid's the best team. So
I think we're gonna see a big mix-up with who's the best team here, because this is like, it's not DPC, it's not LAN, not yet, right? So it's like we're kind of playing online, but it's boot camp. It's like, it's weird. So I feel like things will be different for these teams that like maybe have a tendency to like choke on LAN or do worse on LAN. Like, I don't know, is Tundra just gonna like smash everybody? I mean, obviously, you know, speaking of TI, they didn't choke on LAN, but that was previously like a thing for them, is that playing like Heralds on LAN. Like maybe it's Nouns' tournament, you know? They're playing it from a boot camp. It's not a LAN. Maybe they're hyped because they're finally getting to play in something big.
Yeah.
Because in NA, there's only 2 slots, and they just seem to always get third. It's like, all right, finally, they're superpower themselves.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of time to talk about this, because I'm sure you're wondering, like, wait a second, why aren't they talking about the teams more? Aren't the games starting soon? Well, it's Easter, and Easter Bunny's really good at hiding things, and apparently something that was really well hidden were the monitors of Shopify Rebellion, and so they they were just
They don't have screens?
Bulba's up to
That's important.
So they're setting them up, and then we'll have games, but it will take a little bit of time. Don't worry, we'll get there for sure. And I did want to talk about this a little bit longer, because it has been, we heard Fog say it earlier, it has been so long that there has been international competition that is not part of the DPC.
True.
And that has the format where you just play a lot of games. And I think that's the biggest thing here, because DPC has you play either for the major, obviously, which is incredibly stressful and is a different environment, or you play games not very regularly, a couple of games every day, basically, or every week, basically, and it's only against your own region. And then there's TI, which is, you can't get more stressful than that, and that is also, like, so many games packed inside 4 or 5 days for the group stage, which are very important for seeding, of course. And you don't really get to practice that much. So this will be another time for the teams to really, I don't know, like practice group stages, which is, it sounds ridiculous, but because there's so many games going on at the same time, it's just a different way of dealing with adaptation, because you don't know what's happening in the other 3 games that are going on at the same time, but you still gotta, learn. You've got a limited amount of time to adapt.
I'm really excited about the format, just because it gives some of these teams a new opportunity. Like the NA barrier, it's difficult to beat TSM and Shopify Rebellion. You're the 3rd place, but you did well in the region. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of LCQ, that benefit that it brought. It's like, here's some guys that haven't always had the opportunity to get their shot, and now they get that practice in. And it's not as high stakes necessarily as like majors, but it feels like even if you get like bottom 8 in the tournament, you're still getting something out of it. You're getting a lot of practice. You're still getting good prize money. The prize pool distribution is really fair. And you get a chance to get practice on the big stage effectively. Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
And I like that you guys bring up Nouns as an example, because obviously their region has 2 slots. It's just the nature of how it goes. But this team has consistently taken a game off of teams like TSM and Shopify, which are obviously the teams to beat in the region. And oftentimes it feels like they just need that one game, that one push to potentially give them that major qualification, to then give them the international experience that they need to grow as a team. And not being able to have that international experience holds you back. Like, yes, playing within your region and competing with the top teams does help, but you still need to see how these other regions play. There needs to be a trade of ideas. There needs to be practice in that high pressure environment. And teams like Nouns haven't been able to get that. And even teams like Nigma, who haven't qualified for anything in the last 2 years, missing out on that international experience is holding them back from developing as a team. So even seeing Nigma be able to get a shot to potentially improve their own gameplay off of this is going to be a very cool thing.
It really is, and it's also, we maybe some people remember that, was it last year or the year before that, the LAN that was happening in Dubai, Nigma Galaxy was playing there, and they actually showed up because it was an environment that was way more comfortable for the players to play. So it really is, what you're comfortable with is where you're going to be good, and this is just the perfect environment to practice where you need to shine. So it's going to be a good one for sure. Again, loads of games packed at the same time. I will now let you know which other games will be happening on the other streams. Now, I don't exactly know which stream is what, but you'll be able to figure that out because I trust in your intelligence. That's right. EG versus TSM is happening on a different stream. There you go. It's actually listed. Oh, I love this. ESL_Dota2 Ember. There you go. That's one of the spirits.
I read the backline of the URL and I thought it was like September or something.
What? No.
Dota 2.
Dota 2
Kind
Ember.
of looks like December.
From
Christmas
Ember
Dota.
You like don't read the letters in the middle. You're just like, first and last. I know that word.
Yeah.
Which game stands out for us here? If you're only gonna tune into this stream today, which game would you most want to tune in for?
These are all really good.
I know what Effie's gonna pick.
What am I gonna pick? Don't say it.
The last one.
I would also say the last one.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
I was not looking at that one, actually. That one looks exciting, but I'm eyeing Talon versus Biscos.
Okay.
That is exciting to me because Talon was a team that impressed me so much during Lima, it felt like they had the most innovative drafts of all the teams that were competing in the main stage. It felt like they had so many win conditions to play around, and they had improved so much from their then DPC performance in Tour 1. So I have so much hopes for this team, from 3rd place to 1st place in their DPC region after getting 3rd place at the major. I really think that there is so much more in store for them. So I definitely want to keep up with them. And on the other side, Beast Coast, obviously, SA fan favorite. They're always exciting to play. They're always aggressive. And I'm just curious to see how that's going to match up versus Talon's playstyle.
We learned that Hector is probably the favorite personality in all of SA at the Lima Major. Dude, I swear to God, when he was on camera, people were just going wild.
And Quinn.
Okay,
Yeah.
he took all the energy from when the SA teams got they deleted from the major. That's what happened with him. But Hector, like, holy, dude, blew my eardrums out.
I feel like that type of crowd, when there's basically the football match energy incorporated into anything, where the same cheer happens for every team, because it's apparently part of the anthem that is just really good as a crowd cheering song. There's nowhere else where you can replicate that amount of noise for one player. I think that's going to be really hard to do. But yes, I do think that will be a very exciting matchup. Let's take a look at what's happening in the other stream. We got ESL Dota 2 Storm, and they are going to have Hellraisers versus Aster, Noun Spirit, TSM Execration, and Enigma Galaxy versus Beast Coast today. What are we thinking? Purge, which one stands out for you?
I really like the PSG LGD versus Beast Coast match. Just kidding, it's Enigma Galaxy. That one, I don't know how Enigma's going to perform personally. They've got lots of practice in the season. They are getting relegated to Div 2. So.
Not against each other, though. This is probably like the first time they've played Beast Coast in like 3 or 4. Actually, maybe more than that.
Yeah, it could have been.
It would be TI9.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
They have not experienced South American Dota in quite a while, so it will definitely be very amusing.
Noun's Team Spirit, I mean, there's a lot of like question mark teams on here where I'm like, I want them to do well, but I don't know how it's gonna go. You know, whether it's Hellraisers or Nouns or Execration or Enigma Galaxy. So yeah, this is a fun stream. I definitely want to know what the results are here, but you know, maybe not my first pick in terms of stream.
In terms of watching the game, you just want to know the results.
I'd probably watch the September stream instead, or December, sorry.
Yeah.
Dota Ember. Dota 2 Ember.
Oh, sorry, Dota 2 Ember. Yeah.
I had no idea what you were saying. I was like, the December stream, yes. Let me just nod.
We get the band to play Green Day when September ends, please.
No.
He says no. I don't think we have the copyright
There
on
might be
that.
some copywritten issues at play here as well.
Trying to get the stream DMCA'd first day.
But it's a cover.
That doesn't matter for the DMCAs. It's an automated system.
Yeah, it's very
God
ready
damn
to
it,
shoot.
Twitch.
It's ready to shoot.
It would be one of those things where we would be shut down, and then we ask like, "Hey, it was a cover, it's fine." But by that time, you're already down for like 3 days because it's not Christmas, it's Easter.
Yeah, people are gonna be like, "Oh, I'll go spend time with my family now instead of watching Twitch."
But what about if you play it so poorly that it's not recognized?
That's a massive
Jenkins,
insult to their
go borrow-
standing right over there.
It's impossible for you guys to play anything poorly.
They're
but
very professional.
Jenkins,
Yes.
you go over there and try to play it.
That is a tactic I'm proposing.
Okay.
It is a potential workaround.
Then we can try to guess which song they intend. That seems like a fun idea for a quiz. Now we got one more stream remaining. I believe it is Earth. Is it Earth?
It was on there.
You showed it?
We did a bit of the Green Day thing while the Earth thing was on.
Oh, I did not see it, but I'm sure all the matches were very exciting as well. Were they?
I don't know. I wasn't lucky. I was thinking of Green Day. We get that back up there, the Earth stream. Just get that.
I think you have all the power.
There we go.
Okay, you win this time.
Wow, actually, it worked.
It worked. Oh!
You are the co-host.
I will say.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's not as exciting anymore since Amara is off Enigma Galaxy, but OG versus Enigma Galaxy should still be very exciting.
But it's still another
With Miracle
game.
Miracle, of course.
Yes. I mean,
The Miracle
but it's
brand is very strong.
It's
So there's gonna be less hate watching, but more.
Yes.
It's still fun to watch.
It's still because people.
He was on OG a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. This is true.
I mean, I wonder, because he's been sick for a while, right? And I don't know how long he practiced before standing in this tournament or how often he's been playing. So I do worry that he's not in his top form either. And it's it might not be the best performance coming out of him, but we'll just have to wait and see, right? I just basically assumed he was on sick leave and not playing Dota at all.
Jenkins has a stat about his pub life.
He has an 80% win rate on a rank 300 Smurf, though, which is terrible because I'm about that rank.
Oh.
And so you can get an idea of how it's not good.
That's not
not a good
But
stat.
80% is high. I mean,
that's nice.
that's pretty high. That's
What's
pretty
your
high.
percentage win rate?
Probably 42 or something. Not good. But he's always been
80%
owning.
on a Smurf. Yeah. I mean, well, look, in some ways, all right, if I'm a pro player that doesn't care about the wider community, which I'm not saying he is, but get that confidence up before you play your matches.
We're getting to like a smurfing sort of situation here is what you're
Yeah,
doing?
I'm making a Smurf discussion for the argument of raising your confidence right before going into a big tournament where you're playing big boys.
I mean, he has like level 1,000 battle pass on that like Smurf, and like thousands of dollars of cosmetics, and he hasn't played on his main in like 5-6 years.
Okay.
Is it a Smurf? You know,
maybe it's his,
at that point. It's
he's
his
ranked
main.
300 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ranked.
So you're
300. I mean,
saying his main account is ranked.
it's like his main now, but it says it's like his 7th Smurf. Dude, rank decay is a real thing. Like if you stop playing for like a year, maybe less than that, and you come back, you go down like 1,000 MMR. That's probably what happened. That's why he's an 80% win rate.
And it's not just that. I would imagine that you just want to gradually build up your skill level if you've been away for a while and you're feeling rusty. So you start off in maybe a slightly lower bracket and you work your way up from there.
You
where
just trash them 80%.
Where you eventually
Last
play on
pick
your main account.
Huskar.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Crush 'em.
Yeah, hope it works out.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, everyone here is a Miracle fan, I think. Was one of the most exciting players to watch in his prime, if not the most exciting one. So it's hard to not feel a little bit giddy when you know that he's playing.
Fever said she was like smurfing in Herald earlier today, so maybe you understand the...
to get her confidence up.
To get my confidence up.
Are you sure that wasn't BSJ?
He can defend
That
himself.
was educational, okay?
Enough about Smurfs, but I do want to talk more about players that are either making a comeback or an entry on the big stage here, because we obviously talked about Gaming Gladiators, and we are going to have them play in our first match, and they're going to play up against Shopify Rebellion, who is, unfortunately for them, not playing with Abed, but they're playing with Mikey.
And he's been playing a lot of Rickies, so they just have kind of cosplaying here.
Yes, and I'm very excited because I've been told that this player is one to look out for, high on the leaderboards, plays amazing pop. So this could be a potential for one of those star mid players that we're going to see pop up, Purge.
It's possible. I mean, this is a great opportunity for him. I wasn't very aware of him, but anyone that plays high MMR pubs, which I do not, does know a bit about him. Fogg was looking at his pub games recently. He had a lot of good win rates on Puck, Huskar, and Batrider. Is Batrider, curiously, he goes Witchblade and Shard at 15 minutes, so definitely a different style. And the way he gets described is like a very solo player. He's like very high MMR because he's playing to like snowball the game, get kills, make himself strong, because you can't rely on your rank 300 teammates
sorry, guys.
unless they're Miracle.
There's no way that's Arteezy.
It doesn't look that
No,
much.
that's Mikey. Arteezy's the one that's been playing Ricky.
That has to be Mikey.
It is, yeah.
Okay, back to the Mikey topic. He's really young, right? He's around 17,
right?
Something like that. So he's one of those super talented, super inexperienced types that, I mean, this team has an experience with. I mean, back on old EG, they were always getting these up-and-coming players like Sumail, like Arteezy, and just building around them. So I do feel that they are well-equipped to foster the talent of someone like Mikey.
Yeah.
I just wonder if it's going to be a rough transitionary period.
It's also, I don't know
few days.
if he's going to fit exactly well into this team because they're a bit greedy, and Mikey also is a greedy type player because I actually played with him and he was going down mid with Tiny and he was Tiny Airlinesing somebody. And I said, I'll give you $20 PayPal to not Tiny Airlines. And he actually accepted, and I gave him $20 PayPal, and he carried me in the game as Tiny. And this was when he was like rank 1,000.
Is this a real story?
It's a real story.
Okay.
I actually met Mikey like, I don't know.
This is some bad PR for him.
No, I mean, it was like 4 years ago, so he was like 13 or something at the time.
That's a lot of money as a 13-year-old.
He was going down mid. Yeah, it is.
What do you think he spent it on?
He's like, dude, I could
Skittles
buy
or
like,
something?
I don't know, like candy or something. Went to the corner store.
Good.
But, yeah, he's going down mid, throwing a guy in. I was like, dude, $20, just play. I was like, dude, I got one more game in me for tonight. I just want to win this one. He's like, all right, I'll play. And then he carried, he dumpstered, and then I had him still added from that. And then I saw like 4 years later after the rank 1 guy, and my friends was like, who the hell is this guy? And then I saw the Reddit threads of like, oh, Mikey. Dude, it's this guy that's feeding in my pub.
But when you had him first added, you say 4 years ago?
I swear to God.
Like 12.
I chatted
13.
with him for a while, and what?
talking to 13-year-olds?
No, I didn't know. Because
sure.
he was feeding. I was
That's
like,
what they
$20, dude. $20. Don't feed my pub. And I chatted with him. He seemed like a nice guy. And I was like, oh, this guy's cool. Like, I'll add him. I had him tagged as Tiny Airlines guy. I had a rank 1 guy. My friends was tagged as Tiny Airlines guy. But he was a nice guy. Like, being able to convince somebody out of Tiny Airlines,
yeah, that's a good sign.
you actually have to be pretty mentally stable to be like, $20. Because most people are like, no, this is worth way more than $20. I hate this guy that's taking my role.
Yeah. If anything, that gives them more power over you. It's like, this guy can't even spend money to get out of it.
That reminds me, actually, an interesting quote is Quinn said, because we have this matchup, Mikey versus Quinn. Quinn said one of the only guys that he'll actually give mid to in pubs is Mikey.
Oh.
It's one of the few guys. Probably because Mikey will just like last pick Huskar or Bat Rider in the game and just carry. It's a free MMR.
Yeah,
we'll see if he gets last pick in this series.
Is that a touch about that he's not good at other roles, or that he's better than Quinn at mid, and thus Quinn feels okay to like?
It's a bit backhanded for sure. Like people give Mikey some shit for being one-trick pony. Although getting rank 1, it's like, are you really a one-trick pony? Probably not.
There's some TI winners that were one-trick ponies.
It's true. I'm just saying how people act towards him. I don't think that he's a great player.
All right.
I don't know if in this current Dota pub climate, if you can one-trick your way to rank 1 with all of these incredibly, insanely talented players.
And you got
competing
well.
for that rank 1,
Yeah.
right? Like with the Uragis and the Watsons and the Pures who are constantly fighting for that spot. If you can take it, even if you're exceptionally good on 1 or 2 heroes, you have to have other heroes up your sleeve. There's no way you one-tricked rank 1.
I think it was during a major that he hit rank 1. So in the defense of the other players, but it was rank 1. I don't think people had left the region, and so like the MMR wasn't there, and so he like got like a fake rank 1. I think it was in terms of MMR, but I think a lot of people weren't pubbing, so there wasn't as much competition. But still, it's like you hit 13k MMR, like that's still insane. Yeah. You can't take away from that.
Very impressive. I'm looking forward to see how he does here today, because it is a crazy period to be jumping into a team and to get all this experience, and I hope for him that it works out, because obviously doing well here puts you in the spotlight, and who knows what's on the horizon for him for sure. Now, going into this matchup, do we have a preference? I just wanna end on a, well, we're not ending, but start the series on a note where I kind of have an idea about what you are expecting from this, because Gaming Gladiators, major winners. Shopify Rebellion, they did okay in their DPC, as expected, I want to say, but are playing with a stand-in. Yeah. Purge, what do you think?
I think the only series that Shopify lost, they played literally after the major. First series, they played TSM, they lost. They picked Lina 2 of the games before everyone realized, like, oh, Lina's nerfed into the ground. It was like the one hero that Ice Frog nailed. So it's like they lost with Lina right after new patch. I have lots of excuses for them as well. But them having a stand-in is going to definitely hurt things a lot, even though I think it's a good substitution for Abed. Abed doesn't talk that much. That means a sub should be okay. So I just feel like Gaming Gladiators is a better shot here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer GG even if Abed were here. I think that they proved at the major, like what kind of team they were and what they're capable of. I think that they're coming off their momentum, off of improving in the DPC tour, and I think they learned a lot from their last couple of series versus Tundra. I think that's something they sat down and located a lot of weaknesses within themselves. And as for the stand-in situation for Shopify, I do worry, because the point that Jenkins mentioned about Mikey being a greedier player is something that I noticed as well. His item builds are greedy. The heroes that he plays are greedy.
Takes bribes on PayPal.
To not throw.
Debatable, and it needs to be confirmed still. This is
I have the receipt.
Not something we should be talking about if it's not true. But I do think there might be a little bit of a mis-synergy between RTZ and Mikey. So I expect that their first couple of games will at least be rocky. So if I'm wrong, I will be very pleasantly surprised, but I don't think I will be.
I get what you're saying, like 2 last pick players that like want the game to be like dictated around their timings and their hero. That can't be an issue. That can be dangerous for sure.
I don't know if I should be asking you for your opinion on the match, considering you're a co-host. I'm kind of don't know if I
don't have an opinion.
Okay, cool.
No, put him on the spot.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Oh, I think Quinn's gonna wipe the floor with Mikey mid. I think this is actually a tough first opponent, because I think Mikey could outskill a lot of the mids in this tournament because he's just insanely good. I think Quinn is the one guy that you don't want to try to go, I'm gonna be the hot shot outskilling guy mid.
But at the same time, I would imagine that he at least has experience going up against Quinn. So you know how in the past when you're going up, let's say he's going up against Miracle, you know, the guy that he knows is top shot mid laner. At least Quinn, he knows. You know, there's no extra pressure by playing up against Quinn mid because he's probably done it before.
I think Mikey will feel the pressure.
You think so?
I think so. I think he feels
even though he's done it before.
I think he feels the pressure in pubs when you play against Quinn. Nobody likes playing against Quinn.
Okay.
In mid at all.
I can only imagine.
I just feel like the difference between the pub environment and the pro is going to be like so much easier
for Mikey. You think he's a stand-in?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to deal with that. Like they're gonna be like, I know how this guy's playing. He's trying to fit into his team in a team environment. That's going to be like a change of pace. He's going to have to think more. It isn't just going to be instinct. And I feel like Gaming Gladiator is going to be able to crush that. Like imagine they put focus like ganking him. Every single rune they cover him.
And Gaiman covers every rune.
Like if they put that pressure on him that you do not experience in every single pub, and they do it every game, his confidence is going to go down. He could falter. If he has a bad game, he might struggle to recover. I'm just saying these are pitfalls that pub to pro mid laners can fall in. And if he had like a month of scrims before this, I'd feel way more confident that he wasn't going to crack a little bit. I'm not saying he's going to like drop the ball, but those are things that GG can definitely exploit.
That's true. That is very true. In case people are wondering why we're just chatting still and there's no games on your screen, it's because monitors are still being set up on the side of Shopify.
I have filler.
Oh yeah, I was going to continue on the group page, but go for it.
I have great filler.
What do you got?
What do you got for
because
us?
we have this, of course, is Quinn versus Arteezy.
Yeah.
Obviously, both very vocal type players.
Sure.
Especially when it comes to pubs. So I have quotes from both of these players, and I want you guys to guess who said the quote.
Oh, I like this.
Is it Arteezy or is it Quinn? So I'll give you guys an easy one to start. We can kill these cucks, guys. I'm insanely strong.
Quinn.
Effie? wait, do it again.
Do it again.
Effie?
Quinn.
That's correct. Here we go. Dun, da, da, da.
Thank you, Happy Panda.
That's like a trumpet noise.
Okay, so this is a bit harder of one. Bulba is such scum. He first picks Magnus, then begs someone to swap him every game.
It's got to be Quinn.
That is right. That is Quinn.
Hey!
That was Quinn.
There's no way Arteezy would talk that negatively about his coach. Sure.
I don't know, dude. Not to his face. Okay, here's another one. Why do you have Ring of Protection at 30 minutes? Is your freaking brain not fully formed?
Why does that also sound like Quinn? But it could be Arteezy.
Purge?
It's got to be Quinn.
Do the drums.
Arteezy.
It was Quinn. That was Quinn.
I think it all be Quinn.
Okay, here's the final quote. And who is it that said this? Was this Quinn or Arteezy? Hey, Madara, I'm going to have to ask you to act like a human or I'm going AFK. Effie?
Arteezy?
No, it's gotta be Quinn.
There's gotta be one that's Arteezy.
They were all Quinn.
Does it never end?
Okay.
Do you have a single Arteezy
I'll give you one.
in there?
I'll give you one.
It's gonna be
Con blank graddies, you can buy null tallies.
It's gotta be Quinn.
That's Arteezy. That's right, Effie. That was Arteezy.
Amazing.
That was Arteezy. So yeah.
I listened to him. He was up in the green room, like sitting there listening to this like compilation video. He's like, "Oh, I know."
Shut up!
He
Don't
types
reveal.
in the exact YouTube channel that he knows that it's there, and he's just sitting there listening.
It's Slappy Bag. Shout out to Slappy Bag.
I actually also enjoy Slappy Bag's content.
Fantastic
Yeah.
content.
And he's just talking. I just could hear Quinn talking, referring to people as actual humans. So like it was too many giveaways. It was good. Yeah,
I met Madara.
Yeah, did you ask him about that?
No, I didn't ask him about that, but
Was he an actual human?
Hector said I was saying with Hector and Madara. And I didn't know it was Madara at the time because I've never seen him before. And Hector's like, "Hey, Jenkins, this is Madara. He wants to fight you." It's like, all right. So we fought. No, he was just joking because there's pub beef. There's a lot of.
You have pub beef?
Madara has pub beef with everybody, dude. I'm not even gonna take the blame on that one. Like I'm not gonna say here. Oh, yeah, it's me. I don't care. I'm a caster.
Who do you have the biggest pub beef
Who do
with?
I have the biggest pub beef with?
Did he offer you $20 and you didn't take it? Is that what happened?
No. I'm the one that
like
offers
Jenkins
people.
stopped throwing for $20 and you were like, no.
I'm desperate for wins, so I will offer people $20. That's a common occurrence.
Only if they're throwing?
If they're throwing. Because it's like, you have time for one friggin' game, and then you got to go to bed and wake up and be a good boy, go to a doctor's appointment, or
what time
because
do
you
you
drink
wake up?
too much caffeine.
What time do you wake up? What time do you wake up?
6 p.m.
That's what I thought, yeah. Being a good boy.
It's like, please, I have one game.
Make it count.
Just make it count. Please don't throw. People never take it. ever. It's insanity. Dota players are insane. If they really hate a guy for taking their role, the fighting is so much more important than any amount of like monetary value that you can get. Unless you're Mikey, in which case he's like, all right, free $20.
As a 13-year-old,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can go to the candy store.
I didn't know, dude. It's just some random guy in my pub with Tiny.
Do you guys think that at LAN events, not pro players, but two random pub players who are so angry with each other decided on a day
to fight,
to meet and fight? Do you think that's ever
But like
happened in Dota?
like an actual fight?
Yeah. Do you think that's ever happened in Dota? Because I
No.
honestly feel like it might have happened.
No.
In
It happened on camera with Hani and Envy.
I would say Dota players
Oh,
are too nerdy. They don't-
Cowardly.
They're
or
too weak.
maybe not even per se introvert, but like the moment that you see someone in person, you're like, never mind.
I
Or
could
the other way.
see like some Xbox players doing that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
They-
Yeah,
Call of
well,
Duty,
it
Call
was
of Duty.
They tend
specifically
to be more
Dota
aggressive.
players, right?
Yeah.
I would
That's what
say
I
any
think.
kind of console players, shooter players, they would be way more likely because they're way more.
We
out there.
prefer to fight in the game.
Yes,
I think
that's why 1v1 mid is
In
there.
the chat.
I think
On
Dota
the
players,
internet.
Dota players also understand how like intense the game is and how it can just drive you to like say and do insane things. Because like when I met Madar in person, we had a great time. We were just laughing, just talking about these like idiots in
And
our
then the
pubs and
next
stuff.
day in your pub.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. And I'm telling you, like I have had that guy dodged for like half the time that I've played Dota. I undodged him. We're boys now because that's just how it is. You meet somebody in person, you're like, oh, you know, we're all human. We all enjoy.
Have you
know.
played with them since in the game?
I don't know.
Because would you?
I don't have them tagged.
Oh yeah, I do that tagging people when
He's
I
got
add
some-
them as like random pubbers. I got one very nice party cute tagged on my stream.
You gotta tag people because otherwise, like anime profile picture, some random like anime name. You're like, I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes people just use pictures of people that aren't them as their profile picture.
True.
Jenkins.
That's just despicable behavior. You shouldn't. Do
Yeah,
that.
how could you do that? Yeah.
I think tags are cool.
Yes.
But more important than tags is adding descriptions in your avoid list.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important.
I've
and
never
very
done that, and I
underrated.
regret this thoroughly.
Yeah, because you
Because-
don't remember why.
Yeah.
Why do you
Yeah.
guys avoid people? Do you have emotional problems? What's going on?
No.
Well, Purge, we play ranked, so that's
Oh,
why
okay.
we.
Is that why? Okay.
When was the last time you played a ranked game?
It's like a month. Yeah. It's been a bit.
Really?
Yeah.
A month?
How's the
Yeah.
MMR decay
was
been
that
for you?
one?
I don't play that much ranked. That's fine. I like to have fun. I'm not like I don't want like the addiction of like I need to win so bad.
When's the last
I like
ability
winning.
draft that you played?
Oh, it's been a bit actually since the patch came out. There's more variety, so it's like when the patch is like more delayed, then I play more like AD in other modes because then I'm kind of like bored with the main.
Like
game.
Ability Arena, custom game on the Dota 2 arcade today.
Is that good? Is that even good?
It's pretty good, actually.
Great product, yeah, it's fantastic.
Better than Ability Draft?
Yeah, I liked when the Blade Fury trample strat was good, and then you guys nerfed it.
It's not been good for
I
about a
really
year.
don't
So
want to talk about
Yeah, let's-
Ability
yeah,
Arena.
Let's not.
We'll
let's
segue
not.
off.
Okay, you know what? You know what? I will say that we are actually pretty close to being able to get the show started. Well, we are already in the show to get the game started. There you go. So why don't we, because we haven't heard Purge and Effie's opinion on it, quickly look at the groups, see which one we like better, so we can touch ground on that again in a couple of days. Because there's 2 groups of 8 playing here in DreamLeague Season 19. And Group A, Purge, do you like this group? Do you think there is a group of death?
Can we get a bold prediction from Purge? I wanted this to be on the bolder side.
Okay.
A boulder?
Yeah.
These logos are too similar. Is that
No?
no?
No.
Not bold. All of these teams are good.
Okay. Not bold?
Bold.
No.
These are the opposite.
Who wins the group?
Who wins the group?
Who loses the group?
Bold would be Hellraisers winning the group. Not that they're not good.
What do you mean ex-Hellraisers?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Why are you so skeptical of them? They placed first in their region.
I don't think that's impossible. I just think it would be like a cool thing that could happen potentially. It's like a reasonable bold claim. I
Okay.
feel like. I didn't mean it's like they're gonna get smashed and win. That was not that joke.
All right, Effie, do a bold claim now.
A bold claim.
Yeah.
So the bottom 4 are getting eliminated, not the bottom 3.
Correct. 4 go out.
Oh.
It's so harsh.
Bold claim.
Name the losers.
Execration.
I don't know. I think Execration might surprise us.
Entity didn't do so good in their DPC,
I
but
think Entity might actually. Entity dropping out in groups is crazy to me, but I feel like that might actually end up happening.
That is pretty bold.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they might drop out. That's my bold claim.
All right.
I hope it doesn't. I'm sorry, Stormer.
Let's take a look at Group B. If it does happen, Storm is always welcome to sit in between our panelists and join us. You know,
That's true.
there's always space. Group B, I would like bold predictions. Is this a wait? Is there a group of death? Which group is the more stacked ones? Because I would say that once, if there was still PSG LGD instead of Enigma Galaxy, I would have said this group was the most stacked one. But now that Enigma Galaxy is here, I feel like it's more balanced. I am excited for them to play, but there's also a reason that they were not there to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, this one's very strong. Nouns is clearly the weakest of the 8 teams, but the rest are really up in the air. Beast Coast maybe could falter and just have a bad group stage. I could see that potentially, but there's so many Western Europe teams here.
I feel like this group is more clear to me. So the current bottom 4 that are showing, I think, are the ones that are going to progress. And the top 4 that we're showing are the ones that are going to get eliminated. So the bottom 4 teams that we're showing were, I believe, Talon, Spirit, Liquid, and Tundra. I think those are the teams that will make it out of that group. So I think that it seems a lot more clear-cut than Group A, which there could be a lot more surprises.
So it's a closer group for Group A.
I would say so.
Okay. Anything to add to that, Jenkins?
Anything bold?
No, I'm a co-host. I don't say shit here.
Give us a bold comment. What was that?
Guys, pay close attention. It is time.
Well, who the hell's that?
I love this hero.
That is Brewmaster. He is a hero in the video game Dota 2. And he just has hit the gong, which means Gaming Gladiators, Shopify Rebellion, they are about ready to play. We'll have a break, but when we're back, we should be in the draft. That is right. We'll see you after this.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Happy Panda. Indeed, we are ready for some Dota 2. That's right, we're in the draft of Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. Still here, DreamLeague Season 19, joined by Purge, Effie, and my co-host Jenkins. And we are actually well on the way in the draft already. So I'm going to give my people a little bit of time to look and give formulate a opinion on all of what we're seeing right now. What we have seen right now. That was a very... How much did you see, Purge?
I saw an Enchantress.
I hate that hero. I think it's bad.
Both teams like it, actually. So it was one of the few supports that there's crossover for, I believe.
So I'm actually pretty surprised because if you had swapped Gigi and Shopify's names here, I would have assumed that each draft belonged to the other.
Okay.
It just feels like towards the end of Tour 2, Gigi were playing a lot of Enchantress. It was a popular support here in China for many good reasons, right? But in their last 3 series, I believe they experimented with it. They flexed it between Tofu and Celery, but it was mostly a Tofu hero, and it looked pretty good with them. It's the high-paced hero that can play around the mid lane, something that GG love to do. So Shopify taking it away from them and giving away their Furion is very curious, because as far as I'm aware, every time Shopify have had first pick, they take the Furion for themselves, but they just allowed the first pick Furion to the enemy team.
Purge, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Furion House, thank you. I have a bold claim to make. Nature's Prophet is like one of the heroes that, and from the previous patch, that's still like way up there. Obviously, still very strong, still flexible in roles, very popular as a carry. So, I don't know. I see it as a pretty safe opener. Nerf it into the ground. But not for like 2 weeks.
I think one of the things that makes Nature's, like, I don't want to say stronger on this patch. I'm going to say what makes him actually stronger on this patch than he was on the previous patch is the fact that all of these melee carries, like Slark and Ursa, in my opinion, are the 2 like S-tier carries currently. It's not just like the Drows, the Linas, these like ranged heroes. Nature's Prophet with Treants dumpsters those heroes in lane. Like Ursa versus Nature's is pathetic. Like you can legit 1v2 with Nature's. So I think this hero is actually a way better offlaner than he was on the previous patch because of what the carries are right now.
And not just that, the hero still owns. Like, sure, it got nerfed. That Sprout Leash talent, which was unbelievably broken, got nerfed, which took away a lot of his late game scaling versus heroes like the Spirits or any kind of mobility hero, which honestly was much needed. But the hero is still incredibly good in so many ways. It's strong on lane, it has global presence, it plays a very high tempo of Dota where it can push towers, it's active early on in the map, and I still think Nature's is probably one of the most high-valued heroes for any of the teams at this tournament. There's no way that you don't snag this hero in the first phase if you can.
The one hero that does have higher value right now is probably Pangolier. He had like a 80% win rate in his region, so they picked that up in the first phase as well. Rubik, one of the most picked support heroes. Last patch, this patch, it's still the same. And Doom as well, interesting pick. But the Dawnbreaker is going to give them some offset here for when the Pango roll comes through. So between like Dawnbreaker and Enchantress, they actually have a lot of heal. It's going to be kind of hard to kill these Shopify heroes.
I don't know. I'm not really a believer in Dawnbreaker. At least
I'm not necessarily either, but
Yeah.
it's a tool.
But at least this early in the drafts, like I don't feel like the Solar Guardian is reliable enough of a tool to be considered a save. But I can see the idea, right? Like any kind of global gank coming out of the Nature's Prophet can potentially be offset by this core Dawnbreaker who's going to be able to come in like Celestial Hammer, fight this Nature's Prophet, and kind of beat him up, because she can do that early on if she is played as a core, which she definitely has to be here, or it's just not a great pick. But for the most part, like the Rubik comes out after. I feel like Rubik is a great hero versus Dawnbreaker. You can instantly steal the Solar Guardian for yourself. You can just lift her and interrupt her Starbreaker. Like there are ways to play around this hero that makes me not really like it coming out at this stage of the draft at all, to be honest.
I kind of like it against the Doom, though, because right now Terrorblade is vulnerable to getting doomed and jumped on, but at least, like, if you can put some heal on that guy and maybe get him through the Doom, that they have the ability to turn things. I mean, TB against NP is pretty good, right? You can split push effectively to counteract what he's doing, and vice versa. Once you get Scotty, you have the carry matchup for sure, right?
Yeah, I think this Terrorblade's lane is definitely going to be dependent on how much his Enchantress or his Clock can do for him. I mean, ideally it's an Enchantress because Clock hates playing against Rubik, right? Like Rubik just lifts him out of the cogs and gets away. But this Rubik and Doom lane looks horrifying for the Terrorblade. This Enchantress is going to have to do a lot of work because the way that Dooms are playing now with the max Scorched Earth, with the ability to displace Terrorblade early on, they can run him down with just a few levels. And it doesn't really seem like there's that much counterplay. There's a lot on this Enchantress's shoulders to create a game for this Terrorblade. So I can feel it being easily exploited. But at the same time, it is an RTZ specialty, right? Like, he has to be comfortable in lanes like this.
Yeah, it's a very, like, we all know what this Enchantress should be doing. And is very exploitable for Gaming Gladiators. I am mostly looking forward to, and we talked about this before, what this mid matchup is going to be like. Because of course, Mikey is there on the side of Shopify. Going up against Quinn, seems like both teams, they've been given the priority of the draft. Well, there obviously is a lot of flex potential on the side of Gaming Gladiators. But Mikey will be getting overall last pick, which should set him up for success.
That's what he needs.
I mean, his heroes are all, his winning pub heroes are all banned. Pango got picked by Gladiators. They banned Batrider and Storm in the last phase. The Puck is banned. So he's going to have to do something he's a little bit less comfortable with, or maybe doesn't have as high of a win rate with.
Yeah.
But I think they should be able to get him his ideal pick here. It's Quinn who's in a more difficult position to get something to stomp the lane, because that's what you want to do versus these TV lineups. You want a mid laner who can rotate to him early, kill him once or twice, and take that tower. And that's where you look at these Death Prophets and these Lashraks, but these heroes have already been identified, like people know how to play against them, and there aren't really any heroes to enable his classic Lashrak here.
I'm
It's
kind
not
of
even
shocked.
banned out.
I'm shocked DP made it through this whole way. Like, I think it's probably because like Gaiman is not going to pick it because they have, well, maybe they could have, but
I feel like they should.
Shopify didn't want to pick it because into the Nature's Prophet, you can always run Nature's in whatever lane DP's in and just dumpster. Like, even if it's mid, you'll destroy DP.
DP makes the most sense to me here, but I can see something else coming through.
All right, there's their second support. Snapfire, very popular still across the DPC regions. Not the highest win rate, but it's like a mid 40%, so like 45%. Still very strong hero, gives you great dual lane. With Doom, you've got kill potential. You can do Pango roll plus kisses later to get kills. Like, it's a great pick.
But more importantly, it's magic damage, right? And how do you kill Terrorblade? It's magic damage. This hero does not die to right clicks, honestly. It's way too high armor. But something like a Mortimer's Kisses with a stun from Pango is going to be a really, really good way to pressure the TB early on. It's also a good way to disrupt the Clockwork and exploit his cogs. It's a good way to disrupt the Dawnbreaker. And it's definitely annoying for Enchantress. She does not like to get her mana burned by the Diffusal Blade from Pango, but she can also get nuked down by the Snapfire. So I like what they did here. What I want to see out of Shopify is I want to see this Clockwork start on a tri-lane with the TB and the Enchantress, and I want to see them kill this Doom once or twice before Clock rejoins the Dawn. I feel like Dawn can tank the first few levels.
She can be fine, yeah.
Yeah, she can tank the first few levels by herself, but they really need to identify how important it is this TB does not get exploited. So please give us some tri-lane action here, Shopify. I think it would be the best approach they have to their laning stage.
So last pick was a Primal Beast there.
Yep, there it is. That means we got a Dawn in the mid lane, actually.
Wow. Okay. I am very intrigued now. Interesting. So,
Dawn versus Pango lane, Purge. Who wins that one? Very famous matchup.
Classic.
They are both gonna farm, I believe. There. I feel like it should be a little easier for Quinn. He's gonna be able to like harass and get last hits more easily. Dawn can do like toss out the old hammer, but doing the triple spin not as easy.
I feel like early on, Dawn should kind of own Pango, right? Because you just like throw the hammer, you trade right clicks, and once you get that Starbreaker, you force him to swashbuckle away from you so he doesn't get hit by that last attack. But as Pango gets levels, it should neutralize. But I would say, I mean, we haven't seen this matchup very often, but I would say the first few levels should be Dawn in favor.
That's true. She does have a lot of much better base stats than Pango does.
And she just has a way to like secure the range creep without wasting a spell that could displace her. The way Pango can't really do that in the first couple of levels, right? That's actually really interesting. I didn't expect that Dawn to be mid. I'm excited to see where it goes. But yeah, like I mentioned before, I think if Shopify tri-lane here, that's the best way to set their team up.
And you think the same thing goes for Primal Beast as what you said for Dawnbreaker? Primal Beast should be able to deal with the first couple of waves.
He can trample the first wave, actually. He can kill the first wave entirely, and he could pull the second. He's not going to do it because it's stupid, but you could do that. It is a strat. You need to go boots.
All right, what do you think, Purge? Final words on this draft?
I don't see the boots coming, but I think both teams have stuff that they can work with. I'm excited to see how the Dawn mid works out. It's one of those things that could falter, but maybe it'll be good.
I like JG's draft. I think it's very well-rounded. They definitely have an approach to dealing with the Terrorblade. I think Shopify are going to be on the back foot in their dependence on Dawnbreaker's lane and rotations going well. And it's just such a big question mark for me, alongside Mikey being a stand-in, that I have to favor GG here.
All right. Well, and Jenkins doesn't get an opinion because he's my co-host and host. Traditionally, you know, we just...
and we're going to go ahead and throw to Odie Pixel and Fogged.
What he said.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. Yes, looking forward to this. Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. Fogged, already we're getting exciting stuff here from the new stand-in here for now, at least for Shopify Rebellion. Mikey's coming in, bringing the Dawnbreaker to the mid lane. We don't get to see this hero in this position every day.
No, we definitely don't. He played it yesterday, especially in a pub. It wasn't actually versus a Pango, but you can see the idea versus it. I like the couple things that Effie was saying there toward the end. I think the first few levels definitely could look pretty successful. Those, of course, the stat advantage that Dawnbreaker has and stuff to secure range creep and stuff in mid lane should look pretty good. But Pango's still a pretty broken hero. So we'll see after those first few levels what's going to end up happening, and we'll see what Crit's going to be able to do. I also liked how Effie was talking about maybe setting up for that initial tri-lane to secure this TB's lane. Perhaps could be something that Shopify is looking at, but I prefer Gaming's. I think it's very easy to play aggressive with their draft. They have tons of magic damage, tons of ways to put pressure on pre-BKBs, and, I mean, it's Gaming. They've looked so good lately, so let's see if Shopify is going to be able to endure that with their stand-in.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to be very exciting to see these two regions clash here and see who's able to take it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how these... I'm just, where Crit's going to start. Looks like at the moment he will probably start bottom, but does have boots early to see if he is going to be roaming around, setting up for stuff. And let's see how much Crit's going to do also, because every time I think most people when they're talking about Shopify, it's either Abed or Crit that they talk about a lot with like the early movements, and then maybe Arteezy's going to carry later on after that. This is not in particular the easiest Clockwork game. He's playing versus, of course, the Lift from the Rubik. He's playing versus a Nature's Prophet who can sprout himself out of the cogs. He's playing versus Cookie. So a lot of different things that can displace away from those cogs early on. Yeah, mid. Mikey, in theory, should have a pretty good laning phase.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you get a couple of levels, you're going to be able to do a fair bit of damage to the Pango.
Yep.
Of course, you know, Quinn, he should be able to deal with it. You know, this man, a bit of a master of the Pangolier.
Yeah.
So, very interested to see how well Mikey is going to be able to do with a hero that could definitely give the Pango a bit of a run for their money in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, he's 4 last hits. Quinn ended up missing 2 under the tower. They're actually 3 under tower, so far so good for Mikey in the first 2 waves. Bottom, we're seeing the creep pulling shenanigans already kicking in. And Celery, he's going to actually take a beating with a range creep on him as well.
It's going to be a fair bit of damage here by Crit. Is it going to be enough for first blood? It's going to be close. He wants to go. Crit.
He had a range creep on him the whole time. He's just beating on him. Yeah, they ended up pulling the wave, and well played by Crit.
Absolutely, yeah. Crit sees the opportunity and goes straight for it.
All right. Celery not respecting that level 1 battery assault with boots. And the range creep that's hitting him literally the entire time during it. Nicely done. So Saberlight's going to be able to deny a good amount of creeps here since he pulled it behind the tower. And Dyrachyo, he did have it into the tower there, so they're actually going to have a, pretty advantageous positioning here on lane for the side of Shopify.
Now, how about this top lane? Is it going to be easy for Arteezy to start off, or should we start seeing a heavy bit of pressure coming in from Tofu and Ace?
Probably around level 3 is when they're able to apply pressure. Enchantress is one of the best lane securers, though, that we've seen. China, especially, is first picking this hero in most situations, and it's done a pretty good job of securing most of these lanes, so we'll see. I think level 3, it's just depending on how that lane positioning is, but maybe he is just going to be okay. Curious to see what build Mikey also goes down as this mid Dawnbreaker. The game that I was looking at in particular, he went a little bit of a carry route. He went for his like Desolator and stuff like that, which you could look at. There's definitely some benefits that he could go for something like that, even though they have a TB hard carry. There are some squishy heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators if he does get an advantage early, so yeah, curious to see what he is going to go down.
Bottom lane. Trying to get on top of Dyrachyo here with the battery assault and the trample, but will manage to get back under the safety of his tower.
This is a very oppressive lane that they're looking to put pressure onto Dyrachyo. We've seen a lot of Primal Beast versus this Natured Prophet core, so I think that's probably why they went down the route of just swapping things around, having the Dawn go in the mid lane. It's really cool stuff coming out from Shopify. As Quinn also dropping very low.
Yeah, it's just huge amounts of damage, especially when you've got level 4, you've got the, at least a point in all your spells, 2 points in the hammer. You hit the combo. That's a lot of damage, especially for a low HP hero like Pango to withstand in this mid matchup.
And Mikey's always going to be pretty healthy, too. That's the beautiful thing about this Dawn. He goes for Luminosity at level 4, so he's even just getting extra sustain coming in. So, yeah, this we said Mikey should have a very good start here. And
bottom lane,
levels is big.
This aggression from Shopify Rebellion keeps getting turned up an extra level each and every time here. Now diving under the tower, looking for Celery.
Should be fine this time. He's got the salve as well. Yeah, he's chilling.
Still has to be careful. And of course, one of the benefits of having the Dawn mid, that means that you will have all that solo XP. You're going to get the level 6 online pretty quickly, Solar Guardian, and then it will be kind of tricky for Gaming Gladiators to make moves in the side lanes. There's always going to be the high chance that Mikey can very easily respond with that global.
Absolutely. I think that's probably why they wanted Dawn. That's why they gave that, maybe not gave the Nature's Prophet, but went for this response with it, because you can just, every time an NP makes a rotation with Wrath of Nature, you're likely to be 6. You can just make moves, and you can heal. Sure, it came before the Doom came out, but there's definitely some cool benefits that could come out from Mikey having these levels. I'm really curious to see what build he ends up going down.
I think he'll go for the one
I think he might.
I don't think there's any reason not to.
Yep.
You want to be able to have that sort of damage for the team, especially when you kind of consider what heroes he's going to be making moves with. He's got to be in there and he's got to be hitting hard so they get the kills.
And it's also kind of cool, too, because you want to have this multi-scaling draft, right? When you're playing versus Doom, if TB just gets doomed every single fight, you want to have somebody else who's that backup. So Dawnbreaker, going for this damage build, if he does go down that route, I could absolutely see the benefits for it. So soon, level 6 is going to be coming out for Mikey. He continues to have a very successful laning phase, about 250 gold ahead of Quinn right now. See how aggressive they end up being with that Solar Guardian. Ace, we see up top, he actually has the ice armor, so a bit difficult for them to get too aggressive onto him. They will have a Dispel, of course, from that enchant if they do want to get aggressive onto him, but he can just reapply it right afterwards, so...
Yeah, I think very difficult to kill Ace at this point of the game, even if you look to head up here as Mikey.
He went Vanguard as well, too. So ice armor plus Vanguard, he's got an insane amount of armor.
Yeah, you're not killing this Doom. No. He's pretty much invincible at this stage of the game, Ace.
Same thing on the flip side, though. Saberlight Vanguard's done, and he's actually diving Dyrachyo immediately, and there's the Dawn ult.
We'll try and use it aggressively. You see Dyrachyo and Celery able to get out of range of it, though. Makes it a bit trickier for Mikey to get any sort of follow-up catch with a hammer. Now turn their attention over towards Celery, and they will settle for the Snapfire underneath the tower. He's trying to bring down Crit with him, but Crit will be fine. I'll send the Treants in as well. Dyrachyo's going to TP back over. He's caught him with the Sprout, but a little too far to be able to reach in and get the hits in onto Crit. So Crit's fine. In fact, Saberlight, he's going to start trampling Dyrachyo once more. Dyrachyo just able to have enough move speed to keep out of the range of it.
This is a big wave.
He's going to be fine.
It's like a triple wave or 2.5 wave here, so they're trying to get the dive onto Dyrachyo early on. Celery's going to come back, though. Crit actually fed the Mango to Saberlight to try to get that aggression onto Dyrachyo, but unable to get a kill. But 2-0 start there for Shopify.
Yeah, first, sort of move though from Mikey, not really ending as sort of positively as he would have hoped for at least for the time he spends using that ult to go all the way down bottom and then having to make his way back mid. So I could just get the support.
Could be a bit difficult for him. There's just the multiple different displacements when you're playing versus the clocks, versus these Dawns, where it's all about the positioning of where the fight is going to be. It could maybe prove to be some issues for him, as we saw right there with the cookie getting him out of the ult. Looks like stacks are going to start being formed. They're setting up RTZ for when he does that. Mikey, he's very low.
He is incredibly low here.
Dead.
Quinn seeing a very easy opportunity to come out with the Rolling Thunder. And yeah, indeed, sitting around far too low there, Mikey gets caught out. A very easy kill there for Quinn.
Tofu comes in. He goes, thank you for the XP. That was a solo kill, though. Nicely done from Quinn. Very important to see these. I mean, always Pango, I feel like, has these type of games where it's like, yeah, the first few levels end up being maybe a little rough versus the matchup, but then this hero he always gets his items. You always see him get his Arcane Boots, Corrosion, Diffusal, so Quinn off to a fantastic start. Arcane Boots are finished. Now he can look to make rotations very early on, and that's always the scary thing, too, is why we always rate Pango super high as Celery.
Was trying to hover around on the bottom lane, soak up some of the XP as the wave got pushed in, but Saberlight, searching through the tree line, knew that he was hovering around and able to take him down. Back in the mid, trying to go in onto Quinn.
They've got a lift, though.
It's not going to be nearly enough damage, though, indeed, Quinn. He's going to be fine. That's Tofu sat by his side. Bringing more numbers in onto the mid lane, though. Shopify Rebellion, both Crit and Fly starting to hover around this area.
Okay. Looks like Dyrachyo has been pushed out of the lane, though. He is going to be going down that Midas route for the Nature's Prophet. He's got his Wrath of Nature. Level 6 is there, but that just means bottom, Saberlight, he's probably just going to be able to finish off this tower since they did abandon it.
What is the build-up for the offlane Doom when you go for the Vanguard build? Like, is it kind of like the same route as with the Meteor Hammer where you go back for the Midas? Do you go back for the Midas after the Vanguard, or do you just skip it completely?
Honestly,
like this?
I haven't seen many people do the Vanguard build, so I'm not really too certain.
What would you like? Do you feel like you still do want to get the Midas?
I mean, most of the situations, yes, but maybe it could be a position where you're playing with an NP going Midas also. You don't want to be too greedy. Ace is a very different style player as this offlaner. He tends to play very much so for the team. So I could see Greaves even Crimson Guard or something like that in this game, just because it's Ace.
Yeah, getting the full auras online here just as soon as he can for the team as the offlane Doom.
Yeah, I could absolutely see something along those lines. And yeah, so the thing I was talking about earlier is why I was talking like the Pango versus this Dawnbreaker matchup is for Dawn, you have to be pretty careful how you do use your Solar Guardian. Not only are you playing versus Rubik, so it can get stolen, but also it's a high cooldown. Level 1 is a 2-minute cooldown compared to Rolling Thunder,
Quinn,
which is 80 seconds. So Quinn
won't quite have enough duration on it at this stage to be able to chase down Saberlight. Was did earlier get the kill there onto Fly, and also was able to get the denying on the bottom lane. Overall, very close start. With 9 minutes, 2 to 3, less than 1k gold between the two teams right here.
Supports at the moment on the side of Shopify are a bit under-leveled, though. I think both level 4, while we look at the two supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Tofu's about to hit 6, Celery also halfway there. So they're already making this quick move. Quinn, even though Rolling Thunder's not active, looking for a setup.
Yeah, he's just making moves now, Quinn. Ready to head around the map, get involved in the action. Even at these points where Rolling Thunder is on cooldown, he knows that he should be alone sort of with the swashbuckle, the shield crash, and a +1 or a +2. There's kills to be had here. Quinn's on the hunt.
Ace is all about the aggression, as you were mentioning, right? The Vanguard build, but then also just max Scorched Earth, like Effie was talking about panel, so playing super aggressive. So it should set up Dyrachyo to have tons of space as this Nature's Prophet. I believe his Midas is coming out already.
And actually, it looks like Mikey wants to get the blink first.
Okay.
This game.
Definitely could put him into a position where he could be a little bit fragile versus all the damage that we do see. Gaming Gladiators has a ton of damage early game. Pango, Snapfire, even Rubik. They will be able to apply a lot of pressure with this, so I think maybe he's trying to just salvage and make rotations earlier on since he knows that RTZ is going to take a long time to be able to get involved in this game.
Yeah, I mean, on the plus side, what this sort of blink build allows you to do as well, you know, when you're coming in with the Solar Guardian, as you said already, we've seen in Gaming Gladiators, they've got a way to kind of separate themselves where this Dawn is jumping in. You no longer have to use just the hammer to try and get the positioning to get some damage done. You know, you can blink in after you've ulted, close the gap, and then guarantee the fact that you'll be able to pretty much hit your full combo, especially if you're able to get the shard on at the 15-minute mark after the blink.
Yeah. Could be a risky one, though, because if he puts himself too deep in a lot of these situations, he might just kill his own game. So we'll see if it ends up paying off. Right now, still looking pretty good, even though he did die that early time in the mid lane. Saberlight mid, trying to apply pressure. He's also going for an early blink. Just ways to get on top of the Nature's Prophet too. Celery.
They'll go straight for him underneath the tower. TPs are coming in. Celery goes down. See if Gaming Gladiators can get anything in return. Saberlight with the Pulverize onto Quinn, but Quinn's able to turn with the shield crash. And now with a stolen Pulverize, Tofu gives Saberlight a bit of a taste of his own medicine there. As Gaming Gladiators, they'll be able to punish Shopify Rebellion for being a little too aggressive underneath the tier 1 mid. Another kill for Quinn.
Might be able to immediately go for tower pressure too. And Ace, he's actually just hanging on to Ice Armor. It's a really good grab versus Dawn and TB. They actually don't really have too much damage to go through this at all.
He's super tanky himself, especially when he gets kind of this mech out on top of Vanguard. Like, he's just going to be able to walk into the middle of these fights and find his Doom target. We'll see over here towards the river in the mid lane. Now coming with the ult, Crit, and he's going to get taken down. Mikey trying to take some kill return, but again with the stolen Pulverized Tofu. A second time he's been able to use it to fantastic results there, as he's able to grab him, take down Mikey, and now Tofu charging in. I mean, he's doing more with the Primal Beast spells than the Primal Beast himself.
He sure is, and Saberlight had to cancel. He couldn't actually charge in because he was just going to get doomed if so.
Yeah, Tofu doing some great stuff there on the Rubik. He's having a great time just playing Primal.
This early game pressure, it's going to be difficult to come back with. As we were mentioning, Gaming has a very oppressive lineup that can just apply tons of pressure, and it's going to take Arteezy a lot of time to catch back up. Quinn, he already has Diffusal.
They're stepping it up here. It's speeding up fast. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to do something to slow this down a bit.
This is they wanted to pick the Primal Beast, but the problem with picking Primal into Rubik, we've seen this so many times, his spells are just amazing to steal. Every single one of them, really. And yeah, getting into the enemy jungle, they're even denying this farm away from Arteezy, while Duracho just has free farm. He's just, okay, cool, thanks team. Thank you very much, make all the space for me. And he's going to have Maelstrom done already.
No, for sure, and especially as the Pulverize in particular. There's a lot of other heroes, right, that have that sort of kind of high-impact ult, but they'll have some sort of toggleable means or something to be able to cover it so you can't get it stolen. Obviously, with Primal Beast, if you sit there and commit with the channeling, it's going to be an easy steal every time for Tofu.
Yeah, this is scary times, really, for Shopify. Since Mikey, his Blink is going to be coming out soon, but 2 times now that he's shown up with his Solar Guardian, and one gets him killed, first one doesn't get anything, second one gets him killed. Hook shot.
See if they can take down Quinn here. They've got him in the combo. They've taken him out. They needed that.
They sure did.
They needed that. They really did. They needed to shut Quinn down. It was starting to become a bit too much of a problem. Tofu is going to be able to hold back Saberlight. That telekinesis stops Saberlight from being able to set up for any action on 20 heroes.
Kisses are back up right now. Are they going to look to defend this? Looks like it's probably just dropped.
Yeah, they bring Arteezy in for the push. They know that they have to kind of get the Terrorblade involved now, just so they can alleviate some of this early pressure that Gaming Gladiators put on and be able to just take some objectives back in their favor there. So Arteezy realizing he's got to play his part maybe a little bit earlier than he would have hoped to this game.
Great move from Crit, really. Good recognition. Quinn got a bit greedy. He used the shield crash and the swashbuckle on the enemy high ground to clear out that creep wave, so it gets caught and punished from it. Quick movements. You see the smoke coming out from Shopify. They need to make these early moves. They need to just start swinging the map constantly because they know the pressure the game is going to try to apply really early on. Duracho doesn't even have to get involved. He can just throw the Wrath.
I mean, they found Ace.
He's tanky.
He's very difficult to go on. They do try going onto the Doom. The Solar Guardian is going to be coming in, but they're getting solo here on Shopify Rebellion, and indeed Ace, he's still alive. They couldn't kill this Doom. They lose 3 heroes. Celery with the triple. You don't go on the Doom,
You don't go on the Doom.
You don't go on the Doom.
The Doom with ice armor.
And now top Arteezy, he's on his own under the tower.
Oh, no.
They're falling apart here as Gaming Gladiators continue to bump up the lead. 15 minutes, we're just 15 minutes in, they're 6k ahead, and it already feels like it's just completely like getting smashed to pieces here, the hopes for Shopify Rebellion in these early moments.
Ace just way too tank. I love that he's kept this ice armor the whole time. We'll see it again. It really felt like they did this perfectly. Like, everyone just does so much magical damage, and he's just so tanky.
I don't think you're ever killing this Doom with these 3 heroes.
No.
You go all in on him, and he's still got at least, about 20% of his HP. And an easy turnaround, and indeed Celery, he's going to be smiling all the way to the bank with the money he's picked up there. Triple kill for him on the snap.
He's actually going for the pipe himself. They're going to have so many auras.
Yeah, it's going to be early. See what they can do here. Shopify Rebellion trying to go for some action. See if they can at least get Tofu. He's got some stick charges, but Tofu will fall. They get something out of this. Quinn, he's still interested at fighting back. Off from the side, Ace is ready to step over and get involved as Gaming Gladiators, they'll look to be able to take a favorable trade from this by the looks of it. They're trying for Saberlight, they'll get him. Duracio able to snipe him in with the Nature's Wrath, and with the TP over, they get crit as well. Once again, Shopify Rebellion just not able to find these moves that they're trying for.
And Gaming can keep going. They have Rolling Thunder still. They have, what, I believe the Mortimer's Kisses in about 10 seconds. They're playing super fast. They're reading all the moves. They haven't used Doom yet, Owen. He's level 12
He's
on
not,
Ace.
You know, Ace is just chilling.
Yep.
He just stands there, survives. He's unkillable. He doesn't even need the ult.
No, this is...
I mean, with the, and sort of with the way that the game's going as well, he's going to be able to treat himself this Blink Dagger very shortly.
Sure.
And yeah, then he will also have opportunities to use his ult. So a huge issue, really, this Doom just overall for Shopify Rebellion right now.
Yep. And I love the itemization, too, from Quinn. It's a very standard defusal, but he buys the shard nice and early. So he's got the way to roll up and protect himself from the Solar Garden if it comes in. And he now also has found, of course, the GG item. He got the Brigand's Blade on the Pango. So
lots of damage.
Overwhelming damage, as we've seen. Fly, he shows himself top for a second. He's just going to get disintegrated. Oh, boy. This is looking very difficult.
This game's sped up so quickly. I mean, what was it, back around, what, 9 minutes in? It was like kind of even.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I believe it
the
was.
Net worth.
10 minutes it was even.
10 minutes was pretty much even, but beyond that, it has just been Gaming Gladiators all the way up.
And it's very limited space for Arteezy really to farm because of how fast Gaming's playing. If he shows himself on a lane, they can set up for him almost immediately with the start that Duracio's been able to have. And Duracio, he's been careful. He doesn't even just go the full greed route. Like we see a lot of times these Nature's Prophets, they have a bit of an advantage. They're like, oh, I'm going to go greedy, I'll finish Gleipnir. Nope, he gets BKB. So they want to keep playing fast, keep these fights coming to Shopify to give them no space.
Top lane. Duracio seeing if he can get any sort of catch on to crit. Sprouts down. He's being able to block off his escape. Another one hit for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, Mikey, 0 and 3 this game. He's not able to match the aggression.
I mean, we sort of saw the beginning of the sort of the downhill game for him right around those first couple of ultimates with the Solar Guardian. Just wasn't able to make anything happen. Tries to use it aggressively, but pretty much both times Gaming Gladiators, they were just set to deal with it.
Yeah.
They just never felt threatened at all by the movements of the Stormbreaker.
And now they're just getting too tanky for it. I mean, they've been too tanky, but I feel like every time he jumps in, he's just likely to set himself up for death. Everything's back up. Wrath of Nature's back up in 5 seconds. I mean, Gaming, they barely even need their ults at this point to just run down the side of Shopify.
Yeah, just as a full unit now, they seem kind of impenetrable, Gaming Gladiators, with the items they've got.
Yeah, I think Shopify somehow have to slow the pace of the game down and get these BKBs, but Gaming Gladiators is not really allowing them to slow it down at all.
They're just running at them. As you can see, Quinn getting up to kind of the walls of the base.
So much damage. I mean, Brigand's Blade is so insane on this hero. Just disintegrates a clockwork even. Fly has to TP out at his tier 2 because bottom. I mean, that's a... what the... Arteezy gets a solo kill on Duracio.
All right. A little bit of something for Shopify Rebellion. They're probably going to need Arteezy to do that a few more times.
Yep, I'm sure most people are looking, they're like, this is a typical Duracio. He always has one of these in these type of games when they're crushing. He tends to have a death like this, but a massive pickup. Arteezy, what, 1,000?
How much gold did he get for that one?
1,100 gold.
All right. A little bit of hope here for Arteezy.
That is a damn pink. I mean, that's pretty much the BKB going to be finished up for him. So a bit of a blessing, but we do see everyone else on their side immensely struggling. And it's not an easy game for Arteezy to do on his own versus everything he's up against, versus the Doom, the massive magic damage, and of course versus Pango with the lucky shot and everything like that too. And Quinn, he's going to have Aghanims any second now, so.
Nice. He's teasing around with them crits. Going to make the jump over towards Tofu. Push him back with the cogs. Celery laying down the kisses. Mikey, he will end up getting blasted here by Celery. They'll turn their attention over towards Saberlight as well. There's the lift up from Tofu. Puts the stop to the attempted charge to get away, Saberlight, as it's 2 more dead on Shopify.
Just crazy how fast they're playing. This time, like every single ult pretty much what he used for that aggression, but absolutely worth it. They're going to go for a tier 2 even. And now Duracio,
he's going to find crit.
He might even find Fly. Fly, be careful.
Leaving so soon.
Let's have a look. I'll see the Sprout coming up again in a second, but yeah, Duracho won't try and chase on for it. I'll settle with the farm.
Tier 2 drops mid. That is the Aghanims finished up for Quinn. He also, of course, takes the Shield Crash talent. Level 16 on this Pango. 7, 1, and 10. I mean, this hero, as we've seen so much, just especially when Quinn has it, he tends to have these games pretty often. And they're just feeding him mangoes, making sure he has that crazy game. See the Celery? That is the pipe finished up. So they have so much aura. They're so tanky. They have so much damage.
And they've just, you know, other than that sort of one move from Duracho down bottom where he dies to Arteezy, other than that, they just haven't been getting caught outright. The positioning of Gaming Gladiators as they move around the map has been super hard for Shopify Rebellion to find any sort of chance, really, to catch a hero out on its own.
And Ace, now that he does have his Blink Dagger, he has gone for a different creep, of course. He goes for the War Stomp, and they take 2 towers, the 2 tier 2s, immediately smoke to swing, because their ults are back up.
Oh, crit. He's turned up at the mid lane. We'll be able to get out of the Sprout. Yeah, this wave's going to get started to start getting pushed in.
They're hunting,
Gladiators, they know that Shopify Rebellion's playing down here.
The line is drawn, though. It looks like Crit is reading it.
Yeah,
Gaming might be able to find someone anyway.
Let's have a look, see who stays around here. Artesian Flight.
They see the courier from the Enchantress, so they know someone is probably down here. Tofu's just walking in.
I mean, Tofu's going to just get straight up vision here of Arteezy as he steps in.
Tofu
should die for this, though, as he'll try and force away, but he's still alive.
And
He's not even going to die!
Oh, my goodness.
Tofu's not even going to die! He just walks up, starts the fight. The backup comes in, Shopify take 3, and Gaming Gladiators, they lose no one.
These auras, I mean, the build from Ace is just fantastic this game. Walks in, heals up his buddy. They even throw the pipe on him just in case to make sure that Tofu doesn't die. This Rubik has been a total menace too.
Yeah, it just really feels like, you know, it's 23 minutes in, Shopify Rebellion just unable to catch a break anywhere this game.
It's feeling pretty much impossible for Arteezy to recover.
We'll see again here on this replay. I mean, Tofu
20 HP.
Healed up there. And indeed, that certainly is where you feel the pain. If you're Shopify Rebellion in that situation, you weren't even able to get the little old Rubik kill. You didn't get anything.
It's like the final nail in the coffin. See, I mean, Mikey just continues to really be unable to do much of anything this game. He's got a Bastard finished up, but that doesn't feel like it's going to do much. They're showing up bottom.
Pin him.
He's going for the high fives.
See the Solar Guardian coming in. Mikey's in up to the high ground. Pretty good, yeah, 3-man sort of hit there with the stun.
Stolen Solar Guardian.
Oh, indeed. That's going to make sure that Quinn stays up at full HP. Tofu's being focused by Artesian. Tofu will get taken down this time round, but Shopify, they've lost 2 heroes for this. Artesian's a good sunder. Back up to full HP. He's going to turn his attention towards Ace. At the same time, though, Quinn able to fully control Saberlight. Now turns his attention back over towards Arteezy. Everybody is dead on Shopify Rebellion, and Quinn is walking out of there with an ultra kill.
I thought they might call GG right after that one, to be honest with you, Quinn. I mean, even with some of these ultis being down, like the Doom, they didn't have meta. It's like a desperate move for them to try to get some kills back, and they know the state of the game.
I guess on the plus side for Shopify Rebellion, they were trying something a bit different here, right? With the Dawnbreaker mid from Mikey. I could only imagine I think they probably imagined it to have a bit more of an impact against Quinn in the laning stage. You know, they felt that it could maybe slow down the start of this Pango, but it really didn't. No, Quinn was able to find just as much as Mikey from the mid lane. And just little things like that early kill that Quinn gets against Mikey in the mid matchup where Mikey hangs around a little too late. And obviously outside of that, it's Quinn on his Pango.
Yeah.
You know, very few people right now are able to make this man have a bad game when he gets his Pango lit.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a reason we don't see Dawn picked every single game and something that there's a reason we see Pango picked literally every game at the moment. This hero is
they
just
try something different,
insane.
you know. Well, so yeah, already excited to see what they're going to try for in game 2. Because this game 1, I don't know if we can get sort of like the Dota Plus win percentage, but I imagine it might be sitting at 0%.
It's at a 2%.
A 2%.
It's pretty much the same though. As up another Killfly shows up. And they're showing for more.
Hey, I tell you what, over to the side, they do get on top of Duracho, but he's able to put the BKB, and Quinn continues over with the Rolling Thunder. See if they can at least get this Nature's Prophet. He cover himself with the Sprout. It's 3 dead. Arteezy goes down. He doesn't have any buyback. Quinn godlike. It's just another cleanup here from Gaming Gladiators. They did lose Duracho this time round.
But overall, 4 dead on Shopify Rebellion, 33-9, 26 minutes in 28,000 gold lead.
Quinn is part of 30 of the 33 kills, Owen.
I mean, you can't let this man have the Panga.
No.
I mean, you can't let this man have a fair few heroes. You know, Quinn's pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
But Panga, I feel like this has got to be... It's got to be in like the top 2. What would you put this in terms of Quinn's heroes? Top 3?
Honestly, it might be
one?
his best, just because Lesh is not the most prominent hero at the moment. You have to have like a pretty ideal setup. I think Pango you can play in 99% of games, and it's just like, wow, this Pango's owning. So
yeah, Pango does feel good a lot of the times.
Yeah,
and many different sort of games, different sort of strats, and yeah, pretty much always when it's in the hands of Quinn.
Yeah, and I really love how they itemize. I mean, the Pango itemization is all very standard and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love what Ace did.
The Greaves, they got Pipe on Celery because he was having a very successful game. They even buy drums on Tofu, so it's all these immense auras really start to add up when they get the ball rolling, when they're swinging across map, constantly team fighting. Yeah, Shopify, they just can never take a fight.
No, yeah, it was a real good call from Ace with the build.
Yep.
You know, he knows to... You know, he's not just going to follow kind of the cookie cutter.
Look at Quinn.
Hammer, Midas. Yeah, Quinn's just sort of playing around with him on his own here in the mid. Dracho will TP over to help out. As RTZ's back up to full HP with the Sundo. Boris flies HP, but his BKB comes to an end. Mikey's coming in with the Solar Guardian, but it's not going to be enough heals to save RTZ.
GG.
And they'll call it. GG is called. 27 minutes in, but 39-9, 34k lead. Gaming Gladiators coming into this Dream League are pretty hot.
I mean, Quinn has like 85% kill involvement or something, like 90% even before that last fight. Ridiculous performance from him, but the whole team just playing off each other perfectly. The way that they were connecting, the way they got the levels on the supports early, like I was mentioning for the Snap and the Rubik, I feel like it just snowballed out of control very quickly for Shopify. When Mikey has the rotation that doesn't work bottom, when he gets solo killed in the mid lane, and then the second rotation also doesn't work, game feels super difficult for RTZ to try to have a chance. As you see the man on the screen there, Quinn, balling out.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of covering a yawn there. He was like, oh, that was easy. 16-1 and 19. Yeah, a great game one here from Gaming Gladiators. But as I say, Shopify Rebellion, they try to come into this one with something a bit different. They try the door mid. I think, you know, they're going to have something else up their sleeve. So we'll see what they can bring in game 2. But this game 1, no doubt about it, Gaming Gladiators showing up as the strongest squad so far today.
Beastly performance.
Yeah, that game was not close, guys. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the midday show. I was gonna say late night, but we're not there just quite yet. I'm Sheever. Some places. I'm joined with my co-host Jenkins, and we're also here with Effie and Purge, who are a guest on the couch. And I'm echoing Quinn's sentiment a little bit there. This game was not very exciting. After the laning stage, we knew what was gonna happen, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of questions before that game played out, but for the most part, the Dawn mid did not successfully do its job. The TV got completely stopped in its tracks. The map was way too small for a TV to find safe farm anywhere. Nature's Prophet had all the space in the world to farm wherever he wanted, and the duo of Snap and Pango had enough damage to take out anyone in the early game. Of course, Tofu on the Rubik had some really great steals, some really good early game rotations. When both teams started to collapse on the mid lane early on, I feel like GG just completely outplayed them. And yeah, maybe they were playing one man down with the TV not being ready to farm, but that was a complete outclass from where we're sitting.
I really liked the Doom item build that Ace went for. He was like, I'm going to buy a Vanguard, not a very typical Doom item. And then he bought his phase boots, and then he bought mech. He's like, Midas? I don't need to get ahead. I'm just going to become untouchable in lane, and then I'm just going to run at you and pressure you. And that was like a nice thing for some of those early fights, because then he's got those aura items up earlier than you expect. He's got extra armor from Devour as well. He's just like insanely tanky against physical damage. That's usually where Dawnbreaker does her damage. That's where TB does the damage. Enchantress, partially physical damage. So it's like he actually was just unkillable early.
Yeah. And Stellar getting the pipe too. Like, I think that's one of the most annoying, oppressive things you can do in Dota right now, when you win all 3 lanes. Even if you don't win all three of the lanes, like if you are at like 15 minutes in the game, you have like a 4 to 5k gold lead, which does often happen. Like if you're just having a really good game with all your heroes, if you get these aura items, it is impossible to fight, because you literally add up the numbers of the damage from the spells and the right clicks the heroes are going to do in a fight, and it doesn't add up to be greater than the pipe barrier in the Greaves. So it's like, yeah, you can opt to be greedy in a scenario like that. It's like, oh, guys, we're stomping. Like, let's farm. But then they can come back. They can kill you, right? It's like if you just get the pipe in the Greaves and you group up or you constrict the map, there's no comeback potential. Like, even Duraccio feeding the 1,000 gold to Arteezy didn't matter. And Duraccio himself said in an interview, he wins the games that he feeds like that.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a necessity that we saw there.
And
sacrifice was made.
Yeah.
We even saw the double barrier too, right? Like he had the hood locked so that he could assemble it later and just get maximum value out of it. So that was pretty cool. But that's a nice thing about having a Doom on your team who builds Greaves. You as a Snapfire, who usually it's your job to go mech, you can go for a more efficient item in terms of the game itself, something that could potentially be easier for you to build up, something you can benefit more out of. So I love the synergy between itemization, between Ace and Cellier there. That was very cool.
I think that's actually really important because, like, if you have one hero that gets the Greaves and then the pipe, you have the Greaves and it's a timing, and then you have the pipe and it's a timing, and sometimes they have enough damage to kill you because they've got more, like, you know, you have a Scotty, for example, on the TB. But if you get the pipe and the Greaves at the same time because two heroes are building it, there's literally no way you can win a fight. If those two heroes are together, you cannot kill a single hero without all 5 of your heroes dying. Obviously, you have to be winning the game to do that because it's a 5-position Snapfire that we're talking about. But when you're in those situations, I think being able to recognize we can go for these items. We can get a big item on our Snapfire. It just shuts out the game. Like, there's no chance.
It really ran them out of damage. It really did. It's like mid Dawnbreaker, your damage is kind of inconsistent at times. And the offlane was Primal Beast, right? It's like a mix of physical damage and magic damage. And then it's like a Clockwork and Enchantress, a little Clockwork can work, but they can counter them. It just felt like they had everything they needed against them. And they were playing with the stand-in, which made things a little bit less clean as well.
When both of those supports fall off, too, they both feel like they lack damage. Like a Clock ahead does damage. Enchantress ahead with Impetus does damage. But both of those heroes fall behind. It was like legit all on Arteezy. Like, all right, do all the damage.
Those are the two worst supports in the game to fall behind on. Like, an Enchantress that does not have a good early game just becomes a walking ward.
Oh, it's so useless.
And a Clock that does not have a good early game just hook shots in and dies.
Yeah.
And it boils down for me to one moment where they initiated on the Doom with the Primal and the Clock. And because he was so tanky and because of the item build that he went for, as opposed to the typical Midas, maybe bots, greedier type of Doom that we've been seeing, he lived through that. His team was able to come, turn it all around. And once Dawnbreaker solored in, he just died too. I mean, every single Solar Guardian by the Dawnbreaker as an attempt to save an ally went extremely poorly.
Now, two players that we've been keeping our eyes on during this game in particular, we were going to compare. It's not your traditional comparison from the same role, but Quinn and Arteezy has been talked about a lot this morning already. We have the Predator head-to-head for them as well with their net worth. It is always rough, Purge, when a Terrorblade carry is this poor.
Yeah, when you're pressured that much, the game gets hard. You need time. You need your 4 players to go get stuff done on the map. And then that gives you time to catch up, and then you can fight head-to-head. But Nature's Prophet is basically always ahead.
Yeah.
But one reason I thought that Arteezy was very important to highlight in this series, or at least in this tournament, is because he had such a good Lima major.
Yeah.
He really did have an excellent performance. I feel like a lot of that comes down to him picking whatever heroes he wants. In fact, in their DPC run, I don't even think they picked TB once, and that's like the classic Arteezy hero that sometimes it just felt like he was always kind of playing the same hero. So I feel like some of their success at Lima was like, he's like, I'm going to play Luna this game, and he does well. And then the next game he's like, okay, this other hero is good for me. I'm going to play Shadow Fiend. That's the stuff where I think Arteezy gets more in his comfort zone rather than being fit in this like same drafting box. And maybe they did it for the last game, and maybe that's because they're restricted because they have a different mid, and now they have to prioritize him instead. That could really hurt them in the tournament, but I think it's important to keep an eye on Arteezy, and we'll see if he can repeat the glory that he had at Lima.
You made a lot of really good points there, because earlier during the draft, when I mentioned that I would have really liked Shopify to tri-lane on the TV lane and just shut down the Doom completely, I felt like that was the best approach that they could take, is to secure the win condition that they're comfortable with, as opposed to the new player and try to maybe draft around him or coddle him in a way. I don't think that Clockwork securing the Primal Beast lane did anything for them throughout the game. Like, yeah, Saberlight had a great early game. He got a couple of kills on the Snapfire, but it didn't really turn into anything. Furion still had a great game. Snapfire still TP'd mid and got some Mortimer's Kisses kills. And the Primal Beast was useless when he was getting kited, when he was getting his damage negated. So I feel like maybe Shopify should adjust a little bit to playing around their carry as the win condition, as opposed to looking at these other lanes and what they can do for them. But I mean, we can't. That's just us sitting from watching one game, right? But
Yeah.
that's really what stands out to me.
It's really hard to look at this game and say, you know what, Mikey was the reason why they had a bad start, because we don't know what kind of impact, as you say, it has on the draft. We always know that normally Arteezy gets a little bit more last pick priority, and now they have to switch that around. And obviously, everybody can look up Mikey's Dota buff and see the heroes that he plays most and just ban them out, and then you're already going to be crippled from the get-go.
They could have gone for the Huskar there, the last pick Huskar. I thought Queen of Pain maybe. I know he really likes that here. It does very well against Pango mid. I feel like against Quinn, you probably want to try to get a good matchup. I want to go back to something that Effie said, because I really liked it. Like the Clockwork on either of the lanes was never going to really do well in a 2v2 scenario, because you have Snap and you have Rubik. Both of those heroes have a way to get the clock out of the cogs. So I think that makes the tri-lane a lot better.
It does indeed, and with Brewmaster on your screens, you know what time it is, because we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to watch Game 2 of Shopify Rebellion and Gaming Gladiators.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back. Time for more Dota 2. That's right. We got ourselves another game. It's Shopify Rebellion, a Gaming Gladiators. And in case you missed it, it's 2-game series all the time. So teams could tie. We move forward. It is 2 groups of 8 teams. And everybody plays each other twice over the course of 4 days. There's a lot of Dota going on. Of course, you're watching the best stream out there, but there are 3 others as well. So just want to make sure you don't miss a single thing. And we are having the draft ready for you for game number 2 as well momentarily. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and my co-host Jenkins. You have a very thoughtful look in your face, Jenkins. Are you okay?
Huh? Oh, I was just thinking that Purge said that he found the drums distracting because he plays the drums. So he's like, oh, that's A minor, that's B.
That's not what I said.
B major, Canis Majoris.
Yeah, drums are not labeled by sound very often.
Well, I'm not. How am I?
The drums are tuned, but not the snare drum or the bass drum. So
whatever, dude.
Anyways,
he plays it.
Can I mute his mic as a co-host?
No.
You don't have that much power.
I've got 4 extra buttons on my thing. I was like,
one
maybe
of those
I should get
mutes
a
Purge.
mute panel.
It just says mute Purge.
Yeah.
No matter where I am, it just gets me.
All right, we do have the draft on our screen, so let's talk about this. What's happening right now? Shopify Rebellion is having the Undying and the Bat Rider secured early, and Effie, you wanted to make a point about that, which would probably be Mike.
I just wanted to clarify because it's been eating at me, Shiver.
Okay.
Downtime. We were talking about the way that Shopify drafted last game, so I just want to quickly clarify that it was actually the Primal Beast that came out as overall last pick and not the Dawn. The Dawn came out as a 15, which is why it looked so garbage. So I really hope that we won't see any kind of strange 15 pick that you flex to mid in this game. Because when you have second pick and you're overall last picking neither one of your position 1 or 2, something is going wrong here. Unless it's the most incredible, most efficient, most epic offlane pick ever, I don't feel like you should ever be 24.
No, I mean, it looks like you're right. Like, I don't think Shopify is going to flex and like, oh, we got you. It's really like a Bat Rider offlane. Like, this is Mikey's hero.
Yeah.
There's pretty much no way. There's a couple of teams that will run the Bat Rider in other roles, in SEA and SA. Not Shopify. I think they just said like, okay, Mikey's going to be a first phase player. They decided that after 1 game. I think that's perfectly okay to like lose an official like that and be like, all right, like that clearly didn't work. Let's like rethink our draft. Bat Rider's perfectly viable, I think, to pick on what do they call like 8th pick, where you have the 3 bans to protect. So they banned the Queen of Pain. That's probably the best matchup versus the Bat. Naga Siren is a good matchup versus Bat in a side lane, which makes me think maybe...
It's actually a hero that RTZ didn't even play in the DPC yet, but it's the most picked hero for Dyrachio on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah,
so I think that's just them like saying like, okay, we could play this, but it's not our thing right now. Get it out of there. I mean, the most contested hero, one of the most picked supports is actually Disruptor. We haven't touched on it yet. We're going to see Disruptor in tons of teams, many different streams. Both of these teams pick them. I would say that Celery and Fly have sort of similar hero pools. So that's like the most contested role.
You know, the weird thing about Celery is that I was learning Disruptor recently, and I was looking at all of these replays, all these players playing Disruptor. Nobody goes Mangoes anymore. Nobody goes for the Q. The build is like 0-2-1. and you're just glimpsing people, and it means that you can buy more health regen instead of mana regen because your mana costs are so low on glimpse for such high damage that it does. Celery still goes, I saw him go 9 mangoes. No tangos, 9 mangoes, and still play with the Q in lane.
But that build also owns. I think it's very cool that a lot of people have identified that Glimpse is the broken spell on lane. You know, not to brag, but I've been doing that 3 points in Glimpse by level 5. But I think that going for the Q in situations where you can't afford to go mangoes and trade based off of those mangoes is still incredibly good because it is one of the best trading spells in the game and it provides vision, which is really nice. So you don't necessarily always have to play the same way, but just having that added flexibility in the way that you can play Disruptor has made it that much more viable, right? Instead of it just being a Q bot in the past.
Yeah.
You can do so many things.
You're a Glimpse bot now.
No, but you can also be a Q bot again. You can get your kinetic field if you have some Naga to combo with you. You have a lot of ways to approach this hero on the lane, which is what made him more viable. I mean, outside of the Glimpse buffs and the mana cost nerf buffs and everything like that. But I think Shopify in this draft have taken a much better approach.
This is way different.
Yes. They've secured Mikey's comfort hero in the Batrider, which he is notorious for going Witchblade on. That's the build that he likes to play in pubs. I'm not sure if he's going to do it this time around, but they got his comfort hero. They got the Undying, and they let the Doom through. The Undying is a much better hero than Enchantress at shutting down this Doom. So the Doom Snowball isn't going to be as much of an issue anymore, and instead of 15 picking their flex hero mid, they just get the offlaner there, and they're going to last pick Arteezy's hero, which is just a world away from how they approach the draft.
I like the Visage, too, for Shopify. A Disruptor versus Visage is one of the most infuriating things that you can play. Like, you glimpse the Visage, and the birds just kill you. It's so annoying. There's not much you can do. Like, ulting Visage and the birds doesn't do anything. It's one of the highest win rate matchups versus the Disruptor, and I can totally understand why. He is just paper.
Cool response pick, though, because now they can actually reflect, like, the Soul Assumption, because between Earth Spirit and Visage, they're going to be able to do tons of damage. They could kill Disruptor a lot of times, potentially, but Anti-Mage is going to be at least a little protected from it.
Are we going to see a Radiance build, Anti-Mage? Are we going to see Vanguard Radiance?
Last time they played it, I think he did. A lot of people are. Vanguard Radiance, it's a huge amount of physical survivability, really. I mean, Batrider's a little bit of vulnerability, but he's got Mana Shield, so he's also resistant against magic damage. So
I do not like Radiance here. I think that's so bad. I think you're gonna get your team run over if you do it. Like,
what, is it too slow? What's wrong about it?
It is very slow, but when I say Radiance and Anti-Mage, it's the response to these like Beastmaster like in Zoo type heroes.
I mean, he's a Zoo hero.
It's not
It'll break
the
his
same.
armor.
It's not. It doesn't feel the same to me. Like, I personally would not want to see that. I would want to see a more traditional Anti-Mage be played here. But I know that, you know, people are being a little bit more creative, but I just don't think it's the ideal Radiance game personally.
Okay.
Probably depends on how he's doing. Like, if he's owning, then you could just go Battle Fury and just get Giga Fat. But I do like Vanguard against Visage, because then you can like stay in lane against the Visage when other heroes can't. But then again, also, maybe the Doom is going to pick up the Vanguard and then rotate and be the one that sits in lane versus the Visage. We did see that last game.
The thing is, I see a little bit of a reverse situation. I mean, we still have to see Quinn's hero, which is going to make a huge difference for GG. But the position that Shopify was in game 1, where the Pango plus the 2 support duo of Rubik and Snapfire were able to do so much in terms of wreaking havoc and narrowing TV's map, the same exact thing can happen now that there's an Earth Spirit to play with the Batrider, right? Not only is it a comfort hero for Mikey, but it's a hero that Earth Spirit can heavily enable and vice versa, right? So crits on a signature hero. Visage is a hero that also pairs well with Earth Spirit. And hey, Boots of Bearing Visage, that item's pretty broken. They paired it up with a Lone Druid, which you're gonna actually get maximum value out of the Bongo Boots early on in Visage. So I really like that combo too. So now I see Shopify and they're like, wait, their tempo is terrifying compared to GG's.
Yeah, this could absolutely run over an Anti-Mage lineup. Lone Druid versus AM is one of the most, like, I'm not sure at what point the AM can actually deal with the Lone Druid. Like, you almost need to pick another hero that can do it.
Yeah, that's like you're rooted at all points in the game. He does physical damage
gets
to you.
Deso, yeah.
He roots you, which stops your blinking. And then later on, when it's 25 minutes, you're like, well, I'll just kill the Lone Druid. Now he's just got like 40 armor.
And you can't mana
and his
void.
mana
He
pool's
has like
too low.
400 mana.
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
like
do
actually
anything.
not a problem at all.
Yeah.
Losing the mana would be, I mean, okay, you can't roar, I guess, as much, but yeah.
So is there a hero to solve the problem?
So it also needs to lane against Undying.
He's also not good. He doesn't care if he gets doomed.
Or sorry, they're looking for a mid right now. They're looking for a mid.
And in the past, people would kind of default a Lina pick versus the Lone Druid, but Lina isn't what she used to be.
Yeah.
So it's looking tough.
Yeah, they definitely need some kind of tempo. The Ember and the Puck pick were good, or banned, sorry. Those would have counter-pushed lanes decently well, been able to jump the back line, try to get some pickoffs before the fight starts, maybe kill Lone Druid before he transforms kind of thing. And they don't really have an initiator on their side other than potentially Doom getting a blink. So
I was going to say, I like the bans from Shopify, identifying that like Gaimin really needs a mid laner that does stuff. Like Tiny maybe is an option, but then you're playing Tiny into Bat. They go for Storm. Okay, that does way better against the Bat Rider in lane and in game. And it's an active hero.
There's also a minimal amount of disables, but I mean, I think Earthsphere is quite good at locking down Storm in the early game, not so much as the game progresses, but in terms of early game ganks, Earthspirit can do a lot, right? 1 point in silence makes a huge difference up until Storm gets a little bit more items and more of a mana pool to work with to zip around. So it's going to be pretty dependent also on Crit's ability to shut down Quinn early on and be able to combo with Mikey. I still think that the tempo Shopify are bringing is really scary, but by picking the Storm Spirit versus a minimal disables draft, Gaimin have secured their late game advantage too.
I do think Mikey has probably played this Bat Storm matchup so many times too, because this is a really typical one. When you pick the Bat in pubs, people will storm you, or they'll just already be stormed because people like playing the hero.
I could definitely see this as a game where Mikey just like pubs it up basically,
and pops off.
And like
I could
smashes.
See it.
Yeah, I could definitely see it.
On the other hand, if Quinn pops off on a Storm, he's a really cool hero versus Lone Druid because you can just zip in and vortex him and kill him before he turns into his true form, big boy shape, whatever that thing is. You can burst him before then. That's kind of like the thought behind it.
Yeah.
But I think Shopify have something good going for them here. I hope that they can bring it back.
Yeah, it sounds like we got a lot more even game on our hands. Obviously, game one was not very even at all. So having a tie here, that would, of course, for Shopify Rebellion be amazing. Gaming Gladiators, they're still considered to be the stronger team here as they're playing with their full roster. But I am looking forward to seeing... Don't use my desk ever again, Jenkins. Please get your own table.
Sorry. I'll put it down here.
I am looking forward to seeing if Shopify Rebellion can get this good start here, because that would just be great for the whole competition, for them, of course, as well. And it would be good to see Mikey on a hero that he's more comfortable with. All right, so with that being said, thank you, Jenkins, for the input. We're heading over to our commentary view of ODPixel Unplugged.
Oh, Jenkins.
Thank you very much, UBS. Looking forward to this one. Game 2, Gaming Gladiators versus Shopify Rebellion. And, you know, as we heard from the panel, definitely more belief in what Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to do this time around. And they, of course, get that. One of the heroes that we know, at least looking at from what Mikey's been playing recently, he's super solid on it. They get the Bat Rider. And what's sort of the overall look for a Bat Rider like this game? Because it was picked early, of course, as it needed to be, otherwise it would have got banned. Do you think there's potential for him to have a good game here?
Yeah, definitely potential. I think it's going to rely a little bit more, not just on himself, but more on Crit and what the rotations are going to look like. I think I want to see Crit make a lot more moves this game. Clockwork last game was a little bit hard for him because of the way that the lane setups were. He actually kind of had to sit around with his Primal Beast and stuff. I wanted him to play a little bit more of that tri-lane to shut down the Doom. Didn't end up happening. This game, I want to see him kind of like... It's tough to ditch a hero like Visage because you could just ruin the game, but I do want to see him play a little bit around the Bat Rider early because this matchup sometimes can go in the favor of the Storm, but I'm still happy that they did pick Mikey, his hero, very early. Because we saw last game, he was like full target. All those bans were forced onto him, so I'm going to be looking at Crit and Mikey in the early game. And I think it really is big for Shopify if they're going to be able to dictate pace of this game, as they do have a very early aggressive lineup this time around. It's not greedy, it's just all about early aggression.
Yeah, you like sort of the overall style, what getting in the Lone Druid here for Arteezy, the sort of timing that they should be able to play towards against the anti-mage that was revealed early by Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's a greedy lineup for sure from Gaming Gladiators. Storm, Doom, AM all do take a little bit of time in order to get themselves rolling, so yeah, let's see what type of pace Shopify is able to set and how if Mikey's able to have a better game, which he definitely should compared to that Dawn last time. Dawn versus Pango, it's all about being ahead. The last game, he just got behind and wasn't able to really have much impact whatsoever. And we've seen a lot of this, at least for me in China, not a lot, but a couple games, the Lone Druid versus Doom, where he actually applies a lot of pressure to the Doom's lane. So we'll see how all those end up going down.
Would you imagine another good game for basically the same build that Ace did last time round. Do you want to see him go for that sort of Vanguard Greaves once again for the team?
Honestly, yeah. With the way that Ace plays, I just prefer it for him. He can be a bit of a greedy player sometimes with his Nature's Prophet, but he is so good at playing with his team, so I think I'd like that. Fly already using, I believe, 4 decays very early on to put this Doom at a low HP threshold early on to give RTZ a nice start. So they're going to just start pulling waves as we've come to expect. Top Diracho was forced to skill Blink because of that whole level 1 stuff, so will be a little bit more difficult for him, but he's got a lot of stick charges to work on.
We'll have a hefty bit of burst damage here between the two of them.
Oh, yeah.
Saberlight and Crit. So, it's got to be careful. Those early levels as Diracho.
Lanes in early game look so much better for Shopify to actually do stuff on the map to apply pressure to this bit of a greedy lineup from the Shadow of Game. And
Sure.
I mean, I'm looking at mid mostly because I want to see how much Mikey's able to bully. We've seen Storms come out ahead in this matchup at times, but this is his specialty.
Because what do you find that you see more? Do you indeed see Storms doing totally fine, being able to outplay the bat? The bat's never actually able to get aggressive on them without kind of tripping up. Like Storm most of the time is able to cover themselves.
Yeah, because it's just if you overcommit, if you make like one mistake, you just get pulled under tower.
Yep.
And the thing is, you have to you get to skip your bottle on the Storm relatively early. Maybe he'll get it afterwards, but you get to go maybe this Falcon Blade build that we've seen, your boots, your stick, and you're able to play pretty aggressively as top Saberlight.
As Saberlight trying to stand his ground a bit, but does not work out.
Well, that's something you can't really have happen up here versus the Anti-Mage. Can't give up these early kills, because I think like the panel was saying, like Jenkins was talking about, the early Vanguard would put Diracho in a position where he's able to just stay up here and free farm. Definitely not the start that Shopify would like to have.
Yeah, we'll see what Diracho does with his build, whether it's going to be Vanguard Radiance. I imagine it's just going to be the Vanguard disassembling to Battle Fury, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think there's no reason really to try something different, but we'll see.
We'll see depending on how those side lanes go. If he ends up being like, you know what, I can go the greediest play ever because my other lanes are just owning. As looking at mid. Right now, Quinn has a 2 advantage denies here, and he actually doesn't even get pull at level 3. He just goes for the remnants to push the lane in versus Mikey. Okay. Maybe at 4 he'll get pull, but... Okay, he is just going to go bottle. Okay, he's switching it up. I've seen so many... It's all player dependent, but because I've seen like Falcon Blade Storms rushed, Treads rushed before that bottle and stuff like that, versus the Bat specifically, because you want to have that stat advantage. He's got Treads right now, Cube, but we'll see what Quinn looks to do with that.
And how does sort of the game outside of the lane look for a Storm Spirit?
He just has to watch out for the Earth Spirit early on, really, in particular. Besides that, honestly, it's pretty good. Earth Spirits can struggle quite a lot in the overall meta at the moment, so... Mid, let's see. Mikey was trying to go aggressive onto Quinn, but can't quite bonk him back enough with the Flame Break.
Almighty money.
And Ace, he knows what he's doing with this lane. He is struggling, though. Of course, we see those 8 last hits. It's a very good lane to set up versus the Doom with an Undying plus a Lone Druid. Can't really contest the Lone at all. Because that Undying's there, of course.
I mean, what can you do? Can, just trying to sort of manipulate the creep wave. Is that also kind of impossible against sort of Fly being able to hold the position as the Undying?
It's not totally impossible, but it takes a little bit of time to be able to do so. Tofu's going to be able to get the next wave, but Arteezy, he's looking to catch the waves constantly as...
Fly's going to be able to make the meat.
We're going to have a bit of a double wave here from Dire pushing in, so it's going to put a hard position for Gaming Gliders to get that next pull off.
Sure, well, from what you're seeing down here, it's all good news for Shopify.
Yes, absolutely.
Making it very difficult for Tofu and Ace to play the lane as they want to.
Diracho, though, already set up for success to have literal free farm top, so they're not going to be able to apply pressure to this Anti-Mage by any means up here. He's going to have that Vanguard at a very early timing. Crit. Can't quite connect. I think he was trying to do the kickback onto Celery, but just missed the opportunity for it there to maybe set up for a kill. Tons of denies on Arteezy. 10 at the moment.
Yeah, very much having no game at all right now down here, Ace. Which, definitely could hurt him when it comes to the build, right? Suddenly this Vanguard into mech as he got last time at a good timing. If that comes a few minutes later, it's not going to quite have the kind of the wow factor as it did in game 1 when he got those quick timings.
Fly's doing an excellent job this game of securing the lane.
Oh, mid.
Quinn.
Mikey did try and get it onto Quinn, but didn't have enough. Celery's in with the TP. Has he got anything else to throw out? He has, so Mikey will live. It's close. Mikey will manage to get away. Bottom lane. This time around, Fly may be in trouble. Arteezy is going to be able to head over and look to help out as he turns towards Tofu, but Fly will get taken down. So finally, Gaming Gladiators is able to do something about this Undying, which has been quite a nuisance for them.
Big pickup there for Tofu. Ace, I mean, he ran him down with, I think it was the entire Scorched Earth hit him. If you look at the damage done, he did 700 damage onto that Undying. So he tanked pretty much every single tick of it. Got right-clicked the whole time during it too, so.
Good stuff for Mikey though in the mid lane that he doesn't go down there, right?
Yes.
That's, you know, it got as close as it was, but able to live. Resets back to base, TP straight back out to the lane.
The rune though, who's going to be getting it? Is it going to be Mikey?
They're going to set up onto him. It's going to be down bottom, but Mikey's got the backup of Crit. So
Tofu's
Quinn
coming,
and Celery
though.
aren't able to fully commit here. Mikey turns his attention over towards Celery. He's in on top of him with the flame break. Celery ticks down low, but Tofu indeed with the grab. Able to offer that extra bit of power that Quinn needs to allow him to take down Mikey. So both teams bringing the numbers in around that mid lane, but Gaming Gladiators is able to come out on top.
That's a pretty big deal though. And I think Quinn now he's going to bring the bottle, but let's see, Crit, he gets the connection.
All right. All right, well, there you go. Crit, you said he needed to do big things this game, getting it under the tower and taking out Quinn like that. That's, you know, certainly Crit on the right trajectory here. Top lane, Saberlight will get dragged back, and it's going to be more money here for the anti-maze. Duracho takes him down with the help of Celery.
That's problematic, though, because that's the problem with the way that top lane started. It's like Crit, yeah, he wants to make moves, but now your Visage is already, or sorry, your Visage, I have to say it the right way, is already a bit shut down. So whenever he makes it.
You said it right.
I did say it right. Okay, well, some people say it the other way.
No,
Whatever.
the word is Visage, but his name is Visage.
Fine.
Actually, wait, now I'm doubting myself now.
Yeah, see,
I'm
now
pretty
we're both
sure
dumb.
it's Visage. because he goes like Visage.
Someone corrected me last time, so.
The word is Visage, but it's the name, and it's
Fair enough.
Visage. He says Visage.
Either way, though, he's going to struggle up here for sure. Duracho Vanguard's done. He's got the treads queued up next, so maybe there's going to be some earlier type of build. And let's see where Crit looks to go with his next move. He's got a point in silence, so does have opportunities if he wants to play around mid. But a big deal. Gaming Gladiators, they're the ones who are a bit of we were mentioning a little bit of a greedier draft. They're getting away with it. The anti-mage is getting free farm. Storm's having a really successful start too.
Yeah, this Storm's going to be a problem. You can tell already. Yeah. Quinn having a good start, and he was having quite the game one on his Pango.
And they're gonna set him up for success too. Quinn now.
Oh, we've got Crit.
Connects.
Get the knock back here with the kick, but not quite enough to do enough to bring Ace down. Tofu also around.
Oh, and Quinn gets a regen rune. He just bought the bottle before.
All right.
Now he can get the ball rolling.
Time for some easy money if he wants to.
And Saberlight,
jungle or
he's not
easy
sick.
action. He's going to try and make this aggressive play on a Saberlight. He's in on top of him, and he's able to take him down underneath the tower. Saberlight having a bit of a tough time really finding the places to be. He's 0-3 right now.
It's not an easy game for this Visage to recover either by any means. Sure, he's got the Lone Druid who's having a good game and all that, but Visage with a tough start just becomes free food for a hero like Storm Spirit.
And sort of how important overall for their strat was it that the Visage has a good start?
It's definitely very important. Getting the boots of the bearing to be able to enable the Lone Druid to be able to have that good game, I think is quite important. 5-1 already with a greed draft. This is looking very good for Gaming Gladiators already. And yeah, Quinn, regen rune. He's going to be able to finish up that Falcon Blade, continue to farm, and even potentially set up on side lanes. The thing is that this all kind of snowballs very quickly because Saberlight, he can't play top, so now the Batrider can't play mid because he has to give Saberlight a lane, so things are just already kind of falling apart a bit here.
So Mike is what, sort of hitting the jungle?
He has to, because he has to give a lane to Saberlight.
He's got to get these bots. It's about 400 gold off the boots of travel right now.
A big portion of the game is now going to be up to Arteezy and up to those boots of travels on the bat. If he's into like TP on the bear, get some type of catch, but definitely not the easiest thing by any means now. As yeah, Quinn, DC is a target top.
I'm going to drag back on Crit once again. Celery with the control.
Yeah, Quinn already having an amazing game. 3-1. He of course finds a fairy trinket, of course, for the Storm too. Level 9.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This will be a very tough recovery for Shopify.
We'll see what Arteezy can do this game on his Lone Druid. A hero that you feel that is there more chance for him to have some sort of early impact to help the team recover as opposed to when he was on the Terrorblade last game?
Definitely more so, but the Storm having such a good game is problematic because then Quinn can just gank this lone druid at all times. As Mikey again getting set up on.
And they're going to zip in aggressively. Quinn, he's got enough mana to play with here as they take down Mikey. They'll be able to take down Fly as well, potentially. The stick charge is actually buying some chance, but the static storm's down. Tofu, he'll be the one claiming the kills. He gets the double.
That's a lot of zombies.
We'll see if they can turn things around. They've already taken down, well, the two of them. In fact, Quinn's a bit low on mana. They catch him with the fear. And indeed, Shopify Rebellion, they turn this one around big time. They'll be able to get the three of them.
Tombstone. I want to see how much damage that ended up doing. Fly had what, 5 zombies on everyone.
Now with Arteezy moving over as well, they'll be able to put the pressure onto this tier 1 mid. This is exactly what Shopify Rebellion needed.
A beautiful comeback. The supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators super over level too, so a ton of XP going their way. And now Mikey, his first rotation.
Yeah, straight back out on the map. They go down bottom. Shopify Rebellion, they're striking back and they're closing that little bit of a lead the Gaming Gladiators had going.
Nicely done. And yeah, tower mid drops because of that rotation from Arteezy.
Okay, check this out again.
This Tombstone. There's so many zombies. Poor Celery's trying, but he's getting zombied and birds on him. And yeah, the levels, that's the big thing too. Both support 6 and a level 9 storm.
Going.
And another one.
Oh! All right, Arteezy with the pause.
Got him.
He's out of it.
Big recovery. They needed that. Duracho's still going to be getting this free farm, and he has queued up the Radiance, by the way. So
all right, that's
feeling like it has merit versus the Bear and versus the Visage Familiars and stuff. It's going to take some time, but I guess like even with all these kills and stuff happening, that he probably feels like the other lanes are going quite well. But yeah, Shopify have definitely fixed the problem that was going on in that early game. Big levels injected for the supports.
Well, overall, for the anti-mages right now, that's the big kind of determining factor, whether you want to go this Vanguard Radiance rather than the Battle Fury build. It's just how kind of safe you feel the game is overall.
Safe for the game, but also, I mean, versus summons, it tends to be pretty nice. So versus Lone Druid, sure, Lone Druid can build MKB, but the familiars will always have, you know, a bit of a problem. And it's good to burn down the Gravekeeper's Cloak overall versus a Visage too, so I can see why he's going for it. Long zip.
He's going to go for a huge zip over towards Mikey. Now, we'll get him. See if they can go for crit as well. Not enough mana on Quinn to keep
Celery,
this one.
he might be able to get the glimpse though if they get
that's
vision.
True, if they can get some sort of setup.
Crit.
Oh, he's stepping back over in range of Celery. Celery.
Oh, he should
not going to quite be able to get the right timing there on the glimpse though. So crit's fine.
And Saberlight recovering. I believe that is his drums now finished. So he's actually, all things considered, 0-3. He's having the same game as Ace, who's been incredibly slowed down bottom. And Ace, because his game is so slowed down, looks like he is perhaps going to go for that Midas build to recover stuff. I mean, their game is about hitting that late game, of course, on the side of Gaming Gladiator. So can understand if he wants to go down that route. Ace.
I'm going to try and go for him here. Getting on top of him with the Firefly and Ace. He's run out of options.
Doesn't even want to use the lasso there. Mikey hanging on to it in case he sees a moment for the storm.
And top lane, of course, Arteezy's moved up to this half of the map, and he's really starts putting some pressure in here and make sure that Duracho doesn't feel too safe hitting the creeps in this top lane for now.
I like that Arteezy's joining in a bit more aggressive this time around. Of course, with Terrorblade, it's a lot harder, but now they're putting pressure on multiple different towers here with their moves. So it's pulling Gladiators all over the place.
Yeah, Saberlight is able to focus on this bottom tier 1 tower. Unlikely we'll see Gaming Gladiators do anything about this going down. Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, they're absolutely giving this game to a great attempt so far. 7-9, they're now starting to get the gold lead themselves. Absolutely in with a chance. A much better opening compared to what they had to kind of suffer through in game 1.
I mean, they've really shut down Ace this game. Just the constant TP rotations there from Mikey in these first 13 minutes also. Yeah, his Midas is... I mean, he almost has the gold for it, but his Courier's dead for a minute. They actually sniped it right after getting that tower.
We see here the comparison between both offlaners and indeed the fact that Saberlight's kind of coming out top. And was able to keep it this close throughout it all. Very impressive considering he did have pretty much 3 early deaths this game where he's getting caught out. But it has not affected Saberlight's game enough to sort of shake him off it. He's still hitting the timings, and arguably he's going to be able to do more at this point of the game than Ace is on his doom.
Oh, Duracho, they're setting up for him.
Crypt not quite able to get the opening, but they still land the silence into the familiar stuns. Roll forward from Crit. Fear as well from Arteezy. Needs a root, really. Won't get it. So Duracho will manage to blink away. Just a little bit too tough to take down with that Vanguard.
He even tried to do the double fear thing with the Savage.
Duracho?
Whoa, he blinked in.
He went back in.
What
Wait, what? I mean, what was that? He just jumped into them. He's dead. Quinn gets caught by the root. See if he's able to zip out. He was just mini zip again. Quinn, he's also panicking. I mean, the Shopify Rebellion, they're just going to run down Gaming Gladiators here. Celery gets taken out. Quinn's getting chased by the zombies. He'll take... he's going to get the last one as well. He's only got a little bit of mana left. We'll be able to dodge the Soul Assumption, but now he's completely out. What on earth was that from Gaming Gladiators? I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be over the moon with those sort of plays handed to them.
Dyrachyo? He blinked in.
All right, well, Shopify Rebellion, they're in a great spot now. They'll be able to take this tier 1 tower top. RTZ's having the time of his life. Desolator's nearly done.
That was very weird there from Dyrachyo. I guess someone was calling jump in to start the fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? They had the numbers. He obviously felt that they were good to go. And to be fair to him in that last situation, it did take a long time for him to die. So maybe because of how long it took them to kill him before with his Vanguard, he felt stronger than he was. He did have the full gang behind him, but going in like this is jumping up on top of the bet. It's always going to be a risky move.
Especially, I mean, with there's everybody there, really, from the side of Shopify. So it is a 5v5, but yeah, that was just a bit of a weird one there. Shopify will be very happy being handed those kills. Mikey is making some big plays here happen.
Yeah, he is. Mikey's having a great time this game round. 4-3-2, picking up the kills.
And he's doing his build that I've seen him do in these pubs. The Witchblade build. Yep. I've seen him even go Dragonlance a couple times in his pubs too with the Shard. He really likes to play around this style of just scaling as a Bat Rider, which is very different for most Bats. We usually tend to see just straight BKB. So we'll see if he ends up having that successful game from it too. Those are some big kills. And yeah, the towers are done. I think that is the Deso now finished, if I'm not mistaken, for RTZ. So super high physical damage.
They're going to keep it going here. Shopify Rebellion catching out Celery in the mid.
Big moves. Keep it rolling.
Won't quite be able to get the angle on Tofu.
Now is with position where it's like, okay, Dyrachyo, he's still got the Radiance queued up, but they also have a Midas on Doom, so now that greed of the lineup is really starting to come out, and Shopify's kicking the pace up.
Straight to the Roshan.
It's going down.
In Gaming Gladiators, they've really got to hope that they can kind of stall this game for a bit. They're playing for the later portions. Back in the mid, it's going to be another catch on a support hit. Tofu shows himself, Mikey now on the killing spree. And this Roshan, I see if Quinn wants to go for a steal. He's around, but no, he's not going to try for it. It's the hands of RTZ.
They're even setting up bottom. Look at Crit and Mikey just paired up the whole entire time.
They've got the lasso. They've got a good amount of lockdown, not quite enough.
Crit, ooh.
Completely off the mark there from Crit. So Dyrachyo blinks back up.
Witchblade.
The damage is done, Mikey, indeed. It was enough to tick him down after the blink. Another big kill. Another big kill. Shopify Rebellion, they are looking hot here in this game too.
I mean, we did say it was a lot up to Crit's movements this game, and he definitely is having it happen. 1, 2, and 11. He's part of 12 of the 13 kills so far with this Earth Spirit. Some beautiful stuff. Him and Mikey just tag teaming across the map, and Mikey continuing the aggressive build. He had BKB queued. He's like, nah, screw that. He's going for the blink, and he wants to keep looking for this anti-mage. Loving the way these two are pairing together, actually.
Yeah, they're really doing their best here to make sure that Dyrachyo just does not have an easy time.
Nope.
Kind of finding the places to go. He's close to the Relic Gold.
Yeah, look at this heat map from Crit. He's been absolutely everywhere for this team so far. Very good item timings, too. He's got Arcane Boots. His Glimmer's going to be done fairly early on, too. Beautiful to see Mikey going toward the mid lane. See if he ends up finding a rune too. They're just, again, grouping up. Shopify this time around, the ones who are dictating the pace. How's Quinn's BKB looking? It's still a bit delayed. Ace, as we said, has gone greed. He's got mech, but still doesn't feel like they can fight versus this overwhelming pressure. Next tower. I mean, with an Aegis, might just go for this.
What's the plan here for Gaming Gladiators?
Crit's just in.
He's in. He's able to get the kickback straight away there on top of Tofu. We'll see them turn towards Crit in return. He'll put the Shadow Amulet, but he'll still tick down to the Scorched Earth. The 1-for-1 here. Gaming Gladiators still having to be the ones to back away from this tier 2. They cannot stop this push.
It's just, there's too many things on the ground, too. The zombies, the birds, Crit rolling around. This bear as well, too, is massive. They did kill RTZ's Courier, which had the Shard plus a Brigand's Blade on it, which is a bit unfortunate for him, but Mikey's in.
Quinn steps outside of the base. Mikey's in a straightaway with the lasso. He weren't ready for that one, Quinn. I guess just sort of expected them to have backed off, but they were still hiding in the trees and ready to jump.
I continue to love the aggression from Mikey this game. Fly. Playing a bit aggressive this time around, perhaps. Under a ward, he's going to go down. But Dyrachyo, they're going to find him again.
They've got the fear. If they get the root, which they do, Dyrachyo's gone. Arteezy, mega kill streak for him. And yeah, Dyrachyo just really having a tough game this time. Shopify Rebellion, they're shutting this anti-mage down.
They're going, I mean, it's very greedy when you go for this Radiance plus Midas on your Doom. And crit, another one. Ah, yeah, crit. Crit is, he is really killing it this time around. His Earth Spirit, something they pull out from time and time. And this time it's looking really good. Ace Greaves are done, but continue to play pressure. Shopify, Boots of the Bearing done. Saberlight level 12. Probably set up for top tower now. Long zip. Gets his stun off, though. Gravekeeper Shard.
I mean, the Gaming Gladiators have got to really consider if they want to hang around this area. They have to start backing off.
Quinn had to use too much mana.
Very difficult for them to kind of go into the fight against Shopify Rebellion around this area.
And Mikey buys the Shard, so continues to go for this super aggressive play.
Crit. He gets him with the silence.
Fear.
Fear as well. Static Storm will have to be thrown down here by Celery to try and stop Shopify Rebellion pushing in for more.
Quinn can't jump in. They're still quite far away from his BKB, and Shopify looks like they might start poking that high ground here. Swinging across the map instead. Looking for this anti-mage, looking for Dyrachyo, who still doesn't even have his Radiance. It's 21 minutes almost. He has been so slowed down. He only has 120 last hits on this AM at 20 minutes.
That's been a tough game for him.
Yep.
It really has.
After having, what, a successful first 9 minutes, 9-10 minutes, just Shopify kicked up that pace, kicked up the rotations, all on the back of Crit and Mikey.
Yeah, we see sort of the slowdown there for Dyrachyo sort of kicking in around that 15-minute mark where Shopify just started to explode here in aggression.
And I'm really loving that he goes his own style, Mikey. This build, like the Shard, the Blink, the Witchblade, he's just playing all over the place, and it's an overwhelming amount of damage.
Let's see what they can do here. They want to try and smoke out, and they want to try and fight here with Dyrachyo as he's picked up the Radiance.
Okay. Walking right into the high ground.
They've got the high ground here, Shopify. As the Fear is going to catch on to the Doom, they're going to try and focus Ace first, see if they can take down this Doom quickly. Dyrachyo having to keep his distance from the Bear. The Bear will get taken out. Doom's going to be dropped down onto Saberlight, and they'll roll over, take down Celery. Mikey's still surviving as well through this. They're able to keep him protected with the Glimmer Cape. Crit will roll in and will die for this.
They're buying back.
But Arteezy is getting a little bit of a cleanup, and he's going to be able to get the root and the Fear onto Dyrachyo. He's now looking over towards the Anti-Mage. At the same time, underneath the Tier 2 tower, Saberlight is bullying back Ace, and he's bullying back Celery. The glimpse will be there onto Mikey as Mikey finally goes down. But Dyrachyo, he's having to escape this. He's having to run. Does he want to go back in?
He's thinking about it.
He was thinking about jumping back in on this.
That is the resummoned Bear. Arteezy, he's sending it back to base to heal to be able to join back in.
I mean, there's still good numbers here from Shopify on the high ground. We'll see what Dyrachyo wants to do it.
They don't have the disables. Crit and Mikey are both dead, and they're the playmakers, so Shopify being a bit reluctant to go back in here. 4 seconds till Crit does respawn. Quinn is back.
We saw last time, even with sort of the Doom, it's difficult to take down Saberlight. They're going to try again. Quinn. Going straight in for him. We'll see if there's any backup for him. No, they'll let him go here by the looks of it. Shopify Rebellion not having any interest in trying to take the fight this time round. Saberlight taken out. So a bit of a punch back here from Gaming Gladiators.
Pretty big kills, to be honest with you. They timed it so it was when the Aegis was ticking out as they were walking up, and they kind of distanced themselves, and they prioritized the right things this time. Dyrachyo, he's able to blink in, kill off the Tombstone. Even though it's that high ground advantage for Shopify, they get some pretty big comeback kills. That Dyrachyo now is set up for a much better game. Quinn has a BKB also finished, and they're trying to get the ball rolling with this. Since there's no lasso right now for Mikey, he's also, it's a very aggressive build, so if they find this Bat Rider also, he can just get brought down from Quinn.
There you go, Quinn. Straight in onto Mikey.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Gaming Gladiators finding the opportunities to try and regain control in this game.
And Ace, he's also now fully recovered off of that fight too. Greaves are done, as we mentioned from before, and he's almost got Crimson Guard. So versus this Tombstone, versus these Visage Familiars and stuff like that, I have been so pesky, starting to get their answers.
Towards the Bear. Quinn, he wants to go for it. Won't want to
go too far though. And Chris able to hit the two of them with the silence and actually kicks the bear back in, so the bear immediately closes it onto both Quinn and Dyrachyo. The takeout Celery. Trying to stand his ground in Dyrachyo, but he has to blink away from the bear.
Arteezy, though, he's in trouble.
He's been doomed. Ace in on top of the Lone Druid, and now they can just go for more. Look for the cleanup. They'll turn towards Fly. Fly goes down. Saberlight on the retreat, but there's still mana to play with here for Quinn. As he zips up, catches out Saberlight. He's almost certainly going to be going down as well, as Gaming Gladiators finding these opportunities to battle, and they're getting away now with the aggression that Dyrachyo wants to be able to jump in with. They can keep him covered. It was a good attempt there from Shopify to try and turn things around. Crit, kicking the bear in, allowing the bear to kind of start off punching into the anti-mage. But Gaming Gladiators, they can survive through it now.
And the itemization, it's the same thing they did last time. Sure, you see Shopify, they had these auras, a little bit of an advantage for a moment there, but now everything's kicking in on the side of Gaming Gladiators. The pipe on the Rubik, I mean, they tend to do this a lot on their supports. Makes a huge difference. This Storm pops BKB, even though he's inside of all this damage. Dyrachyo stands his ground, and they focus fire the right targets. The Tombstone drops very quickly. They hit the bear, and as soon as that first bear's dying, Ace is like, oh, I can actually just doom Arteezy.
Yep.
Mikey's still dead. They take an amazing fight, and now they are 4K ahead after some moments there. Taking the right fights. Ever so important. And now at Dyrachyo, set up for success. Manta's soon going to be finished, and Quinn also in a very good position.
Yeah, they're catching right back up now. Shopify Rebellion, they want to hit back themselves with a smoke movement. Arteezy working in on the top lane. Trying to see if they can use them for a bit of a bait here and catch out Gaming Gladiators in the jungle. As it is, Gaming Gladiators themselves hovering around the mid lane, trying to use Quinn as a bit of bait. So both teams avoiding one another.
Now Mikey has to be a bit more careful too, because since he did go the full aggression build, which I did like it anyway, he doesn't have BKB. So now he does feel like he needs it to be able to join into this next fight, to be able to protect his Lone Druid, as we've seen. If Crit is dead, if Mikey's dead, there's no control for this AM in the Storm.
How close is Arteezy? He's got his next item done, so the full AC's there now for Arteezy.
He still is super buff. Or Roshan also, it does respawn, so they might just be able to sneak this one, but Gaming, they have to know this is happening soon. But will they be able to make it in time? I don't think so. It's gone.
So quick here with the Desto and the AC. Roshan gone. Aegis for Arteezy.
Who do you give the shard to? I guess Crit? Yep. Crit's the only one really left that wants it. Don't want it on the Undying. The other three heroes have bought it. Back to business.
I mean, can Shopify Rebellion kind of get away with just trying to force the high ground now, see what happens?
I honestly think they kind of have to. I think this is a game where you do not want it to get stalled out versus this AM, Storm, and Doom. Otherwise, the game is just going to get really difficult, so you got to have these next successful pushes going.
They take the pace pretty quick here. Look at it go. Look at it go. I mean,
it's dead.
It really is.
Here comes the wraparound.
And they've got the fortification, and indeed, Gaming Gladiators, they want to fight. They'll drop the Doom straight away down onto Saberlight. They're focusing the Visage. Quinn, he'll be able to come in with a BKB, drag back Fly. They'll put a stop to this push. They'll turn towards the bat with the Mana Void and the last right click there of Quinn. They'll take him down. 3 heroes down on Shopify Rebellion. It's soon going to be more. The Static Storm catches Crit. Crit also taken down, and the escape from Arteezy put to an end by the Glimpse. It's going to be a team wipe. That's the Aegis gone, but they'll certainly be able to set up around him and look to take him down a second time here, Arteezy, as they'll pull together the defense. Damage was done, racks were taken, but it literally cost them everything here, Shopify.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's, honestly, it's like the right move for Shopify to do to force the base, but it's great preparation coming out from Gaming to get that wraparound on top of them perfectly. And Quinn, I believe he had a regen rune running the entire time. So back up to full mana. So when everybody else respawns, he also is going to have an arcane rune top. He's going to be able to continue his aggression. And yeah, Mikey, I mean, again, they get on top of him. He still doesn't have BKB, so he can't protect himself.
He's close, but close ain't going to cut it.
No.
He needs that.
Yeah, it's such a tough call to make, right, for Shopify. Like, you feel like you have to go for this base push, but Gaming, they were just ready. The beautiful wraparound, picking the targets perfectly again. The Doom onto this Visage, then Saberlight does nothing in the fight.
Yep, Quinn goes straight for the squishy supports during his BKB, gets the guaranteed kills quickly.
I mean, it's every single time it feels like they're just taking out
Crit. More. They're going to get the jump on a Saberlight. Saberlight able to step away from them for now. Backup for Shopify will be coming in, but not soon enough to be able to save Fly. Fly taken out. Dyrachyo takes out another.
Shopify needs to regroup, reassess themselves as a 5-man unit, but even then, taking a head-on team fight feels pretty much impossible. So now for these next few moments, what are they going to look to do on the map as everything is starting to close in on them? Even though they have a Rax, it doesn't really feel like it's going to do too much. Gaming can deal with a Rax disadvantage here. Mikey now has BKB. But is it going to have come too late?
I mean, for Mikey, who's he looking to get in with the BKB? Who do you want to see this bat just BKBing and going for with the lasso?
It's difficult, really, because he probably wants to go for this AM, but Quinn's out of control, so it might just be the Storm. Not easy. It's really not easy for them at this point. Let's see what they do. They have to play as a 5-man unit, though. They cannot lose the next team fight.
Ideal situation for Shopify would indeed be a team fight and another quick attempt to the high ground push.
They get the scan successful, but it's actually just onto an illusion here. Dyrachyo.
Gonna go for Quinn in the mid lane, and they've got him.
Okay, there we go.
Very nicely done there. I think Quinn started to try and go in with the Vortex himself. Tofu, he'll make it up with a TP in time, but that is Quinn gone for a full minute.
Go push, honestly, immediately again.
You got to take any of these windows right now, right? It's Shopify. Get to the base. Already, we see Dyrachyo is going to be cutting creeps. Do they have any creep waves with them in the mid? They don't.
They could have a buyback though. The Dyrachyo, if he sees these 2 bounty runes, he could set up for Quinn to have buy. There it is. So
they've got to kill these illusions to at least get the creeps going. But indeed, as you say, yeah. So buyback is back on the menu for Quinn if they do manage to force this down mid. Shopify.
These are such tense moments, really, for Shopify. Everything has to go perfectly.
All in.
You have to go all in. They push unbelievably fast.
They do.
They also have the Visage level 15 talent. So
you've got to at least get this buyback forced out from the Storm.
20 seconds.
Now, if you're Quinn, are you buying back or would you let this go?
I don't think you want to. Dyrachyo is slowing it down with his Radiance plus his Ags. They're actually just going to mana void the bear.
Put an end to the first bear, but the second one's in now.
Quinn's respawning.
So if they can get the bear back on the racks in time, they can't. They're having to bail here, Shopify. So they'll get the tower, but they won't quite get the barracks.
Mikey used his BKB a bit early there. Are they going to get a catch also? Arteezy? They get the glimpse?
Yeah, they got the vision. They'll get the glimpse back. And indeed, Arteezy will be left behind.
And now back the other way. They might even get some familiars here. Arteezy gets caught and he spends his gold. So it's 60 seconds without the Lone Druid.
Dyrachyo now top of the net worth. Had some shaky moments earlier, but now, fully online. Radiance, Aghanims, and he's going to be looking towards getting an AC himself, actually, for the team as his next item.
And he's really pesky, honestly, with this Aghanim. He just blinks them in onto everybody, and then they're all just getting Radiance burn, so they all have to deal with it. And they really are This is like 3 or 4 fights in a row that I'm seeing them they hit the bear. They're like, screw the Spirit Bear, just focus it with all their magic damage, and it's still working in successful fights for them. Lincoln's now finished for Quinn. Another regen rune for him, and Crit actually shows himself bottom, but will TP out in time.
He knows not to stick around too long. Things definitely getting a bit shaky now for Shopify as the minutes pass.
This could be a weird game, though, where they can actually set up for multiple Raxes, while gaming is going to be winning pretty much all the actual straight-on team fights, but you could see some weird rat plays perhaps happening from Shopify.
I mean, how easy is it to rat against Gaming Gladiators heroes?
The thing is, they have a Storm, right? So it could be a little bit difficult if Quinn is on top of things. But there is definitely potential.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's a pretty wild game. They got to always deal with this top push, too, since that early Rax was taken, so someone is going to have to address it. And they do not, I don't believe that anyone has boots of travel on their team either, so...
Is it very easy, would you say, for Gaming Gladiators, if they win a team fight and they kind of get their own push going up towards the base of Shopify, do you sort of imagine Anti-Mage and Storm being able to kind of freely jump in and start the fights, or can Shopify punish that?
Overall, I think that they're going to win most of the straight-on team fights. Unless there's a big mistake that happens from gaming, they should just win all those 5v5 engagements. So it does feel like they should be able to do that and jump forward. As now Ace, this kind of makes it a lot easier for them to jump into. He's got a BKB now.
Sure.
So he can be the one to lead, and then they can have the follow-up from the AM and Storm to give them some liberty.
Well, with a level 20 hit from Mikey on the bat. Big step up in the damage output, right?
Yep. But just difficult because since he did go for the right-clicky aggressive build, I'm not seeing a great way for him to break the Lincolns. They have to actually like use one of the Visage spells or like a Soul Rip to break the Linken's onto Quinn and then set up with him onto a lasso. He doesn't actually have like a Force Staff or something like that to do it. Roche soon gonna be up. 30 seconds and we'll find out.
No, it's easy. What does he need most next? Is it indeed this Nullify, you'd imagine? He's got queued up. You know, at the moment got that, or considering even getting a late Radiance.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know if itemization. It's just all about them pushing. And they can push super fast. So
they can.
Gaming just has to be ready for those push. And I mean, right now it looks like they might be able to get this wraparound again. Shopify.
Last time it was pretty effective, able to wipe out the entire team of Shopify.
They're backing up. They know that this might be coming here. Fly. He's gonna walk right into them.
They're gonna try and fight with this. Mikey's in with the BKB, but. Take one down, they've got Ace. Can they do anything about Quinn? Quinn's still pretty happy with full HP, full mana. He's just going to be able to turn towards Mikey. Dyrachyo does get caught at the front. See if they could do anything more with this now that the anti-mage has been taken out. They look towards Quinn, but Quinn able to dispel the silence. Zips away here, that illusion rune saving Quinn's life.
No buyback also.
3 kills here though, and not bad at all. Here for Shopify. I mean, always, of course, the risk as this anti-mage against like the lone jump with the items he has. You jump in and the backup's not able to get to you. You'll still die pretty quickly.
Quinn? Oh my god, that was so close. They even, so what happened, the lasso gets blocked instantly, if I'm not mistaken, by that Linken's, but Dyrachyo, he gets left alone. He jumps in versus 3-4 heroes, and he just gets completely controlled from
And Roshan's back
and Roche comes back. Uh-oh.
They can get this Roche.
Oh, this is...
What have we got on the Roche this time around? This is the third Roche. It is going to be the Aghanims. Who's taking the Aghanims? Anything big here?
I mean, the rat potential, right? The lone druid, if they really want to go for something
do you want to
crazy.
go for the rat, or do you want to get the Aghs on the back?
I would say just give it Artur. Like, he's the one doing everything really for the team now after that early game from Crit and from Mikey. Yeah, he takes it.
So, let's see what they can do. Obviously, with the call to go for the Roshan does mean by the time they get back up to the base, Gaming Gladiators will be, they'll all be back up. But at the same time, I guess, Dyrachyo's only 200 gold short buyback, so highly likely he's able to get his buyback online for the next fight.
He might, it's tough, never mind. I was like, he might want to like move in the plate mail, but he's just waiting for his AC to be finished up. He's about to have it on the anti-mage. He really needs that.
Well, I mean, you're buying AC over buyback here? What are you doing?
Yeah,
I feel like buyback is...
He might have to, honestly. He is.
Okay. I mean, it's indeed an interesting call. And as you said, probably the right one, but definitely not one without risk.
He might have to, so it's probably like, I'm going to tell Ace and Quinn, you guys say buyback. Sure. I need to be tankier to be able to jump in onto this bear who now has Aegis. This game is neck and neck right now. Aghanim's also, I believe, finished up on Saberlight just after all that kicks off too. So now he does a fair amount of damage also in the fights. The physical damage is definitely there from Shopify. Quinn. They put a ward down. They'll see Crit. They're jumping him.
Yeah, they're going quickly for the Earth Spirit, but
oh, the bear!
The bear. Well, they certainly can.
So resummon. Mikey finds himself a very nice grab. The Timeless Relic now picked up on the Batrider. Yeah, he's got his Refresher queued up.
Yeah, that's RTs as well. We'll get his next time done before they go for the push again. And what's he going to opt for here? He is going for
MKB.
The MKB, so changing it up.
So the Radiance is bothering him a little bit.
All right. So, I mean, again, we've already seen how much damage this bear can do. Now, these sort of fights, Dyrachyo's got to be very careful. If he blinks in anywhere close to that lone druid and the bear, and he doesn't have backup, he's going to be in trouble.
Dyrachyo blinks in.
BKB's there, as well as the lasso. Artis is around. If he gets some bashes or roots, it could be problematic for Dyrachyo, but Manta was available. Able to dispel and blink away.
They're going to go in again.
He wants to go back straight away. Look at this from Dyrachyo. He's going immediately over for Artesia with the illusions.
The whole team is coming over.
Artesia's got to get out of it somehow.
That's the resummoned bear.
They're able to do anything to save it. Tombstone's going to get dropped down. They've got the Greaves as well. Dyrachyo still going in. They'll turn
very
it
aggressive.
Crit's going to be able to roll across. The Static Storm's going to get laid down. Quinn commits it with the BKB. Takes down Mikey. Now look towards Crit now, but they're out with the Glimmer Cape. Crit still surviving. He's able to get Zoe out, but indeed the bear's gone. Save to be said here for Artesia. As that's the Aegis out, they'll get the drag back onto Fly. Gaming Gladiators, they bring the numbers. And with that Shopify Rebellion, it's once again going to be a team fight where pretty much Yeah, all of them are going to get taken down. Fly trying to find some sort of safety hidden in the trees, but the creeps have got vision on him. Celery, he's going to do his best to chase him down, scout him out as well with the courier. Dyrachyo straight in on top of him. They'll get the glimpse back. It will slowly but surely be a team wipe here for Gaming Gladiators.
And now they get the push going themselves finally. 60 seconds, no Lone Druid. They might be able to get 2 sets themselves.
Yeah, and this time round, great stuff from Dyrachyo, just sort of baiting out that whole fight.
Yep.
Just kind of tickling and teasing with Arteezy, buying time for the backup to come in. And at that point, a 5-on-5, as we say, is never going to be easy for Shopify.
So much time for them to get this push going now, too. Just some really good identification from Gaimin in that last fight. Just they're like, it's a resummoned bear. They're focusing the bear. It gets healed up from Greaves and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter. As now, still 20 seconds until the Lone Druid, who's absolutely everything for the side of Shopify.
Yeah, it's going to be at least one set of racks here.
And like everybody's now going to have all the important heroes on the side of Gaimin will have buyback too.
And I guess that's the thing as well. As well, Arteezy he had everything apart from the Demon Edge, so it didn't quite have the full MKB. Still was left short a bit of gold on that. Quite a bit of gold short.
It's definitely making a difference. Like this, the mischance, Dyrachyo maybe surviving because he doesn't get bashed or rooted a couple times.
He is hard to kill, with his full AC on top of it all.
Now Quinn, Arcane Rune. I feel like Saberlight's been doomed every single team, almost every single team fight too, except for the one up top too. They're just putting so much priority onto this Visage that he can't really commit and do much inside the fights.
I go with a refresher now on Bat. That's Dyrachyo, his items flying in. Next one done, full Abyssal Blade on the Anti-Mage.
Okay, but he does use all his gold. They have a lot of ways to protect him, though. I mean, Tofu has just played... It's literally like saving Private Dyrachyo. He's got a Wraith Pact now as well, too, on top of his Lotus, plus his Pipe that's just been pumped up onto this Anti-Mage most of the times. This Wraith Pact is going to make a big difference to reduce the damage of that Lone Druid in particular, too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just don't really have the heroes that can easily go for, just quickly take down this Wraith Pact, right?
Yeah, no, definitely not. And now they're in a position where they don't really have buybacks, too, so they're inside the base, and they have to be careful who shows. Even the bear showing could just get killed almost instantly. It's a pretty wild game, though. Even though it does feel like game in most of these team fights have gone. Like Shopify, they're definitely battling back, even though they're at this deficit, versus the greedy draft that has gotten to its timing.
It's just a very difficult game overall for them now.
Yep. Just auras on auras on auras. Shivas, Crimson Guard, Pipe, Wraith Pact, Lotus Orbs, Drums. Like, really is so many different things. I mean, both sides have a lot, but Gaming definitely has a little bit more of an edge on those auras. Even now Dyrachyo even buys the one that nobody buys. He buys the Shard on Anti-Mage.
All right, yeah. Every little bit helps.
Every little bit.
Magic resistance.
Dyrachyo leading the charge. Will he find anybody? Crit is able to sneak himself away. MKB is now done. I mean, the damage from Arteezy still is absolutely ridiculous. If they're able to get that focus fire, they're going to go for something.
They have to do this. They cannot sit back and wait for Gaming Gladiators. They've got to try and catch them by surprise. Dyrachyo, see if they can find him.
Crit.
They're going to try and go for the rest of the team. They're in straight away. The Lasso's there onto the Doom. They want to take down Ace before he gets a Doom off this time round in the team fight. Now managed to do so. They bring him out. They can turn for more. Dyrachyo's already been able to dispose of Saberlight. A buyback comes in immediately. They can't quite get on top of Arteezy and the Bear, though, this time. Arteezy standing strong. Crit in the river will be able to roll and catch out Celery, the second support there on the attempted escape. As Shopify, they've found 3, and they can start getting the push going down the mid lane. 2 members of Gaming Gladiators now out for a full minute without buyback.
Good at Mikey. He doesn't care. He's like, this Doom is making us have we're -1 hero every single team.
Yeah, you got to go straight for Ace.
He just deletes him.
If you don't lasso Ace, Ace is going to be able to shut someone out of the fight, as he has for pretty much the past few of them.
And now they can easily get a Rax here. Quinn having to cut the wave.
And will manage to.
Oh, doesn't have TP though. They still can probably push right through this. They don't care about backdoor.
That's true. They do that most damage here. I mean, they actually do not care at all.
No.
They do not care at all. Backdoor.
Do pop a glyph.
Yeah. But as soon as that's off, they can get the Bear back in. Arteezy. In with the push. Quinn. Playing a little bit low on mana here. We'll get caught by silence.
He has BKB. They really want to protect the Rax.
But they just can't.
They cannot.
It's too much push. They'll get the Bear, but the damage has been done. Second set of Rax taken by Shopify Rebellion here.
All about the bear. Pump it up. You see the solo crest, of course, from earlier from Crit, constantly being thrown onto it too. Still definitely a possibility, and it's a fast Roche respawn, 20 seconds.
I don't know if they'll be able to sneak it, though. I mean, Gaming Gladiators are back up.
They have vision also.
They'll check this area.
Yeah, they're going to play around that Roche, because they have to be there immediately, otherwise it dies in seconds.
But they can, yeah, they can definitely bring the fight to Shopify. Shopify try and go for this Roche.
Now they're starting to get the auras. Another Wraith Pact for Saberlight, so he's starting to have a bit more answers perhaps for this anti-mage. I believe a BKB also on Crit, so he's got his own protection to be able to come in fights. Roche, it's going to be scouted. It's the big one, of course, too, with that Refresher and Aghanims.
I mean, can they force it themselves? I mean, obviously they don't do it anywhere near as quickly as Shopify.
Might be scared to go for it just because of the way that then it just gives Shopify perhaps an opportunity to get the jump on them.
It's quite a difficult call to make it for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Quinn, start with a few pokes at Roshan, but yeah, as a team, they don't want to start hitting it at least until they've taken a fight, taken some kills.
Arteezy's also committed his gold, so he has the BKB on the bear. He pops it up by accident.
Oh,
whoopsie.
I mean, it has to be. It has to be off to the side here. Quinn's taken down Fly. Gaming Gladiators, this is the time to go. They've seen that that's been used. They're going to go straight for the bear. They're going to get the Vortex track back. Saberlight drops down the Familiars, trying to hold back both Quinn and Dracho. Catches two of them with the stun. They get the Fear push back onto the Anti-Mage. Ace has gone. The Silence catches Quinn. The Bash as well. Quinn, he's in trouble. The Silence comes in again, I believe, for Crit. As they lock down Quinn, Quinn has to buy back.
Duracho.
He's able to put the cheese as well, Crit. Duracho's not able to take down this Earth Spirit. Crit's back up to full HP. Mikey commits it with the BKB and the lasso to lock Duracho down. Duracho's gone. He'll buy back straight away. But there's no Ace now for a full minute. Shopify Rebellion, they'll push on over towards Tofu.
Oh my, I mean, Mikey's just getting the dream grabs every single one of these fights. Takes out the Doom, gets the Anti-Mage too. Doom, no buyback, and it is the Roche with the DD outside.
And now they'll quickly take this one. Shopify Rebellion into the pit they go. You know, hey, at the end of the day, who needs the BKB on the bear?
It was a bait. That's what he'll say.
Here we go, into the pit. Another Roshan.
Holy moly.
For Shopify Rebellion, this is not Fire Rebellion, but they're absolutely doing it. They're staying in.
And now they have even more bears, too. He's got a Refresher shard on this Lone Druid, too. So even if they take out one, two, he's got a third. Holy moly. This is crazy. I mean, Ace, he's got to be more careful with his positioning. They keep getting on this Doom.
These last few times, yeah.
This is remarkable stuff right now as they get the push going. The DD Bear is going to delete this tower in seconds. And there's no glyph also for the next net.
As we saw before, they do not care about backdoor protection with how strong this bear is right now. Got the Hex. Trying to slow down this bear in any form, shape or fashion that they can right now.
Resummons once. As we said, he's got Refresher Shard, so we'll have another bear.
10 seconds in Gaming Gladiators, we'll have the full squad back up. See how much Shopify Rebellion feel that they can get away with pushing it here. Another Hex. Onto the bear. Quinn trying his best to slow down this push.
10 seconds on Lasso. The bear gets pulled away.
And they're able to keep it safe. And now, back onto the push they're going. Mikey's in! He's going to go for the quick jump onto the Disruptor. Dracho jumps over in response, lays down the Abyssal Blade onto Mikey, but Mikey's still able to get outside of the base. Quinn commits him with the BKB, attempted to chase down the Battle Rider. They get the glimpse back. They take Mikey down. They'll turn towards Crit. As Gaming Gladiators, they'll start to put a stop to the push.
Throw on Arteezy.
Close the gap onto the Lone Druid. Arteezy, he's going to be going down. There wants to be a buyback from Crit. They'll buyback from Mikey. They've got to keep Arteezy safe. As they're teeping over to the outpost, they're still going to take a bit of time to get over towards Arteezy. Arteezy able to get the ult off.
Scary moments, they got to back away.
Yeah, very low on mana here, so of course no chance at the moment for kind of the Refresher Shard into the resummon of the bear.
Oh my god.
Getting his mana buffed up right now.
These fights are so tense. They were quick to protect each other that time, Gaming. They saw Mikey go in. They immediately just doom him. It wasn't Ace who got grabbed this time around.
Yeah, and they get out at the right time there, Gaming. Yep. They see the buybacks coming in for Shopify. They don't want to try and push their luck. They'll happily reset and play on with the fact that the next time round, Shopify won't have those buybacks to rely on.
They did spend their gold, though, so buybacks, how much is it looking? Still 5 minutes on Quinn. Duracho also 5 minutes.
Still a decent bit of a window.
Doom is in 40 seconds. Lasso also in 40, but he still has the Refresher on this bat. And that was, I believe, the Boots of Travel also pushed for Mikey so that he could try to join back into the fight. They're going out. They're making the smoke move. They're trying to punish these buybacks being used. Ace has a buyback. So does the Rubik and Disruptor. So 3 buybacks on the side of gaming with a not with the outpost actually down bottom.
Oh, it's easy. He does naturally have to summon backup, so didn't have to use the Refresher Shard. He wants to try and buy up for the full Abyssal Blade as well, by the looks of it.
Both teams have reads on the map pretty nicely here. They both scan right on top of each other. Dyrachyo. The top lane is going to start shoving in. Game gonna have to be pretty decisive with their move here. Ace constantly inside the ninja gear. He does not want to be the one who gets jumped.
Quinn. He's also got to be careful how he commits in. I mean, last few times, very important that he pretty much uses his Hex on the bear alone, honestly. The Hex causing issues for the lone druid.
Yeah, they'll back up. They're like, we can't just let this top push in constantly, so they will be able to address that. Dyrachyo has also now committed for his own BKB to try to protect himself. And it's also, I didn't really notice that one in the last fight also. Tofu does have a lasso stolen. This could be massive if he's able to get this type of grab since he has crazy cast range. Mikey, though, does have double lasso backup, and he's got a haste rune. This could allow him to get that big pull off and pull someone out of the base.
I mean, who are you looking for as Mikey? Going for the big cause, or again, you're just trying to get the jump on Ace?
Probably on Ace, but Ace does have buyback this time around, and he might be aware of that.
Absolutely got to factor in the buybacks at this stage, especially when you're poking at the high ground.
So he might actually look for Dyrachyo if they do know, they know the timing. His cooldown is still going to be down. So Dyrachyo might have to be the one who's careful with his positioning.
And do you think they can still kind of kill Dyrachyo off during the duration of kind of the lasso and a follow-up connection of some sort of lockdown?
Oh, I mean, they have such overwhelming physical damage. Oh, yeah. Oh, those buybacks looking. Saberlight now has his available. 2 minutes on the Storm and the Anti-Mage. Yeah. Arteezy, he's been just committing his gold.
Oh,
he knows he needs
25 now on Lone Druid. Does this end up feeling like a pretty significant increase in the amount of damage with the base attack time getting toned down?
Definitely.
You feel it, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's a huge talent, really, for the bear. And now Octarine for Mikey, since he spent his gold. His damage is also like pretty crazy in these fights. It's tough to really keep track of because there's like all these BKBs and stuff like that. But if he's able to get multiple sets of flame breaks off and stuff like that, since he's hit 25, his damage is also pretty nuts. Thing for Shopify also, even though they don't have the bottom racks at the moment and it is being shoved in, they have ways to be able to push out these lanes a lot easier than the side of Gaming Gliders. They can just send familiars, they can send the bear and stuff like that. Very tense moments here.
That very much feels like a game that will come quickly to an end after the next explosive fight, and could be either way. Really could. 32 to 38, just a 1k gold difference. 52 minutes in. Both teams absolutely giving it their all here.
I think the graph tells a beautiful tale of this game, really. It's just been up and down and up and down all over the place, back to almost dead even here. And look at Arteezy, he's already sending the bear in bottom, so this is something that Gaming Gliders is going to have to address, because the bear might just be able to mega creep them.
Someone's got to address it. And already TP's starting to come over.
Okay.
In preparation for the fact that Arteezy might send the bear down the lane.
Gaming trying to be patient for their buybacks. 1 minute left for the two big ones, while on the other side, Mikey still 3 minutes, same thing for Crit. Could be a moment where Shopify is going to try to strike.
I mean, the bear, it's going to force out the fortification.
Sending it in as deep as possible.
Tease around with him a bit. We'll die. Oh, okay. Oh. Maybe not, actually. It's a four-man fair. All right, Ace is there indeed to catch him.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a short cooldown.
He's got the 25 talent, minus 50 seconds on the mana void, so he can throw it out like that, especially when he's securing 300 gold.
Yeah, he needs the gold, right? He's now 30 seconds till buyback, but 300 gold short. Quinn's is going to be up in 10 seconds. He's got the gold. Starting to come back up here for Gaming Gliders. They're starting to poke out. Dyrachyo, though, does not have buyback.
He's going to check things out with the illusion. They will find off to the side the bear.
They're not letting him go for the rest.
Nah, Arteezy he was trying to sneak it past them.
He uses the refresher shard, so he's going to have this bear, but it's just one bear.
Maybe it's a surprise bear, though. Let's see if they factor it in. As already,
Mikey
the buybacks have to come out. They get the fear as well onto Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo puts the BKB, he's going to jump back in. He wants to try and get in on top of them, but he can't quite find his target. Ace getting focused down by Arteezy. They're brought back for this fight here, Gaming Gladiators. Arteezy's out of mana, and Duracio's back in on top of the lone Druid. But the backup's here. They're standing their ground against Duracio. Duracio turns towards Fly, but he's out of mana. He's caught by the stun. Duracio, he's going to get taken down.
He's got buyback.
He's out for 2 minutes, buyback straight away. Quinn is in towards Crit. He's got the triple. Now towards Saberlight. Saberlight also running out of options. Gaming Gladiators, they will come out on top of the fight, but it did cost them 3 buybacks. And the 2 big ones as well, there being both Quinn and Duracio.
Arteezy, though, has no bear. Even when he buys back, he's gotten 15
he hasn't
gold.
got the gold.
He does not. Well, he's going to have it, but he has no bear.
Okay, he does.
Even
Yeah,
when he
you're
comes up. It's 60 seconds, no bear. And this Mikey deleted 2 heroes. Did you see the start of that fight? He just Ags Lasso 2, and he did 8,000 damage instantly. The power of this Bat Rider toward the late game. He's actually the one who did pretty much all the damage on the side of Shopify.
I mean, could Gaming Gladiators force out some of these buybacks? They've already got Arteezy's coming out.
Definitely feels like they kind of have to. They waited for that moment for their buybacks to come up. That's why they went so aggressively into that fight. I mean, Mikey literally killed 2 heroes instantly with his double lasso play with his Ags. Push now, though. As we said, no bear, 30 seconds. Arteezy has to sit inside the base. They might just, they might lose at least
let
2
the mid
sets
racks
here.
go.
They might even lose the 3rd, because Crit does have no buyback. Baron, 15 seconds. How hard does Gaming want to push it? They're going to keep going.
Yeah, they don't want to back. Oh, we'll see if they respect this buyback.
Mikey gets the double grab.
He does. And they have an extra buyback coming in again. Mikey, extra bit of control, not enough though. Duracio, he's able to get his BKB off and will manage to escape. But as it is, Shopify, they'll keep that top set of racks alive. They do end up having to use their buybacks themselves.
These initiations are huge, though. I mean, Mikey, he literally can almost kill anybody whenever he gets these type of double lasso plays, and he's going to have Refresher back up in 3 seconds. If he double lassos, if he gets it on the right course, they're just gone.
We saw that with the 1 lasso, pretty much gave time for kind of half the HP of Duracio to just get torn through. So a couple would do it.
Ace hits 25. He's got the Doom applies break. Saberlight scouting with his birds. Sees Quinn.
I mean, they're just going to start shoving down the lanes here.
But look at Duracio. Oh, man, he has to be so careful in these next few moments.
The buyback statuses for both sides, very scary right now.
This has to be one of the better games I've seen in so long. This is an amazing game to really watch. The Bat Rider's doing the most damage in the game, it feels like. 13, 9, and 14 on Mikey. And yeah, Lasso's back up, Refresher's back up.
Roshan's back up.
Oh, boy.
I think you can just go for the Roche first, right, with how quickly you can do it as Shopify.
They killed in just a few seconds here with the triple familiars.
Who's looking for this next grab?
I guess you give it a crit, and he got some like crazy potential saves or something like that with the Ags. They'll probably give the Refresher shard.
Quinn! He's going to try for the steal!
But Quinn, be careful!
But it's already been picked up. Did Quinn manage to grab anything now? I don't think he did. I think Shopify Rebellion were able to take it all, and now the fight continues with Tofu taken out. They get the Doom drop down onto Mikey. As Mikey's out, but he does still have his buyback. And he'll go in straight away with it to rejoin the team as they get the silence through. The bash onto Quinn. Quinn's out without buyback. The lasso's there from Mikey as they take down Ace. Ace will buy back, but it's 2 dead on Gaming Gladiators without buyback. Shopify, they'll run it straight down the mid.
I think they've done it. Duracio as well might get caught here. Crit. He's on top of him.
The buybacks have to come out for Gaming Gladiators, at least the ones that they do have available.
They're still on Duracio.
They've got to try and break him out of this combo somehow, but the bashes are there. Duracio goes down. No buyback for him. Ace out for a second time. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion will take this game too.
Oh my! Mikey did. Look at the damage. I mean, we can't even bring up the fight recap, but he did 11,000 damage in that last fight. Holy crap, this Bat Rider, he put in the heavy lifting. Arteezy was the building hitter. He was a carry perhaps in the middle of the game, but Mikey overall, early game with crit, set up so many kills, and then late game, this Bat Rider actually was the carry.
It really was, yeah. Mikey, game 1, they put him on kind of a door mid. He's like, guys, what am I supposed to do with this? Give me the back, give me the good stuff. And game 2, indeed, having a fantastic showing. And honestly, just overall, it was not an easy game for Shopify Rebellion. They had to bring the good stuff here against Gaming Gladiators in pretty much the second half of this game, the kind of 30 minutes, where Gaming Gladiators, they had the scaling and stuff, but Shopify Rebellion, they were able to come out with these great maneuvers, knowing exactly when to commit for the pushes. It was just go, go, go. It felt like they had a very clear idea on how to get out of this game. There was never any panic here from Shopify in this game too.
Just to put in perspective, Arteezy did 28,000 hero damage. Mikey did 63,000.
That's insane, actually.
He actually did the highest damage by a good margin. I mean, Duracho 56,000, but this is a Bat Rider late game that just absolutely popped off.
Yeah, there we go. I think this is... you might have to ban that bat early, because otherwise they'll just pick it early. After that sort of performance, I don't know why you don't do this every game now. If you're Shopify Rebellion, when you're playing with Mikey standing in, you get him that bat early, and good luck to the enemy, because we saw how much of a difference it made right in this series. Game 1, it was not close. Shopify Rebellion, they get ran over by Gaming Gladiators, but this game 2, Shopify Rebellion, they just would not lie down and let Gaming Gladiators walk over them this time. This was a real fight to the death, fight to the end, and one that Shopify Rebellion end up victorious in.
Beautiful game. Mikey and Crit popped off.
Yeah. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game 2 here, and with that, the series, it will end 1-1 between Shopify Rebellion and Gaming Gladiators.
You love to see it at tie. That's right. Shopify Rebellion showing up. Of course, we did not know if they had it in them with the stand-in. It's always rough, and especially on the first series, on the first day. But they were able to make it work. And that means all 4 of our opening series turn into ties. Group A looking pretty spicy, but we're going to break this game down because a lot has happened in this game. After we saw the draft conclude, Purge, this was a blockbuster. It was great.
I mean, there was a lot of different phases of what happened. We saw the early game where everything was looking pretty good, and then all of a sudden Gaming Gladiators fight back. Their Radiance comes online. They take that great fight in the Tri-Camp area, and then it's just like the net worth keeps swinging back and forth by like 10K, like really big swings. So many good moments in that game.
The nice thing, too, is like we obviously didn't have a drawing of Mikey prior to that, but as he was kind of owning in the game, the artist is like, oh, okay, he deserves it now.
He deserves it now.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do a drawing of him.
He's just wearing a white T-shirt. Does that remind you of your fashion sense? Oh, nothing. Never mind.
It's not a white T-shirt.
And also, normally it's pink, I believe.
That's right. True. You do like your pink shirt.
That's right.
I mean, there's pink on his shirt.
That's true. That's true. And a cat.
Anyway, speaking of pink, don't know how to segue that back. Shopify. But great. Honestly, it's so annoying playing against a summons lineup like that. Like, I could feel the pain for Gaiman in that game where you're down like 10K net worth and... Or on the flip side, you're up 10K net worth, and still, like, Arteezy is raxing you through backdoor protection with the Lone Druid Bear mid. It's like, what the hell is this? It's the sort of thing that makes you just ban out Lone Druid in the next game. Like, regardless of if you think it's good or not, you just ban it out because you don't want to play against it.
I mean, this game, honestly, was, like we mentioned, super back and forth. It looked scary for both teams at different moments. But for the most part, I mean, if you're Shopify in that game, you are nervous, you are worried, because if you're 5-man getting wiped, dying to get a Rax versus an anti-mage, that never feels good. It never works out. Even if you take a Rax at the expense of this anti-mage getting so much gold and so much experience, usually it spells disaster. But Shopify did not despair. They looked for their opportunities. They waited and they farmed up that MKB on the bear, in which they were finally able to take fights. They looked for their opportunities. They had great jumps by Earth Spirit, and they found their way back into the game. And even at the moments where it felt like, okay, they took a couple of good fights, they couldn't exactly go high ground without committing 2 bears, and all of a sudden you have no bear, and they're jumping back in, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, Gladiators are definitely going to win this. They're just feeding bears at this point. Then somehow Shopify finds a way to take the Roche, and they took every single Roche that game. They got 2 free Aghanims. They always had the Aegis up. In that last deciding fight, Quinn zipped all the way in, didn't manage to steal the Aegis, so no Aegis, uses his BKB, gets dumpstered. They have everything, and then Shopify somehow secure the win for themselves. So, awesome game.
It was an awesome game. I love seeing... At some point, the fights were very back and forth, but Gaming Gladiators, every time they want to fight, can't really do much. You got ourselves Shopify Rebellion, winning a fight, and then you got Visage, you got a bear, and those buildings just, I mean, backdoor protection did not make a difference at some point. It was literally Gaming Gladiators just trying to get rid of the birds and the bear, and by that time, I mean, they already did a chunk of damage. They took a Rax at some point as well. Backdoor protection doesn't even matter.
It didn't. It felt to me, like I mentioned before, that it was a game where they gave Arteezy a really good hero.
Yeah.
You're against an anti-mage. Anti-mage isn't that good against the Lone Druid. The Lone Druid's difficult to kill. Just stands there, takes tons of heat as long as he gets his ulti off. It just felt like Arteezy played a really solid game. Maybe too many bears died, but they accomplished their goals.
You know, he had the
good.
refresher shard every now and then to resummon another one.
Yeah, but
whatever.
Like, good timing on all the minus armor. Doom countered that a little bit. The Crimson. The game just had so many cool moments where it was like, okay, this team's winning, now this team's winning, now this team's winning, now this team's winning. That doesn't happen very often. It's usually like one team's like kind of ahead the whole time.
Can you do the purge explanation of how Crimson works with minus armor?
Oh, you know what? I would love to actually, because that's a really good counter. So the way that damage block works is it removes the damage before resistances are taken into effect. So basically, if you're doing 200 damage, Crimson Guard blocks like 70 of that right away. So you're down to 130 damage. And then that 130 applies the minus armor. So against minus armor strats, damage block is amazing. So it's really good against the Lone Druid's items with the items that you went. If you use it on buildings, same thing. Amazing damage block off the top.
Can you do it again, the explanation, but with a British accent?
Oh, that I can't do. I'm sorry.
Speaking of items, I don't want to hear the British accent. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did you want to try?
No, I really didn't. Definitely did not. I wasn't going to do that.
Okay, but speaking of good itemization, I want to shout out Crit on his Earth Spirit because I loved the itemization. He went Arcane Boots into Glimmer Cape, into BKV, into Solar Crest.
Nobody, so what was Solar Crest?
Solar Crest. Nobody remembers that item, but it's a good item, especially when you want to buff your bear who already has the Boots of Bearing from Visage. Like, it was just such a good build, right? The Glimmer Cape is cheap, it's easy to assemble, and it helps you in the early game. When you're an Earth Spirit, you roll in, and people stun you and they try to kill you. So Glimmer Cape is actually a pretty solid item that not enough people consider. It also helped him save cores in the Static Storm, just by glimmering them, negating some of that magic damage, and playing a more defensive style Earth Spirit early on, and then transitioning to the more aggressive style with the BKB later. I thought that was genius.
It worked out great. I saw a Mana Void happening on an Earth Spirit. Didn't really work as well either. I would imagine the magic, resist helping out a little bit there as well. Overall, Shopify Rebellion, I think, impressed us because we constantly say they got an asterisk next to their name. They're playing with the stand-in. But Purge, I feel like this... Okay, game one was very clear. They're playing with the stand-in. They were handicapped for sure. It felt like this second game, they kind of found out what worked. They kind of found themselves.
Yeah, I think Mikey basically saved the game for them from the 10 to 15 minute mark where they were a little bit behind and things were looking rough. And all of a sudden he just got all these really clean ganks off on the map, and that got them even again and allowed them to snowball their draft. But it was looking kind of dangerous if he doesn't get a couple pickoffs there. He went top, they had a bad fight, and when he respawns, he TPs bottom and kills Doom immediately. And I was just like, man, I swear he just had a bad moment. But all of a sudden he finds space for his team. And yeah, it delayed his BKB for a while, and that made it vulnerable for them. But that space that he created there put his lineup in a good spot.
Even late game, he was doing clutch plays like that. When there was 2 or 3 heroes alive, and he lassoed Duraccio into the base. I think that's the difference between getting a guy that's really good at a hero, versus getting a guy that's a specialty player, some random thing I know he plays Dawnbreaker, but Mikey's Batrider is legendary. And I do feel like it's a good hero. It's a first phase hero. It makes a lot of sense for him. And even if they can't do that with Batrider, do it with Puck as well. Just get him his heroes. The pivot that they did in the draft, where they're prioritizing his heroes early, really worked for them. And they should keep doing that.
I really enjoyed the pivot, and we highlighted that a little bit during the last draft panel that we did, but I think that just securing it in the first 2 and not worrying about it and then just trying to overall last pick carry is the best formula that they have right now, and I don't want them to venture too far from it. But when you were talking about moments that saved the game, I feel like we have to mention that tombstone mid by Fly that got them the 3 kills afterwards.
Oh yeah, that was insane.
If that tombstone hadn't happened, I feel like GG would have actually completely stomped that game. I feel like that was the moment where they were able to equalize the net worth and even snowball their advantage off of that. So shout out to Fly as well.
Yeah, it was a great performance. Of course, Gaming Gladiators, they fought really hard, almost won, didn't end up winning, and now they are joined with the rest of the group as a tie. As we do have ties all around. Group A is going to get a little bit of a break, though. So they're going to be able to reflect what's happening or what has been happening, and they get to watch some Dota, just like we are, as it is time for us to pivot to Group B, and that will happen after a break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Thank you, Happy Panda. We're going to continue with Dream League Season 19, and it is second series of the day. And we made a little bit of a change. We kicked Effie. She is on mandatory leave for a day.
Huh?
That's very grim.
It's like Matumba Man at TI. Just happened suddenly.
Oh no, don't bring back the memories.
The dark hand came and pulled her away.
Yes.
The Reaper.
It sometimes happens. It's okay. We'll see you again tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. She's fine. She is fine. But it does mean that we have an empty seat on the couch. And we figured we'd fill it with a new person, as in never seen before on a Dream League ever. So for her first Dream League performance, let's welcome in Sheepsticks.
That was really cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to interact with Jenkins before you sit down and
Nice.
That's
in the contract.
workplace harassment.
That's fine. I'm so glad I could hit Jenkins.
And we're going to introduce actually a third guest.
Yeah.
We're going to bring in, welcome Sunspan to the show.
Oh, Sunspan.
You guys. Welcome Sunspan, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's supposed to be here.
This is awkward.
Slightly awkward. It's okay. That's what we do here. Welcome, Sheep. How you doing?
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm so excited to be on my first Dream League.
Yeah, it's a long time coming, I believe. It would have had you as a guest many times.
Oh, thank you,
But,
I love you so much.
No, glad to have you here, and especially because I think you're a great addition to talk about the upcoming two teams we got coming, because we're going to jump into a Western Europe
Oh,
match.
Wonderful.
I know.
So happy.
It is going to be Tundra versus Liquid. I think
Okay.
everybody's going to be happy with that one. I do believe that I feel like I got to say it every time, but there's 4 series going on at the same time, and this is just one of them. So if you want to check out the other streams, go for it, but this is the best one. So you want to stay here, and Tundra versus Liquid is a blockbuster, Purge, because this should be pretty hype match.
I mean, definitely. Tundra looked a little bit weaker at the last major. Some complacency issues hit them, but then they struck back really well.
By their own words.
in their
Yes.
DPC.
Because we would never say that.
I would say that.
Oh, I see. That's all right.
I mean, look, they looked amazing at TI. They were like ahead of the meta over everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And then, a couple months passed, and it's like Nine doesn't look quite this strong. He's not this like cool, wacky guy that does amazing stuff. He's like this wacky guy that's like once in a while you're like, is that good? I'm not so sure, But the last DPC season, they brought it back together. They had a lot of great W's. They're looking stronger. I'm sure they love a fancier patch, but for now, I think they look really solid.
Yeah, something happens to a team that wins TI, perhaps a little bit of like even subconscious motivation change. But we can speculate about that all we want, but it would be great to have the players talk about that.
My name is Snake King. I am captain position 5 for Team Tundra Esports.
My name is Leon Kirillin. I'm also known as Nine.
I'm Neta, or 33. I play offlane for Tundra Esports.
Tundra have done it! The 3-0 clean sweep today against Team Secret.
Obviously, the goal of every Dota player is to win TI. The way I heard some people talk about it is like, this is the only thing I could ever think about. Every day I wake up, I think about it. For me, it was never like that. I was just like, obviously I'm a Dota player. I want to just win every game I can.
I never really thought that I would actually be able to do it because you often set goals you just want to achieve and you just try to be as close as you can. But the moment when I was able to achieve it, I was overwhelmed with joy and I was very grateful. And honestly, at the time, I didn't even really know what happened because like things were happening so rapidly and it kind of swept me off my feet. So how we came up with the damage reduction with the Wraith Pack strategy was that we understood that ores was very powerful in the game already, and with Wraith Pack being the most powerful item in the game, we thought that if we were combining all these items together, we would have a huge edge over the other team in terms of team fight, and that ended up being the case. A part of the reason why we didn't play so well in Lima is I was underperforming and I didn't play up to my own par standards. I wasn't too sure why I was not playing as well as I could be, but I took that as a motivation and extra lesson that I needed to learn.
We didn't practice as hard as we did before TI, for example, and it kind of showed. Just because we won this tournament doesn't mean we are like the best team in the world, doesn't mean that like we are the best players ever. We don't need to practice is hard now because we proved that we can do it. If we want to replicate the TI performance, we are going to have to replicate the practice leading up to it as well.
I think we got a very good environment overall where we just try to work on our things, and I'm happy I've had a stable team like that. It's by far the longest period I've stayed in a team, which feels great, feels stability as well. So yeah, I'm happy about it.
I would like to tell my opponents in DreamLeague 19 that we're not TI flukers. We'll show it to you at this time around.
And especially 33 saying if you want to replicate your TI result, you got to practice the same way as you do before a TI, which is, if anybody remembers, Tundra was an absolute grind. And of course, the grind continues after TI because they want to do it again, Sheep. But it is not easy to keep up that level of grind that they had.
Yeah, they've talked like throughout the DPCs about how burnout affects them, how they've gone back to their psychologist and gotten more help in that respect. Because yeah, you do burn out. You can't just always grind 24/7 as hard as they did last year. Like every single interview they ever did last year was like, yes, we talk about Dota all the time. We bootcamp every single DVC. Like these guys, were insane. And yeah, it kind of caught up to them. They also have struggled a bit with their playstyle on top of that, where things just haven't been working out for them. Like they were talking about how everyone thinks we play slow, everyone hates us, but it's not because they're trying to play slow. It's because they didn't know what they were meant to be doing on the map, and as a result it was making them just play out like longer games. And now we've seen them get faster because they're smartening up again, they're figuring out how they want to play the map, and they're looking much stronger.
That's another cool thing about them as a lineup is that they've always been a team that picks slightly out of the meta. I mean, the most famous thing at TI, Hero of the Tournament, Leshrac, they picked him 0 times the whole time. Snaking set meta for what supports to play, then everyone follows them. And if you look at the heroes they play, it's the same thing. Snaking's like, I like gyro support. Nobody else does it, basically. Yeah. They have a couple like hero pools like that where they're like, we want to do our thing. And if that falls down and it makes you look bad, it's because you are trying to set that off-meta thing. They don't just try to follow the trends. They do what makes sense to them. So yeah,
the problem though,
they might fall off the train sometimes.
They won. Everybody copied them. Everybody copied the meta.
True.
I remember the big thing that was like all the hubbub. Did they say that?
The word hubbub?
The hubbub.
They definitely didn't use the word hubbub.
All the hubbub was that this team, I got a pub with Skeeter and he was Naga Siren. And we were just feeding relentlessly, 1-17. And he was like, guys, we do not, don't take honest fights. Like, taking honest fights in Dota is so dog shit, his words. And it's something that you see from Tundra. They would always, and they said it in interviews at TI, they would wait for their opponents to mess up. They would just constrict the map. And then when you step out of position, because you're nervous, because you're at TI, you're playing for millions of dollars, they'll kill you. Everybody saw that. Everybody copied it, and now all of a sudden it's not special to do that anymore. And so the meta has completely shifted. Everybody knows what Tundra was doing. They have to reinvent themselves, but they didn't really have much time to do that after TI. So I can understand having one season go, or one tour go rough for you and then recover from that, because it does take that long to find a new way to play.
It does.
It's kind of another benefit for them sometimes, is that they did have that late tournament choke issue where they do really well, then things would fall off. But if you do consistently good every single tournament, people are just straight eyeballing what you're doing, and they want to make sure that you're ready to get countered. So yeah, if they fall off a little bit, it's the peak at TI time thing, right?
Yeah.
You always want to get really good right before TI. They hit it at TI. Yeah, maybe they're having some downtime now, but yeah, they're going to catch up.
Yeah, and if we talk about their opponents a little bit as well, Team Liquid, they did pretty well that TI as well, of course, coming third, and they have upgraded since as well, adding Nisha to their roster. They have looked pretty good themselves, and also in the DPC, of course, still on top. Maybe a little bit shaky at the start, but we also we don't know to what extent. I mean, Boxy being sick has affected them also at the start of the DPC because he was still managing his symptoms, in his own words. It's hard to know what state they're at right now, Sheep.
It's hard to know what state they're at, but also it's hard to know what their approach is going to be. Because you go back to Lima, and in the group stage of that, they were just deferring pick side priority to all their opponents and laying things through. You know, this was one of the teams that was like, we're going to tackle the Lina, and we're going to try and beat it. Like, these guys are so bold in their strategies and ways of approaching. I feel like since this is... You know, obviously this tournament is super important, right? But it's a lead up to a major. If they can use this to figure out how to beat, you know, stuff like Broodmother even, which has been so high priority in bans. Obviously, it's not getting through this game, but like, I would love to see them really like pushing and letting people have their comfort and trying to beat it.
This is Disruptor, this next pick right here.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, 100%. I don't know if it's possible to up the drum roll-esque music during the draft phase. Is it a slide drum roll possible? Oh, we know.
There we go.
I love it. I love it. Let's see.
You're wrong. You suck, Jack.
God damn it. Insania lied to me, dude. He lied to me.
So wrong.
Well, he DM'd you before,
No,
like, bro,
he's-
we're going to pick Disruptor. You should say it with 100% certainty.
He was giving me some Disruptor coaching.
Okay.
Because I'm like, dude, I got 10% win rate with this guy.
Yeah. How?
It's hard. It's hard.
Is it?
No,
Yeah.
it really isn't.
Just play on a side lane
It is
with a
hard.
core and kill people.
Nah, dude.
No,
You're saying that from an offlaner perspective.
I'm saying that from I watched 100 Disruptor games in the last 3 weeks perspective.
No,
I play in a lower MMR perspective. People just don't expect to be glimpsed.
That's fair.
Morano's really good, though. I mean, it's a terror at various points in time. It's a great laner. You can swap the position if you really want to, but probably going to be Boxy, right? And it takes away from the DK setup as well, from the enemy team.
Feel the Enchantress creep, too. You just follow her around, and I feel like Ench like falls off more now than she's ever fallen off. It feels like you kind of have to snowball on this hero from the laning stage to make it work. And I feel like I'm crazy saying that because that's how she's always worked, but goddamn, this hero's like a 44% win rate in pubs. Because I swear to God, it is like you have to stomp the lane, otherwise you feel so useless. You cannot get to that like unkillable Enchantress point that Celery will sometimes do, and going for like the Dragonlance build from behind feels like trash.
It does. I'm actually surprised they went for DK plus Ench. Just because usually when they talk about DK, they're like, yeah, we want to play it with Mirana, Snapfire, stuff that like need their spells to be set up.
Yeah.
I guess like this, I mean, this still very sturdy pair of heroes, but I didn't think that they would push DK so high on their priority list of heroes already. It felt usually like a second phase for them.
But it is Tundra. They can run it as a carry, which gives them, you know, like they can run this in all three of their roles, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. I like it a lot.
I feel like 33 is the least likely person on their team to play it, which is insane to say, because offlane DK is like all the rage right now. I'm curious to see if he'll go for a Meteor Hammer, or whoever picks it.
Why?
They go for Meteor Hammer. On DK, I don't know, it's just the build.
I don't think they tend to go for that. I've seen them go, like when 9 plays it, he goes usually the Blink Dagger and then just into the Ags Manta.
I feel like that's a little different, though, like mid versus offlaner, because mid's more like you need to set tempo, so getting into the Blink is really important. But if you're offlaner, it's like, and then you get Meteor Hammer, it's like, oh, tower's super easy for you.
Yeah, but the thing with DK also is the tower's already easy to take. So I understand the disagreement with the inherent like Meteor Hammer on DK. There was a nice image on Reddit where it was like heroes that get Meteor Hammer and what their win rate is versus when they don't get it. And DK's win rate without Meteor Hammer is like 48%, which is not good. But with it was like 44% or something.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah. It's like I can kind of actually understand that.
Yeah.
It's like you already push, you know.
But I don't know, it has upsides too. You know, you can go less in the armor potentially with the Ring of Health.
Yeah,
and get more like stun, breathe fire. Whereas normally if you play offlane, you're like, okay, I have to get tons of armor and regen. So it's like, in some ways, you can balance your skill build to like give you more overall offense with the Meteor Hammer build. And depending on how many stuns the enemy has, like you can layer it later on.
I guess I'm not against it if it's an offlane DK, but if it's a carry or a mid, absolutely
totally
not. Yeah,
definitely not. I agree with that.
Cool.
Carry DK Meteor Hammer.
Brother.
It's like a Midas, guys.
That's the thing. Remember like last patch when Lina was all the rage? They played like this DK as a strat against it, and they went like Midas and went for the ag stuff as we talked about. But then he stopped doing that. The next time the DK came up on Tundra, I was like, oh hype, he's gonna go Midas, guys. He's gonna carry the game, and they just went Blink Dagger and ran around the map.
Yeah,
Boring.
sometimes Skeeter does that. He gets Blink. I think.
Well,
like,
that
if
was
he has,
9, but yeah, it's Skeeter.
It was 9? Okay. Well, sometimes, like, if there's, like, I don't know, Doom, I feel like it makes sense. Like, if some other hero on your team, and if it's, like, 33 playing Doom, like, you know this guy's going to get, like, giga fat, and he's going to carry the game.
Yeah, I really like watching Tundra. They're probably, like, one of the teams where I can pick out a bunch of different things that they do that are just different from other teams, or, like, things that they're kind of doing first. Purge, you mentioned the Gyro 5, which was really sick. And then they also just, they buy, like, Wraith Bands on that hero, like, 30 minutes into the game. You'll just see every hero on this team, they all just buy Wraith Bands and just abuse the stats.
Oh, they're big on efficiency.
I guarantee they sat there and they did math, and they're like, look at how much EHP this gives for those that aren't mega nerds.
That's an AOE in 33.
Estimated hit points.
That's what they...
But it makes sense because as the game goes later and later, your raw HP is just higher because you're
Wait, is it
leveling up.
estimated hit points or effective hit points?
All right, you're right. See, that was the trick.
You got me. Oh, wow.
Effective hit points. Yeah. But yeah, you're getting a huge amount of armor for 500 gold. That's going to translate to a lot of overall health. It's going to keep you alive against the carry for a couple extra hits. That could be enough
They do
time.
windlaces as well. They always have windlaces on all of their heroes. If you got an extra slot, you get a windlace.
Oh god, not the Bane.
Oh, hell yeah, Bane.
Why don't you not like Bane?
I don't like Bane.
It's kind of good against DK in a lot of ways. And People's like really good against him.
And Enchantress.
Yeah.
Both of these are
Limit the
healers.
heal, the cast range.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. There are definitely upside. We got the Nightmare into Arrow combos. This is what a draft. I just
continue.
I just feel like sometimes it sucks to have like obviously Mirana can kind of clear waves, right? But you're playing like Mirana Bane supports. Like I think your wave shove kind of sucks a bit. You're playing into all these heroes that can just swarm and fight you, and I think they're like two heroes that really like to set up as opposed to be run at. And Tundra can run pretty nicely at you.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. Enchantress has a very high win rate versus Bane. I feel like you just can't ever deal with the creep.
Yeah, it's so hard.
But there's Mirana, like, what supports are against what supports is going to matter a lot in this game. That was very poorly worded.
Bane is still going to struggle against Enigma Eidolon, so no?
Yeah, for sure. You could, but if you're Tundra, you could also think about trying to get the lane matchup of Enchantress versus the Bane, and then put the Snap with, well then again, Snap DK is also pretty strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bane even like past the laning stage doesn't like playing versus the Ench. You're really banking on hitting a Mirana arrow on the creep, which is not the easiest thing to do against the Enchantress creeps.
I mean, the bright side, he does have a BKB piercing disable, so maybe Black Hole's a little bit less scary, hypothetically.
We're getting a ban out on the Monkey King out of Tundra. Now, I know that lately, normally, is Mickey playing the Morphling, but Nisha plays pretty mean Morphling as well. Is there any flex potential there, or is that just... what are we looking for here on the side of Liquid? Is they're gonna pick first out of the ban phase?
Yeah, they would have decided by now what they want, where they want to put the Morphling.
Yeah.
But I know nothing about Morphling, so someone help me out.
Is there anything in the bans that tells us the direction in which they're going?
Makes me assume... I mean, Monkey mid is fine against DK, right? That's probably what's... Because it's going to be Enigma offlane, so it's going to be DK... I mean, it still could be DK carry.
I don't know.
Both
it's
sides,
so flexible.
Both sides have flexibility between their two picks.
Yes.
Except for the Enigma is almost certainly offlane.
The Monkey is definitely
a carry.
Yeah, that's definitely like a core ban at least. We know, like it wouldn't be a support Monkey.
And Liquid's flexing DP to mid or offlane, right?
Yeah, or morph to mid and carry, right?
I feel like Liquid is looking for an Ember Spirit or something like that. Just something really simple that, you know, can run in there and get stuff started. Because, like, yeah, Bane can do that with Nightmare, but you're waiting for, like, you're banking on your 5 doing that. It's kind of bad.
It's also hard because, like, a single Lotus Orb just, like, ruins that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind something that just goes in. I mean, Pango's gone. Sad.
A hero that goes in that's...
all reliable Tusk.
Tusk would be great, actually. How does that do against DK in lane, though? I feel like Tusk would... I mean, I'm sure you farm just fine. But you're definitely not going to have that kill threat that Tusk likes to have against heroes on mid.
You can kill the other lanes, right? Enchantress pre-6 is killable. Snapfire is killable.
That Bat Rider would have been pretty insane.
I mean, I do like the Tusk idea or the Ember idea. Both are great. You just need some other way to set up arrows. Someone to frontline makes Death Prophet's life easier. Or you just pick some Initiator off lane, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Mirana Tiny has always been a pretty solid combo as well. It's kind of like, do they want to go all in on like trying to make plays on the map, or do they just want to try and extend the game and make it to like their Morphling win condition timing?
Well, we talked earlier about the need to play fast at times. Like, we got a Timbersaw coming out.
Damn it!
Okay.
I swear to God. I
believe him. I believe him.
Did you think about it a second before they picked it?
No, I was thinking about it, but I thought it was so stupid that it wasn't going to get picked.
Why was it stupid?
Well, it just...
Are you calling Liquid stupid?
It destroys DK on lane, obviously.
Right.
You're playing against a melee strength hero. You're going to crush DK. The Monkey King is out. That's it. The Bat is out. Like, that's the one remaining hero that crushes DK in the mid lane. You don't care about Eidolons on Enigma. Snapfire's a strength hero. Enchantress will never do enough damage to kill you on Timber. The only thing is, for Liquid, is that you don't have a playmaker now. You are relying like entirely on Bane for being your setup hero, or just like running around and owning so hard with Timber being unkillable.
I mean, you can, right? You can put a mid and then transition to side lanes with like a Sanj.
Oh yeah, no, Timber's for sure mid.
Well, my point is that like you're gonna be ahead on levels and gold. That you're just gonna stand in front of your opponents.
Hopefully,
and you force them to initiate on you. You know, and that allows your team to set up a little bit more defensively.
But this can still be a DK carry. Like Tundra can just respond with like Queen of Pain or something like that and try to crush the Timber mid. Maybe Quap wouldn't be that great because it's just not that good of a hero. Like, what's something that would crush a Timber mid?
Necrophos.
Some like ranged
I have no
mid
idea.
hero.
Necro might actually be sick if it wasn't for the Death Prophet.
They played Lina mid the other day. It was spellcasty. They lost the game. The KDA was not good.
Oh, with
but
the Axe?
I think he went. I don't think he even went that close. It was like he had like Aether Lens and something else. It was like 075, but like something like that. Some like spellcasty mid.
Like Zeus?
The issue though here is Liquid also can flex the DP to mid and put the Timber in a side lane. Like you can chase the DK no matter where you flex the DK right now.
That's true.
So
Hey!
oh, good call. Really good call.
He said spellcasting.
And then she did Zeus.
It's amazing.
It's the big...
Blue Couch deserves the credit.
I love that for us. Let's go.
It's amazing against the Morph because he can never go low HP without being afraid of getting ulted. It's good against Mirana, who's using her has invis with the ult. Zeus reveals that. It's good against DP. You can burst her.
But you can get silenced. There's some good things going for him. Give him the enfeeble.
This is like a free Zeus game, dude. I feel like this is
really
free.
good. Yeah.
A free Zeus game sounds like my panel thinks Tundra's gonna take this.
We'll see.
Oh, whoa.
Late game Morphling. Isn't
Morphling
happy late game though?
All right, I feel like Liquid has had Tundra's number in every single game they've played against each other in the last like at least year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm feeling always confident in Liquid's favor in this particular matchup.
What about the draft?
Draft-wise, I refuse to comment.
Okay.
That would require me to have an opinion.
All right, that's fair.
How about you, Purge?
I still have a lot of faith in what Liquid's got here. I feel like in the ultra late game, Morphling's gonna be able to survive this like burst damage thing by shard. Like he doesn't have to worry about DK into combo stuff.
Yeah.
He's got to worry about black hole a little bit, but I
Insane
still like the Liquid
positioning,
draft.
gonna be top notch, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Just nightmare him, no problem.
Yeah. No, what?
He's nightmare the guy that's getting chain stunned.
Oh, I think.
You know?
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think? Enfeeble?
No, I was
in
talking
position
about black
enfeebled.
hole. I was
Oh,
talking about
okay.
he has to wait for black hole.
Both,
Well, I guess
sure.
Zeus is then nice against that because he's just going to be able to cancel the grip with Ags all game.
That's right.
So he needs
Yep.
a BKB on Bane.
Long range.
Damn, you know what? I'm kind of with Jenkins. This
I'm
is
with
a good
Tundra.
draft. This is a good Tundra draft.
I'm on the side of my boy Owie 69,000.
I was gonna play a little bit of devil's advocate, but that's not needed because you guys don't want to hear that anyway. What you do want to hear is Odie Pixel and Fog do are ready for the game.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, ready for another great series here at DreamLeague. Tundra versus Liquid. Two of the hot teams, of course, from EU. Folks, what do you make of this? We're getting, once again, kind of a similar ending that we had when we saw the teams beat before, right? The Timber comes out. Maybe not in quite the same situation where it feels like it's going to be impossible for Tundra to deal with because they've got some answers. They get the chance for the last pick and they get the Zeus.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of answers this time, but Nisha must have seen something that put him into perspective with them because they probably were like, okay, now that this DK and Enigma comes out, it either has to be a carry DK or it has to be a mid DK. So he's probably feeling that the overall state, he'll have that good matchup versus it. And they do have this Morphling to secure late game. But I'm torn. I'm not really sure who I prefer. I think Liquid has a lot of strength, but I think Tundra also has proved a lot of time when they're playing 9 on the Zeus, when they have snaking on his Enchantress, how much stuff he's able to do. Maybe I favor Liquid slightly, probably like 5%, like 55-45 or something like that, but I could definitely see Tundra just shutting down this Timber and him never having a game, and then Mickey has trouble entering the fights because there's overwhelming damage that comes from Zeus and Snap, but who knows? Liquid, just as they said, they've had their number multiple times before versus Tundra.
They have when they've gone head-to-head before. Let's see if they have it today, or if indeed Tundra, you know, they've been through enough of these sort of series, enough of these matchups that they themselves have something a bit stronger this time.
Yeah. I'm always excited to watch. I know we had obviously, because we covered Europe, Western Europe during DPC and stuff like that, we got to even see some like interviews and stuff like that. And they were talking a lot about Snaking opening up his hero pool a little bit more. And Enchantress was one of those big ones. And he had a crazy game on the Ench one of those days. I can't remember exactly what series it was. I can bring it back. I think it might have been versus Gaming Gladiators, perhaps.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And he popped off. Like, I think he was like just absolutely crushing. He became like kind of like this core. Maybe it was this game or it was the one before that. Maybe it was versus Manaspa actually, but either way, he has been trying to open up his hero pool a little bit more. So looking to see what Snaking can do to secure this early game, because it is more about securing early game for Tundra and then getting the ball rolling so they can get ahead and stay ahead versus this Morph. Because if they do start falling behind, that is where Mick is just going to be able to shine.
Yeah, I mean, kind of overall, they don't really have the answers to a late game Morph?
No, I don't. It doesn't really feel like it. They'll have like damage reduction and stuff like that comes from like the DK, his Dragon Form, and all that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different heroes that can cushion and protect this Morphling, with the Timbersaw soaking damage, Zai soaking too. And speaking of Zai also, I mean, his Death Prophet has been nothing to laugh at either. He's kind of carried from the offlane on this DP a couple times too. So let's see how it all kicks off. 2 for 2 runes.
And that's the eyes on the mid as well to see if... I mean, is there sort of the chance to kind of bully the Timber early with the amount of damage you do as Zeus, or you don't do quite enough?
Nah, I don't think so. He just gets a stick, and then he just sits in the lane after getting bottle. And I don't think they'll make any rotations. If anything, that it's the Zeus who could get rotated on, perhaps, but probably not. There's probably just going to be independent lanes until those runes come out. And let's see, I mean, also 33, he's one of the few players I feel like that's still playing Enigma. I feel like everyone else has kind of just gone away from this hero, so let's see how much impact he's going to be able to have versus this Morphling. Sure. How much he's going to be able to slow down Mickey.
Talk about other heroes that we don't see too much. Now, Insania going for the Bane this game. I mean, what do you reckon they sort of saw with this? What does the Bane offer this game?
I mean, the heal reduction is phenomenal, really, versus a DK, so maybe that's something they were thinking, and they just want some very strong laner to pair up with that Morphling, perhaps. It's probably the only things I can see. The Enigma came afterwards, so of course this Bane can be very good versus the Enigma later on, because he's always going to have Fiend's Grip and stuff like that. But yeah, that's not why they picked it, is to counter it, because they didn't see it just yet.
A lot of aggression from both sides already in that mid lane. Nine and Nisha bringing each other down very low already in this lane.
I was wondering if we'd see the build that we saw from like Nothing to Say. One of the games is this Timber. We went 4-4-0, but definitely needing some type of armor, because Zeus, he packs a punch early. His right clicks are nothing to laugh at inside the laning phase. Bottle's going to be coming out for both sides. Water Rune's going to be exchanged evenly. He's trying to bully Nisha back. He's doing a pretty good job of it.
Just trying to keep him off the wave, keep him away from the range.
Nisha's got the bottle now coming out, so we'll play a little more aggressively. And we'll drag that way. Bottom, there's a ton of harassment also going on. This DK, super tanky, of course, and has the backup of an Ench who, I mean, you don't really want to skill Nature's Attendance, but they're putting a lot of pressure onto these two. Zai forced to actually use Siphon as well to keep himself up. But constant right clicks coming out. Skeeter should be fine.
And will this be a lane that Boxy kind of stays down here alongside Zai for a long time, or is it going to be early that he... Ooh, nice arrow there from Boxy. That Zai can be left on his own against these two?
Yeah, I think Zai can be. Probably when he's got to like level 3 and 4, maybe we'll see Boxy rotate for the runes and stuff like that. But early on, you definitely want to try to apply pressure because Ench is just unbelievable how much damage this hero can deal. And the creeps can be overwhelming for something like a DP. So it has to stay around for a little bit of time. But Nisha, I mean, he's doing fine in this matchup anyway.
Mid.
Oh, I was saying he's doing fine, but
I
my
mean,
goodness.
honestly, both of them keep getting so low in this mid matchup.
Both having that extra little bit of regen, the tangos. As, yeah, now Skeeter is going to be zoned off a little bit. But Zai, he's hit level 3. So should be safe down here with his level 2 Siphon. Everyone kind of even across the board right now. Just those extra denies, of course, coming out for 33. He's got 7 as this Enigma and Arrow. Won't cut connect. It's a battle to the death.
I think Snaking wins this battle.
Oh,
he does.
He does.
First blood for Snaking.
The mini wolf, he uses the Intimidate, reduces that attack damage by 50%. It's pretty crazy how much it really is.
Yeah, and also what ended up being the one to tank sort of the double Starstorm.
Yep.
Snaking.
Boxy tried to push the limits there and gets punished. I feel like I see this, the Enchantress versus Mirana thing happen so often. One kills the other every single time.
Top lane, Saxa.
Okay. And Insania get the gap close. Even if he gets to sleep, 33's got Eidolons to wake up Saxa. The scary thing for Mickey, Jenkins actually talked about it a little bit toward the end of the panel, is when Zeus hits 6, which is going to happen very early. So Mickey does have to be a bit careful up here of just sitting too low. Could just get hit by a Scatter Blast and a Zeus ult very early on and be brought down. So these side lanes do have to be a bit aware of how early that Zeus is going to hit 6. It's going to be very soon. But Anisha, he's still been able to keep up his own.
Boxy. This time round we'll be able to take out Snaking's creep. Get rid of that Alpha Wolf. Still get the stun onto Zai, but with Siphons at the ready. Very unlikely to ever really find a position that they can actually burst Zai in this lane.
They're trying to keep him low, though, which is important. Boxy, he could actually be in some trouble here. He has no leap, and Snaking knows.
Level 2.
They've got a stun. They got him.
Couple of deaths now down there. This time around, Skeeter being the one to catch the kill.
Big deal. Tread's already finished up on this DK, and Snaking already having a very nice start on this Enchantress. He's even going to find the courier. Okay. He even finds another one.
Oh, okay. He got both of them. All right.
That's a good amount of gold.
And yeah, the 2 cores as well. Nisha and Zai's courier taken out. That will definitely cause a bit of frustrations for Nisha. Of course, he was trying to pick up the arcane boots. He's going to have to make his way over there himself. He wants to go grab them in the next minute.
And it's around rune timing, too. So Snaking now can also make the walk over to help out 9, as well as they rotate Saxa. So double-checking the rune, and Nisha is actually going to get pushed away.
And
so
it's an arcane for 9. Very nice, especially when he's hit the 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eyes on these side lanes.
Boxy, he is at least now level 3.
But he skilled Starstorm.
Oh, you're right. He did go fully aggressive. He's got Nisha to help out.
Boom.
And there comes the Zeus ult, and they'll take down Boxy. And Snaking, he's healing up. He's still alive. Nisha has to be the one to TP out. He'll make it away. Meanwhile, top lane, Liquid, they will get the chance to take down 33, so finally get themselves a kill on the board. But as we're seeing elsewhere, yeah, Boxy just getting punished heavily, having a rough early game.
He's being greedy. Not going for the usual that we see, you know, the leap plus the Starstorm. He goes for the arrow at level 2. And yeah, he's getting punished for it. And that's a very efficient usage of that Thunder God's Wrath, of course, with the Arcane Rune. So
Absolutely.
9, he is super happy right now.
And the dream there for Zeus.
Level 7 already. I wonder what build we see him go. I've seen 9 go a ton of different builds on this Zeus. When you're playing versus Morphling, there's always the opportunity to go for something like E-Blade.
Oh, and look at this 9.
Oh, he's
going to be able to head over and look towards another. We'll get held back by the Nightmare, but Saxa there. An absolute teammate getting him out the Nightmare so that 9 would still be the one to claim the kill. Very nicely done there by the support.
And 9 doing the little, you know, the disassemble trick, of course. I mean, not really too much of a trick, but efficiency for the bottle ticks always when you have Arcane Boots. Gonna scout stacks as well, too. And a 2k lead already right now for Tundra. Now back to 1, but it was about 2k lead.
And top, nice try there from Saxon. It nearly did catch Mickey low on the shift.
Can always be a bit of a risk when you're playing versus the Snapper.
You got to be careful.
Oh,
You really do.
10 seconds also for Thunder Gods.
Yeah.
Mickey's got to be careful.
Absolutely. Between the Snap in the lane and the Zeus with the ult, you got to be careful as a Morph this game.
Snay dodges the arrow. Might just be able to walk away from this one. There's no siphons left. Zai.
Yeah, it's not going to be worth chasing anymore.
No.
Just head to the tower, get some damage done to this. He's trying to take the wave off it as quickly as he can.
They glyph it. They want to try to get some more tower damage here with that exorcism. Look for Skeeter as well. They even have Insania and Nisha rotating down. So early movements coming up from Liquid to fix this early game.
I mean, they should get him with the 4 of them.
Now the Nisha's here, they should.
So they'll get the kill, and with that, they will manage to take this tier 1 tower. Still down at a good time here. Pretty much around that first use of the exorcism from Zai.
And Zai, I was wondering if he was going to full commit. We'll see if he does go for it. It's a pretty good Spirit Vessel game when you're playing versus core DK, so having this early earn, might actually be able to go for it.
All right.
Very early tower.
Sure. And then you kind of feel between that and what the Enfeeble, it's going to be pretty annoying for these heroes that are trying to survive off for the sustain.
Especially the DK. Like 99% this is just to deal with that DK chorus. Snake.
Stick charges and he's healing up, he's fine. Nisha has to back away. Now it's going to be Tundra's time to push. They're in on the mid lane with the 4 of them.
Lots of rotations very early. Pre-10 minutes, they both want to be able to get early towers. And yeah, this is a big deal. A Zeus, well, it's a DK and a Zeus, of course, but the Zeus lane taking a Timbersaw's tower is a pretty big deal. Now they can infiltrate into the jungle, perhaps look for Mickey as well.
Yeah, Nisha and Insania sweeping over just to make sure that Tundra cannot get through into the jungle and over to Mickey.
They don't want to lose their stacks. They got a multi-secured here. Saksa, he's just going to sit on low ground perhaps and just sap experience. Oh, even jumping up. Okay. They're actually just going to try to take him.
He's going to get vision here, of course, for 9 to start spamming down the creeps.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's going to be able to secure a lot of them here with this next Scatter Blast. 9's just going to take him as well. All right.
Again. Honestly, Saksa being the true support this game. He's not taking kills, and he's not even taking these creeps. Even in a situation where they might have lost them, he's making sure that everything is being set up for 9 to just continue to roll in the gold.
And 33 takes the top tower. They'll lose snaking, but not a big deal when it's just that 5-position Enchantress. The early game for Tundra looking very good.
Yeah, Zeus is going to be a problem. His last pick, and he's top farm here, 9. Kaya's nearly on its way out. He's just going to be kicking out so much damage in these fights.
Yeah. I wonder if, I gotta say, I wonder if he does go, maybe not like first item or something like that, but maybe like secondary or something, that E-Blade versus the Morph. It's so good as the game, no matter what, at any point in the game, it's amazing versus him. So could definitely be something that he is going to look at, perhaps. And we do see Skeeter. He's doing just fine. He's going to be going for that Midas build that we've seen him do several times, the Midas into Aghanims, into Manta and stuff like that, which can always have its benefits. Mickey, we'll see the Lincoln's build this time around, it looks like, since he's playing versus that Hearthstone of the DK. He wants to have that.
Do you imagine is anyone on Liquid going to be able to pick up a pipe this game?
Honestly, I could even see Nisha maybe.
We might just upgrade the hood the whole way.
Yeah, he might. It's been we saw it last game especially. I think it's been the rise of the auras, of course, with the Greaves buff and all that. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot more auras with the Boots of the Bearing getting buffed, of course, just a last patch and everything too. Auras seem to be the new meta. But we'll see, because Nisha, he also doesn't want to ruin his own game.
It does kind of suck, right, if you're the mid-timber and you're having to go full pipe.
Yeah. Maybe he'll build it later, perhaps, but we'll see. Because Boxy's going a bit greedy. Boxy's actually, he's going for the Veil build at the moment. Because we've seen, at least from gaming, they go for like the pipe on their supports a lot of the times. And Tundra, level 7 on the snap. Zeus has ult at the ready. They have so much damage. Like, even Zai just gets exploded if he's not careful.
Yeah, there's huge amounts of magical.
Yeah. Nisha, they're actually going for him while he's finishing the stack.
They're going to start things off with the kisses.
The hood. Not enough.
The kisses are on point from Saksa. Able to chase him out beyond the timber chain there with those kisses. Saksa, is he also going to be able to make it out of there? Well, get the one Nightmare. And indeed, the arrow connection, it's there. Saksa will get punished for this one. But he already did his job playing his crucial part there in taking down Nisha.
No, absolutely. And they could take a couple of the stack, too. So big plays coming out, a nice smoke rotation, and a very good one to contest that stack. And 33's just having a free game. One of the freer games I feel like he's had on this Enigma. He's just sitting in the top lane. I believe he has Greaves already done. He's having a very good start. Yeah, all 3 cores looking great. Not to say the Liquid's super far behind by any means. They're still looking pretty good, and they are a bit more of a greedy draft with that Morphling. So let's see if Tundra's able to continue dictating the pace here. Looks like they're going to keep filling up Nine's bottle to make sure that he has this good early game.
Looking to Nisha in the mid. They've got the full 5-man here, Tundra. Nisha is going to get aggressively trying to close the gap on a 9, but 9's able to heavily jump away.
They turn up with the squad. Greaves versus no Greaves on one side. Since Zai went for Spirit Vessel, it means they don't have that Grieve on this Death Prophet that we usually see very early on. He does have to be careful. He's a bit fragile.
Yeah, that was the Ghost used, and not going to be able to find anything with this Liquid.
Maybe Zai just goes back for Greaves and Pipe on this Death Prophet, but might want to actually just have Greaves BKB. It's tough to say, really. Because Nisha, I don't know. I don't think he wants to kill his game going for a Pipe, actually, by any means. Tundra playing very aggressive. 15 seconds until kisses are back up. 25 on Thunder God's Wrath. They want to keep looking for Mickey. Not easy for them to really catch him. 33's going to try. But he just quickly jumps away.
Smoked up Liquid. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a catch here, though. Tundra. They kind of anticipate. Ooh, 9.
Very close.
He's able to pick up the arcane room. Nisha, they'll attempt to chase this down. They've got the cookie to try and break 9 away, but Zai was there waiting. See if they can take down Staxter as well here as Boxy, Zai, Nisha chase down the Snapfire. They will indeed manage to take down both of them. And with that, they can get back to business, pushing the tier 1 mid.
Those are honestly humongous kills, really. Mickey, he scouts them out in the jungle. They see them going for the rune they set up for him. So now Mickey, he's got freedom to finish up that Linken's, and they might even be able to get this tower without the exorcism since it was used before. Still seeing Skeeter get his farm going, but I think he's not really a priority that they care about. I think I think Liquid have so many answers for this DK in their draft. With the Enfeeble that's going to come out later, with the Spirit Vessel, with a Timbersaw. I think they don't really care about this DK getting farm. I think they're feeling pretty good about this early game. Even though things, of course, didn't go exactly perfectly, I think they just got 2 massive kills. It's definitely going to be a hard game for Skeeter. Oh, Enigma's, he's still doing the thing. Look at that Enigma. He's got the line behind him. That cosmetic glitch. It's a funny one. And they're setting up for 33 also. Insania in a pretty good position here.
And they're just going to open up with a grip. Wasn't ready for them sort of sneaking up like that under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow.
These kills are very significant. Yeah, Mika, he's got the Linken's now done before they've even able to find him once.
That little bit of a lead that Tundra had is slipping away.
Just super hard for them to ever get Mika unless they get the stun from the tree lines pre-shift.
They're going to try,
ready.
but indeed not able to get that opening.
I mean, they need, honestly, they need Skitter to have a Blink Dagger if they ever want to have hope to kill Mickey, but he has the Linken so early that even then, like, you can't actually go for this build. Skitter has to go more greedy for himself. He has to go for BKB.
I mean, who else can sort of catch them more?
Nobody.
You're dropping Black Hole, but at this point, they're very, very easily able to cancel the Black Hole.
Yeah, I mean, look at Insania's skill build. He went for the max Nightmare build, not only to set up for ganks, but also to have that max cast range to stop Black Hole, stop any aggression. He can set up kills constantly. It's definitely pretty scary. And they're actually making the smoke move. They know Skeeter's farming triangle here. Arrow. Won't catch him. And now Zahi does have that mech as well as his Spirit Vessel at a good timing anyway. And up top, Mickey, he's actually chasing Saksa.
Oh.
They know where he is. Can't get the cancel. Might look for Roche. Level 2 exorcisms online. I think Liquid can perhaps think about forcing it. And yeah, they're going right into the pit. Zahi pops it immediately.
And Tundra, they have got kind of, the ultimates to push them out, right? They could head over to get the kisses in and the Thunder Gods, but
it dies fast.
As it looks to be, they don't seem to be expecting this or caring at all, I guess.
No. I mean, they definitely should care when they're playing versus a Morphling lineup, and he's going to now have not only the protection of a Linken's and his Shard, they'll actually give it to Nisha to play more aggressively, so big things really for Liquid in these last few moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just know how hard it is for Tundra to kill the Morphling.
Yep.
So, an Aegis is not necessary for him.
And Mika, he's even joining the fray. He's TPing down bottom. She's just looking for Idolites to farm. I thought maybe he'd jump in with his team, but Nisha
This is why they gave him the Aegis, for sure. You know, he's getting threatened.
Nine takes the arrow.
I mean, they won't quite be able to kill Nisha. Nisha up to the high ground, and indeed, they just get straight in on top of 9. He'll fall. The kisses are there for Saxa, so at least able to take the Aegis out of the hands of Nisha. Snaking is ticking down to the vessel. As Tundra, this game is very quickly falling apart from them. They had a solid start, but now Liquid...
The arrow! Oh my god, Boxy!
See if they've got enough to take him out through the stun. They do. In with the waveform. A third kill here for Liquid. Saxa. Oh! He's got enough to take down Zai, but it will cost him his own life. 4 dead on Tundra. And as you said, you know, with Liquid, with this lineup, if they get ahead, especially if they get ahead this early, it's going to be hard for Tundra to control. This Morphling and the Timbersaw are 2 heroes that have the potential to kind of build into unkillable territory.
Oh my god, this... Creep Wave saving his life perhaps there. Yeah, they're really just getting the ball rolling, and as we said like before, ignoring Skeeter a bit because they're just going to have so many answers.
Check this out again. We're just unfortunate for 9 getting clipped by the arrow at the start of this.
I mean, look at Boxy. Sure, he had a bit of a rough start for the first 5-10 minutes or so, but then he's landed like 4 or 5 clutch arrows.
Yeah, Saxa desperately doing his best in this fight, honestly, to hold things together for Tundra. You know, able to take out the Aegis from Nisha and also at least bring down Zai with him. But unfortunately for him, it's not enough as the rest of the team struggles.
Mika's getting just way too much space. And Exorcism's back up. They can look to fight again. I'm really wondering when Skeeter's going to be able to play and do something because he's just so hard countered. Yeah, he's got BKB and all that now, so he'll be able to survive, but his damage is going to be very lackluster, and they just have so much heal negation. They have the Timber versus the DK matchup. And Feeble's starting to get some points in it. Insania, he's already level 9. I believe he has an Aether Lens coming soon, too. So that Feeble is going to be very impactful as another jump. Can't quite get Saxa.
Radiant's top tower is
9 has to be very careful with his positioning in these next few fights. If he dies once or twice more, he's going to start having some big issues. And look at where he is right now. Insania and Boxy. Ooh. They catch him.
Drop the ward, make sure they get the vision for the grip across the trees.
I mean, they tip Boxy just because he gave, I guess, vision with the arrow and stuff like that. As Boxy's gone for a pretty interesting build himself, too. He is going to be looking like he's going to go for this pipe play, but he's 4-1-4. Something you don't see too often on these Miranas.
Zai, he's just making solo plays now. Runs down Saxa. Was not happy with the fact that Saxa was able to bring him down early, so gets a bit of revenge.
I mean, oh, and if you look at this itemization, everyone's just going Hood. On the side of Liquid, they're just like, okay, good luck, Zeus.
Wait, how many have we actually got?
They're gonna have, I think, 4. 3 at the moment. My bad. But either way, they're gonna have like 3 hoods. Plus, they're gonna probably finish 1 or 2 into a pipe eventually
it's
too.
A good hood game, yeah.
And 9 already has been slowed down significantly. So throw in some pipes and stuff like that on top of it. This Zeus might never be able to deal damage to this Morph. 6k lead now.
Yeah, 9's game just got slowed down completely. I feel like if you want flashback to sort of 10 minutes ago, he was top net worth.
And
but his game is just completely kind of stalled, and yeah, Mickey and Nisha taking the show away here at the top.
And 33 hasn't been able to have much impact whatsoever, even though he was giving a full free lane as the Enigma. He's 0-3. Game's starting to feel very difficult for Tundra to make any moves.
It really is. And honestly, I think kind of surprisingly early as well into the game. It's 21 minutes in, and already Liquid's draft, they're 7k ahead with it.
Yeah. Mickey already, I believe he has is that the full BKB? It is a full BKB now for the Morphling too, so he doesn't need a pipe. He's got another shawl, so he's got the free hood already picked up on this Morphling to deal with that, and now he also has just full magic immunity. Yeah, Tundra, I feel like 33 has to come in clutch with this Blink Dagger and get some black holes, so the game is starting to get way out of control.
Well, they're catching Insania.
Skeeter's still pretty high level, too. He is level 15, but as we mentioned, there's just so many things to address this DK in the game.
Yeah, and he's just not really the best sort of hero to take down a Morph.
No.
Unless you catch Mickey by surprise, and as we said, with the Lincolns and BKB done, that feels very unlikely to happen.
It's like if you're ahead on the DK, then maybe you can get some type of crazy itemization, get this type of catch. But the fact that the Morphlings just free-farmed, had no contest, it's concerning. And Mickey, he's got a DD ready for the next fight. They're Moonlight Shadowing in preparation for this fight too. And Exorcism's back up in 12. 33 has to get a big black hole. And he does have the blink dagger, so there is some small opportunity there.
All right.
For him.
See if they can catch Liquid by surprise.
And let's see if they have tabs of where Insania is also, because he does have lens. So that crazy distance that he can cancel this black hole from is there. Zai.
Gonna make the jump onto Zai.
Silence on 3.
And be able to use the Nightmare hit to break Zai out of the combo. Zai's able to get the ghost out. 33 will go for the black hole. He's caught Zai, he's caught Insania. That'll do it. As 9, he's able to lay down the damage, take out the 2 of them. They'll take out Boxy as well. Mickey will commit in. And he's considering fighting this kind of 2v4. He feels strong.
Can they get on 9?
I'll waveform back up in a second. I mean, Mickey and Nisha might still be able to do some work if it's just the 2 of them, but Nisha has been caught by the stuns.
Okay.
It's now just down to Mickey alone.
He's got waveform on cooldown.
So if they can chase him out here. He's got a fair bit of strength there to put the Lincolns.
Skitter, he has blink, but the stun was used already.
We'll continue to chase, but there we go. I mean, 33. As you say, 33's got to come in with some nice black holes. That would definitely up there. Gets in, gets the 2 of them, and now allows them to start the fight with Zai and Insania being the first to die.
Well played from him, too. I didn't get to see the usage of it. We might be able to see a replay or something like that. But it was Zai who gets like a 3-man silence, and I think he just grieves and blinks over it and then just stun black holes on top of it afterwards to make sure he sets up. Let me see. I didn't see if he dispelled or if he dodged the silence. I don't believe it's working there, so whatever. Uh-oh. What have we done?
Turning off and on again. Oh, no, we're good. We're good.
There we go.
All right, here we go. Back in action.
Either way, clutch stuff. As you mentioned, the 33, he has to be clutch in that situation. He gets the perfect targets there, so well done from him.
Oh, stacks up. He's been found, Mickey. We'll catch him in the trees.
Mika still is a absolute beast, of course. I mean, the Liquid's still in a very comfortable spot, even though they lost that last fight. But Tundra showing that they can still perhaps take some of these fights if 33 is able to find the opportunities. And Skitter, he is getting close to the itemization, of course, that Aghanims. But at the same time, yeah, Mickey, he's also, it's more of these answers, more of this ways to just deal with DK. Scotty's soon on the menu. So heal negation from Enfeeble, Spirit Vessel, Timber Stoppers, DK, and then the Scotty that's going to come out eventually for Morph 2. And right now with the downtime, 50 seconds, no black hole, Liquid, they want to go for some aggression. 15 seconds for their Exo, but they're just going to push the tier 2 bottom without it.
And what's the next move for Tundra?
I think just
you're able to do that once. If you do that a couple more times, you will be able to get yourselves back in the lead.
Yeah. You can go for some like little pickoffs and stuff like that, but overall team fights, you wait for black hole.
Right top, they're trying to go in here for Boxy.
He's got the hood.
It's going to get buffed up in time. Now Skeeter, he has to put the BKB, but the grip's there from Insania. Will get put to a stop it by the lightning bolt of Zeus.
Skitter, will he finish the TP in time? Oh.
Looks like snaking though will not be as lucky. Another kill for Mickey.
It's a risky move to go for it near the tower there, and it's Boxy actually surviving because of his hood. They try to get that jump to get a pick off before black holes up and stuff like that, but not quite able to finish it.
And one of the pluses for Tundra was that Zai did end up using the Ghost.
Very true.
So maybe in 20 seconds of a snaking's back up, they can look to try and go for some sort of team fight whilst the Exorcism's on cooldown. Misha.
They got the cancel.
See if the 2 of them can mess with him. Yeah, they could happily drop the black hole for this one.
Well worth it.
Absolutely drop that for a kill on Nisha.
Nicely done. Roche, I believe Liquid did just walk into pit and scout it. Tundra finding a very effective kill though with 9. Skeeter has now hit level 18 and his Aghanims is pretty much finished. So he is going to be very pesky to deal with.
Yeah, they want to go at least with the 3 of them first.
They know where Mickey is. With this ward that they have down bottom, they kind of saw the positioning of him. He's even showing on the wave.
He's going to go for the TP out though.
Heads up play.
Yeah, on his own, Skeeter can't put a stop to that with the Lincolns in play on Mickey.
And he did pop the DK form too. And his Aghanims was literally coming out on the courier, so.
We'll turn to the mid instead.
There's going to be perhaps a window where Liquid can force a Roche. They have 45 seconds on Exorcism, but it looks like they might just go for it because Black Hole's down, Thunder God's Wrath Actually back up in 10 seconds, but they know DK form was used, so yeah, they're just walking in.
I mean, Tundra.
They might just have to throw kisses to slow them
Yeah,
down.
they could try and push them out of the pit at least.
Okay, they're all swinging over. Thunder God's Wrath available.
Can they go for the snipe? Snaking is thinking about walking in on this one, but Mikke's just focused down to take the row. Skeeter's in with the BKB,
He
makes
gets
the jump against the Aegis! Skeeter!
Oh my God.
He's able to get in, grab the Aegis, and he's able to step out. He'll get back to safety. Same to be said as well for Snaking. They don't even lose the Enchantress. They get in, they get out, they get the Aegis. Tundra.
I thought he got both for a second. I was like, did he actually get Shard and Aegis? But either way, that's a huge snag. Able to deny that one away from the Morphling. And now Black Hole's going to be back up in 60. See what Liquid does, though, during these next 60 seconds, because they do have Exorcism available.
Do you want to go into this Aegis, though?
That is the question. I think so.
You don't think you're too scared of it?
No, I think your biggest threat
Deal with
really
him
is
twice.
the Black Hole. You've got a lot of answers for this DK. And his BKB is on cooldown from that last fight, so see where Skeeter goes. You're just going to shove the mid-wave in and get out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well done from Skeeter. Liquid, though, not making the move right now, so it is going to buy time for that Black Hole to come back up. 33 getting closer and closer to that BKB. And there will only be that one cancel, of course, from the Fiend's Grip. Eventually, this game can get into a state where, yes, Morphling is this super hard carry and everything like that, but if this Enigma is able to get his Linken's, his BKB, he'll have freedom to be able to go for these Black Holes at all times.
He's close to the BKB.
Liquid, though, making the move. Oh, nice Shadow. Oh, this is two heroes. Pretty alone. 33.
They know they're in the trees. They'll find him.
I mean, you're playing versus Tundra. They're always hiding in the trees.
Someone's in the trees, yeah.
And that is the Hex reveal, if I'm not mistaken, there from Nisha. And wait, they might... 9? Silent stop?
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble here. Able to jump away in the time, but of course they'll continue to dive this. There's no tower here to protect him. Didn't respect the fact there that Liquid will continue to chase up on them after taking down 33-9. He wasn't ready for that at all.
They have Exorcism for this push. Zai, he might just use it. It's not level 3 Exo, but he's thinking about it. Yeah, him and Mikke, they're threatening high ground.
The creeps are on their way over.
Zai might be telling his team he's literally about to hit level 18. But let's see.
Would have to wait for 20 seconds for the next creep wave if he wants to get that first.
I think they are going to wait for it. Zai's probably making that call, just being like, guys, we're in a good spot right now. Don't need to rush things.
Sure.
We don't really have a big window. We don't know where Enigma is, so they're not going to risk it. They'll back it up.
Did you like as well? What good game for kind of the late game Shadowblade on Mikke?
The Silver Edge is phenomenal. More ways to just destroy DK. Like, his matchup, it just continues to be very difficult, even if he is getting good farm. And he really is the only one who is getting that very good farm on his team, so... Yeah, definitely a fan if he wants to go down that route. And he can just sneak behind the Zeus and stuff like that, perhaps, in some moments. Yeah, definitely a cool one. Game's still difficult for Tundra. I still feel like lots of the pressure is going to be on 33 to land those Black Holes that are going to be clutch, but Liquid playing quick. Level 18 is now hit for Zai.
Here we go. Smoke on smoke. They're going to try and make the jump, but the Linkers are there to protect Mikke. Mikke's in with the waveform over towards Saxa. They take him out. Skeeter's put the BKB in with the Dragon Form. He has to just spend the time to walk away. They don't want to fight into this anymore.
Honestly, they just ignore Skeeter. They're like, who cares about this dragon?
I mean, he jumped in, used the Dragon Tail, I believe, what was blocked by the Lincolns, and after that, they knew that there's nothing else to be scared of from this dragon.
Middle tower is under attack.
Getting the push going here. Creeps coming in. Level 3 Exo will shred this, and Mikke, yeah, he's got, as you said, Shadowblade's done, Scotty's done, so he's got so many answers for these BKBs and health manipulation. And I believe Boxy has also been very greedy this game. He has a Linken's also, so more answers to be able to just protect the very limited stuns that this Morphling has to really worry about. Yeah, 33 is just gonna have to have everything pretty much be into his pockets. It's all the pressure on this Enigma.
How's he doing on his next item?
He's been slowed down a lot.
All right.
There's not really much space for them to get farm. Liquid just playing the greed game, farming pretty much everywhere on the map, and yeah, this Zeus has been completely stopped with any type of progression. There it is, Boxy. Is pretty much transitioning into a core. A defensive core. He's not building, he's going greedy, but not building for himself. He's building for the team.
Yeah, this ain't your daggone Mirana.
No, this ain't the Aghanims, you know, the Moon Meander special that we saw him do, of course, some time ago, which did own. So 40 seconds until his Exo is back up. His BKB is coming out on the courier now too, so just so much protection for their cores. They also have a gem now too to constrict the map, and might, this time now, they will potentially threaten that high ground here. Aegis was stolen from them, but it didn't really have any effective use on the side of Tundra. No glyph available either.
Yeah, I'm in time to start hitting the base and see what Tundra do.
Just kidding, they do have glyph, my bad. Jump forward. Sai is more than protected though.
33 will be able to push down the tier 2 with the Eidolon's top. Skeeter will now manage to be able to claim the completed Manta.
Okay. I mean, it's annoying for like the supports and stuff like that, but I'm still, where's the damage going to be really coming from for their draft? As we see, they've completely answered the Zeus in multiple different ways. Skeeter's just going to be, it feels like he's just going to be a slight annoyance at this rate with the way that they've played. And Mickey now has found up DD also. So next fight, he definitely can look to focus fire that DK. They might not even have to just ignore Skitter. Where does Tundra go from here?
I mean, I guess at the same time, you know, Tundra, they just don't want to be sat in the base waiting for Liquid to come to them.
No. They have to push out a bit aggressively so that they can actually get some farm. Otherwise, 33 will never get to the route of that Linken's, which he really does need versus this Bane. But the push soon gonna start going. Liquid, they still have Exorcism all this time. Gonna keep these lanes shoved in. And Tundra has to be the one that reacts pretty quickly to the push that comes out from Liquid because it comes fast.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Catch in the mid lane.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Quickly brought down. Are they going to push two different sides? I feel like Liquid actually has opportunity to exo one side, and Morphlin can maybe just DD hit another one. Right now looking to play behind Zai, though.
Well, Skeeter's trying to get the jump on Zai.
There's so much protection. They'll use the double catapult wave to get this push going.
9 at least, he got his Octarine done, so that lower cooldown on the spells to spam out the waves.
We'll be able to force him back. Roche, I believe, is just going to be getting opportunity to spawn, so Liquid maybe wanting to back out and check that. And they forced everybody back to base. So forced everybody back to base, go back out, split up and farm. Which farming has definitely been one of the big things that Liquid's been able to get. Yeah, Boxy is. He's very farmed. It's pesky illusions. Liquid, even without Exorcism, seem like they're a bit prepared to fight if something comes to them. How's 33 doing? I mean, he's not getting, he can't get any farm on the map.
They need him to, though.
Yeah, they really need him to get this.
Start
this
bumping the Enigma up in priority.
Oh, and they're spotted. There's a ward top. It actually sees Tundra moving over there, so they're gonna get sandwiched. Liquid swinging over.
Liquid's ready to go.
Boxy.
Gonna hit the arrow, and they'll go straight on top of that here to burst through stacks up. They do pop the BKBs for this, though, Liquid. They commit pretty heavily.
Okay. I mean, very, very afraid of a potential jump there since they were stacked up. Roche, it spawned.
Yeah, I mean, on the plus side as well for Liquid, even if they do use BKBs like that, with the lead they have and the lineup they have, they're not under a lot of pressure. As long as they can maintain control of the game, they don't need to hurry up the end anytime soon.
But now those BKBs are down. Tundra's probably making the call. We cannot let Liquid get this Roshan.
But I don't know if Tundra can take it.
No, they do
How
not
do they kill it?
They kill it so slowly.
So slowly. Like, they can't.
I can understand the frustration that it feels like they kind of have to, but
they can't.
They cannot. And Zai, Exo's going to be back up in 20, so Liquid, they can just make the way right back over there. BKB's back up in 38 seconds as well. Oh, a DD. Skitter's going to take it away, but he could just die.
He gets caught straight away by the Hex. We'll see if they can chase him down. He has got BKB at the ready. So he'll be able to walk away with this one. Drop the Zeus ult to check out the positioning of Liquid. Liquid, they're ready to smoke up immediately after the Thunder Gods.
They're just doing the rush. Dies incredibly fast versus these two. And Tundra, this is a very difficult position to be in. You probably you feel like you have to, but you might not just be able to.
They're trying to do something here, but Zai's already in on top of snaking it with a BKB and the Ghost. Snaking to fall.
Skitter, he gets it.
Oh, okay, another successful steal, but this time it might cost him his life. They catch him with the Hex. They'll take him down once. 33's trying to get in on the side of the fight, but Zai is sort of just holding back Tundra.
Zai dies.
See if they can do anything else here. It's a bit of an opening with the Death Prophet out of the game for 80. 33 still has the black hole potential. Oh, he's just going to get focused out by Mickey, though. The grip, a little off the mark there. Instead, he'll drop it onto Illusion, but Mickey there with the focus. He realizes all they care about is the black hole. He just goes straight for 33 and kills him as soon as they see him.
Well, it's been some good steals coming out from Skitter, but it doesn't really do much of anything. Liquid too strong in the fight. Just they get on the ideal targets when it matters. They got on the Zeus early multiple times to shut down Nine's game completely. This time they identified 33 who could potentially be that issue.
We'll see it here. I mean, they were desperately trying to make this work. Tundra 33 holding back, trying to get in from some sort of angle. Skeeter definitely taking the focus away as he gets in with that steal. They're all looking towards him. But 33 just wasn't able to find that opportunity to go. And as soon as they see him, look how quickly Mickey just destroys him.
Yeah.
Oh, but he did. You saw it the first time. You know what we mean.
And now 9 again. Oh my goodness, Mickey. 7-0-9 on this morph. Nisha 10-3. Jumping in for more.
Yeah, it feels like just a cleanup now for Liquid. Just finishing the business here.
And that's a gem on the floor. They'll ping it out. Is he going to recover with this courier, though? Okay, he will. But they just have no answer. This Morphling's just untouchable.
It really feels like they ended up getting kind of two pretty much untouchable heroes through the draft. Nisha at this point, very difficult to take down. And yeah, Mickey the whole game, they haven't been able to do it even once. 7-0-10 on the morph. But this is your Dagon Morana.
Okay, well now at this point, come on. At this point
I love that. I bet there was some people in chat earlier be like, Dagon Morana, good one. But here we go.
It's versus the DK meta.
It's the counter for the illusions.
Always the counter versus those illusions.
Got to zap the dragon.
As they'll find another one. Tundra. They've got nothing here.
Woxie's got his Dagon.
You made a joke about it. He heard you.
It's real.
Now this push going. Mickey, level 26, super early.
Do you know why the build's so effective against illusions?
Because it one-shots them?
Because one moment they're there, and the next, Dagon.
Oh, I hate you.
See what they can do with Tundra. The racks just crumbling before them. 33 gets caught by the Hex. He's out for 90, no buyback.
Skitter, he can't even walk away.
Godlike Mickey. I mean, the GGs are going to be coming soon. They're just getting beaten back to the fountain, and there we go. GG is called. Liquid take this game one. Mickey, there we have him. All smiles, ending this game with an ultra kill. Popping off indeed, in-game and out-of-game. 11-0-10 on the Morphling. They just couldn't do anything about him.
No, they had no answers. Like Skeeter, he's farming and farming and farming, but you could just feel from the state of the game that when can he actually do anything versus all this heal reduction, the counters for the DK. It seems like Liquid they literally had all the answers, the itemization. They're like, okay, Nine's doing okay in the early game. Let's build triple hood. Let's get some pipes. Put the nether shell on our Morphling. He's free farming. They have no catch for him as, yeah, Mickey. Easy peasy for him.
Absolutely. Well, as we said, we've seen Tundra struggle with Liquid in previous meetups that they've had. And today, once again, at least in this game one, it looks like that struggle continues. Liquid looking incredibly solid against them. We'll see if Tundra can find it in themselves to put a stop to them in game two, or if Liquid's going to be able to do it again. Because this game one, Liquid on fire. They take the first game of the series.
The first game of the series, indeed. It is Liquid's way. We're going to find out if the same thing is going to happen in game number 2, or if Tundra can force out that tie. It is 2-game series, so that's the best they can get out of this one. But let's break it down. Let's talk exactly why this happened, because at the end of the draft, we said, wow.
Liquid's going to win.
This is a great Zeus pick.
Yep.
Zeus has a free game. This was a quote. And,
yeah, Jenkins, why did you say that?
Well, I just wanted to keep the audience on their toes to see if they could make kind of the predictions.
I think the audience was correct. They knew exactly what was going to happen.
Of course, a lot of 10K MMR Redditors in chat definitely knew what was going to go on here. It's just so obvious that Liquid, of course, with that last pick Timbersaw.
All right, you know what actually happened? The game was close for a while, and then Boxy started hitting monster arrows on core heroes. They killed like the Zeus, and then he like arrows the Enigma mid, and they just got tons of kills. And then all of a sudden it's like, they lost a lot of Aegises, but you don't need an Aegis to win. You just need to win the team fight. And then all of a sudden you have this Morphling that's like, oh, I'm going to start 3-shotting heroes. Because they didn't have a good way to kill him.
No.
And eventually they took good fights, didn't get black hole too much.
We talked about the Roshans. Like lately, it seems like I've seen a lot of games where some team takes Roshan, and then, okay, maybe there's a steal, maybe there's not, whatever. But like the team that takes Rosh just has no resources. The other team fights them outside of Rosh and just wipes them, and then kills the hero who has the Aegis, and then they respawn. Nobody else is alive, and so they die anyway. We saw that twice in that game with the steal from Skitter.
I was gonna say, did we technically see it that game? Because it was Liquid doing the Rosh, Skitter steals the Rosh, and then Liquid wiped Tundra.
I guess the point is like the Aegis doesn't matter as much as.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it matters that much.
Well,
what feels like matters is the other items from Rosh.
It also matters in the sense that the Aegis is nice to have, but if you steal the Aegis and you just die twice after that, it's not that nice to have.
No, and also when you get on a DK, you respawn and you're like, aha! I'm not a dragon anymore.
I'm a man.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if he's like a traditional carry, it probably feels a lot better. Because traditional carries, yeah, sure, maybe they're BKB reliant, but they can like fight easier. But DK is this like hybrid initiator semi-carry thing. That's not really as straightforward.
Yeah, that's true. If the game was closer though, the clutch steals would have resulted in, I don't know, a closer, tighter game.
Yeah.
But they're very behind in both the scenarios where he jumped in and stole the Aegis.
Yeah, there was one moment though, Purge, where it looked like potentially Tundra was making a comeback. We had a black hole happening. 3 people died on the side of Team Liquid.
The jungle fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, that great silence. They like smoked up. The Death Prof was there, like silenced the back line. So even though he got disabled, and they like gripped the DK, and then they're like, okay, we're actually fighting now. Double black hole. Yeah, it looked good. Like they had good moments.
The potential was there.
Like that game looked close. If you just didn't look at the net worth, the game looked kind of close the whole time.
It did.
But then if you looked at the net worth, you're like, oh, the game looks close, but they're like 12K ahead, and then they keep getting more. And it's like the typical Tundra or Liquid. Well, it's in the past kind of what Tundra did, but Liquid
yeah.
They did it better. They just kept getting more and more net worth out of the map.
I guess
they had the better late game.
Mickey was just like hitting creeps the whole time. Like it didn't. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I felt like he would show up in the fight and he'd be there, but like after the fight started, and then the camera just wasn't on him for the entire game. He was just silently like farming and being top net worth. And then Nisha was like running around owning. Yeah. But Mickey was just hitting creeps, and he was like the whole net worth lead pretty much.
Like they were really good when they wanted to make moves. It's like the most important thing. Like they utilized the smoke plus Mirana ult like over and over again. I feel like they got most of their best picks and like fights off the back of it. And they would even do nice things like push out mid, show our heroes, instantly TP everyone to like our tower, and then smoke up and run. You know, and they're not expecting it. They're like playing these trees on the side, like we're trying to push the waves in. We're gonna do that thing where we split push you and make you feel pressure on the map, and it doesn't work because Liquid are being proactive and like stamping them out. Bad rat.
Was this a little bit of what you were mentioning, that Tundra was maybe not as fast as they should be? Did you feel like that was the issue here? Because we talked a little bit about that at the start of the series, because that's a little bit of a problem that Tundra had at the start of the DPC Tour 2.
Yeah, you were saying they're really slow backstage.
Yeah, I said they're such a slow, terrible team. I hate watching them so
Yeah.
much. No, that's not what I said. I mean, it's not about being slow, right? It's about not knowing what moves to make. Did I feel like they didn't know what moves to make? It's like hard to say because I think Liquid is the kind of team you play against where they're making really good moves as well. So it's like, I think the path is never that clear because you're like, okay, we're in the lead, we have a good momentum, but then Liquid find like a really good smoke angle where they then take a really good fight, and now you're dead, and it's like, okay, the game sucks.
I think the hard thing is that all of the Liquid cores are really hard to kill.
Yeah.
Mid Timbersaw, not vulnerable to this DK stun follow-up thing. They also didn't have Murano Arrow either.
They had to
to,
black
like,
hole him to
and
kill
they
him
basically had to
every
black
day.
hole any of the cores.
Yeah.
Even like Skeeter was tanky, and then there's Zai's playing Death Prophet. It's Morphling, Death Prophet, Timber, all difficult heroes to kill.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have to like commit Zeus to getting a kill, and then if any of their heroes get arrowed, they die. And that happened like enough times in the mid game where it's like, oh, Zeus got stunned once, he's dead. So it felt like it was much easier for Liquid to keep their cores alive, to get kills on the opponents, and vice versa, and thus they had more map control, kept farming efficiently, and they could be more greedy while split farming too, because again, tank key, so not as easy to pick off. So it felt like the core matchups were just pretty good on the Liquid side.
Dude, Boxy continuously proves how important he is for this team.
Yes.
I feel like for some reason, there are just periods where like you forget about Boxy because the other players on Liquid are just so, I don't know, like iconic or whatever, and you forget how good Boxy is, and we question, it's like, oh, is this team gonna look better with like Boxy back, and he's not dealing as much with like his illness and whatever, and it's like, the guy had a Dagon at the end of the game, for God's sake.
A lot of items.
Like, he had Veil, Drum Boots, Dagon. And so, yeah, he was absolutely popped off in that game. You talked about all the arrows that he hit without setup.
Without setup.
There was a Bane in that game. Insania, shouts to him. Great guy. Very handsome guy as well.
Very
extremely handsome.
Yeah.
Right. But he didn't need to set up for Boxy in this game.
Towards the last pick of Liquid, they didn't have overall last pick, but we were brainstorming a little bit, and we said that last pick should ideally have some initiation. You don't need initiation when Boxy keeps on hitting arrows. That's your initiation right there.
Yeah.
Easy.
What do you mean Timber went overwhelming blink heck? That's the best
fair,
blink
they did
stun
get
hero
some
I've-
initiation.
That
my
is
favorite
actually sick in late game.
indicator, yeah.
When you can get to that. It's like, I think the current build on Timber for mid-Timber is you eventually sell the boots to get the blink and the sheep. I don't know if did he do that? Did he end the game
he
with
still
boots?
had boots.
He still had boots?
Yeah.
But still, you get the blink pretty late, and then you also need a hex after that. Once you have it, it's like you do big damage, big disable. You just need 30,000 net worth, that's all.
I think that's reasonable.
I mean, they got there fairly fast. The game was pretty good. We're going to find out if they can do it again, because this gong being hit means that it is that time. Game 2 of Thunder and Liquid.
There he is.
So handsome.
Woo-wee.
God,
Look at that
what a
jaw.
On God.
And Insania is handsome too.
Both look dreamy right now.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
I like that.
I did like that. It was very good.
Can we get that one more time?
One more time?
Get that one more time.
Ooh, it's slightly different. Very good.
That's what I like.
That is pretty good. And that also means that you are still watching Dream League. That's right. We can just do those type of things. We've got a band. And we got Jenkins as well. That asked for
One
those
more
great things.
time. One more time, ladies.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask again.
Well,
that was enough for me.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Do it again, but backwards.
Backwards?
I don't know if they can.
You don't have. I'm the co-host. You don't
Backwards?
have that power.
No.
You guys are fine. You guys.
Sheep, come on.
Oh, they're standing backwards.
All right. We do have the draft very soon around the corner, and the draft is going to be between Liquid and Tundra. And they're playing in Group B of Group Stages 1. We got 2 group stages. I know, we fancy like that. And it's a 2-game series. So if Tundra wants to get any points out of this, they need to start playing right now. So far, every series that we've seen, and I don't know exactly if there's any series that have already finished that are playing at the same time here, every series has been a tie. So there's been a lot of adaptation, and we love to see that. And now we love to see some adaptation on Tundra's side. What do we want to see? Because so far we already see the Undying Beastmaster Sheep. Are you seeing some of that lovely adaptation?
But yeah, it's not an Enchantress. And that's because it got banned. All right, so we're seeing lots of adaptations. I'm glad they banned the Ent. Yeah. I think Snake King's Ent was insane last game. Like, that guy was owning his lane. He was going mid. He was owning mid. He was getting kills. Like, obviously it didn't pan out super great, but I thought his start was annoying enough that I'm glad they respect banned it. Undying was pretty nice. It usually sets up for like a Drow pick on 8, but I think Beastmaster is just as good for Tundra because 33 is like so damn good at the hero.
I feel like they just got the upper hand in this first phase, though. I mean, they've got the Undying versus the Doom, which is a nice lane matchup. I love Beastmaster and Undying in the mid game. Just amplify the zombie attack speed with your auras and stuff like that, so it just makes Tombstone even better. Yeah. And it should allow you to fight into your opponents pretty well. Like, you do have to deal with Glimpse, but if your Death Ball is just stronger and they can't fight into you, then Glimpse is not as big of a deal.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Disruptor, I'm not too happy about playing into Undying. He just, like, Disruptor anchors a fight in a specific position because he drops kinetic, he drops his ult, he glimpses somebody to somewhere you literally see. And Undying is like, all right, you want to fight in one spot? Here's a Tombstone. Like, I'm totally willing to do that on that hero. And you glimpsing an Undying, it's like he walks in with 3,000 HP, you ult him, he doesn't really care.
Yeah, but you're not considering the Assassin Disruptor. All right,
the backline Tombstone jumper.
No, I've watched a lot of these Disruptor players that just play the trees on the side of the map, and they just hunt. And there's like some storm spirit or whatever that they pick alongside it, and then they just find you. And this guy will, I've seen these Disruptors rush blink daggers. Like, if they see you on the map, they TP in as soon as you even show.
I like the blink rush.
Yeah,
so good.
They hunt you, they find you with the kinetic, they glimpse you back, you're dead. Because this Beastmaster, there's a world here where their game doesn't go as they expect, and they're going to try and play like a split push game. And that's when Assassin Disruptor, that's when he thrives.
Love to see it.
I think the thing that Beastmaster hates the most is, I mean, the way that you counter Beast is you don't just like run into him. You smoke into him, right? Like, you have to, otherwise he sees you with the Hawks, with the summons, he always has the lane pushed in, and he always takes over an area, so you have to push him out of there. And Glimpse is one of the best ways of doing that. You smoke into him and you don't quite catch him, it's like, well, as long as you have vision of him, you pull him back. Yeah. It's like, we always see these Beastmasters like narrowly escape smoke ganks, and that's what defines a good Beast from a bad Beast, in my opinion. And with Disruptor, yeah, you can just easily find him.
10 seconds.
Love the Pudge ban. That's a nice respect ban right there.
That's good. Oh, that was a fast monkey.
Yeah, it was banned, of course, in the last phase. Previous game against Team Liquid, so this time they make sure to grab it fairly early on.
I'm a fan. I think Mickey on Monkey King was one of like the standout games of Liquid last tour, where he was willing to go into like, I think it was like Echo Deso build and just fight really well with his team and punish. Like, you come into our jungle, you show for a second, I'm connecting, and like he's also keeping on top of his farm on top. Like they're really good at running the Monkey King, and of course you can just play it as a support as well.
It really does work again with this anchor principle that we're talking about, because there's not much AoE on the Liquid side. Like there's some like magic AoE, but they need something to deal with like summons and Tombstone. And if there is an area they're fighting, Monkey Ulti is like another upper hand. You can't stand in that. Well, Troll's a great solution against that though. Mischance against Monkey, don't even let him get Jingu stacked up to 4 times. It's like one of the few carries that can actually fight him in that. So now we're countering the counter and countering the counter that just came out too. So that's a cool draft so far.
Yeah, love it. It's very different from the previous game we've had, so that's always a good sign. Whoops. All good there. Can we learn anything from the bans here? Because having both Night Stalker and Pudge banned on the side of Tundra raises a little bit of a question.
It's just for Beastmaster. Because like obviously Pudge is pretty nice against him because he rushes like a Vanguard. He's able to kill your animals with a hook. Like you can pair it really nicely with like a CM if you wanted to put this Disruptor in the off lane and just make his life difficult. I don't know. I think it just gives a lot. And then Night Stalker, obviously 23 Savage played it in Southeast Asia as a response to Beastmaster, and then Tundra themselves were the first to bring it to Europe in the DPC tour
You
too.
just eat the dragon.
Yeah, just buy the shot, eat. It's
1,400 gold to counter Beastmaster's most important item. It's pretty insane. It's always nighttime, you just press ult.
You know what's actually interesting though is that obviously we saw a lot more pick rate of the Night Stalker as a response, and a lot of Beastmasters panicked. Like I think Ace, for example, bought like a Greaves build on it and it looked really bad. I saw another Beastmaster just go for like a Blink Rush and that looked really bad. Then there was a third Beastmaster who I can't remember who it was. I apologize to whoever that was. But they just went for the helm anyway. They didn't give a shit. and then they just won that game.
I think it might have actually been 33.
Yeah.
Because I remember that too. It was actually Vlad's Dom and then he didn't complete the full Dom 2. So he's like, okay, sure, you can eat this creep, but it's just a big creep. It's not a dragon. I'm not committing to this whole build, and you still get the Vlad's aura. So yeah, I thought that was a really good response. It's so funny because it sounds so simple, and yet everybody was trying to find all these crazy workarounds. But in reality, it's like, just going the creep. Just go with the same stuff, but don't build into the final.
It happens sometimes. You're like, well, they counter me, so I have to do something wildly different. It's like, okay, just accept that he's going to have a margin advantage, but you're not completely also destroying your hero's value in the same
because the Dom, like the regular Dominator early, is very important for Beastmaster having like a map presence. But then once it gets to 15 minutes, you upgrade to the Dom 2 because the first creep, like it makes the creep way stronger. You get an Ancient, obviously, but at that time he has the Shard on Night Stalker, so it's like a timing thing when you don't go for the full upgrade.
I feel like there was a chance he did upgrade it, but I want to defend that potentially if that did happen. By the range of the eat for Night Stalker is melee. You have to literally walk up and kiss the creep on the mouth to like eat it.
That's what the Blink Dagger's for. Or an Ether Lens.
But at this point, you just get rolled if you go in like that. So I think the dynamic between them is still like there's Beastmaster favorite a bit.
It could just not be that great of a counter.
I don't know.
In all honesty,
Maybe it's just annoying to play against.
Yeah,
I love this Pugna pick here by Team Liquid because if you look at the Tundra draft, it's like the typical like there's a Beastmaster, he's amplifying a physical carry, it's a troll, and now Decrypt just becomes amazing. It's like he's gonna have to like BKB ulti every single time, and Decrypt is still effective.
Yeah, now Troll has to think about getting the Ags, which I think is not a super popular troll build anymore. Like we did see trolls rushing Ags when they first changed it to work with these axes, but not so much anymore. It's like that maybe like 5th or 6th item you get an Ags.
Yeah, Ags seems pretty necessary here.
Yeah.
Another anchor item, Nether Ward.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they just want to fight in one spot.
I think they have options though to play split. Like their anchoring is really good, but also Monkey King is a hero that can get across the map so well. Like if they can pick maybe one more hero that can set up like you smoke your Disruptor plus whoever your other support is, plus like having Monkey Connect, I think you can get pickoffs at least.
I agree. Like, once again, looking at like Ember Spirit, just Spirit type heroes, maybe is Puck banned? Puck is not banned?
Not banned.
I could see Liquid picking up a Puck here. I feel like there's not much to catch a Puck aside from the Rubik, which is not the sickest thing in the world if it's just him.
Well, they don't have a lot of time to think about it, let me tell you that. No bonus time remaining, well, 11 seconds, which is basically none, really.
Yeah, Tundra is also looking for a mid. They go for Invoker. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, they needed magic damage, and Teamfight is really good, so this is going to go a long ways. You can buy Vessel if you really want to.
Yeah.
Good against Pugna, good against Doom. It looks pretty good. Disarm, Cold Snap, Teamfight. I like
Isn't
it.
Pugna also good against Invoker, though? The other way around works as well, or is
High
that just
mana
me?
cost, yeah.
True.
Spams the spells, for sure.
Yeah, the Netherward will be a problem, definitely. But
Who's gonna kill it?
who's going to kill the Netherward?
I guess you can get the vision with the Hawk.
I mean, a lot of them can hit it, and they've got Beastmaster auras, so it's like they've got attack speed, they got range zeros. Okay.
So it's a
Monkey 4.
or a Pugna 4.
Yeah.
Looks like Pugna 3.
Oh, it's Pugna 3.
I like that.
All right.
That's fun.
Harry Doom. Cool.
I'm curious what items he's going to buy, but yeah, I mean, he still accomplished his goal, right? Put Netherward down, decrypt people that need it. He could buy aura items.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting in a good way?
I mean, yeah, it's Doom against Beastmaster. He's going to have to go axes, otherwise he eats the boar, so he should be able to get his farm. He's got high raw HP, so he doesn't care about the axes.
You
that
dodge
much.
the Undying matchup too by running the Doom as a safe laner.
There's a lot of
as well.
good things about it. Just get a Vanguard or something, and Mickey's going to be completely fine in his lane, right? So he gets to stay there abnormally long, doesn't die easily. Once the Helm comes out, he can actually still stay in the lane as Doom carry. It's like, oh, bring the Helm Dom to me. Yes, my snack is ready, you know? And he'll get Devour leveled up pretty fast, too.
Oh God, I love budget Night Stalker.
Yeah,
Is it budget Night Stalker or is Night Stalker budget Doom?
Yeah, it's like
That's the
bougie.
real
It's like bougie Night Stalker.
Yeah.
dude.
You're right.
He's-
Giga Night Stalker.
Yeah.
He gets like twice as much gold. He's like, eat the Helm Dom, and I get to digest it later for double gold. It's good.
I mean, it sounds pretty good. Do we have a favorite here? Because you guys are talking up the budget Night Stalker now as the Doom. And Liquid 1 game 1. Do we feel like Tundra's got a good plan for the second game?
I think their lineup makes sense. It's definitely really solid, but I feel like Liquid really like pulled the rug out with this swap. I feel like Sniper's just going to beat Troll. You get Shard later, disarm him. You have, and as long as you're like far away, you just have so many good solutions. You can deal with Tombstone too. I feel like that Sniper pick and that swap was just really
The dirty pick.
Yeah.
It's their comfort. They run Sniper for ages, years, even with Matu. It's like, I feel like their Sniper strats have always been incredibly solid.
They understand the hero.
On top of that, I'm going to say it again. Liquid just have Tundra's number. We thought their draft was good last game, and Liquid still won, so now we think Liquid's draft is good. Whew.
That sounds pretty rough for Tundra for this game too. One final question before we head over to our commentary team. We got the Invoker Sniper, and I know they know they're Sniper. But if you ignore who's on the hero,
okay.
Sniper or Invoker?
I feel like Sniper's pretty good.
Sniper.
Invoker's armor's not that high, so
Yeah, you just get the
Great hit.
headshot and just pew,
Still
pew.
Sniper?
Just shrapnel the wave, worst case. But Invoker, if he gets a Meteor Hammer, Tornado and a Meteor Hammer, they could take that Sniper out, that's for sure.
Well, we're going over to an Invoker specialist who might be able to give this answer a little bit more depth as we head over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. Time for game 2 of Liquid vs. Tundra. Fogged, what do you make of this? The way that ends up as well, the Invoker coming out for 9 and Liquid in return. Let's switch things around and they'll get Nisha on that Sniper in the mid lane.
Looks like a really smart switch around that Liquid's gone for here. They counterpick this matchup for Nisha that's also good in the can be good versus the Beastmaster throughout all stages of the game and good versus the Troll. I think this switch is super clever. Having this Pugna offlane, having the Doom carry. Even as game progresses, they're talking about like eating the Helm of Dom creep. You hit level what? I think it's 15 or sorry, 20. No, it is 15. Sorry, 15. You eat the Ancient. So even if he itemizes for Helm of Overlord, Mika's gonna be able to eat that. And yeah. You have this Pugna now who's playing versus Undying, so you have this better matchup. It really does feel like Liquid has all the answers. And 9 usually plays some more different style heroes. He hasn't played Invoker in 6 months for Tundra.
What do you think it was then about this game that they wanted to get 9 back on it? Do you think it is sort of just at the point where they're like, we've got to try something completely different because whatever we're doing so far just doesn't seem to be working against Liquid.
I mean, it must have been because of this Pugna trying to look for some type of way to deal with him and answer him with like Tornado and getting on top. But then they just move it, right? They just make that Pugna an offlaner to shut down the troll. Maybe they want something that can be super active as well that maybe 9 is just going to look to do with like some type of Meteor Hammer build with Quas-Wex, but we'll have to see, and we'll have to see if that's even going to end up working because, yeah, Liquid just, they seem like they have just such good answers for how Tundra likes to play, so let's see how it's all going to end up going down. Blocks are pretty even in the mid lane. Let's see how the matchup ends up going. Sniper tends to have a pretty good one versus the Invoker.
And back in the day when he played it, what kind of Invoker player was he, 9? Was he normally kind of the Quas-Wex run around the map, or rather than the Exort Midas farm it up?
Yep, he
was the
tended
playmaker.
to be the playmaker.
Yeah.
I mean, he tends to be that for this team in most situations. I'll look at exactly which one it is. Oh my goodness. So the last 5 games they played it, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 11, 12, they all lost every single game with it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Has he been doing it in his pubs recently?
I'll have to take a look at that, actually. I didn't actually check out 9's pub stats.
We've seen a couple of couriers taken out. Boxy able to snipe one. On the other side of things, Sax are also able to find one.
I'll give you your answer in a second there for 9. Unless it was on a Smurf, he has not played the Invoker in the last couple days. So,
Well, let's see what he's got on it. Let's see what kind of build he wants to do, yeah.
he doesn't, I don't know, for some reason he doesn't come off as like the Meteor Hammer type of guy. I feel like he's going to do some like phase or earn, run around kind of build, but maybe into like a Witchblade, but who knows? We'll see. Either way, looking at the other lane matchups, yes, the Doom, as the game progresses and all that, he's going to have all these answers for the Helm of Overlord. 33, though, Beastmaster's one of his best, if not his best hero, in my opinion, lately. He has always been able to find farm on it. He tends to be like top net worth on it, so maybe that's something they're going to look into, just having him have this good game. And now top, big battle between the two of them here. The axe is going to come back up. Mickey.
Oh! Look at the glimpse on the 33, but indeed 33 will get that first blood, and he's also, by the looks of it, able to stay alive. In fact, he's going to stick around and try and get his Satyr as well, and he does. 33 gets the double kill and stays alive.
Is he trying to
Well,
suicide?
for now, he wants to go back to base now.
Items. You see that?
Wants to die a bit quicker, yeah.
He backpacked everything to die immediately. Cool stuff there.
A controlled death there from 33 after his double kill to start the game.
Might as well. He's just like, let me reset, let me come back up there full HP as a beautiful kill coming out from then. And Mickey, he went full aggression, going for the Infernal Blade. Doesn't actually get him that kill. Now they're trying to get Soxa here where they get the glimpse. They will. Soxa in some trouble, perhaps.
They still got telekinesis.
Stick Fairy Fire.
Oh, he's going to be fine.
Doesn't even have to use the Fairy. All right. Nicely done. I thought they were going to go for the glimpse play onto 33 because you saw him suicide. I thought Insania was going to run at the tower to try to go for it there, but they tried to go for the kill. Not able to find it on Soxa. Soxa, will he go for a suicide play? He looks like he wanted to, but now Insania might find him anyway. Can he get this range? He can. Well, he resets at least, but definitely not the way he wanted to. I think he wanted to suicide. Bottom.
Oh, Snaky.
Oh my, Snaky
walks back into the blast.
Whoa.
Careful.
Jeez. This is a scary lane for a Troll. And Snaking, he's actually just going to drop. This is a very tough lane to play against. Pugna, I think this is a very underrated hero. I actually really think that this hero is very good in a lot of matchups, and people are just... It's a scary pick to get a lot of the times just because it is risky. It is very volatile and squishy, so... But yeah, this looks like a pretty good setup for it. Up top again. All right, this is just battles everywhere.
I think the glimpse back onto Saxa, and he should be going down.
Can they get the trade? He's got the boots. Mickey does not.
He's going to be able to turn around with the Infernal, but indeed the chase is still there. 33, he might get both again. He's going to have axes in a second.
Looks like he will.
All right, 33. He's getting a lot. Well, that's 4 kills so far for him on this top lane.
All right, this is his hero. And this time he's not going to suicide. He's going to give the salve to his buddy to bring it back to heal him up to full. Excellent start in the top lane. Mid lane also going pretty damn well. 9. Okay, he's actually just done the Earn build, but yeah, as we're seeing, it's not going to be, it doesn't look like it's going to be that Meteor Hammer type of build. He's going to be looking to rotate around, and Earn very effective when you're playing versus Pugna.
I mean, can you go on the sniper in this 1v1, or are you never going to quite do enough damage to kill him?
I know 1v1, you more than likely won't have it, unless Nisha makes some huge mistake and he walks onto some low ground or something. Yeah, holding his own.
I mean, yeah, bottom, these blasts from Xayah are proven to be very annoying, constantly hitting the two of them with them.
Yep. Boxy. Whoop. The Tombstone to try to cut the tree, but won't quite. Now they're just going to farm that Tombstone.
Top lane.
Good deny.
The glimpse back onto 33, but Stax is able to keep him covered with the telekinesis. Hold
9. Super early movement.
What? See Boxy trying to help keep Zai safe, and with the slow they're onto them, it's indeed going to give the space for Zai to get away from this move. He won't go down.
Zai almost turned and got the blast off also. He might have been able to get a kill. That was very close. And 9, now with that early rotation, he's going to get further. He's going to get far behind Nisha. Going to have to immediately run back to mid lane. He really wanted to get an early earn charge. It is one of the most important things when you are going for this item early, but won't be able to find the kill. Boxy secures himself as Jingu, and Zai should be TPing back down in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just on its own, the Monkey King's not been too fun for Tundra to lane into.
No. Denied. Skeeter has to go for like the Ring of Health build. I mean, it's the natural build, of course, too, on the Troll, but yeah, tons of pressure, tons of spam that's coming out between Zai and Boxy, and Boxy's actually the one making the move toward mid to set up for the Ruin. Him and Insania.
They're both off. They want to try and collapse it onto 9. Boxy, he can play for the vision here from the tree line. Give the chance to Insania to set down the kinetic field. They're in on top of the Invoker. TP's coming in. 9, he'll try and get away, but he won't manage to. The backup's here, but can they actually get anything in return? They're trying for Nisha, but they cannot chase down the sniper. Nisha's going to be fine.
Wait, there's a boar here. Okay, Nisha will just take that money. And a very effective sentry ward. It gets them the kill from the Ghost Walk, and they actually find the mid ward. So that was a pretty beautiful one that come out. Quick rotations this game. 9 kills already 6 minutes. And we're definitely seeing the effect of this of the movement of this, just the switch of where that Pugna's playing. Like Skeeter is 25 and 5 last hits, and they're immediately on him again.
They get the glimpse back straight into the blast. Skeeter level 4, nothing to really help himself out on his own.
This is going to be a tough recovery for him.
Tower is under attack.
Matchups already are hard. Playing versus Sniper is difficult. Playing versus Pugna is difficult. Sure, he can be good versus the Doom in a way, but yeah, these other two core matchups are going to cause big issues for him.
And of course, top lane, Tundra, they've got 33 having a great start, getting all these early kills. I guess the question is he going to be able to do enough as a Beastmaster to sort of carry Tundra through the tougher parts of this game?
I mean, if you look at the build he's going for, we're getting the drums of Slam again, Owen. He's not going to be going the Dominator Overlord. As Snake King turns up, but he might just die himself. The tower's definitely dead.
Boxy, keeping eyes on him.
Yeah, he's committed to the drums. The drums of Slam, that is.
All right.
Beastmaster. So.
And is unironically going to be good this game?
Oh, let's see. How many stuns and silences do they have? I mean, they got a couple. Not the craziest amounts, I guess. We'll have to see. It's getting aggressive onto Mickey again. But can't actually go for the kill with that roar. A little enthusiastic. It's insane how much damage this does. If you've tested out the drums of Slam, even with one stack of axes, it's like 2,000 something plus damage if you get the full instances of all the drums. That being said, it's very rare that you're going to get that because it stops constantly if you get silenced.
Well, I think this game as well, you're probably just going to get shot. You're going to get killed.
Yeah, you could also just die.
You know, you can't hit the drums when you're dead.
Nisha, do they have the damage? He's pretty tanky. With the tombstone, they should have enough.
Tries his best there with the Jukes, but indeed they'll take him down.
But Skeeter also just gets ran down Zai. Zai and Boxy just really have his number. 2,600 net worth on the Troll. And it's a hard start for the Troll, and it's a hard game for the Troll once you start looking at everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. Pugna is going to be an issue through this game.
When you prioritize the Pugna getting all these levels too, your Blast is higher level, your Decrep's higher level and everything too, to be able to just make sure this Troll never hits anybody, so. Okay. Can they finish him? Next set of axes, not even gonna try.
Yeah, he did have a pretty decent amount of one charges, yeah, 13. So they knew that they couldn't get him with the 13 one charges.
And oh my god, Skitter, no, he's dead again.
He's not quite hit the 6, so no way to help himself. Gets dragged back by the glimpse, dead again. Continuing to get his game slowed down. 33 comes in. He's trying to get Nisha, but Zai's here ready to help out. In fact, they can turn towards him. He has to use the roar to put a stop to the suck.
It's a disaster, Owen. Thinking as well. Oh boy.
It's already happening here. 2K lead for Liquid. It's early days, but if that last game was anything to go by, you know, you fast forward another 10 minutes in this game and that lead's going to blow up.
Nine has to have some incredible rotations happen here for this Invoker, playing around the Beastmaster, because this Trolls game is just done. He has to be given all the space in the world, and even then, as we said, there's just so many ways that it's going to be difficult for him. Let's see if Tundra's able to work some type of magic, because I'm not seeing much hope, and it's only 10 minutes in. Look, that's just a bullying replay.
I mean, where does he go? What does he do? It feels like he can't show in a lane right.
I mean, he shows bottom for literally a quarter of a second, and Zai just immediately starts running at him. Liquid working their magic. Zai, level 7, max blast. Aetherland's finished up. Skitter is level 5. Mickey, he's tough to bring down also. He's got a Vanguard, and they're pretty limited in their damage.
Oh, no, not again, bottom.
Oh my god, he's still 5, Owen. Doesn't even get the tree cut. Oh, the miss. Yeah, he's got him.
Oh, no. Top lane. They do kill off Insania, so getting something. But, yeah, the fact that they've got Skeeter dying over and over again, it doesn't feel great for Tundra.
No, he's got the same net worth as the Monkey King. Boxy is actually higher level than him as well. Mickey, he's still got the stick charges. And they bring him down.
He's got Nisha by his side. He might die, but Nisha should be able to get some kills in return here. He takes down Saxa. So he can get anything more. He's getting some good headshot proxy onto 9, but the Ghost Walk is available.
Oh, he was a bit late with his Doom Shard. I guess he maybe forgot about it on Mickey, because he had the stuns for a second there on these little mini Dooms. Whoopsie. Snaking.
Is that enough? Nope. No. Sorup's there as well, so heal him up.
Oh my goodness, look at this Troll's net worth. All right, so recovery outlet is pretty much just run at them with everyone else and try to hope to God that he's catching up, because if you look what he's queued, Skitter's feeling desperate. He's got the Midas queued already.
33. Once again, just having to use the Raw to try and survive, but the glimpse is there from Insania, dragged back into the kinetic field. Liquid showing that they can kill off anyone right now from Tundra.
Saxa also likely to get brought down. Zai.
Snake King is going to drop the tombstone.
It's a pretty good one.
Up on the cliff.
It's a pretty damn good tombstone.
Maybe he can get more of a cleanup hit. He's going to try. So the glimpse back, and you know, it gives time for Insania and Zai to take out the zombies. Zai does still get caught by the combo 9, so a little bit of something here from Tundra.
All right, Snaking becoming more of the real carry than Skitter. He's actually level 7, Skitter level 6. Beautiful tombstone, max decay build. She's doing quite a bit of damage. And they force Zai into a weird position where he has to turn. But either way, oh, it's going to be a long road to recovery for Skitter. His 9. He's got the Vessel done, so he does have better kill threat now versus this Pugna and this Doom. But Mickey, he's got his Midas, so his farm will accelerate a lot faster than we will see Skitter's. But I think this is exactly how you have to play on Tundra. Since the game is such a disaster, really, you have to just make moves, pull the attention of Liquid elsewhere. Don't let them set up for Skitter. So they're going to run it top. Will they catch Boxy? Looks like they should. And a pretty good steal also. Saxa, he's able to survive, that is.
I mean, they get Boxy, but the Doom's been laid down onto 9. They're going to lose heroes in return here, Tundra. Nisha's turned up. 33 can't get away. And neither can Snaking.
They're so fast to rotate. Instant TP from Mickey down to the bottom lane. He's got a free spot for himself, and Skitter almost has Midas, but yeah, what is there to say, really? Liquid super fast, quickly moved. Zai itemization, looks like it's going to be a Yule's. Amazing item versus the Troll. Great way to protect himself versus the Invoker and stuff like that, too. As yeah, we'll see this one. It looks nice for them to get the kill on Boxy, but quickly turns.
Very difficult for Tundra to take a full-on team fight. Liquid, an item or so ahead on some of their cores.
Can they get Zai up top? It's a bit deep.
They'll get him.
Nicely done.
In return, though, Nisha's turned up. Trying to take down Snaking.
Snake.
But He's going to be in trouble. Boxy's also able to set up Visionaire for the tree line. He's going to jump in and look to get the off. The roar's there, but he got the off in time. Doesn't matter. His ult won't do enough damage to clean up any kills. In fact, 9 will manage to take out Insania.
They are forcing a lot of rotations. 33's tipping Skitter. He's like, don't worry, man. We're making space for you. That's what this is. And it looks like, I mean, I think 33's probably going to clear these stacks for himself to finish his Aghanims, which he will have. Constant battles in the top lane. Immediately Zai comes back up there. This time he has the Yules. It was actually coming out on the courier, and 9 is still in perhaps a dangerous position. Same thing for Snake.
And Zai's just going to set up straight away onto Snaking.
Oops.
Won't quite have enough damage to take him down. That's 9 on the other hand. Deafening Blast will push him back, but the glimpse is there. He's going to go straight for the TP out, but the Assassinate comes flying in from Nisha, and 9 gets shot down.
This is the most desperate stuff I've seen in a long time. Tundra's trying their hardest just to keep him up here, but they just keep losing heroes. All right, the drums are active.
All right, here we go.
Let's see what 33's going to do.
He's just going to die. Or maybe not the soul reveal.
Look at the damage.
All right, he's getting it on top of Nisha. But Nisha is, at this point, still able to just stand his ground. Take him down, look over towards Saxa. Saxa will make his way into the trees. And he will be allowed to live. He'll get out.
There's 35 kills in 16 minutes. It's just, it is a constant battle. Skitter, as we said, trying desperately to recover, but even when he's got Midas, even when he's got Battle Fury, even when he's got the next item, like the panel said, he's got to get Aghanims or something like that to deal with the decrep that's going to be coming out, because it's just a tough game for him.
Midas Battle Fury is sort of the dream combo, so there is hope.
At your MMR.
Yeah. If you get these 2 items, your farm will become unstoppable. So if they could keep this game going, Skeeter, he's ready for the comeback.
Very hopeful. At least the one thing I will say is he's going to have the Beast Aura. He's going to have Alacrity. So he'll have some type of buff ups, but there's also a Zai in the game.
Oh, that was an ambitious TP from Skeeter.
Farewell.
I guess he's going full farm with the skill build as well, so not bothering to have points in the ult. So
no.
Can't save himself at all there. I mean, not that it would, just prolong the inevitable.
0, 5, and 0. He sees everybody else having so much fun. There's 15 to 21.
He's having fun as well. He's going to go Midas Battle Fury.
That is not fun, Owen.
That is the most fun.
Definitely not. The poor man. Just really, just getting super bullied with the way they set up this draft. Boxy, he almost has Atos, so even more forms of catch. More forms for him to just continue scaling. Insania has a mech. With how much this game has just been constant fighting, the supports are massive on Liquid. Arcane Boot mech, he's got a Philosopher's Stone, nearly level 12 on this Disruptor. They're all higher. Is everyone higher level than Skitter?
No. Maybe.
No, they're not. Okay.
Okay.
Boxy's not, but almost everyone else is. So the Midas is not quite paying off yet. All right, let's see what they can find. The smoke up. The level 2 roar. Still got drums of Slum at the ready. Glimpse.
Insania gets the catch.
Oh, it's Skitter again.
He's dead.
They're just bullying him.
He did get his Midas off, so...
Silver linings.
Indeed. Very thin ones.
Yes. A Doom.
They'll be able to keep Mickey off 33 here with the tombstone being dropped down by Snaking. So 33 will be fine. Does cost Snaking his life.
Up top, though, I mean, it's just everywhere. It's just devastation for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, Insania with the setup, buying time for the rest of the team to come in and finish off 9. There's 9. He'll try and hide in the trees, but the Assassinate's there. Sunstrike won't hit.
This is truly a shellacking, as we've heard. They're everywhere. It's literally anyone shows on the map. Almost everybody on the... I guess Box.
Oh, no, Mickey, is he going to go for this?
Oh, I think he is. Doom's not ready.
But the damage alone is... Skeeter's going to have to walk away. He's going to be fine. At least for Skeeter, he doesn't go down.
He's got buddies coming over.
A lot of money on Mickey.
Skitter's like, just let me farm, please.
He's pretty much got his Battle Fury, right? Well, about 600 gold away from having the Void Stone.
But when's he going to be able to fight? He needs 2 more items afterwards. He needs Aghanims. He needs BKB probably. And then he's not even going to do damage because of the build if Mickey does go for it. The Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard, Decrepify, potential shard eventually on the sniper too.
Where did Boxy's career die? I think died to creep somewhere. He had his Atos on.
Oh. Stupid creeps. And immediately swinging over to the mid. They see snaking. Farewell, my friend.
So they go, you have the kill. No, you have the kill. No, you. You take the kill.
So friendly. I think Mickey may be looking at something like a Radiance or something at this way now too.
I was going to say no money. He could go for something fun.
Oh, IQ's a BKB.
BKB. Oh, disappointing.
Top 9. Okay, he's able to get away.
Oh, they don't quite find Saxo there with a kinetic field.
Everyone from Tundra just needs to run away. 13,000 gold lead, 41 kills, 20 minutes. Can they get top? They're on Nisha. Skeeter.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
He's got backup coming in. Boxy's in with a boundless strike. Nisha's not going down today. He's fine.
Oh, Skeeter. The drums. Here we go. Let's see the damage.
They have a little bit of damage. I mean, the drums.
The drums.
Tell you what, the drums.
Oh, but he's dead.
But the drummer is indeed dead. And Mickey, he'll walk away alive. And dying will die.
And Nisha, or 9 barely even gets away. He can't even get a vessel charge. Skeeter was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a kill, guys. And yeah, it's just, everyone's just there. Soxta trying to cut some waves. They're already running him down. Insania. Oh my god. Okay, they almost got him. I9 is playing in a very aggressive position. Mickey.
Oh?
He thinks he has more HP on that Invoker.
Oh, what do you mean?
I think as he blinked away, he was maybe afraid of the Invoker.
Oh, okay.
Mickey perhaps for a second, but... Nisha's build is just, I mean, so full-on aggression, right? He went for the early crit build with the Dragon Lance, and he's so farmed. Free game for the sniper, 8-1 and 9. Sty already has a full Octarine. Good God.
This Pugner and sort of the setup with the lanes, I think it really broke Tundra. They just weren't ready to deal with it at all. They did not know how to set this game up to allow Skeeter to have any sort of game.
No, I really think the swap around was just genius, to be honest with you, as Soxta also goes down. They're just crushing everything. It's like having the Pugna, having the Doom, also to deal with the potential Beastmaster build. That's why he had to go, well, that's why he probably went for the drums build. Sniper last pick, it just, yeah. This is the Liquid we've gotten used to seeing a lot of times, especially in the matchups versus Tundra's top. They're already getting sandwiched.
Uh-oh. Time to get out if you're Tundra. Well, they're not going to get the chance.
Snaking wants to help. So does 9, but they may have just given their lives as well.
See if they can find Snaking as well. He's out with the TP.
Oh, Zayul's. Okay, tip him. Nice. That was brutal. But you know what? Skeeter's got the Battle Fury, and he's got the first component of either the BKB or the Ag, so 10,000 more gold, and maybe he'll be able to fight. Snaking.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Nisha's going for more. Whoop. Into the base. Get the vision for the glimpse back. It's going to be another one for Nisha.
This is... I mean, this game is definitely over, but Tundra, they like to stick in it if they see some type of way to perhaps come back. I don't see it, but...
What's the percentage?
I don't want to look at it. Oh, it's actually 4%. That's more than I would have thought it would be. Okay, all right.
4%.
But look at... Just bring up hero levels really quick, if you don't mind, on the stat thing quick. After we look at this, of course. Drop to 3. They're all higher level. Everyone on Liquid is now higher level than everyone on the side.
That's true. The highest level on Tundra is level 13. The lowest level on Liquid's level 13.
This is devastating. Liquid's got another match later today too. This is
they have,
this is I think it's Talon. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, they do need to be on fire going into that one because that could be a tough one.
That could definitely.
Talon's
be a
looking
tough.
good.
All right, Tundra trying to make something happen. Blink on 33. See if they can find Nisha. That's one of the big kills. But he's gone. The sentry. The drums.
All right.
Okay. It's a lot of gold.
It's a big kill. Money goes to 33.
Big levels too. The glimpse stolen.
All right, sets up for another. Let Skeeter have it.
Let him have it.
Let him
Good
have
job.
it. There we go.
He's involved.
Let the carry take it. Something. A little bit of something.
Step 1 of maybe like 7. They need a lot more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan's up. Could see, honestly, with the damage of Nisha, they could probably go for Rosh when they're back up Liquid.
And it's very difficult. It's pretty much no way that Tundra can fight in that area, so... Liquid... I mean, Liquid just wants to kill heroes, though. The glimpse is stolen. Foxy. Maybe they can find him, too.
He's going to be able to get his Wukong's command off.
Okay, good tornado.
I got the combo. Ooh, but he's out in time.
4-step from Zai.
It was a Zai with the save.
Yep.
Yeah, gets him out of any inevitable combo. Follow-up Sunstrike and Boxy. He's able to deal with the zombies. He's going to live.
Is he actually still alive?
Oh, bro, I think
did he dodge the glimpse damage?
The glimpse damage there with the mischief.
I think he did.
He was caught by the stolen glimpse and stacks up, but dodged the damage. Back in the middle of the action. The Doom gets dropped down onto 33. Skeeter is in on top of Mickey, but Mickey's getting healed up. Zai again with the saves, making sure that Mickey is able to live a little longer. Gets glimpsed back, will die, but overall it's Tundra falling apart once again. 3 dead.
Can Soxa get away? Looks like he will. How many kills is Skeeter involved in? He's now involved in 2. 2 of the 56.
He's dead with his Midas.
He is dead with his Midas. And now the base, it's broken.
Unfortunate.
This is one of the higher kill count games I've seen in 26 minutes. This is absurd. They don't even care about Roshan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
See what they want to go for now, Liquid. If they do want to back up for Roche, or just get ready for another fight.
World is their oyster at this point. Probably the Roche. What's the itemization that looks... What's the next thing's coming out? Of course, we see Nisha going more of a defensive route this time now, going for that BKB. Pretty much impossible for them to catch him. Boxy. Okay, he's bought the gem for his team, it looks like. Just wanted to constrict the map, look for these catches, of course, versus this Ghost Walk. Back to business. They don't care about Roche.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Let's see, Mickey. Show up top. He has BKB, so a pretty impossible kill. Well, they know someone's up here. I mean, they're playing versus... They're like Tundra's playing in the trees. We know. Check the tree lines. They're actually pinged exactly where 9 was, but they didn't actually check up there. Now they'll see the Forge Spirits and they'll see him, but the wave's already gone and he's TP'd out. And okay, they will go for Roche.
What was that?
That was the Drums of Slam.
Oh, is he just cancel casting it? Yeah. Oh no, he's farming with it. I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now he does have BKB. So unless
Okay,
you do
so he
him,
can live.
he can actually drums and focus somebody.
Oh, they find 9.
There's that gem from Boxy coming into play. Time to go for top racks.
Snaking. He's trying to cut the creeps here. Is he out in time? He is.
Oh. Nisha's taking top
Yeah,
tower.
Nisha's just chilling in the base, pushing this top lane.
They're shoving in the waves. 2 BKBs are done for the cores, but let's see what it's actually going to end up doing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nisha just freely sieging.
4 minutes on this Aegis. What are they going to do to stop this push?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's just going to get blasted down. And Boxy, he's already setting up.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
It's gone. They're not going to be able to pull together a defense for this.
That says a lot, right? They have BKB time. I mean, it's been saying a lot for the whole game, but 2 BKBs and they can't even try to defend their high ground. That's Liquid. I mean, that's quite a bit of damage done. Now Tundra probably feeling incredibly desperate, losing 2 racks. Could be one of the final fights for them.
Well, they're not going to find anything heading off this way.
This has to be... I think this is the roughest game I've ever seen Skitter have.
The best build that I've ever seen him have, though. Battle Fury, Midas spots. It's my kind of carry.
Looks like it. Nisha, Scotty, finished up as well. Let's see.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Hawk scouting. They'll see it, though. So they know the angle they're coming from. Mickey might just run into them.
Tower gone, and Scotty done on Nisha.
They see 9. Got a glimpse of him there for a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at the positioning here of Tundra.
Well, they're going to find Saxa. Nisha.
Oop.
Scanning through the tree lines with the full-up vision of the gem.
Look at Tundra behind them here trying to get some wrapper.
They've got to do something soon. I mean, Nine's already been doomed.
Uh-oh.
9 goes down. They can't get anywhere near Nisha, I don't imagine. Nisha can just stand at a safe distance, peeping away. Skeeter has managed to get it on top of Mickey.
Oh, he can't finish him, though.
He can't. Mickey's able to get away, keep his distance. In fact, jumps back in and is able to take out Skeeter. I mean, 4 dead, there's no buyback. GG. It's finally called here. 31 minutes in, 31k lead for Liquid, as they were looking hot today. And once again, Tundra. There's something about Liquid, but they just can't do it against them. Liquid, they've always got their number.
Yeah, this was a beautiful one, though. It's like everything came together perfectly with the draft, with the plays. Pugna off lane to deal with not only just the troll, but also versus the Undying. They switched the Doom, so he kind of counters the Beastmaster. The Sniper's free farming. What else could you really ask for if you're a Liquid fan? This was a beautiful symphony of events that came from them. And Tundra, Tundra does look very good versus a lot of teams, but for some reason versus Liquid, it seems like there's not much hope.
Yeah, Liquid well and truly seems to have figured them out. And even in this game too, with Tundra trying to come in with something a bit different, bringing back some of the older picks, as you say. 9 coming back on the Invoker, something that we haven't seen for a long time. 6 months in competitive. As you say, before that was a period where he was not able to get any wins. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be another game where that loss streak will continue on the Invoker. It was a tough series, tough day here against Liquid. Liquid, though, very much looking fantastic, and with a great approach both times with the drafts. This game too as well, that switch around and getting Zion on the offlane Pugna. It was too much for the troll to deal with, as that is this series said and done. Liquid, they'll get the 2 wins against Tundra.
A clean 2-0, that is correct. Team Liquid taking it against Tundra here in their first match of this group stages. They are, of course, both in Group B. They will have another match later today. Of course, first we'll switch back to Group A, and then we'll go back to Group B. 2 more series coming your way. But first, let's break this down, because this game got out of control quite rapidly even, I want to say. I'm joined by, well, Jenkins is still here.
Yep.
But also Sheep and Purge are here to break this down. Sheep, you say that Liquid always has Tundra's number. This game was no different.
It just keeps happening.
It just keeps happening.
What are they meant to do? Look at Insania. He's hiding there behind Zai because he knows he was the MVP
with
of this
the
game.
cheeky smile. Look at that.
My man on the Disruptor. There is no escape. You guys talked about the anchoring. They did that pretty well. They just came together so fast. And made it happen. I mean, God, is what Boxy, dude, these supports are so good at the game. I don't know how they do it. I'm watching Boxy killing a troll warlord bot, like chasing him to his friggin' base. Like, how is this happening? How is this allowed to happen?
It was a pain moment. Like they dumpstered Skeeter really hard with the Pugna versus him, and he goes mid lane, and I see Pugna killing him. I'm like, oh, Troll's level 5, Pugna's level 8. He just dies again, and you're like, oh man.
Yeah, you'd think it's like all of your Dota instincts are like, oh, that's a mid Pugna, like dominating the troll. No, that's an offlane Pugna. He's supposed to be pathetic. the hero's not that great in a side lane, to be honest.
The swap was just so good because they picked the troll. Okay, troll's good against core Monkey King. They just swapped it to the support, and then they like hit him with another counter with their last pick. So it was just like they got like 2 layers deep of like messing up their draft against them, and then they also executed it well. So there was just like it felt like there was no chance. And then the supports also further punished past that with their advantage because they're really, really good.
Dude, the whole like Pugna sucking someone while they're trapped in a kinetic field that happened multiple times, especially to troll. It's just the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yep, and it wasn't just like aggressive either. He was like defensively saving his team as well. Like where he saved Boxy on the mid lane, and then Boxy runs back in, gets glimpsed, and then you're like, oh god damn it! After this amazing save from Zai, and then he dodges the glimpse the stolen glimpse, by the way, damage with Mischief. That was awesome. That was just like insanely good, high skill Dota, which is like something you would expect from, I don't know, a group of like 19-year-old Dota players, like Team Spirit or something like that, you know?
Are you calling?
Yeah, they're too old.
Yeah, they're old.
They're old, decrepit,
100%. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. They're old. I mean, in Dota terms, like, they're not. But, you know, in gamer terms, yeah, they're old. But they still got it, man.
They're old in Dota terms, too. There's a lot of, like, really young teams here and there.
Well,
not in Western Europe.
In Eastern Europe, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But not in the other region, especially Western Europe. I think Western Europe is actually the oldest region.
It probably is. I would not be too surprised. I think you actually calculated
I did. I looked. I went every single one. Yeah, Solo really brings it up for Eastern Europe, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you're looking at it.
What's he, like 29 or something?
He's like 50, dude.
Oh, wow. Very
50 years old.
I think he hit the 30, no?
He's 30.
Yeah.
I think he's 30.
There's a lot of 30s at this point.
Yeah. We're getting up there. Anyway, what were we talking about?
How old are you?
We're talking about Team Liquid doing very well here against Tundra. Maybe Tundra is not old enough yet. There's that as well, of course. We know that they kind of have Liquid as their kryptonite at this point. It was a little bit of a sad performance. I feel like we talked about it, but they got a little bit outmaneuvered in the draft already. Could we say that for both games, Purge? Did you feel like that was the case for game number 1 as well? Because that, from our perspective, before the game was played, looked fairly even, but on hindsight,
I mean, game 1 was, they had like ultra late game advantage for sure. Morphling was not very contested in terms of, like, he's playing against a carry DK and a mid Zeus. Like, once he gets enough items, he's got solutions against both of those guys. But game 2 was like completely, it was like 3 standard deviations of counter. Game 1, maybe like 1 or something. It was like they had some advantages and they played it well, but it could have been Tundra winning.
What is standard deviation?
Say again?
What is standard deviation?
Standard deviation?
Yeah.
Is that the 5 the 5 with the graph thing? I had math at school.
McDonald's?
Should have asked. Heard, what is a standard deviation?
There's always a little bit that take Dota's attack damage range.
Okay.
There's a hero has an attack damage, but it can hit within a certain range.
No, it's more like if you take a grouping
but that's
of
not
numbers.
Like that's not the actual name.
If you take like a grouping of something, a standard deviation is like a math term for like it's
allowed to swivel.
All right, so you know how they're like everyone
allowed to be different.
The average Dota player is like in the middle, makes a bell curve, right? A standard deviation is like a chunk to the right, and a second standard deviation is another chunk, and a third standard deviation is now you're like divine player.
Well, I do know that it has something to do with the number 5. I believe.
Mute button. Do the mute button.
Why? No, I don't do the mute button. I believe the number 5, and that's where because I know that that's.
I'm not even explaining
I don't know, but let's take a look at the positions.
Let's talk about more math. What do you guys?
No.
Oh, you're trying to segue the whole
It's a
time.
math game. What
Oh wow, you just absolutely blocked
I
that.
was trying here. All right, we got the position 5 with the KDA because we thought that was
There's a 5.
a very exciting stat, Jenkins.
I thought that'd be funny to have the because position 5s are just so pathetic. It's so pathetic.
What? Insanely looks like such a Giga Chad right now.
I mean, they both do. I mean, Snaking's a wall, dude. Have you seen this guy?
I meant the
It's a brick
KDAs.
wall. Oh, okay. Well, they're both, you know.
If that's good numbers.
3 and 10, 2 and 5. You know, if you take away the assist, it doesn't look too good. But, you know, if you put the assist in there, both of the scores are honestly not that bad. Snake King maybe with a couple more deaths. But the 5 is going to get in there and die, you know.
What is that?
That is the phone because we're getting a call. And the call is he on camera somewhere? Oh, yeah, I believe he'll be in front of the fireplace. There he is.
What?
Hey, Boxy, how you doing?
Hello, DreamLeague. I'm Colin.
Oh, I love it. I love
can
it.
see Blitz. Bring him here.
No. This is
Blitz.
fine. Oh,
Blitz is not allowed.
No, not allowed.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Barred.
putting your foot down. I appreciate it. Congratulations on a 2-0. First of all, of course. Good to see you back as well. And amazing performance in those games. Maya, I have a couple questions. But I've got one question first. It's about age. I don't know if you heard a lot about the discussion we just had on the panel, but would you consider your team an old team?
No.
Glad we got that sorted.
I don't know. Nisha is like a little zoomer. And Mick is... I mean, the thing is, when you play with people that we've played with for like 5-6 years, you know, we're all kids. We're still kids, even if we're going old. The only guy who's really old, that's William. And maybe Sai, but that's because he's from like an earlier generation. I think...
Wait, an earlier generation? Isn't he like the same age as you guys?
Yeah, but he's like an old Dota player, you know?
Okay.
Like me, Mick, and Nisha, you know, we're young. I'm young. I will believe I'm young.
All right. I also would like to know, because this is a very different type of group stage than, of course, the DPC is. A lot less games during DPC compared to now. How different is the preparation for a group stage like this for you compared to playing the DPC?
Maybe it's a little more relaxed. This tournament is obviously something we take serious, but for DPC it's maybe a little like more serious because there's no groups. You know, you just play your games and they're super important. One game can take you from the major to getting knocked out, as we saw. So yeah, more prep for DPC. Maybe we'll prep some more for next series. Who knows? You'll have to ask William.
You didn't need to prep for this one, apparently. You knocked it out of the park. Easy. Jenkins also has a question for you. Jenkins, I want you to know that this is the last question we can ask Boxy right now, so you better make it count.
Boxy, I got a question for you. Who has the biggest ego on your team, including coaches, and who has the smallest ego on your team, including coaches?
Biggest ego, maybe Nisha, but he doesn't.
Really?
He doesn't. He won't admit it. He acts humble, and then when you tell him something, he's like, "What? What do you mean?" You know. He's like that right now.
I said the same thing. I had this exact discussion with Insania at the Lima
Yeah.
Major.
And the lowest ego?
Smallest ego.
Smallest ego.
Lowest ego. I don't know. Maybe Sai. I think Sai has smallest ego.
Okay. Yeah. I'm happy that you asked this question, Jenkins, but Boxy, unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure that if you guys do this without preparing, we're going to talk a lot more to you over the next couple of days. I got to congratulate you once again with a fairly clean 2-0. Looking forward to watching you play again later today. But for now, enjoy your victory. Enjoy probably some lovely food from the amazing catering that you got going there. And talk to you again soon.
Yeah, I'm going to play some Path of Exile. See you guys.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Yeah, smooth opening series.
Shout out to Path of Exile.
The games must continue. Look at that. The Brewmaster already comes out because it is time to move on. We're going to jump to Group A again because this, of course, was a match in Group B. For that, we are going to have an entire different show coming your way here. So we'll be back after a break and you'll be welcomed by the amazing Tsunami and Trent.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, your host for the late shift, for the late game, you know his name, it's Tsunami!
My boy! Oh, does it feel like an honor? Trent, these are hallowed grounds that we are upon right now. I have been watching Dota 2 competitively since a good 2013.
Hey.
The first DreamLeague. This desk was graced by the Too Goods, the Brunos, the Loomies, the Draskels, the Shano Mads. And now we have been given the privilege of bringing more Dota a whopping 10 years later. A decade later.
NA, math is hard. I get it.
Not my
All right.
strength.
Yeah.
It's not my strength. Trent, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, first DreamLeague. Never had the pleasure of making my way here, so it's pretty great. I hear they ran out of the potted plants. So, you got plant on one side, me on the other. I feel like I'm a pretty good fill-in for some greenery. And I'm ready for some more Dota.
Well, I've got it for you. We've had a whopping lot of ties that Sheepstick has been privy to. Why is no one just outright winning? What's going on here?
Well, I actually just watched Liquid 2-0, so...
Correct.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dominance from Western Europe, but cross-regionally.
But they
neck
beat
and neck.
Western Europe.
Transitive
This
property.
host, huh?
This host sucks, man. Where's Shiva? Bring
I
it back.
can't handle it. It's because I'm one person short here. Can we get one more guest? Bring me BSJ to the couch. Brian Canavan in the flesh on a tournament stream, not on his own Twitch channel. What is going on here? Who let you out of your cage?
I was going to ask you the same question, but I was also going to ask, is there anybody important that graced this couch? Because you have the desk.
Good question. We've had, I famously recall one clip of an Eternal Envy pouring a can of Monster on Hani at one point.
Was that on the couch?
It was not on the couch. I believe the couch is a new introduction, so your butt is the second one to be there. How does it feel?
That feels...
No, it's the third.
It's a third.
Just Effie sat there, then I sat there, and now you're sitting there.
Well, those are some good company, I feel. And your Dota has been on point in this time that you've been off from tournament broadcasts, I have to assume.
Yes.
Yeah?
Sorry, I was distracted by my own very terrible joke to lead off at the start.
I mean, what do you expect from a guy on Fart Studios, honestly?
Nothing.
It's
Low
only
standards.
it's one topic that they're interested in, apparently. That's it.
Dude, Far SJ, when I covered your games, it was the highest honor, honestly. The fact that I interviewed you and we were screens apart, and now we're here in the flesh, that means so much to me. Seriously, massive fan, bro.
I'm glad you said it, because it means this just as much to me as well.
Which name are you going by for the remainder of this event?
I feel like for professionalism, I'm BSJ here, but out on the battlefield,
I see.
I bring the stink.
On the field of Dota. How about for today's Dota, what we have remaining here on the second half of our first day of the broadcast? You've already seen two series. One was a tie, and as Sheep cleverly informed me, the second one was a 2-0. Team Liquid versus Tundra. Thank you. Two more series remain. Our third series, Aster versus Evil Geniuses, Trent. Hot off the Lima Major rematch.
Yeah, let's go. That obviously did not go too well for Aster, but yeah, there was some home field advantage there in terms of this big crowd, all the energy, some other stuff happening there as well. But so this time,
I can't whistle that well.
We've got both teams out of their comfort zone. They've come here for some Dota.
Yes, the neutral land of Western Europe, and our final series is going to be Team Liquid versus Talon. So Team Liquid hoping to, I guess, replicate other performances at the Lima Major. It's just two Lima Major rematches back to back. How much Lima did you watch, Brian?
I watched a pretty good amount. I
Yeah.
specifically watched a lot of Liquid, as I'm a big fan.
No biases.
No, but I did see this series, and I think the home crowd did have a lot to do with the energy levels, and I'm kind of curious to see, because I think a lot of the SA teams, they operate on chaos. They operate on throwing their opponent off, and I'm wondering how potent that's going to be in this setting, online.
How much has China grown, Sheep? They had a whole tour to get their bearings together, get all of those match fixers out of their region, and only get legitimate Dota. That's what the official press release
You
said.
know, but that is actually a good point because it is a lot more legitimate. I think the top 4 teams from China going to the major look a lot better this time around. And on top of that, Aster have lost their last 4 series. They are not as dominant as they used to look. There is a lot better competition going on over there now.
How much of it is them taking it easy after they make it to the major? Because I see some teams. I know.
I don't think 4 series in a row is taking it easy. I think that at that point there was actually some problems going on.
Losing is learning. Okay,
Yeah,
they're
that's
just
true.
figuring stuff out before they come here for our massive important tournament. You know, so they can throw some matches at less prestigious events.
I mean, they were like heavily on. I think it was Dire. They took Dire every single game they could. It was like 93% of games they took it. And then the games they played on Radiant, they had a 0% win rate. So maybe there's something there. People are figuring out, hey, we just gotta take this Dire away from these guys.
EG are writing that down right now. Oh, okay, all right.
That's just a global thing, though. I saw the stats for Western Europe. Dire has like a 65% advantage, and Radiant 35%. Have you noticed that anecdotally in pubs, or is this just professional?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest part about it is that the off lane is almost impossible for the safe lane to stay in. Like, they get booted out of lane, basically, at some point between, like, 6 to 10 minutes. And the Radiant primary jungle is just way worse to farm for carries than the Dire. And so I feel like Radiant is pressured to invade while Dire just has to hold. And a lot of the heroes right now, you have these Undying type supports, Clockwork type supports. It's just very difficult to walk into these heroes.
So it's not as Roche-centric as I was once told, because everyone was like, oh, it's the Roche pit advantage for Dire over and over again. Seems more like even laning is relevant for Dire.
Yeah, I'd almost say like it's a lot about who gets that early momentum that gets Roche, because for Dire, they just put their carry on the bottom lane later on after the map's opened up a little bit. But for Radiant, it's actually on them to take that outpost, which means it requires them to take the tier 2 tower. And while Dire didn't have to do anything to accomplish that control of Roche.
That Dire cliff, ward just to the right of Roche, is like so impossibly hard to contest as well for Radiant.
You can't deny it as a melee, or you can't kill wards as a melee hero.
You have
Like
to walk up. It's so stupid. So like Dire just has a Roche advantage on top of everything else. Like.
Yeah, it's that one tiny pixel that you can see maybe off in the distance.
I see it. I see it.
Yes, I think if I look for long enough, I will find it.
Right, it's an optical illusion.
Yeah.
There it is. In fact,
I saw it.
We may even be, you don't even know if this is the accurate map. Maybe we're leaking new map changes in this artistic depiction.
Yeah, I see a few tree movements around there
Right?
somewhere.
Yeah, right.
That'll
there
be in
on
the patch notes.
Yeah.
There's like volcanoes as well. That's the new mechanic.
Lava flow comes out every couple of minutes there. Dodge.
It's like
Turns into an arcade game.
If the game goes for 65 minutes exactly, it erupts and kills everyone on the map.
Finally, no more league.
You want this thing to go 65 minutes? What kind of heroes are you on the lookout for then, Sheep? Because we've got a draft ready for our first game of this Aster versus Evil Geniuses series. Any favorites?
All right, well, I can tell you about a little bit of Aster preference. So during the DPC, everyone would focus ban Brood, Beast, Nature's Prophet, and Enigma versus them, which usually always left Enchantress in the pool for them. And that's not going to happen this game.
No, they banned out the Brood themselves.
Yeah. But they do get a lot of their zoo. Like Beastmaster's still in there, Nature's Prophet, Enigma. These are heroes that they really like to play on the offlane. Like typically they play quite like a extending of laning phase type draft, where the offlane will farm for quite a while. They'll try and make plays from mid a little bit, and then they'll just try and reach like this Monet win condition because he's the carry. He's what they like to center their strats around.
I love all this analysis, but the game's already been decided because Aster's on Radiant.
0%.
I mean, let's just go game
Let's
two.
go game 2.
Okay, they'll just grab like, your Beastmaster and your Nature's Prophet, right? They're both left in, so like if EG first picked the Nature's Prophet, then you got this option of like the Beastmaster, or like we're talking about like the Bat Rider and stuff upstairs, but we're not going that route. We're just gonna open up the Lesh rack.
And we are almost certainly going to see a Clockwork from Team Aster because it's good against Lesh. And I looked at their, like a lot of teams for their most picked heroes for DPC were like around 7. But Aster, they had like 11 Enchantress games, like 8 Disruptor games, and 8 Clockwork games.
Yeah.
So pretty much their support duo for every game included 2 of those 3 heroes. And I thought it was fascinating that EG started with 2 support bans because that's not something we see very common.
Clockwork is actually a really good shout as well because EG started to play it. Like Panda, he played Clockwork for the first time in 3 years in Tour 1. And then he went on to play it like 8 times at the Major, 5 times in Tour 2. So he's like really ramping up, like his hero versatility is out of control now.
I love Panda.
Yeah, Panda is great. His hero pool is the funniest thing ever.
He's slowly growing. As, the team, he gets a little bit more space in the draft, gets to try out some new stuff.
I would argue he's regressing. You told me that his claim to fame was as a Viper spammer.
That is true. Back in when the SA DPC first started, he was rocking a 5 Viper that took over the entire region. Because Bristleback was broken at the time. And he basically changed the entire meta of our draft, and no one else, and all the other regions, this was not an issue at all. And we just had these Viper-centric drafts, but he's moving on from just either being a saving hero or a Viper picker now to some more interactive stuff. And goodness gracious, it's usually not a very good thing to have to spend so much time on your first couple of picks, but at the same time, not many teams are opening first overall Leshrac, so probably not what they had in their
This was not in the notebook, yeah.
No. They're doing all these mock drafts last night. It was like, oh, all right.
Nice call, Brian.
There's the clockwork.
The clockwork's really nice against Lesh because any core that you can just walk behind and they don't have a way to naturally jump over your cogs like a Queen of Pain or like a Pangolier.
Or Pike Builders.
Yeah, it's just much easier to reliably threaten you. It's not even as much about killing you all the time, but if the clockwork's missing on the map, Lesh wants to be on top of the creep wave, using his ultimate to flash farm, and if clockwork's missing, you just don't, that little bit of hesitation, a little bit of doubt. But some of these SA teams, they do run the Lesh off lane, so there's a bit of flex potential coming out in that aspect.
Yeah, it certainly was a big Whisper classic back in the day. So, but we're gonna grab ourselves the Bat Rider right away. So this is this whole idea of contesting against the Nature's Prophet and trying to essentially help determine where he can and can't lane.
This is an interesting opening from them, in my opinion, just because usually they open in one of two ways. Either they take a really broken Whisper hero, so like his Brood and Timbersaw, or they open with a Chrysaluck hero. Like Chrysaluck, usually his hero is picked first phase majority of games. In fact, DP is probably, it's banned obviously here, as it should be. DP is like their most highest priority hero for him. Every single game they can get their hands on it. So that's usually how they draft. And this could potentially be both of their heroes?
Yeah.
I'd imagine so.
This is more flex than I would expect. I think SA is probably one of the few regions that are still consistently flexing Bat Rider between offlane and mid, though. I think most other regions are pretty exclusive mid.
Well, what I like about the idea of these two heroes is even though on paper they're both ranged heroes, they predominantly do magic damage. In lane, as a carry, I would want a long-ranged hero against Lesh, because he suffers against the likes of the Drow Rangers getting banned out, and then heroes that are good against Bat Rider are ones that get up in your face, oftentimes have dispels, like Slark. So kind of whatever Aster picks as the carry, I think EG will be comfortable putting one of those two heroes against it.
But Nature's Prophet has range. You don't want Monet on this Nature's Prophet?
I think it's fine if they do the Nature's Prophet carry. I just think Bat Rider, it's not the best in lane, but Bat Rider as a whole, not only is it because he can fly out of the sprout, he can find the Nature's Prophet in the trees, but he also buys boots of travel, so he can kind of be as anywhere on the map like Nature's Prophet can be. So as a carry player, I don't like playing these really hard map counters.
That's it.
It's much harder to find farm.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me because when I think Monet, I want Morphling. I want big, huge carry that keep growing. But Nature's Prophet, you can't play the one, and he does grow and he gets big, but it's not like that same level, of super hardcore growth where he can just dominate a whole team fight himself. But because they're playing on the Radiant side, and there is that pressure to maybe move the game along a little bit faster, perhaps it could be beneficial to go for something a little bit more on the earlier timing end of the Nature's Prophet if they can keep things pushing fast.
And you brought up, so ranged heroes is one way to deal with this offlane Bat Rider. How about Dispel heroes, Sheep? The Slark got taken out. What's your feelings on Naga Siren as a hero these days? And don't worry, Brian, I'll ask you about Phantom Lancer next.
No, they're checkmated. They've got the Leshrac.
Oh, that's true.
Fair
point.
That's true. Naga Siren is not something I have enjoyed watching recently. I don't think the hero's bad, I just don't enjoy watching it. So I hope they don't play it.
Okay, they got another Dispel.
Wonderful. Oracle.
I actually like this idea because they banned out some of the best melee counter Bat Rider heroes, the Slark and the Void. Void can time dilate the Sticky, which is effectively Dispel. And so it opens up the carry hero pool if they do want to save it for later on in the draft by picking this Oracle, because now you don't need the carry to do that.
Right.
Yeah. Oracle, though. This is now going to require EG to go for some backline jump for sure. You can't just let him do what he wants in these fights.
Absolutely. Or Silencer, maybe. A lot of teams have been
That's a route.
on that hero still.
Yeah.
They do. That is their third most picked support.
Yeah. Certainly a Panda classic.
I like the idea, but it does make it hard for them, I think, to make plays a little bit. Like your
Yeah.
smoke becomes weaker if you have supports like Silencer potentially.
Although it does pair well with Bat too, aggressively.
Yeah, it is
Which is
nice.
kind of cool.
I think if they went for Silencer, I would want to see a 4 that can go in more, like a tiny Tusk type hero.
Yeah.
Obviously, since Clock's already taken.
Marcy
works
goes
for me.
in.
Yeah.
Also can get out of the cogs. So she can like scout out the ganks. I assume this is a support Marcy. I would say like the most potent 3-hero combo when I think of Bowrider is Silencer Spectre. Like Silencer allows him to run in without having to fear the counter initiation, and then Spectre jumps the back lines during that time, so they're now zoned by the time they're no longer silenced. And that's something that playing in the NASA region a long time, that is like a combo you see a lot of, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that.
Especially like the Spectre is a potential +1 to track down this Nature's Prophet. Like you said, this Bat Rider is going to get farmed. BOTs may need one extra hero to help finish off a Nature's Prophet.
Did you often scrim EG as Far Studios, or did you not scrim?
Never, as far as studios, no, I have not scrimmed any of these teams
They're not
we'll be
calling?
seeing during this tournament.
Unlucky.
I mean, it's so weird. We were just busy. They
You were just leaving them on red.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Like they try and they're like,
I made sure it was on WhatsApp, of course. I left
Yeah.
the double check mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But not the blue double check mark.
No, the blue.
Oh, it was
They
the
knew
blue.
I read it.
He wants them to know.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's like a way different approach. So that you were wowing about this IO.
No, I was wondering about you.
Oh. I missed you. I like Kirk. If we can keep her on.
We can keep her. She's cool.
Yes! I did it.
By the way, this is your last series for the day, Sheep. We'll catch you later.
Oh, that's true, actually.
IO plus Leshrac, a tried and true strategy. I guess that means that they're putting more emphasis in keeping this Leshrac as their win priority.
Yeah, it's like the issue is you do 0 damage to the guy that's Fate's Edict by Oracle. So keeping the Leshrac alive with Bloodstone going is not going to be nearly as powerful as I would, or like you no longer have to kill the Leshrac during the Bloodstone because the guy that's on top of him isn't taking any damage, which means he's not lifestealing either.
Aster just looking really aggressive right now. Puck, Nature's Prophet, Clockwork.
Okay, right. I'll say something about Aster. Aster has changed as a team, right? Back in the day, back when they had Ori still, that was their mid laner, right? Yes. They were a very active, aggressive team. They would pick heroes, they would run at you, they would be killing everyone. They had one of the highest kill averages of any team at these LAN events, right? Coming to this year, they are so passive. They're like one of the lowest kill average teams in like Lima, in the Tour. Like they play so relaxed because I feel like what ends up happening.
Snoozers. They're boring.
They're
You mean
snoozers,
boring, not
yeah.
relaxed. We say boring.
Don't sugarcoat this.
I'm
man.
not, sorry, they're pathetic.
Whoa, calm down. That's not a synonym. I'm pulling out my source.
Dude, this team has turned into something else. Like they have, I don't think XWI is a bad mid laner by any means, but I feel like sometimes because they have XSS farming from the off lane and they have Monet on like a win condition that they want to farm to late game, what they do instead is they just play a lot more like, okay, we're going to try and make moves. If they work, that's great, but if they don't work so much, we'll just kind of chill. And I think even EG picked up on this. Matthew said in an interview at Lima, he was like, we understand that like China want to play more for their own farm. So that when they drafted against them in the series they beat them, they just tried to play for their own late game.
Right.
Outplay them in the end.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any chance we see it. Is it? No, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, like, we're not getting some weird, like, IO combo here, right? We're not going Witch Doctor, we're not gonna do some, like, safe lane, Leshrac shenanigans. I think we can say we're safe from that right now.
I think so.
I think we're good.
If Gaiman were able to win a major off of IO Leshrac, why bother changing the script?
So true.
I mean, Aster have the last counter pick here, so they're just gonna get, like, the big, my carry beats your carry, whatever EG are gonna reveal here, and that's kind of what they're gonna play for, whether it's the Nature's Prophet or it's something else. So EG have to find either something that is like not like uncounterable in terms of they feel like it's gonna have a strong game, or you would think they would kind of feel a little bit pressured to play on the faster pace, and
ban
actually
Nyx.
ends with a Nyx ban.
Yeah, so they think the Marcy could be a potential carry here. IO Marcy, very scary lane.
Yeah, lots of cool maneuvers you can do with the jump.
Don't have much reserve time to figure out what you want to do with this carry role.
There's actually still Rubik. Oh, okay.
Templar is so good against Puck, dude. I mean, we've been gassing up this shot on TA behind the scenes.
So annoying. So then do you want it mid?
I don't care where it goes. It's just like
the shard.
It's just about getting to 15.
Yeah.
I mean, mid against Puck is really good, so I am like very happy if it goes there. It's like the lane matchup's good, but if you don't have him there, it's fine. The game matchup's amazing. Like it's so hard for Aster because they're going to be looking and hunting, right? They want to kill you with their clock Puck combo, but you're scouting that out with your traps, and then on top of that, if he ever goes on a trap and gets silenced, it's like even if you pop the trap without it being charged, it's like 1.5 seconds silence or something.
Yep.
It's so stupid and it's so hard to play against. Like Puck
They
was-
go for the Spectre.
Okay.
Huh.
I don't.
The big hero.
Okay.
My issue is who sets up the Spectre, because Puck is, with the nerfs they gave Puck a few patches back, she's actually a pretty weak laner. Like her orb costs a ton of mana,
Yeah.
and I feel like it's difficult for her to get farm, but also to move around the map and gank. So I think when I see a Spectre, I'm like, okay, who's going to go first? You know, who's going to be the one leading the charge so that the Spectre can follow up with the haunt? Because you want your haunts to be aggressive. You don't want them to be counter-initiation haunts.
Well, if your teammates are smoked, someone smoke pops, you hit haunt, hookshot comes in, everyone gets the Nature's Wrath hits everyone.
Okay,
Has the,
They have
Spectre.
insane global potential. on
Yeah, it's
Aster.
pretty nasty.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It looks. I kind of like it. I do think EG looks pretty scary for like not having the last pick. I think their lineup still looks really strong right now, and I like the Whisper Leshrac coming out here too. Pretty solid laning setup.
Okay, Brian.
I think if the game breaks down even slightly, that EG's lineup will struggle a bit because once the Spectre gets the Ags, there's just nowhere for them to farm on their three heroes. Like they have three, like Bat Rider's going to be boots of traveling all over the place for farm. TA needs to farm a lot of areas. She clears a lot of creeps, and so does Lesh. So I think it's either going to be like a laning steamroll from EG where they can just run at you with the Lesh IO while the Bat Rider looks for kills and TA hits creeps in the safe part of the map, or it's going to be a chaotic Spectre win because they just don't have enough map control.
I think the Aster lacks way too much damage to play into an IO and a sidekick max Mossy. I think there's just no way they can kill this TA like when she gets going. That's my opinion.
What about a Radiant Spectre? Burner.
I'm still not feeling it.
Bloodstone and IO heals.
Yeah.
I'm imagining Whisper can go Greaves offlane Lesh as well. He doesn't have to go super greedy like Bloodstone, and then their ball just becomes terrifying.
I want to see that ball. I want to see it IRL with our two casters. Let's bring in Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. That's right. We're here with Aster versus Evil Geniuses Game 1, where Game 1, both these teams have obviously played a series already today, and their Game 1, I think for both of these teams in their first series, they came out swinging and looked really good. I think in both the Game 1, both EG and Aster looked dominant in their Game 1, and then they got tripped up in Game 2. I think Aster, they ended up getting tinkered, right? Kind of feels bad. EG, I feel like EG had chances to win against TSM in that Game 2, but
I feel like this EG team sometimes hits themselves in confusion.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I get. I don't know. They do a lot of wild stuff, and a lot of their strategies feel almost too single-target focused sometimes. This is another draft where it's 5 heroes who are going to go on one target at the start of these fights. It's a lot of lane finesse that they want to pull off so they can snowball into the mid-game. Sometimes these lineups just become hard to execute. But in a game like this, I agree with Sheep on the panel for once. That's the only time you're ever going to hear me say this.
Okay.
In the entirety of my career. So that's the one
to
time
revel
you get
in it. Here it comes.
Yeah, that's high praise.
Okay,
We
what?
could both be horribly wrong, though.
I wasn't listening to Sheep, so you're going to have to repeat whatever she said.
That's a fair go. I think Aster have damage issues. Like, how are you killing this IO plus the tether partner in the mid game? I don't see it. You hook shot in with a battery from a 5 clock. Remember, Baboka is on this Oracle, so you have the Foracle going to work here. This is not a very high damage support duo if the lanes backfire on you, and then you're playing Spectre, Fury on Puck. I kind of worry for the damage in the mid game. So I think EG have a pretty big window where if lanes go well, they're just going to run this game over because you can't take those mid game fights from a behind position. It's just not happening. I'm not even sure you can cast your Oracle spells on your cores this game. That seems hard to me, man.
Speaking of that Oracle, like, what did you think about it when it was drafted? Because it was picked up against Bat Rider and Leshrac, so I was like, okay, kind of interesting idea. You have a Dispel against Bat Rider, sure. You have magic damage, can prevent some magic damage. That's pretty helpful. And they did end up with a lot of single target, which I feel like Oracle's got to be kind of good against, right?
In a way. It's just, what's the front line for him in these fights? That's how I think of Oracle. You want the fights to be set up in a way where the enemy has to go through your front line to get to you, and then you set the fight up naturally for your cores, even if you don't get spells off, because they have to focus you, and they have to overextend to do it. In this game, I don't know who's going first for Aster here outside of the Puck. And Puck is not really the best Oracle target in terms of...
No.
You don't really want your Puck being in a position where Oracle has to bail him out in the first place.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not sure how these fight dynamics are that great for Baboka here. And I feel like Baboka is kind of the heart of this team in a lot of ways. I feel like a lot of the Chinese force actually dictate a lot of their early and mid games.
Yeah, Baboka playing Oracle? Playing a range support in general just isn't really my vibe. That's just not what I think of when I think of a winning Baboka game.
You gotta give this guy a club.
Yeah.
So he can go in and smash some heads.
Me Bobo. Me smash.
Me Baboka. I mean, Aster had a rough season this season, too. I'm actually pretty interested to see what happens to this team over the course of this tournament because their season was rough. They barely made it here. They were not in that top 3 tied dominant position for China. And a lot of those games were rough for Baboka, too. When we were talking about how much momentum he can build for this Aster side. He Baboka'd himself in some of those games. So I'm kind of looking to see him step up this tournament and be in a more demanding position in terms of what they want his role to be. Does he want to go back to those roamer 4 melees? Does he want to go back to the greedier type of Rubik Alliance that a lot of these Chinese force play?
Right.
As XWY is just getting run down here.
Yeah, it's going to jump back to the orb here. Back into lane. Meanwhile, bottom, they're actually going to jump on the Spectre here. Matthew takes a heavy amount of damage in return. They got to be careful, especially with Baboka closing in. I mean, he's got the level 2. I guess it's a ways until we see level 3. But I feel like level 3 is really where Oracle actually starts feeling okay in lane.
Yeah, you maybe get the cheeky kill with the power spike.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like these lanes are going good for Aster, except whatever is happening mid. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know how.
Oh no, XWY!
He's dead? Okay.
Oh my god. I think he mistimed the...
Mistimed the first 3 minutes? What? I don't know how he ended up in this position. It's very awkward. I think the early levels should be mostly okay for Puck. I think the 4 and 5 can be a little tough first bat if you fall behind on region, but it should not be this bad this early. And it is going to cost him a lot here because he is the playmaker who goes in first.
Yep.
If he has a bad game, this game is going to be really slow from Aster. Now you're feeding more support kills away to an off-lane Leshrac.
I feel like you jinxed them.
This
Aster laning phase is going okay, and then immediately we turn. Puck dies. Now Baboka dies.
Oh, come on. Don't put it on me. I didn't do anything yet. Now, if you give me 10 or 15 minutes, I'll jinx them for sure, but only 3? I'm not like you, Cap. I can't finish that fast, you know. I was going to say
what is those denies? What the hell? He's got 14 denies on the Nature's Prophet. Sorry,
hey,
I needed to change the subject.
You were really excited about that. Yeah, you were desperately
no,
trying
but
to change that
seriously,
one.
why does he have 15 denies?
I mean, he went double branch, double circlet, and a Wraith Band. He's just sitting up here with insane base damage. Spam denying waves with trees. XXS showing off some lane prowess here, and they're going to need it because he's having the best game of anybody, but you have to make these Furion rotations work. How many games have we seen in this meta where the off-lane Furion messes up 1 or 2 rotations and suddenly this map's going to be a nightmare to play? They have IO relocate for the numbers advantage. They have TA, Bat, and Lesh to deal with the lane pressure. We've seen Bat and TA be 2 of the best counters this hero in terms of playing the map, dealing with him late game. This is not an easy Furion game. Not to mention if this Marcy gets fought.
Oh, Pichu. Not able to get the courier kill that he was hoping for. It's just been kind of a nuisance to Panda trying to stop him from being able to get off any pulls. Getting constant... You can see he's not even level 3 yet. Not even close to it. He's just giving all solo levels over to the off lane there.
Has to make it pay off in some of this mid game because bottom is just still going rough.
Yeah, Baboka's dead again. Really good body blocks there from Matthew to ensure the kill. Panda, who had his Link stopped by the battery assault, will have a second chance at it. Does manage to get away.
I feel like EG's in a pretty good position to run away with a lot of this game. Like, they are dominating the 1v1 mid. Is this another solo kill?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, I didn't jinx him. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, just for the record.
What, you did jinx? Is this another solo? Now you just jinx Chris Smile. That's what happened.
I mean, I just can't win then. What are these rules? Who made them up?
maybe you should try being accurate with your predictions.
I'm about to go back to plane. Let you find another casting card. This is why nobody wants to
It's
cast.
fine. Trent's here.
Nobody knows that. Everybody refuses to cast. I hope you know this. It's a very long list by now. Oh, here's the Furion collapse. This is the moves you want to make work.
Can he finish them
No
off?
Firefly.
Another round of Purifying Flames will do it. And with the 2 supports here to be able to bang on Matthew as well, they'll be able to get that kill. Okay.
Super nice collapse. Remember, this is pre-level 6 on the Puck and the Furion. So maybe EG just weren't expecting the move to come out at this point because you don't have Wrath, you don't have Coil.
Yep.
A lot of times that's pretty awkward, but they just have so much of the extra stats here making it work.
I think you should kind of like, I understand like pre-level 6, but also the Siege Wagon, I feel like is whenever there's a Nature's Prophet, I feel like Siege Wagon wave is always a danger zone.
Oh, 100%. And this skirmish is benefiting them because the tower is taking damage the whole time.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if they don't get any kills off it. They're going to use the coil to keep the Bat Rider at bay here. Maybe even go for the kills here. They both snap themselves. Okay, it's fine. They have plenty of heals as Aster's just going to go back to demolishing this mid-tier 1 tower.
It's gone. It's absolutely gone here.
Yeah.
That catapult, they got mad value out of it.
Okay, and a last hit for XXS, so he has got to be skyrocketing in the net worth. Yeah, he is actually 600 net worth ahead of the Templar Assassin.
Who's been free farming up here.
Yeah.
And this is because, you know, he has extra gold sheets on him. So that's a tall order to outfarm him. That Furion rotation paying off, which is what Aster want to have happen here because he was having the best game and they put the eggs in the XXS basket. Got to deliver the basket to market. It's getting a good price.
Must be those.
What were you? You want to finish that?
No, I'm gonna take a sip of my tea because obviously I need a little bit of caffeine to get my brain working here. 8-minute power runes coming up.
It's a pretty big power rune game too. And when you take an early tower,
that's what I was looking for.
Recession. Oh, you're talking about the eggflation.
Yeah,
it's rough out there. Double damage.
Ooh,
XWY.
That's something to work with.
I mean, he's still down their net worth. This has been a rough early phase for him, but hey, if you get some power runes.
I would kind of like to see him make the rotation to shut down Whisper. But instead, they're going to go for the Bat Rider mid as they see the opportunity with the coil. Panda trying to keep him alive. They push. It didn't actually push back Panda, and now it's going to be Pichu who dies instead. So, hey, force a rotation, something small. They only got a support out of it, but Whisper is still doing very well for EG, and that is always a concerning sign, right? Whisper, I feel like this guy, you can't give him too much out of the laning phase, otherwise he kind of runs away with the game.
That's why they like the offlane Lesh. This hero is super snowbally off a good laning phase. You can dominate a lot of these melee carries really easily. You have really good kill lane dual lanes. Marcy and Lesh, it's up there with the best of them, right? It enables Matthew a lot because you get a strong ranged offlaner, and then you can just buy the utility. There's a reason SA likes this. It enables a lot of their forward position pool. So if he has a good game on this Lesh, he's going to have fast auras. That'll also enable the early TA Roche here, something that EG wants to have online because they can punish the greed from Aster, who don't really have Roche killing until way later on when Furion has the big right clicks or you have Manta Spectre if you want to go that build. Been seeing a lot of Spectre builds, and Monet is opting for Blade Mail. Not a bad one. Baboka is still struggling.
Does manage to get out the Fate Edict, but the physical damage came through anyway. Whisper going to be stuck here, surrounded by heroes, and will be quickly brought down. Panda's going to die right alongside him, so the dive onto Baboka does not go EG's way, as they really wanted to be able to kick the heroes out and actually take this tower. But Aster, you know, they have that early tower advantage, got a bit of a net worth boost, and they're going to try and protect that advantage that they hold. This 10-minute power rune is going to be fought over here. See Smile. It's the bottom.
That's a big one. Big to get denied here, too. Firefly's out.
Try to catch up. Matthew, who didn't actually go for the grab there. And they're going to quickly get that kill. Whisper pushed away by the Cogs, and Clockwork's going to be able to sneak away. No problem. So a kill, rotations force, doesn't give anything back. All things considered, things seem to be going very well for Aster, though it is still even net worth. EG is doing fine when it comes to their core's net worth anyway.
But I feel like a lot of these little things going Aster's way are huge because if you mess these up, you're looking at a 5k lead for EG right now. And this game's out of control, right? They're doing a lot of little things to keep themselves in the early game, which is what their lineup wants to have happen. They're getting the power runes, taking them away from Bat. They're using the extra numbers advantage on bottom to prevent Whisper from running over these early tier 1s. so they can stay on the lane with Spectre, because that's huge. You do not want to be taking away triangle from this Furion, and there's nowhere else to go with the Spectre if you lose tower advantage early. So this is really important for Aster to make sure they always have Haunt or even the Furion teleport and Wrath up to fight this bottom tier 1. They're heavily prioritizing it. Early Blade Mail is also going to help Monet take these early fights if he wants to. This is a tough item for Lesh and Bat to fight into.
Yeah, I think that's a super cool idea. It's also just a farm accelerator as well, right? We've seen these Spectres be able to hit Ancients a lot more efficiently when you have Blade Mail.
Well, he's not getting any Ancients because,
Yeah, that is true. But maybe, a little bit later.
Real carry.
I think I love the fact that you bring up this idea that Spectre is a carry that wants to lane a lot longer than many other carries in the meta right now.
If you're having a good time.
Yeah.
A lot of times you just don't have a good time. But I think in a game like this, you kind of want to prolong this lane a bit, especially with this build. And it gives Baboka more gameplay too, because now he has a tankier frontliner, Monet, that can go in once to soak some damage. Suddenly you throw a Fate's Edict on him, you throw an ult on him, that Blade Mail, it's letting him take that frontline fight, and it becomes a lot better. Baboka has more gameplay in this type of skirmishes. Whereas imagine this tower's just dead, you don't even have
Monet, they really thought about just leaving this one.
And
maybe they can still go for the fight, actually. XWY is going to be able to show up with a two-man silence. That's pretty nice. Panda starts going in for the heals, though. The last track, they got to burst him down now. Cogs push away a little bit more damage to Nature's Prophet, and they do finally get it, but it is not good for Aster as they lose 3 heroes to be able to get that 1 Whisper kill, and they're still going to lose control of this tower as because is going to quickly go to work, and this will put him very close to his Deso, and that's when the TA really starts getting out of control.
Oh man, power went out. Someone help him.
That darkness, that was what XXS saw after he got that Whisper kill right there.
I thought that was the Berlin Major. Sneak peek.
Fear the darkness.
I mean, that's a really good rotation, right, Bakaz. And there's a reason why Bakaz is almost always higher net worth than a lot of other carries, and it's not because he's just greeding up Ancient stacks. This guy joins the right fights.
I like the fact that you point that out, because earlier when you were talking about, like, this guy has gold hacks, I was thinking...
Well, he does.
He's not like...
Unconfirmed. Unconfirmed rumor. I'm not accusing him.
But this guy is not like K1 Hector, right? Like,
no.
He's not that kind of carry where he just out-efficiencies players by having these little tricks and these crazy TPs. Is this Blade Mail? Actually, okay, no. It's not going to be enough. C-Smile's going to live. He's totally fine.
That's a rough death. And this is the problem. When you lose this tier 1 bottom fight and you get kicked out with Spectre, there's nowhere to go on this map.
Yeah.
You can maybe just stack Ancients and farm Triangle, but that smoke move for EG is also pretty straightforward if they want to make it with Bat +1. So this is the tough part of the game for Aster. And this is where they can fall very far behind if they don't at least hold even in the fights, because they want to push this game late. And you're going to likely be going up against TA Roshans here. I don't think you're contesting them at this point unless something crazy happens. So it's just a matter of time before EG want to come online. And I feel like this is another problem with Chinese Dota at the moment. I don't feel like they prioritize auras nearly as much as some of these other regions.
Yeah.
Especially on their offlaners. Their offlaners are very greedy. And you just fall behind in this mid game in terms of the 5-on-5 presence.
Look at this smoke wraparound. Runs it at the clockwork. And that leaves Baboka. He's going to be okay for now. Keeps his distance. You can see C-Smile. He's hunting for him immediately. Does manage to get on top of him with the help of Matthew. Quickly turn that around. And no Oracle ultimate in this fight. No false promise. XXS does manage to TP away. The puck, XWY, is not able to get out, though. And hey, remember that clockwork? Well, he is slowly but surely burning as the sticky napalm and the traps and the Bat Rider hit are what bring him down.
Stole it from Bakaz. That's, I don't know about that one, son. We might be wanting to look for other teams right now. I mean, this clock has dreams of a vessel, but I feel like they are...
A vessel?
I feel like they are very distant dreams.
Those are bold dreams. You know, I dream of being a millionaire, but, you know.
That might be more realistic. It's another fight. EG, they get what they want out of it, but it's not the full team wipe or anything. So you're still looking at a reasonable goal difference here. You're just not going to get too many more of these.
Nice use of the disarm there. Not like Baboka's really keeping himself alive, though. It's just delaying the inevitable.
I mean, this is where this 4 Oracle just feels really bad on the map.
Yeah.
You're just getting 2-shot. There's a bunch of gap close from EG, a bunch of hybrid damage that if you get pounded on by Marcy, hit by TA, you're done. This is a really big kill if they can get it, and they should. Right in front of the tower.
I mean, these, okay. The counter move, though, IO, brings in Whisper, and they'll be able to pick up the Clockwork kill, no problem. Every single time that EG does make a move, Aster immediately try and make a move on the other side of the map with the Nature's Prophet, which is, I think, the only thing that's keeping this game from completely spiraling out of control.
They have really good mobility cores. They can outnumber EG in some of these fights if they play around the reload, start the initiations. It's also really important for them. Yule's on Whisper. Pretty interesting. He's just not going the full auras for this Lush. He's deciding, you know what? I'm going to be a carry. I like carrying.
But why? Because he's already doing a great job of it. He's got 10K net worth.
I mean, you play pubs, Cap.
Yeah.
You always flame your carry. Just be the better carry.
That's true.
And then they can flame you.
Played a DK off lane the other day, and I was just like,
nobody.
You know
wants
what?
to
I don't
hear
think
about
my
that.
carry is gonna actually do anything. Queue up the Midas, baby.
Oh God.
And it's up.
I definitely don't want to see that.
55 minutes.
No thanks to you, I'm sure. And what's the next timing here for Aster? It's pretty much this Ags on the Furion, and then you have to get a good fight off that. If you can do it before Roshan falls for EG, you're going to be really happy. But you're going to be battling into this BKB timing for the bat, which is coming up very fast here for Chris Smile, C Smile, Chris Luck. I mean, I'm too old, man. These names are ingrained in my brain. I try.
It's fine.
And you're going to have a BKB on Pakaz pretty fast here, too.
You know, that DK thing was leading to somewhere.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Tell.
Actually. Which is that it felt good to go late game. It felt good to just like play off lane and be a secondary carry. What is it about? Because Sheep was talking about like Aster without Ori, different team, right? Much slower. We've been talking a lot about how Southeast Asia, like the meta, is just so much different than it was, you know, years back. They were always an aggressive meta, right? But nowadays, feels like all games are going late. What is it about these games that you want to go late? Because he gets it. I don't know what that hook shot was, but Pichu was a little bit off the mark there.
He didn't think he had a quelling, but Pakaz does have that quelling. Get quelled, son.
Oh, got to get out of here. The Bat Rider, the counter move here.
Didn't get the creep kill.
Might need to drop a coil here to save somebody, or just run away with the orb, because it's Boba. It's fine.
Man, just drop the illusion on him, too. BM.
The Bat Rider illusion.
Could have saved that for another day. Nonetheless, good map play by EG, and they're up to 6K suddenly off those 2 kills. Cannot give up too many freebies during this period if you're Aster. It's just going to be absolutely deadly on the
My
map.
question is, why do all these players and teams want to go late? Like Aster is like super greedy lineup, right? This Bat Rider, BKB is going to go down. And EG are making sure that the greediness is not paying out as Panda even gets off the mech thanks to Leshrac and will be kept alive ever so barely. Oh, the orb, watch out! XWY, he's still going for the Bat Rider. Kelly managed to get the relocate out. Oh my god, on just a sliver of health. Panda somehow manages to extract the Bat Rider. Now C-Smile's going to bot into mid and might be able to give him a tether option after the Cogs push. No, he's running the other direction. Panda's not getting it out here.
If you think this team cares about Panda living, you haven't been watching them. They don't give absolutely any cares about that IO9. Nice ult saves from both these supports, honestly.
Yeah.
That was a sick false promise as well from Baboka. Somehow getting in here and saving XXS, who has pretty much been the carry in these fights. He just stands his ground. Honestly, probably took his hands off his mouse.
What a save, Bubble. That was so close.
Yeah,
I didn't realize how close that was.
Extremely clutch, and that's huge because you need to keep this Furion progressing in the game.
Yep.
That's pushing him towards this Ags. He's 300 off. You want this item as fast as you can get it, but also before these BKBs comes out. It's a lot better. Pakaz did end up going for Hurricane Pike over BKB.
Okay.
So that's going to let him create some gap here, extra attack range, and he's probably just going to get this Aegis for free. Double damage, doing him some favors. He is climbing fast. TA is going to have a very good window to just try and end this game.
Trying to come in. Clockwork does have the hook shot up. EG taking their time with this, seeing if Aster are going to try and... Oh my god, XWY! Hello?
Where'd he go?
Does he have the shard on TA? How did he get that kill?
Yeah, he has TA shard.
Okay.
He's also getting sidekicked here with double damage, so he was hitting for a casual 550 there, no problem.
He just two-shot the poor puck. right, there goes the Aegis. I love it when teams do this, by the way. When they are strong enough, they start doing Roshan, and then they just run out of the pit and take whatever hero kills they can. Just ambush the enemy team, make sure that you're not actually giving them a free, potential Roshan steal, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you, as somebody who played in NA for a while, every NA and SA team is permanently scarred from having every Aegis stolen from them in every tournament ever. It's something about those regions, it's just always stolen. So now they just always leave Rosh at like 10%, run out of the pit. Make sure we don't get it stolen.
I see.
It's emotional damage, permanent emotional damage, unhealable.
Something about those regions. Could it be just a lack of awareness or discipline?
Sounds like Flame to me.
Well, EG, they are feeling very good about the progression of this game, as the greediness of Aster does not seem to be paying off whatsoever. They're up by 9,000 net worth. They've got the Aegis to work with here, and they're probably going to start taking some tier 2s off the map. And with an IO lineup and the Bat Rider with bots and everything, you start taking some tier 2s out, I don't think Furion can get that map control back for you. They actually just have too much global capacity on the side of EG.
I do think there's a window they can win this next fight. Maybe you want to wait out the Aegis here, but they're not really splitting the map too well on Aster. This Furion and Spectre are not deep on the map, so you're losing a lot of GPM here.
Why do you think they can win it?
I feel like the Spectre Manta timing is decently strong.
Okay.
You get a good route and you jump and you burst either the Bat or the Lush if you can, or either just the IO. There's not a lot of items on this IO. He's been pretty sacrificial this game. The Lesh bought the mech. So let's say you take the Leshrac out of the fight. You're taking the utility in the front line out. You might be able to just burst them and have a decent exchange off that.
Man down.
Yeah, but they're going on mid. Ooh, the hook missed during this. Trying to make something happen with that Manta, but can't land the hook shot. That Vessel Dream becoming a Vessel Nightmare here for Pichu.
Yeah, still needs the recipe.
No,
it's so expensive, and now... Ooh. Oh, my God. Oh, the shots are too much high ground. Oh, not good enough.
I mean, he got one of the two, you know?
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Greedy to ask for more.
11K now.
BKB on the TA because I think is untouchable.
He is quite strong. Even the Brigand's Blade.
You still haven't answered my question.
Oh, you want to go back to the DK Midas to let know why his late game better?
Yeah, like we've seen games like this happen where you get greedy and you just get run over. Why are all these teams like still going back for very greedy setups, very greedy drafts?
I'm waiting for a fight to break out, so I still don't have to answer.
Okay.
Because people like farming.
Okay.
It feels nice. You know? It's like a hug. I know you've never had one, but they are pretty nice.
I've never had one.
I mean,
I have a sunny personality, thank you. I've definitely been hugged.
Missed that one. All right, Bakaj just going to fight it out.
Managed to get the Oracle. See if they can burst him down before he gets any spells off. Actually gets off the Ghost Scepter, saves himself from some magic damage. Not good enough, though. Matthew quickly fights his way out of the cogs.
Bakaj is
taking way too much damage, and they're just going to call it GG.
Yeah, that was a run over. Just way too greedy.
Yep.
I feel like we all saw it coming. I feel like they saw it coming. Maybe if that mid lane, I mean, Kaz definitely saw it coming. He's smiling there.
Saw it from a mile away.
That felt like a pub. These guys are debating whether that game even happened. I mean, if mid lane goes well for Aster, then you have some play options here. The puck can set stuff up. XXS had a really good laning phase. We saw some of those early rotations go their way, but the problem is the puck is just never getting the net worth he needs, and he's not shutting down any of these EG cores. And it's just a recipe for disaster because you're not accelerating the game off auras. You have no aura buyer on Aster. You have no early Roshan taker. You have no early way to take the fights damage-wise if you fall behind. They didn't even fall that far behind. I felt like this game was still very difficult. I feel like it's a draft win for EG. There wasn't too much execution coming out from Aster to dissuade that. Pretty straightforward game.
Straightforward game, straightforward win for Evil Geniuses, and let's see if they can actually close out the series this time around to get themselves a 2-0 as we go ahead and check in with our lovely Dota show that's going on right now.
Very much Cap and SVG. I wanted to see a ball. I was expecting to see it from Aster's side. A rubber ball.
I get it. It's funny.
Chinese language puns for you guys in chat. Lacoste can't give you those. But I did not see it. Instead, I saw the ball coming from evil geniuses.
Was it the IO ball? Was it the snowball?
It's fine, Tsunami. Don't explain the joke for the viewers at home. Leave them in the
Did you
dark.
know that a Siamese cat, aka Pichu, the direct translation for Pichu is rubber ball?
Wonderful. Thank you for that. You know, if you explain the joke, it actually kills it, Tsunami. So
I think it enhances it.
You're a pretty bad host.
That's why I explain what your presence on this panel is all the time. Sheep, tell me why evil geniuses were able to win that game. I think you already alluded to it in the pregame, and it came to fruition in this postgame.
So tell me about how this Spectre lineup's so good, Brian, because I saw no damage. I saw none damage, zero, like nothing. Like I saw an IO, I saw him press heal. I saw Mossy, she also pressed heal.
That's true.
And I saw a lot of dead
There was a lot of
heroes.
heal.
There was a lot of heal.
I'll be honest, I wasn't a fan of the Spectre Blade Mill. I was disappointed in that because I feel like the Spectre Blade Mill is only good if they can't sustain through the Blade Mill because the whole idea is they have to stop hitting you, and they just had an IO. So the Spectre would drop them all to like have HP, and then the mech comes out, and it feels like the hero's entire purpose, which is to soak damage and thus dissuade you from further fighting, and now you're running away, and then she uses the dagger. That just wasn't the case. So I'll give this one to you. You were absolutely right, and I enjoyed hearing how right you were.
Thank you.
Behind the scenes.
When the cost died and SVG said this is the one time you'll hear me agree with Sheep,
I knew I was.
I made like 18 Twitch clips. Like that one's imprinted into the brain.
Core memory unlocked.
For real. No, okay, all right. I'm gonna take the arrogance down now. No, but it was actually, I was pretty happy with how Aster played in general at the beginning, like the 7-minute tower push. Because I'm thinking this lineup's really slow. They're probably gonna be passive and then get run over, but they actually made like attempts to be active. They got that tower when they made that push. So yeah, those types of moves were nice. It's just I felt like the drop just couldn't stand up to them eventually.
I'd say the moves were necessary, but they had to keep the momentum going completely, and they made like one bad move where like Puck and Clock tried to get the kill mid. Clock dies, Puck runs away, and I didn't see Puck for like 4 minutes. And Puck's just like trying to farm, not getting any progress on the hero at all. Then they go down and fight bottom. They lose that fight. It's like, all right, I guess our game's just done. That's it, huh? Like Blade Mail's not going to turn this around. Puck's not hitting the kills. So we're just going to be poor and die.
Brian, you had issues with the itemization for Spectre, but even Puck as a hero conceptually, you've kind of been hot and cold on.
Yeah, it's just she is very greedy. Like that's the thing, and I think against oddly enough, TA's a semi carry, but she punishes greed because the time where these other greedy heroes are kind of ramping up getting their core items, TA already has 3 items, and at that point she was able to delay, or Pagaz was able to delay his BKB because he was so farmed and he's got the IO on his side. So you've got this one core lineup in the sense of when you look at the net worths, it's just Pagaz up here and everyone else down here, and that's just further made worse by the fact that you have the Marcy sidekick, you have the IO tethering him, and like the counter initiation threat where it's like, okay, maybe you bring this guy down once, but no way it's happening twice. It felt like they were just killing the Lesh, and then like 3 people from Aster would die. Like that's what it seemed like every single fight looked like.
Yeah, they were like diving tower. They were responding. They wanted to try and punish it, but like you said, they can only punish so much.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah.
And even the theme of the draft that you said, Sheep, that Aster has kind of changed their dynamic. Not high speed. The heroes ended up they were stuck with the Puck and the Spectre. These are not heroes that can do things quickly early on. Meanwhile, TA gets Roche early on, takes stacks early on. Not set up for success even from the heroes.
As soon as the draft ended on that Spectre, I'm like, I look at the farming Nature's off lane, I look at the farming Spectre safe lane, I'm like, I've seen this Aster before. I know what they're doing. They might be the easiest team to read in the entire world with drafting, actually. They just do the same thing every game. And I think when you lost your last 4 series, clearly this is not working for you anymore, so you need to change something. I'm not happy with Aster's identity right now, or at least their execution of it is not up to snuff.
No, and the carry head-to-head Predator matchup reflects that as well. Because versus Monet.
Oof, not a typo.
Not a typo.
I believe those are the numbers.
More than half.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Nobody doubles my net worth in a game.
Gets away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough matchup for Monet.
I'd say
Technically,
the numbers kind of say it all.
I
I mean, Pakaz, just all the space in the world. The thing about Bat Lesh is you have to fend them off. Like, these are heroes that are going to run at you. They have AoE magic damage that is based on them being right on top of you. So there's just this TA in the back that just allows you to just hit everybody. And creeps.
what's the strategy for game 2, Trent?
All
we
right.
saw the bans. Some zoo was still left in the pool, and no one really took their hands on it other than Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
That's one approach. What else you got?
I want like 3 solid heroes for smoke ganking. I want like 2 solid supports.
Okay.
And whatever the mid is for XWY to just like, because Oracle, not that great. Head node early in the map.
Sure.
I want to see a little bit of aggression.
I want to see damage.
Damage.
Damn.
Damage is good.
Yeah.
Killing people.
Like a Tusk.
Tusk was in there. Rubik was in there.
Tiny was in there.
Well,
So was Tiny in there?
Tiny got banned.
Tiny got banned.
next
Tiny was
try.
not in there.
Try to keep up
Oh,
host.
he
Come
did. Oof.
on. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Astra also last banned Broodmother. What was up with that? I mean, I guess EG Whisper would do work on that, but
Well, they
Yeah.
banned it in first
Yeah.
phase.
Yeah. You don't
Because
wanna let that through.
you have to. That's kind of the nice thing about EG. They play this DP so well that you feel pressure to ban it, and they have the Brood, which you also have to ban because that hero's stupid. So what do you give up? Do you give them their maximum comfort, or do you give them the most stupidest hero in the game right now?
Well, in a 2-game series, we can assume that now they will have to ban the Brood. So perhaps this will open up something better.
Delve into Fought SJ. What would he do? What would he do against Brood? What would he do against these bans? How would he deal with this?
Okay, well, first off, I would never let Brood in. I'm on the same page
Okay.
as you there.
Okay.
I've
Alright.
literally had 100 pubs to try to counter that hero, and I lose to it every single
no
time.
solution.
And but I think the biggest thing is that their opener, the Clock Prophet, was just so bad against Batrider that it left them in this like spot of like, how do we recover this in the second round? So then they picked a Dispel on the Oracle.
Yeah.
But if you look at Clock Natures, they don't have damage. Those two heroes amp up, like they finish off these heroes, or like do like the first third of their HP. Who's going to dish out the rest? And even though we were talking about in the back that a real Oracle player would be KSing with,
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Well,
the
he's a
closer.
finisher also.
yeah, with the third spell. Yeah, they just have a bunch of finishers. And then when I did see the draft, I was a bit hesitant at first, just because I did say I don't know who sets up this Spectre. I don't know who like is the one that's going to be the threat. They have a bunch of +1s, but no guy that they're adding the 1 to.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
And
it's a lot of
especially-
math.
Yeah, a lot of
much.
+1s.
Yeah.
For 3 North Americans on this one.
Yeah, this
I'm
Sorry, I'll
British,
look this
so
way
it-
when I talk
Right.
about
Sorry, we're talking about maths, as you would say. Math.
Yes,
plural.
it is maths.
Yeah,
That is
okay.
because there's more than one.
Wow. That's debatable.
There's a lot of maths.
You call it Englishes? You call it sciences?
Well,
I do say
Do you call it social studies? Oh, wait.
Yeah, hold on. You're losing this one. Back up. You call it physics? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What?
you want to see physics?
Yeah.
Observe the physics of this gong as it recoils. Ba-bong!
Wow.
Holy,
Look at that conservation.
that is very bubbly.
I want to see the potential and the kinetic energy that both these teams will be bringing. For game number 2, it's going to be Aster versus Evil Geniuses.
Science.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled our life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone in search.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are embracing darkness, or at least we're getting ready to do so, because the Berlin Majors are right around the corner, but right now, it's DreamLeague Season 19. The Happy Pandas are bringing us back in to game number 2, Evil Geniuses versus Team Aster.
Darkness, 2 heroes. This guy puts a cloud down, gets dark, right? Can't see the sun anymore. Other guy, a storm, cloudy as well. No sunlight. Themed heroes here, because no one's picking Night Stalker.
Haven't seen it. I think 23 Savage in Southeast Asia ran it. Purely, I only see it as a, hey, I can eat your Overlord creep. I'm going to play Night Stalker.
How'd that work out for him?
He won.
Yeah, they won that.
There he is.
He got banned in one of the series earlier with Tundra Liquid.
I'll count it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Talon's also just goated right now, even though I think they tied their series, but, you know, we'll see what happens after group
They're
stage.
goated, but not that goated, like mildly goated.
They're mediocre of all time. They're moated.
Like a lamb.
Yeah.
Not
exactly.
quite goat level, you know.
Just a baby. Bands changed out differently. Evil Geniuses found success taking out 2 supports, but this time, Aster had first pick. So they were like, okay, you can get your hands on the Disruptor. We'll go with Ricky Batrider.
What the heck? Storm Spirit to Ricky.
Very thematic. Very storm central here.
That's true. If we can go like 5 blue heroes, that's pretty powerful.
Give me some Razor, a Mjolnir builder.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Zeus?
Zeus.
Oh.
There we go. There's the build. There's the team.
Yeah, Faceless Void carry with those 2.
There we go. I love it.
Very playable.
As for these heroes, though, Brian, how do you like these 4 heroes?
Well, I thought what was so funny about Trent's whole spiel about Ricky and Disruptor giving us the thematic approach, I just see 2 AoE circles of silences. Like, that's what I see in the drafts. Like, first off, EG's like one of the only teams left that still picks Ricky 4. Just the shard range nerf.
It's so annoying.
Like, it's basically a Bane that you can't see. That was how I always thought of this hero. Once you get to 15 minutes, of course. But they did drastically nerf the range on it. The reason why I think Storm is nice here is because when I look at Batrider Ricky, you have to go on them before they go on you. Like, you have to jump them. You have to have this Ricky walk through a sentry and do something about it. You have to be able to instantly punish him. And Storm Spirit is very good for that. And also, when you're first pick, you have 3 bands to protect your 4th pick overall here. So it's like an okay time to pick like a relatively counterable hero like the Storm Spirit.
Which it seems like they're okay tolerating the 1 silence from Ricky, but they're taking out the puck and they're taking out your favorite TA Shard sheep. So
Damn,
they're
that's
covering
bad.
some bases, but you're still a little skeptical about a first phase Storm Spirit.
I'm not skeptical usually, because I agree with everything Brian said about first phase and how that functions. It's the Ricky makes your life very difficult because you have to have a BKB. It's like, who wants to go BKB rush, you know? Like, it just feels bad.
Sure.
What would you have preferred? Like, what's like an idea of if you're thinking like mid or off lane? Because I feel like if every hero needs a BKB against Ricky, what hero doesn't mind?
Not every. It's just like he's reliant.
Oh, I see.
You know, there's
if you
no-
ball lightning in and get silenced, you're
Yeah, and it's like it doesn't enable the rest of your spells. Like if you compare, for example, I know Lena's out of meta now, but Lena, if she BKBs, it enables her to do all her damage, right? Like it enables what she wants to do because she gets damage from casting her spells. Whereas Storm is like, he does in the same way, right? But he wants mana.
He needs more mana
He wants
to
magic
make use-
amp stuff like that. So yeah, it can still work. It's fine. I'm not sure what I would have preferred to see. I know like the Ember matchup is skill dependent on mid for Ember for Bat. Maybe a little bit stronger earlier than Storm, but same problems as Ricky.
I just call these heroes game ruiners, the Rickies and the Bats. Like,
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
They're heroes where like I just don't love picking anything into these. Like it's going to make somebody's life a living hell because they're gonna be hunting this one guy. They're gonna be last swing this one guy. So I feel like the Storm, the idea is he's biting the bullet. Like he's gonna have to buy that BKB. He's gonna open up the fights for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
Which somebody's got to do it when you look at this opener from EG.
I guess what I would be happy here with this combo is that they are hunters, right? Like Ricky wants to hunt, but if you can hunt first as Storm Disruptor on side lanes, that's a pretty nice combo.
Yeah, I mean, you're always looking for good vision heroes when it comes to Disruptor, and Storm's like kind of okay. Storm mostly can sort of like play in the same vein as Disruptor, I would guess. Like they kind of like the same ideas they want to do. I come from the land of Eastern Europe. That's where I've been doing a lot of my DPC casting, and Disruptor has been absolutely crushing that region.
Yeah.
All of our drafts just revolve around this hero, and he'll get first picked, and they win 75% of the games.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty wild. But like a lot of the best heroes that we've seen have actually been the Timber and the TA that Aster have banded themselves. Just like these, and Primal Beast was another one that was pretty interesting as well. Just like anything gives that like little bit of extra like reach and vision that you can like get your glimpses and these good like mid game fights, and has overwhelming damage inside of something like the kinetic field. Like the Primal Beast has been a hilariously good counter. Combination with the Disruptor, but
I think a lot of these heroes I used to view Disruptor matchups very differently, but if you look at his matchups on Dota Buff, his worst matchups are heroes that run at you. That's why like the Timbersaw is banned out. The Bat Rider, they actually picked against it intentionally because these heroes want to get on top of you.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do as Disruptor is glimpse somebody away from you.
Yeah, no.
You want them to be running away so you can pull them back out of position.
Guys, we just talked about it. If EG don't pick Night Stalker here, I will literally cry. It is the best Night Stalker game I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. You consider Doom at all. Some teams have been doing the same thing.
Yeah, but it's Storm Spirit, Disruptor, like Snapfire, two supports that you want to go on the back.
I'm not arguing with that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I like the Doom for, like, you know, eating the creep or whatever and maybe doing one core, but I feel like Night Stalker is good against everyone.
Okay.
You're giving vision
you're
for
selling
your,
it to me.
You're giving vision for your Ricky Bat to play. You want to put safe lane.
Yeah, you put it safe lane. It's like a high regen hero against the Beastmaster because most Beastmasters operate by shoving you out of lane with a bunch of axe spam.
Is that what you want though?
Yeah.
That's what you want.
That's what I want.
That is what I want.
God damn, I want it.
I feel like you walked right into that one.
Okay.
Dude, like you're playing with a Ricky Bat who want vision, which you give. You're playing into a bunch of spellcasters that you counter, and you're playing into a Beastmaster, which you have you itemize the shard against. Like it. I mean, I don't know if they play it. That's kind of the biggest issue because it is relatively new, and if you haven't been scrimming it, it maybe doesn't feel so good.
Can I ask you a question? If like the Dota scene dies down and we all have no jobs,
Okay.
have you ever considered like being on those infomercials where you like have to sell people crappy products because like
you think it's?
I don't think it matters what the product is.
Billy
like,
Mays here.
I believe in what
Black
you
Harry
say.
Night Stalker. I'm gonna change your whole life with this.
I'm gonna
I'm
change.
sold. I don't care if they pick it or not. I think they should pick it.
And let me sell you on the iron build too. A Midas. You ever wanted more money? Now, if you invest a small amount, less than 2,000 even, you can actually double your investment.
Oh my God!
Whoa,
It's there. If you call right now, I'll throw in a meteor hammer for free. It's on the house.
They managed to wait long enough for the delay of the stream to catch up where they got sold.
It is amazingly good. It's true. But does it need more help? Because
Does it need more help?
I
He's
feel like
got this under control. He's got the silence
Yep.
for canceling out kisses, making Storm Spirit's life hell, finding the backlines for the Disruptor. He's gonna eat Beastmasters. Well, he's probably not gonna go Overlord now, but he would have liked.
Yeah,
to.
I'll probably go Axes or something.
Yeah, and we still are not 100% sure if it's offlane or carry though.
It's almost certainly carry based on like
I think
I
the
don't
off-lane
think
lane would be really bad. That was my one complaint. If they try and put a 3, I think it's pretty ugly.
I think it's very
because
punishable.
they still have their one to pick.
It's very punishable as a 3 because oddly enough, Nightstalker wants to just sit underneath this tower farming, and that's what a safe laner does.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that's why the heroes always had an issue fitting is because the way he wants to lane operates like a carry, but in terms of the dynamic of the 2 side lanes.
So when I was talking about help, the first hero that was coming to my mind was Darkseer. That's what I was envisioning. It was like, I feel like you need that. You need like buffs and AoEs and stuff to like make this strong.
That's putting a lot of eggs in the Nightstalker basket, though.
I think that's what you have to do if you're gonna pick it 1, though. Like, which is why it's important that you like scrim it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, in my opinion, you have to make up for his weaknesses. So his weaknesses are during the day. You know, when you have your ult down, you need to be able to fight still strongly on like the other 4 heroes, or at least hold your map.
Yeah.
Or spaces that you want, and then also like objective taking. I think Nightstalker is pretty slow at taking Roche.
Yeah.
For example.
In the 23 Savage example that I gave, it was Jabs playing Nature's Prophet, and so instead of enabling the Nightstalker, Jabs was like, "I'm gonna be the real carry. You're just off lane. You're just safe lane, off lane, basically."
Actually, if they got last pick Prophet, depending on what the safe laner is, that could be
That's what
pretty
I'm
good.
You don't need to necessarily make
That
the
would work on
Nightstalker
the
a
lane.
god.
I would also dig DK, by the way. Like if they,
Yeah,
because they play a lot of Batrider off lane, so
yeah.
like depending on lane matchups, I do think you need that objective taker, and I know DK matches up very well against Storm, just as in the game, like point blank stun or point click stun, BKB builder. So if they want to swap up the lanes, because we know they're one of the few teams that runs the Batrider off lane.
Yeah, okay, and they just go TV.
Like, I think you just run Batrider off lane into that. I feel perfectly happy with that.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that too.
And then it's paired with the Ricky, and then we have Jakiro and Nightstalker safe lane.
I mean, maybe there's a potential. What do you think of Bat vs TV? Like, let's just say it's Disruptor as well, right? How do you kind of lane into like meta plus the Thunderstrike?
Well, you don't lane directly. What you do is you cut creeps consistently, like for literally the first 3 minutes, and then you get level 3, and then when one of them like is getting either dove by creeps or Disruptor's caught on by himself, Ricky Bat are very good at punishing the guy that's by himself. So I think you just play for absolute chaos. You don't want to like lane it straight up.
I like the sound of that.
All right, is Mid Zeus too greedy?
Ooh.
Is what?
Mid Zeus too greedy.
I don't love it against Storm personally.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Like, it's nice against the TV, but it's kind of ugly versus.
You got enough answers.
The DK, I think, still looks the best out of the heroes.
Yeah, I think if they go mid, I would like to see that, but I feel like out of all the regions, if an SA team chooses no objective taking, I feel pretty okay with it.
Well, maybe presence affects buildings is all the objective taking you need.
It's
not bad, yeah.
All right.
They'll just like
Nightstalker.
try and own their lanes then. With that.
I don't know what he's trying to build on C-Smile because SF, he almost always relies on BKB, whether or not he's the guy Arcane blinking in with BKB. And in this case, they have Beastmaster.
Right.
So I don't know, like, does he want to play the long range like Dragonlance guy? Or is like what is
getting
what,
funky here? Is this some, like Arcane Blink?
Yeah, I don't know.
YOLO
I don't know what he's planning with this. I think there's 2 very distinct routes that he can go, and I think if he goes the wrong one, they're going to be in some trouble.
Who do you care more about is the way that I say it. Is Terrorblade who you're more concerned about? Because then I'd say go magic build. Or if Storm is who you're more concerned about, go physical build.
I actually think their lineup can kind of afford to ignore the Terrorblade. You have the Ricky Cloud, just minimizing his damage. Jakiro slows.
Yeah.
I think I really like EG's draft again.
I really hate how they have no auras. I feel like these heroes really like having auras, specifically like Nightstalker and Shadowfiend.
Yeah, but then Terrorblade gets to steal your auras.
Yeah, that is true. But it feels weird to not like build aura items with these heroes.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the only thing that is
or you just overwhelm
dissuading
them.
me.
Just overwhelm them with damage.
Yeah.
I think Team Master's draft is like much more standard. Like you have a ranged right clicker in team fights with Beastmaster who's going to buff him up. But the question is, you don't have the Helm of the Overlord. So what's like, is Beastmaster going to be that standard like aura bot that he normally is? Like, is he going to go for like Drums, Greaves, Vlads, or like what is he going to do?
Yeah.
Drums of Slum, obviously.
Was it? I think it was last panel we talked about the Vlad's helm, but not fully upgrading it potentially.
That's an option.
Yeah.
Because you're afraid of Nightstalker eating everything?
Yeah, but you still get the auras, so it's like kind of nice.
Okay. Does that mean that you're also going Evil Geniuses?
Oh, I'm all on EG, yeah.
He has
This is the best Nightstalker game I've ever seen in my life.
Best Nightstalker game of 2023.
Guaranteed L, right?
Guaranteed L. We have cursed it. So let's watch Aster win game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
Guaranteed L, they say. Well, I know what's a guaranteed dub, which is the fact that me and Avery casting this game. Of course, so it's going to be very enjoyable, I'm sure. Aster, EG, Game 2. EG looked really good in that Game 1. I'm not sure if Aster's going to be able to bounce back from that, honestly.
Ye doubt Aster.
Yes.
Ye shall be punished.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
I think they'll bounce back. This team always bounces back. People thought they're going to get eliminated at TI, and they ended up in top 4.
Well, they got eliminated eventually,
People
didn't
thought
they?
they were going to get eliminated at Lima.
They got
almost
eliminated. They got eliminated day 1 of the stadium days.
Well, yeah, but they were in the stadium. That's pretty good. They always bounce back. Very resilient team. I think this is a game where their draft just looks a lot better to me. They have a lot more options. They have this offlaner who's going to help the other 2 cores play the fights. As long as the early game isn't too bad as...
yeah, as long as the early game isn't too bad.
Yeah, as long as you don't give up some runes in first blood, I think...
yeah, I mean, as long as you don't give, like, maybe the best player on EG first blood, it should be fine.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, like, just don't give, perhaps, the best offlaner in the world right now first blood, and everything's going to be okay.
As long as Whisper doesn't completely snowball this game, you should be fine.
Okay.
So I think, you know, first blood to him, that doesn't help. But you can always recover. You did force him to TP to lane. That's pretty good. And he's missing some of this early CS because, I mean, that first blood baited them farther in mid. So who really got there if you think about it?
You're right. I'm sure Whisper is really regretting the 1 CS he missed because he got first blood instead.
I mean, Matthew's regretting getting hit here. This is not the highest value meta I've seen, though. I'm not going to lie. This does not look great.
Whisper just got 3 CS during meta. This is not looking too hot.
3? He only has 2. Are you counting the first blood as the 3rd?
Yeah.
This guy's cheeky. He's just avoiding the earlier waves, and I feel like Whisper just thinks, all right, sure, you're going to meta level 1, I don't care.
Yeah, lane's going to push in.
Yeah.
You got double range creeps, no big deal.
They have the kill threat between 3 and 5. That's where Monet's going to be really scared on this lane. If he dies once or twice, just going to blow the game open for this Bat Rider. And if Bat blows his game open, he's the hero that can take the early skirmishes into the Beast, make Storm's life hell around those early fights and runes.
What is the point of pulling like this when the lane is already pushing in?
I don't know. I actually kind of disagree with this pull.
Okay.
I'm
glad you said that because I was like, is there something I don't know about?
I mean, it
this?
doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to ever reset this equilibrium. You can always force a reset. I think the biggest thing here is blocking the camps from Pichu. That's going to make this lane the hardest for Aster, and they're going to have to play with that meta here. So it's a tough one over the long term. Ultimately for Aster, though, I feel like you just want Beast to have a faster game than Bat. And you're kind of okay with whatever happens mid because Storm is not going to get destroyed too hard by Shadow Fiend. It's more about which offlaner has more tempo here. That's the biggest thing for this game, in my opinion. XXS had a really good game last time. He's looking to have another pretty damn good one on this Beast top of the CS chart. Pretty nice for this hero to have this type of start.
I feel like Beastmaster is more countered, though, in this game than Bat Rider.
Oh, so I see. Oh, Whisper, best player in the world with first blood. He's just going to run the whole game over, uncounterable. But XXS over here, he's countered. He's having a rough one. It sounds like some biased ass casting to me. My God.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, he got Night Stalkered. He can't go the Helm of the Overlord. He's going to have to go all auras.
Yeah, just go auras.
And I feel like Bat Rider seems like a pretty decent Bat Rider game to me.
It's okay. It's not. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's okay. As long as he doesn't have a great start, they can shut him down, you know?
No problem. No problem.
He's having a pretty good net worth start, but he is getting zoned off a lot of these waves, honestly. 8 denies for Monet. I feel like this safe lane is going pretty damn well for Aster. They're already back up to meta off cooldown. So EG did not get this level 3 punish with the lane super pulled back like they were looking for, and that's what I thought they were trying to set up there. Another reason I thought that pull was awkward. Kind of ended up making the equilibrium weird. They didn't end up holding it, but Monet and Pichu have done a very nice job down here, just getting a lot for this Terrorblade early. And full wand up for Monet with boots without getting punished on the regen. He's really strong down here. So this is looking like a much better start for Aster. That said, XXS versus Pakaz. Pakaz is just ultimately free-farming up here. That's Metapop.
Falling back in. Whisper. Is he going to die or is he going to kill Monet? Uh-oh. That was not the glimpse you actually wanted. He had too many stacks of napalm on him, and it's going to be the Terrorblade who dies first.
Yeah, but look at the levels for Pichu. He's a monster.
All right, Pichu's going to carry this game. Let's go.
The disruptor just, he worked out at the gym. He's swole. What have you done? You've created a monster. But this is the part where I'm talking about XSS is not having the game he was last time. The early wave is pretty nice for him, but Bakaz just got so much off the early. I don't even know. How is he so rich, actually? I know the CS looks even, but he's well ahead in net worth, and he was pulling ahead before.
Didn't have to.
It's the gold hacks, man. I'm telling you, it's the gold hacks. Somebody stop him.
Oh, geez, this is looking really bad. I mean, even if they live, they're getting shoved out of experience range of the next wave that's coming in.
This is brutal, and this is the level. No. This is the level 3 to 5 Ricky bad timing on this lane that I don't think you can contest. It's just not a thing.
Yeah, can you even like? Is it even efficient to jungle Terrorblade level 3?
It is. Let me tell you something. I've seen Eternal Envy do it enough times in my pubs to know it's pretty damn efficient. It might not win you the game.
Okay.
But like you get pretty high net worth on this hero from level 3. It's doable.
No, XWY's having his experience leached away. He's trying to do that like last push to level 6. And damn, Matthew, ruthless. Takes some of the experience and then blocks that hard camp away from the Storm Spirit.
They're glimpsing Whisper bottom, but Monet lost so much. I think he lost a full 2 waves.
Yeah.
He's level 3.5 to Bakaz is almost 5 here. And he can't jungle because XWY got forced off the lane and is taking large camp, and then you're just clumping too hard in this jungle area, I think.
Yeah.
You're going to give it a 6-minute rune for sure here to see Smile. And all of a sudden you're hitting nighttime, so this beast pressure that sometimes you can rely on to go to his lane is not there.
XWY could really use a kill here. Can't quite go for it. It's gonna leave it to Pichu to see if he can get it.
Yeah,
doesn't manage to, but Batrider, Beastmaster, the other offlaner, he dies up at top.
Bakaz is just running away with this laning phase. He's so far ahead of Monet. Absolutely terrifying. And just where's the momentum going to come from this Aster lineup after this type of laning phase? It's got to come from Storm making rotations, but he's not getting the runes. Could come from Beast, but his laning phase is an absolute dog. I guess it has to come from Monet. His turn.
Yeah, Monet's just going to have
It is your time to shine. The playmaking
Level 5
Terrorblade.
Go.
If I've learned anything from watching Arteezy over all these years, never underestimate the playmaking potential of a Terrorblade.
I don't think Arteezy made too many plays level 5 Terrorblade.
It was sarcasm. It's just not the carry to do it. It's rough.
No, it's not. I mean, tell that to, what, Yapsor? Remember that?
Oh, the support Terrorblade.
Support Terrorblade? We got a little view of that in Southeast Asia.
The problem is, that was not a good view. The problem is,
it was a bad look.
You don't want your carry Terrorblade transitioning to the support Terrorblade. You want it the other way around.
You said Pichu's getting swole, so he's got to become the carry.
Okay, that's true. Pichu can make some magic happen. We've seen a lot of powerful disruptor early games here.
I think Terrorblade has to leave.
And go where, though?
I don't know, because instead of the Beastmaster pressuring the enemy tower, his tower is being pressured by a Jakiro.
I mean, they haven't even been able to get that many stacks up. You have this dire ward blocking big camp. Baboka's going to maybe die trying to deward it here. Sir, please, just let me get a sentry. He misses.
He dodged that one pretty nicely. Storm Spirit logs it in because used the ultimate to be able to get over the trees here. And look at Panda. He doesn't care if he dies. He just wants this kill on the Sapphire. Now slows down XXS. We see Smile cutting over and Matthew here.
What
and
little
they're
stack they had.
Stack? No.
All right, maybe you were right. I thought Aster were going to rebound a little bit, but I think they did the 360 rebound and ended up going in the same direction they were going game 1. And it's not looking any better here. This game might be more one-sided than game 1.
Yeah. Okay, this kill. You got to get it. Glimpse back, pulled into the Storm Spirits. That is easy, easy, easy. Had to happen. So nice rotation there from XWY.
Yeah, that's necessary because you're getting to the point where this Ricky is almost more farmed than your Beast. And that is a rough one. Because he doesn't have stacks on this Beast, which is the comeback mechanism for offlane Beast when you pick it early and he gets countered. You can get the big Ancients, you can get the Axes going. it's just not going to exist.
Man, Night Stalker is a really good answer in so many different ways. He like completely shuts out the aggression. A Beastmaster, like you said, this timing of like 6 to 10 minutes, you know, like usually Beastmaster's pretty good at pressuring the tower. Night Stalker takes that away. Night Stalker's a great hero for invading the enemy jungle.
If you have a star like this, yeah, it all lines up for you, and it's just perfect. You kind of have to do well in the early phase and then maybe gank this NS with a high damage support. But a lot of times those aren't the supports you're playing with Beast because you're just trying to get him out of the lane, not snowball advantages.
Right.
So NS just gets to sit there when Beast can't pressure him, and then it's very easy to have a good lane on this hero versus Beast. Kind of reminds me of the Bristleback, where the first 5 minutes are when you can punish a Bristle, but if he gets away with it, then this Beast just has nowhere to go. The more I watch this matchup, it feels very similar to me. Still swole Pichu looking to crawl back into this game.
Oh, he's not looking so swole anymore. Or maybe swole enough that he's about to pop. Matthew's going to commit for the kill and will be able to trade out supports here. Final blast comes in from Bobica. XWY does have enough mana to zip up the high ground, so this SF shouldn't be a bother. But still, the fact that Matthew is so hard to bring down, it's a bit concerning. He's 2,500 net worth, like you said, really not that far behind the Beastmaster here, who is going to go for a Crimson Guard build-up.
Well, he's going to go for it.
Is he going to get it?
I don't know if he's going to get it. He's going to go. We'll see what happens.
I mean, he doesn't even have a Vanguard yet. Yikes.
He does have Tumbler Toy, though. That feels pretty good. Make up for some of the net worth here. I mean, now you have this daytime period.
It's tumbling, all right.
I'd like to see a smoke
tumbling
roof
down the net worth chart.
Okay, you don't have to dumpster them when they're down, you know. I'd like to see a smoke roof of Aster here. Either smoke to the Beast, smoke the Beast, or smoke the Storm into jungle. You want a big core kill off this, so they're going to choose to make the Storm rotation. This might be the more obvious one, because you do have mid pushing in, but they had this dire ward on mid. That's it. C-Smile doesn't care or doesn't know.
Trying to go for it. And with the kisses, that's a whole lot easier. Just needs the last couple shots. Okay, Thunderstrike will get it in the end. They did run the Snapfire up that high ground to try and to ensure the SF kill would happen. They didn't need to, and both supports will give up their lives here because it walks away with one of the kills and actually has a killing spree now. So him and the SF pretty high up there in the network chart. Monet trailing behind them as he's going to be jungling his way to an attempted victory.
It's still a good kill because you're creating a lot of space for Beast and Terrorblade to catch up in this game. You have to make some of these moves. They're not all going to go perfectly smooth. You sacrifice some supports, but hey, someone's got to pay the price here. Man, you wish you got that rune.
Jakiro Riki. That is just not a duo that I imagine kicks Storm Spirit out of the power runes, but happens nonetheless.
I mean, they are really good at versus him in the game when you have the levels. Ricky's an old school Storm counter.
Yeah.
This new Ice Path, remember, it lasts longer, kids.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, it got him on that triangle fight.
That's true.
He jumped into it. It's obnoxious.
All right, Monet, no longer jungle in the bottom lane, is here for a tower. What will Evil Geniuses do? Are they going to mirror? Are they going to defend? Looks like they're going to try and pressure both mid and bottom at the same time.
So maybe the one thing Aster have going for them in this game, the early objective damage for EG is not really there. Outside of Pakaz just kind of manning up and hitting a tower with Night Stalker. Maybe C-Smile wants to commit, but that can be dangerous with the early Shadow Fiend rotations into a lineup that has a lot of long-range poke with the kisses that just punish him too early. So Aster, I feel like they are making the right moves, but they're very late, and they're bleeding a lot of net worth down during a period where I feel like they wanted to be ahead with this Storm and Beast. So you're still going to need another 1 or 2 good fights here to be back in this game, whereas if you're EG, you're just kind of waiting for the darkness, waiting for the early BKB, which is almost done for Pakaz. That is incredibly terrifying. How many couriers must die?
He's gotten 2 so far. That ward is not going to stay alive for long. There is
He already
no
got
way.
his money back. That's a freebie.
That's true. Okay, smoke to the other side of the map here. XWY and PQ.
He didn't want to be part of that smoke, so. Smoke to the Wildekin. He ganked that Wildekin. Showed him who's boss.
Didn't see it coming.
Pichu looks kind of mad right now. He's like, bro, what are you doing?
Why did I just smoke you? Now he's going to die. Oh, God. He gets bumped up to the high ground. Even worse. Bobica's going to die right alongside him. Somebody made a call there to make a play, and it didn't happen, and I'm going to imagine somebody's disgruntled. You know, Bobica TPs through that fight area, XWY.
Oh, they're going to replay this? That's a brutal replay. I mean,
I'm surprised Bobica completed that TP.
Yeah, I think Pichu wishes he could glimpse that playback, as Monet is not having a much better time here. He wanted to do and this is the product of that smoke being discoordinated and failing. You don't get a good move, you don't force a response from EG. Okay, they're already in your jungle, they just collapse. Monet's just left alone on Ancients, no one's defending him here. He gets killed, he gets more stacks stolen. Your tier 1's dead mid. This game is absolutely out of control for Aster. You need a good fight with Roar here and Kisses very soon, because they are running at you.
Ooh, Static Storm, that was pretty decent, but not quite good enough, especially since Mikaz has a BKB already. Whisper, the Kisses, oh, it's not enough, but XWY will commit and get the kill in the end. C-Smile, jeez, they are just behind tier 2s taking these fights. I mean, can we see the stacks number, by the way? Because Aster have been trying to stack up neutrals to get back into the game, but I feel like, yeah, okay, they've done 6 stacks. I'm pretty sure 4 of them have actually gone to EG.
Negative stack territory.
Yeah, like
also,
I feel
why
like they've actually given away more
have the most?
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
No, it's not.
Well, they're trying to show it here. I mean, neutrals and ancients, yeah. I feel like a lot of that ancient net worth is not his own triangle.
Yeah.
I think he got 1 stack, but it's just brutal. Absolutely brutal economic damage here. This is like a early 2000s Greece. Like, economy in shambles. They need a bailout, Cap. Who's going to bail him out? Call Gabe. Get him on the phone.
I don't think Gabe is going to be bringing any stimulus money to Dota.
Get Big G. Get him on the phone. Get that Big G stimulus.
Oh no, trying to hold that tower. It's not going to happen. Aster do manage to get something here with the double damage. Once again, their objective taking power does come through a little bit.
Hey, maybe we were counting them out too early here. Or you were. I always have faith, of course, but...
well, I will still count them out.
They still have decent levels on this Storm. Like, he's level 12. They have this Crimson done for Beast. If you get a good fight around Roche, and you get Roche this game, it's looking a little different here.
Yeah, could be, could be.
You just don't want to get picked off, because this shard is up for Ricky, and you're closing in on your other BKBs. BKB is done for the Shadow Fiend, in fact, and you're building a third one on Whisper that's done in 300 gold. Oh my god, this is just disgusting. Monet, please. Please protect your courier, man.
He can't even protect his own life. He may have a chance here to get off of Sunder. They're going to try and let him burn from a distance. Ah, Pichu shows up to help him out. Very nice of him. Still going to chase after the kill while they're going for Bobica at the same time. Matthew going for the support kill. Gets roared up while the Terrorblade doesn't have a second Sunder to use. XXS started running forward, and then it was like, no, you're dead. I can't do anything to stop that. In fact, now XXS, they're just, it's a conga line and feed. One by one. They're going to show up and die to the Whisper Bat Rider.
A little bit of save your buddy syndrome. I mean, this fight's way too far out for you to take. The Terrorblade's in no man's land. They didn't even have to use BKBs for it. 3 BKBs up for EG now. These fights are just damn near impossible. Where's the damage going to come from? I like how he tried to crimson him at the end.
Yeah, like that was somehow going to save him.
Sitting on 100 HP. I got you, brother. Don't say I never did anything for you. I mean, you got to try, right? You got to try and get something.
Well, no, because then he died for it.
Oh my god, C-Smile is stealing more Ancients. Please. Please, stop. They're already dead. How many Ancients can you steal for this Shadow Fiend?
You're just beating a dead raptor at this point.
So farmed. Half that net worth is from this Radiant Triangle.
Just enter your own triangle at this point.
Just block your own camps.
Yeah, block your own camps. It's not working for you.
Please. He has a blink now. I mean, he has a very fast blink off that BKB. They
All right,
have to use it once.
I'm going to make a bet here. If Aster
I'll take
horrendously loses this fight, I think they might just GG out.
Maybe. But they might not horrendously lose it.
Yeah, they might.
They have to get Roar up before BKB.
Smile. Oh, an opening. No, the BKB goes off first.
Run away.
And now Aster on the retreat. They're going to go for both the
that's
supports
a
here.
good
The Requiem
Requiem.
up the high ground,
Oh
push him
my
back in with
God.
Bakaz right on top of the Storm Spirit with the silence. Let's see if the Beastmaster dies. He does get his TP canceled. That's 4 dead. I mean, the Terrorblade's still alive, so maybe I won't say horrendously lost the team fight.
Yeah, he's alive because he didn't go there.
Yeah.
That was a disgusting good Requiem position.
That was really well done.
Just high ground, you can't cancel it.
Yeah.
He's probably BKB'd anyway, but just shoves them all back into the oncoming onslaught.
Even if they weren't controlled, like the position that he put himself in, they get veered into the Night Stalker.
Into the ice path, into
the
this
ice
island.
path. Yeah, it was all really nice.
Super good stuff
What
by
was the
Sea
stun?
Smiler.
Oh, it was Void.
What?
I didn't see the Void animation go off from the Night Stalker, so I was curious what stuff the
you're too old.
Beastmaster TP. That is true. Also, the TV screen's a little far away.
No, you're just getting up there, man. It happens to the best
true.
of us.
I was looking at myself in the mirror. I was just like, where are all those gray hairs coming from?
Are scanning.
Uh,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's your gyrocopter impression? The monitor's too far away. I mean, soon they'll have to wheel you out to the caster desk in a wheelchair.
That's going to be part of my next contract.
Yeah.
I need to be wheeled everywhere.
Who are you going to make wheel you? Brian? I require that BSJ wheel me out to my caster desk.
No, Avo.
Oh, no, that's an easy pick.
It's a natural position for him, I think.
I mean, they're looking for more ancient stacks.
Yeah, that was honestly, I'm gonna call this smoke a success for Aster because they didn't all die.
Well, I mean, EG double stacked it for him. So. You know, EG's, this is our triangle now. It's been our triangle the whole game. We're gonna stack it. Thank you.
Oh no.
14k net worth here. They haven't even done Roshan. Their lineup doesn't do it that well, but they've just built this lead purely off of the early BKB pressure that is preventing any sort of comeback fight from Aster. Still trying to get to theirs, but they are a long way off. Man, what a rough series.
Yeah, look at C Smile. yeah, look at that. He hasn't been in his own triangle pretty much.
All that ancient net worth? Can we bring up that? Can we bring up that chart again that shows like the SF's gold from ancients? What is it? 3,000 from neutrals and ancient. It's so much, dude. It's actually so brutal. Oh, you got to feel for it, man. What I will say is, you know, it's day one. They're probably a bit jet lagged.
Yeah.
They're probably a bit jet lagged. You got to warm up and build over the tournament. You know?
Isn't it easier to fly from China to Europe than it is to fly from South America to Europe?
They're probably a bit jet lagged. They just got to warm up. What I will say is usually Aster does have rougher early games in the tournament.
You
I
think
feel like
they're one of the teams that needs to adjust?
Yeah, they're like a
over
slow
time?
team, right? They get better as they get rolling, but they kind of got to figure out how the meta's working and what they want to do.
What was the last what was the last like top tier Chinese team that would come into the tournament hot?
LGD.
I feel like LGD still needed. I felt like they still built up.
It depends. They had some tournaments where they were just pretty fast. Zhao Wei was on top of the meta. I think he's the faster captain coach to get on top of the meta from China.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, that's why I'm kind of giving him the benefit of the faith here. But
yeah, the Zhao Wei fanboy.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I mean, he has been very dominant.
It's pretty good.
One of the most dominant captains of all time. Let's pay our dues. Show some goddamn respect.
Show some goddamn respect. They're just chasing them all over the map. It's daytime, and they're being just run down everywhere. Well, it's not daytime anymore. Darkness goes off because gonna go for the quick pick off onto the Disruptor. They have the smokes. Oh, God! Straight up into the Requiem.
Yeah, that's Arcane Blink.
That is a nasty combo.
He did not have time to BKB, and he might not have any other time to BKB in this game. As Arcane Blink Shadow Fiend
He's desperate for that one kill, but Panda doesn't even die. Whew. Triple for C Smile, double for Pakaz. That adds up to 5 kills, a team wipe, and that adds up to a 24-minute GG Game 2.
I'm gonna go back to the ping pong table after that one. They didn't even have to sweat it. That was an extremely one-sided series. If I needed to say that, I will. Back to the drawing board for Aster. I think they need to figure out how they want to use XXS and Boboka. I think it's super important for this team, but I also think it's extremely pivotal in this meta that you understand what role your 3 is playing in terms of either he's scaling with damage or building auras. For this team, if they're going to play like Storm Terrorblade, you need these auras coming out. I mean, Beast is fine, but then you have to give him a good lane. Otherwise, how are you fighting these mid games? It just becomes too greedy. It's like last game. Everybody's trying to carry the game. Oh, you have to get there. And EG is one of the faster teams in the world. Like, these guys, I think, were the highest KDA team at the TI they played. These guys are killers, man. They're absolutely fast. They play very well in lanes. They draft for it. So this was probably just a rough matchup for Aster early. If they played one of the slower teams, maybe they look a bit better, but...
Yeah, like some Entity or something like that. Maybe they'd be okay, but...
they just got thrown to the wolves.
All right, that is series and a half, and we're going to head back to the panel, and they can dissect this utter stop, game 2.
You say dissect, it's looking more like an autopsy at this point because Aster just got murdered in that series. EG has this team's number, it seems. In gameplay, in draft, in speed, EG put on a clinic for this series and get themselves a 2-0.
Yes, EG said they got thrown to the Wolves. That's the Wolverhampton Wolves, I believe.
They did have that sponsorship.
So there you go. Still repping it on those jerseys and repping it in-game as well. Well, I think we can all agree that there was one hero that maybe was pretty good that game and might have helped win the lane and maybe the game itself.
Can we count down and we'll say it at the same time?
Over there.
Sure, I can do it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Ricky Rider!
Oh.
We're so good at this.
Yes, sir.
Nice work, everyone.
Thanks. That was such a good bat game. Oh my god. Like Whisper popped off.
I remember you were eagerly counting for it, and he delivered. By golly, he delivered.
By God.
But in reality, that Night Stalker was the be-all, end-all, and Aster had no solution to it.
Yeah. Well, it was just... It felt like they couldn't deal with anything, really. Like, you look at Night Stalker, yeah, he's posing a problem, making Beastmaster change his itemization and all this. You also have Chris Luck, who's just walking wherever he feels like it. You saw the heat map that came up. Man is just on the other side of the map all times. He's taking stacks away from Aster. Like, how are they meant to recover the Beastmaster? No one's having a good game.
Matthew was killing couriers the entire
Dude,
time.
Matthew is such a beast. He was my MVP, actually.
Brian, any more praise you want to shower on Evil Geniuses?
I think the EG's style has always been super disruptive, invasive, just like chaos incarnate.
Yep.
And like when you pick Beastmaster TB, it's like we have this game plan, we're gonna do it. Now just let us hit our timing.
Leave us
and
alone.
EG's just never gonna let you do that. They're not gonna let you do that. Like the fact that Matthew was like what they were doing bottom, we talked about kind of how they'd be dragging creeps and kind of pulling apart the Disruptor TB, and then they ended up doing that. Matthew's literally walking mid and Blink Strike stealing the jungle creeps. Like at
Among
minute
other things.
4.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now the Storm who's trying to recover, where does he go now?
I'm pretty sure EG spent more time on the Radiant side of the map than they did their own side of the map.
I'm pretty sure Matthew's heat map is like averaging behind tier 2s for the entire game.
The menace. That's what he is.
Yeah.
So annoying. Yeah. I actually want to have a mild fight dispute with you over saying that this team is Chaos Incarnate, though. I think that's Beast Coast. And I think SA historically was that 100%, but I think this iteration of Thunder Awaken into EG is like the most controlled I've ever seen a South American team be. Like, this is like, I think their ceiling is so much higher than any other SA team before in my life. It's like when you saw Beast Coast play this team versus EG at Lima, right? The way that they punished them in like game 1, it was like Beast Coast ran at them like wild animals, and they were like, what are you doing? Slaps. Like they're actually pretty controlled and have like really good ideas.
I just think they have refined the strategy.
Okay, maybe you could, yeah.
I'm just saying, because like I think Whisper and Sealuck were like
Yeah.
an integral part of the former Beast Coast, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of took like half of that and moved it to this team, but then I feel like with a carry like Picaz, what I like about him fitting better with them as opposed to Hector is it's no longer create space for one guy. You've now got the TA or the Night Stalker semi-carries. They pick a lot of like CK that are going to be hitting a 1 or 2 item timing, usually like cheaper items, like 2 to 3K gold items, and then they're joining in. And suddenly I feel like the pressure that they surmount is no longer for the sake of space. It's now removing your entire map.
It's more disciplined chaos.
That's what I mean. But it
Disciplined
still
chaos.
is. It's
I'll
like
take that.
like Ricky Batrider. Like if I'm a carry, it's like I'm gonna be dealing with some random ass crap in this lane. Like that's about as random as it gets.
We are currently awaiting for a chance to speak to, hopefully, an English-speaking Evil Geniuses players. I'm hoping it's Panda, although Chris has been stepping up his English recently, so I would not object to either of them. We critical of Evil Geniuses. Any solutions or things you want Aster to work on, Trent, as they look forward in the rest of this group stage?
I think Brian brought up quite a few good points off camera there, like when he says most of his smart stuff, guys. So, you know, he actually does have some good ideas.
He's smurfing on the panel
I appreciate
right now.
you like vouching for
I
me
got
there.
you covered. Don't worry. And all the other pro players are always like, man, he's so smart. Like they say all this stuff, just they never say it on camera, and it's unfortunate for you.
Yeah,
I feel like
nobody
you get a lot more credit
understands
there.
me.
But one thing they were mentioning was like the order of the draft, and I feel like the Storm Spirit, like it all just fell apart from the Storm Spirit pick. Like they got greedy, kind of like trying to counter this Bat Rider, and right away you were like, I don't know where the Bat Rider's going. I don't know if you want to get that Storm so fast. And it like they just got like checkmated back and forth. It was like watching the king like dance around the board, just like being moved from place to place. Couldn't find a comfy spot with that Storm, and I feel like it just crumbled from there.
I just feel like
Okay,
90%
well
of
done.
reason, like teams, they're gonna have that Bat Rider be mid. So they're like, okay, well let's just lane counter it. Storm will have a good.
That's the Western Europe right
Yeah,
EG is built different though, and one of the main players to make that happen is their carry, because we got Pakaz on the line for an interview with a translator soon. But think of carry-oriented questions. You can't take the question about asking about Night Stalker. That's my question.
I thought that was her question.
No, I don't.
She
I
earned
actually
it.
do have a question I'd like to ask.
Okay,
So I won't
save it
spoil
for the
it.
interview.
But it's about Lima and Aster, so you're good, guys.
Okay.
You'll never know my question.
Perfect. I don't suspect a thing. all is not lost for Aster, though. Maybe they just don't do good against South American Dota.
We're just hiding strats here? Is that what's happening?
Haven
guys?
Why ruin it for the viewer?
Oh, they like spoilers.
Did they?
Have you ever looked at the chat?
I
It's
have
like,
seen the
oh,
chat, but then they get banned.
Oh, we get banned from the panel.
Ask
Oh.
your interview in Dota TV, and then 5 minutes later, people can talk about it.
Does it have to be a carry-oriented question?
It
Because
does
mine's not.
It can be team-oriented.
Okay, cool. It's gonna be drafting-oriented a
Great.
little bit.
Guys just making up all kinds of rules. here, huh, for
Orientated
the
is not a
interviews?
word.
Orienteering is an activity where you have a
Orientate.
compass and a map.
Take-
And you have
This
to
man
follow
with his
points.
geography degree,
Oh.
whipping out the geography.
Yeah, well, you know, got to bring it out when it's
Oriented.
necessary
Was that the one?
No, in American English it's oriented, but in British English it is orientated.
Is it actually?
You are
and this
correct.
is an American panel, so
Oh, you're just making fun of me. I got it.
yeah, go say aluminium.
Aluminium. Yeah, let's go, yeah, let's go, yeah.
Got
You know, yeah.
Guys, it's called a root, a router. You like that?
Oh, that's one of the ones that I haven't. I hear boot. I hear
I love my boots.
Lori.
Yeah.
I
Take
hear
the lift.
armor. It's armor, but you guys.
Do you guys have trolleys?
We do not have trolleys. We have trans.
Unlucky.
Okay, what I've heard so far is progress. Do you guys say
Wait, wait,
progress?
wait.
or
Are you talking about
progress?
shopping cart?
Yeah, I was talking about a shopping
Oh.
cart, not a train.
Oh.
What the hell?
Wait, you guys refer to shopping carts as trolleys?
Yeah.
Yeah, shopping trolleys.
Wow.
Wow.
I thought of trolleys as things you see in San Francisco that are like
Right.
going
That's
down
why I
the
said
rails.
train. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. You
Wow. Good
people
thing this
are
interview
such
wasn't ready
interesting
right away, or
creatures.
else-
Yes, we are.
She did the British. He did the human geography. And where's your biomedical facts? Biomedical engineering facts that you're gonna drop on this panel?
Yeah, that was like 8 years ago, man.
know. I don't have it.
I've been
either.
studying
I had
Dota
my-
anatomy
yeah.
for way too long. Cosmetics and I don't know.
It's all gone.
Yeah, remodels. That's all I got.
For your transforms.
The only thing I really remember from college is how many ways I can die and how I'm just shocked I'm alive still.
I'm sorry. I guess men are
Like in
more
your
likely to
day-to-day
die.
existence.
Yeah, I'm saying that just like how many things can go wrong with your body where
Oh,
like
yeah.
one thing if it just one thing is
Oh.
slightly out of whack, you just die.
I don't want to know. Don't tell me.
Yeah, it's not good to know. It kind of jades you for
We
like a
almost
solid
had one
5
because
years.
Purge was very animated at dinner last night, and he whacked his head against a pillar. Instantly, we were all like, "Oh, you're gonna get an aneurysm.
Yeah.
You're gonna go to sleep.
I was
You're
like,
done.
don't go
You're
to
never
bed or
gonna
you'll
wake up."
die.
Purge did show up on
Why
camera,
are you
right?
guys laughing?
Was he was here today, right? He has not already died, right?
Honestly,
I think I saw
aneurysms
it
are just
earlier.
so funny. That's why I think they were laughing.
Oh, on that
It
note.
cracked me up. But on a more serious topic, we have Pakaz on the line for an interview. Pakaz, congratulations on the win. How are you always so good against Team Aster, is what I want to know.
Yo estoy listo, la verdad.
I'm assuming that there's a translation going on that we can't hear. Is that what's happening?
I have no idea.
Okay, we're currently testing it. But hello. Who are we hearing? Are we hearing the translator?
Yes,
Oh,
you're
perfect.
hearing the translator. I'm here with Pacas from Evil Geniuses.
Perfect.
Say
Thank
hello.
you so much.
Hello,
First of all,
Pacas.
Hello.
the gang's all here. Great. May I ask a question?
Vamos a hacer una pregunta, Pacas.
Oh. I'm going to assume his answer is yes for that one. My specific question that I would like to ask is, how is Evil Geniuses always so good against Team Aster? Because they beat them in Lima too.
Ok, básicamente te están preguntando que si ya le estás dando clases a este equipo. Ya los vencieron en Lima, ya los vencieron ahorita. ¿Cómo los ven ahorita?
Creo que... No sé, creo que simplemente el hecho de que el estilo de Aster no es tan bueno contra el de nosotros, creo que esa es la única razón por la que ganamos. O sea, no nos sentimos como muy fuertes, pero nuestro estilo es un poco bueno contra el de Aster. Eso es todo.
So, we just think their playstyle is bad. That's it.
Okay.
We have a pretty solid playstyle, but I think it's effective against them. That's it.
That's pretty accurate with what we thought. Sheep, do you have any questions for Pacaz?
I do. At Lima, Matthew noted after your victory that you guys were taken by surprise that they played Enigma, and that was like the game you lost. And that seemed to be a focus for you in that series. How come then that you guys completely ignored Aster's Enigma in this series?
Ok, la vez pasada en Lima, Matthew hizo ahorita notar que fueron vencidos por Enigma. ¿Qué es lo que hicieron ahorita para cambiar esos resultados para poder ahorita presentarse en el torneo de ahora?
Creo que ellos pudieron coger el Enigma en cualquier momento, pero pensamos de que otros seres de Aster serían más importantes que el Enigma, así que no dejamos el Enigma de lado. Y si lo sacaban, pues bien, creo que estábamos preparados contra eso.
We just put it on the side. Like, we were not worried about it. We just focused on us.
Fair enough.
Brian?
My question would be, it took you guys a while to pick the Night Stalker during the draft, and I was just curious if that was something you guys had practiced, or if you just had seen other teams do it, you knew it was good, and the hesitation was due to that.
Sobre el Night Stalker, o sea, ¿lo habían practicado? ¿Era algo que tenían contemplado o fue algo que salió de la nada? O sea, ¿qué fue lo que los puso en esa situación para usarlo?
Estuvimos hablando sobre el Night Stalker hace unos días. Nuestro coach Confortado nos dijo que era bueno. Lo practicamos un día en Scream y nos fue absolutamente mal. Nos fue horrible. Y al momento de... O sea, pensamos que era un buen juego de Night Stalker y así que le dije a Matthew que me lo dé y él no quería dármelo, me quería dar otro ERE, pero al final lo convencí para que me diera el Night Stalker y nos fue bien, después de que nos haya ido muy mal con el ERE.
So a couple days ago, we actually discussed about using him, and we actually used him on scrims, and we did terribly bad. So in this game, I just asked Matthew to give me the hero. And we did, and we did well.
You did fantastic, because congratulations on this win, and looking forward to how your team do in the rest of DreamLeague Season 19.
Muchísima suerte, Matas, y muchas gracias por acompañarnos en esta entrevista.
Gracias.
¿Hay algún saludo que quieras mandar?
No. Creo que saludo a todos mis fans y a todos los que nos apoyan.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to all my fans and everyone who supports us. Thank you.
Much love, muchas gracias, Pacaz, and we'll speak to you again soon. Well, it seems most of our theories were pretty accurate, although scrim information was a very interesting answer. The homie's just like waiting over the button. He's like, yeah, but you remember that one scrim that we had, though? I don't know if we can do it, man.
It's tough to lose confidence in a hero during a scrim and then manage to have him say, like, we're picking it.
Yeah. But
I mean, I respect that as a carry player, because that's that sometimes can go real south.
It's okay.
Where you say, like, give me it anyways, and then you lose at 10, the game's clearly over at 10 minutes.
It only matters in officials, though, and this was the official that it really mattered. EG, pick up the 2-0, but we still got one more series for you on this main stream of ESL Dota 2. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Talon, a Lima Major rematch after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final series of the day, DreamLeague Season 19. And thank you to the Happy Pandas as well, although I feel like I'm missing one instrument here. There's no woodwinds here. There's no, I need a little bit more flute kind of action. How about we bring in a kazoo? Give me Kazoo from the guest. Welcome, Kazoo.
Wow.
Wow.
Best intro I've ever received.
I'm glad.
I thought you were really putting them on the spot.
I really had no idea where you were going with that.
Homie just whips out like a piccolo out of nowhere or something like that. No, I wanted my analysis to come from this man. Brian, you've been doing a wonderful job. But Kazoo...
It's me.
I can't believe it, in the flesh.
It's me. I've had to listen to him for a while, so now I'm here. You know, I saw some of the drafts from Aster in the last match. They didn't seem too good.
Yeah.
Reminded me a little bit a few nights ago. I watched some Fart Studios. It wasn't the best, but it's okay. They'll step it up.
They got the win.
True. That's true. They picked it back up and turned it around.
I know how to lose a draft better than anybody. So when I see these drafts, there's no greater power.
You relate a little bit too much to it. I'm familiar with watching both of you on your own personal streams, though, but Kazoo, you've been taking to Talent Life quite well. And now you're here on location, DreamLeague Season 19. Expectations about the tournament or us? Anything on your mind?
I'm just expecting a good time, a great tournament. I feel like I've already seen some teams kind of surprise me. You know, your Execration, Hellraisers, doing some cool stuff with the heroes, with how they play. So overall, just in for a good time.
And Liquid, though, they're business as usual. They're crushing Western European teams. They took Tundra down at 2-0. Where did this team come from, though? We always talk about their alliance days and things like that. This iteration of Liquid, I've got Insania and Azai to tell us a little bit about their history.
This team is very enjoyable to be around. I think out of most of the rosters that I've been on the past few years, it's one of the easiest teams to be relaxed with and just enjoy yourself. I feel like everyone puts in a lot of hard work and they really try to be the best at the roles. So there's not much needed from my end. I just clown around mostly and try to make people laugh.
Yeah, me and Insania go way back. Yeah, we played Han and we played DreamHack together back in 2012. I think we got second or third. But yeah, he's a great person to be around. He's very kind. He's a very smart player and easy to work with as well. So even though it's been a long time, maybe during those intermittent years we didn't really socialize much. But yeah, no, it's nice to have him around. He's a great player and happy to have him on the team.
We knew the entire year last year that Matu was going to retire after TI. So I think having the entire year to kind of cope with it probably helped. We miss you, Matu.
Nisha is an extremely skilled player. I think individually he's up there with some of the best players to ever touch this game. And I think he's very mechanically savvy and he's also very smart about the game.
We considered Nisha to be one of the best players in the world, even prior to TI. We started talking about who we would be interested in as potential players, and Nisha was high up on the list, if not even on top. So yeah, it didn't really matter, but obviously like getting beat by someone probably helps you feel like, yeah, this guy's really, really good.
He's a little bit different than Matu, so compared to last year, his voice is a little bit less, and some others of us have stepped up in that regard, but he's very good and happy to have him.
I'm so excited for ESL. I cannot wait for DreamLeague to start.
He is so excited to get some games in here, and yeah, I like that comparison though. Talking about Matu, talking about Nisha, and Nisha famously referred to as the Ghost. On a couple different rosters there was a little bit quiet in the comms, I've heard.
I mean, I heard that because I was talking with them about one of the drafts where they were like, "Oh, we need this type of hero," and apparently in the background, Nisha was like, "No, we don't need that." But apparently they didn't hear him say it.
Oh no!
So they picked that hero anyway. I think they ended up winning the game, but it just kind of goes to show you that sometimes they don't even hear him because they don't really expect him to say anything.
In the Lima Major, I remember Insania in an interview, he said that they didn't even know that Nisha's comms weren't working for the first 15 minutes of the game.
There you go.
The man, it lets his gameplay do the talking. What more do you need than that?
Fair enough.
And Brian, you've had some chance to spend some time with these boys at the boot camp. Is Nisha as quiet whenever you get him off camera? Or?
Yeah, he is, but like he's one of those. I consider him like a high value speaker. Like every time he says something, you're like, or like I'm very interested. Like I'm waiting, kind of like that for that moment that Nisha's gonna, allow me to hear his words.
Right, bless you.
Bless me with his words. Thank you.
Yeah.
And they will be going head-to-head against Talon for this series, which is a matchup that we saw very famously lower bracket finals at the Lima Major. Although Liquid did it with jabs, still got the 2-0. I don't think that should be happening at that stage of a tournament, but seems like Liquid just had a rock-solid strategy against Talon, which they had faced off earlier in playoffs as well. They were the ones who sent Talon down to the lower bracket. Talon wised up a little bit, though.
The extra B in jabs was for better.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
I mean,
that's why they won.
I remember that, like, looking at some of the drafts, that I feel like Talon were not at all prepared for, like, this Nature's Prophet and the kind of fast playstyle that Liquid go for. I think now they had a lot of time to kind of shape up, try some different things. They've been playing lots of IO, some map play stuff. So I'm hoping that today I get to see a different Talon with a bit faster playstyle and a bit more answers in their draft.
From what I've observed in the Southeast Asian DPC, because that's what I've been covering for the past 2 tours, you will, but you'll see it different from Talon. It'll be the same as Western Europe. Because I think post Lima Major, they were like, oh, I am beginning to see what the strongest region is. Yeah. Gaming Gladiators won with IO Leshrac. Let's just run the first week of IO Leshrac. No one in SEA knew what to do with it. They mowed down their first week of opponents, and then after that, I think they were almost like, this is a little too easy at this point. We should probably pick some other different heroes.
Everyone I talk to from C puts Talon on a different tier than all the other C teams. All you guys who've been like working the region and everything. Is the adaptability like part of that? Do you think like their willingness to like go out there? Are the other teams just not on that same level? Is that what it is?
Adaptability is one part because Sunbi obviously has a strong influence on that team, or Sunbi and Jabs put together. But you'd also be hard pressed for me to say they aren't the most skilled at their roles in that region. They're just kind of better right now.
That helps.
But
laying
SEA,
it down straight up.
The problem is with SEA, they are inconsistent, and not necessarily on like a game-by-game basis, but like they'll be good for 3 months, and then they'll just fall off a cliff randomly. So far, Talon is on the up and up because to get into the Lima Major, they had to win a tiebreaker against Blacklist Rivalry in Tour 1, and so they were 3rd, 4th place in DPC Tour 1, and you would not expect that from a team that looks so confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, they went 7-0 this season, like absolutely steamrolling their region. And when I was looking at their drafts for both these teams, what I noticed about Talon is they only picked 30 unique heroes for all of DPC. And the biggest thing about this team is that they commonly pick flex heroes such as like Tiny and Nature's Prophet, and they don't flex them.
Yeah.
They're always the same lane player getting on this hero. And so my issue going into the series, or my doubts for Talon based on the results of the major and now Liquid having their full roster, is that Liquid, we saw them win a game earlier because they last picked a Pugna by rotating lanes and absolutely owning Skeeter. And I'm concerned with that happening today in the lanes for them, because when you see the Nature's Prophet, it's going to be jabs.
Yep.
When you see the Tiny, it's going to be Q. Like, you know exactly what's coming, and I think Liquid is one of the best teams at punishing that. And what the thing about Talon is they are so good at what they do. It's just that if you have the counter and you're able to kind of throw them a curveball towards the end of the draft, I think that's kind of their kryptonite right now.
I agree with you, because I feel like when I looked at some of their games, their drafts, they look very similar. You have like this IO Storm that you already touched on, or you have some Nature's Prophet with a Tiny.
Yep.
And then Mikoto, he's playing some Spirit. He's going to run around, do some good stuff, because this guy's actually incredibly good. But I feel like they have not yet been truly tested. And Liquid, to me, they play very fast. Like, even teams like Tundra, they need their time. I feel like Talon, they need a bit of time in this early game. And I don't know if they're going to get it if Liquid really shows up.
I do like you bringing up Mikoto, because as an unbiased non-Lima Major attending party, because a lot of us who were at the Lima Major would see every single game of Mikoto and be like, this guy's like top 3 mid in the world. And then obviously the Major kind of proved that by them making it. You covered China, North America, Western Europe. After all that time, do you still think Mikoto is in that pantheon of the best mids right now?
This guy is really good. I remember, like, even though I didn't see all the games, when I saw Talon games, he slapped mid. Didn't matter who he played against. I think even against Liquid themselves, he did really well against Nisha. He owned Larl from Spirit in like 2-3 games with some Ember or Kunkka. So this guy, he's impressed me every time. Even some Ember versus Bad Rider matchup, he just slaps it.
Yep. He's the real deal, and we'll see if he can get some revenge for Lima as we get into our draft of game number 1, Team Liquid versus Talon. Of course, respect ban against the Q Tiny. You have to take that out. And Primal Beast as well. Meanwhile, Talon, they ban out the Broodmother.
think the Primal's to protect Nature's Prophet first pick.
Okay.
I think Nature's Prophet's going to be the most highly contested pick in this draft.
Big surprise.
Between these two teams. Yeah, I mean, like, not only is it a highly contested pick in most series, but between these two teams. The thing about Primal is that in lane, you can get out of the Sprout, and you can just run over the Nature's Prophet with any +1 that helps you finish him off. And on the map, it's like the same thing. So a lot of teams have been resorting to the Primal Beast as like the secondary Bat Rider. It's kind of like the poor man's Bat Rider, but it goes off lane and it's more of like a durable strength guy.
Well, should they go for the rich man's Bat Rider?
Which is just Bat
To
Rider?
go with their IO. No.
Okay. I mean, IO Storm, I think traditionally the best hero, or what you want to have against Nature's Prophet, are heroes that kind of get on top of you or play the map fast. And to go to Brian's point about Primal Beast, he kind of does that both in the lane and in the game. So they take that out. But Talent, they go with like a different answer. And if anyone's watched SEA DPC, they know that they've played this. It was like their backup to the IO Lash.
Yep.
They just played IO Storm over and over again. So I think it's a pretty good answer.
Do you prefer it over IO Lesh? Because they had the option for the Lesh.
I mean, I'm okay with them not going IO Lash because I feel like you want... I would have either liked an opening with Storm or the Bad Rider in it. Simply because it answers like this map play of Nature's Prophet very well.
I would love to see the Treant Protector, or that was the one I was...
Yeah, this hero's pretty good too.
Yeah, this hero's pretty good.
That's all right.
Yeah, I just think like you want something that uses, like it's ready to throw its spells down when the storm goes in. So that's why I mentioned Treant Protector, as he's just like sitting behind his cores. But Disruptor will do the same thing and has been the most highly contested.
Would you have said Treant Protector if it was any other team besides
No,
Liquid?
I just mentioned them because they picked it 3 times during
It's
DPC.
insane, yeah.
It goes really well with Nature's Prophet, and they did win all 3 of those games.
Yeah, actually, wait, were both these teams undefeated in their DPC?
No, Liquid lost their first series to Game in 0-2. They got there was an interview with Zai at the end of that series, and at the end of their next series when they won, and they had asked about the Game and Gladiator series, and he just said, "Yeah, the new patch came out. We tried to play other heroes that like other teams are doing, and then we just realized we're really good at what we picked, so let's just do that again."
Just take Lina off the list. Everything else is fine. Aggressive 4s getting taken out. All these heroes that can jump on the Nature's Prophet. Clock and Tusk banned out, as well as the Templar Assassin and Talon. Feels to me like they're almost banning out their own Mikoto heroes. They take out Puck and they take out Ember Spirit.
It's kind of sad to see, I gotta say. The Kunkka's still in there that you mentioned, but obviously, you know, we are walking a Storm, so I'm hoping he's just gonna play that. Let's just assume.
Okay.
Seems like a safe plan here. The Rubik is still in, which is something we've discussed quite a bit today, but hasn't been really seen a whole lot. Rubik IO can be like kind of messy, I guess, as a duo, but it is really strong versus the Disruptor.
Yeah, I personally am not the biggest fan of some... I like to call it the casual Disruptor. The casual Rubik where you just pick it and it's like... You don't really have the most purpose. You don't see some Abaddon Shield or Rubik Fissure, or Shaker Fissure rather, that you can steal.
Becomes the Rubik Fissure.
Exactly. You know, I'm already thinking 8 steps ahead. As for Talon, you can see that Liquid are banning out these aggressive 4s to, you know, first of all, set up the map for the relocate, but also because Q plays it so well. So with a lot of them already being banned out, maybe you'll see like some Monkey King type hero that could be okay. I don't know if that's really in his repertoire, but otherwise, Nyx Assassin is a hero that I think needs a lot of purpose in the game, which I don't really see yet other than setting it up. So anything that plays the map as they ban it themselves.
Having to protect that Storm from having a sad game, I guess, huh?
I wouldn't be too surprised if Talon goes for Monkey King, but they've picked it 4 times, and it's been 23 Savage picking it every time. Just a really good carry matchup against Nature's Prophet, and it also lanes pretty well against Nature's Prophet. So I'm almost surprised it didn't get banned, because it is one of the few carries that generally doesn't mind Disruptor, because you're either jumping him or you're not in vision because you're chilling in the trees, so it's kind of hard to glimpse Static Storm you.
Seems like they must have a plan for it then, I guess, right?
Yeah,
like
I
they've
imagine.
shown it, so.
They've picked it enough on Talon that Liquids definitely has it on their radar.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it would also make sense for Talon, because if they also love it on carry, you can kind of flex it.
Yeah.
And then you just see later, you know, it would be fine as 4, it's good as carry. We'll decide later how it goes, so...
There it is.
Oh, yeah, okay, they were ready.
And I love I've been talking about the DK versus Storm off panel all day. I was surprised nobody's been picking it. What I love about DK against Storm is it's the same idea as Death Prophet, where the reason why Death Prophet's so annoying for Storm is he wants to rotate, he wants to jungle. The last thing you want is your tower under consistent pressure. And so DK does that in the laning phase, threatens your tower, and then he's an instant stun. So anytime Storm goes in, if it's not on the DK, blink stun, and then he just dies in that duration.
I have to say, my favorite thing that happens in a draft is that exact situation we're talking about. It's like, I can't believe they didn't man the Monkey King. And then it gets picked, and they instant snap the picks. Yeah, we know you're gonna go Monkey King. Like, yeah, we're not stupid.
I mean, I feel like this the DK, this hero's been on the rise for a while. I think it's still pretty underrated. I feel like this is one of like an S tier hero to me, at least DK. He's very good mid. You can also flex it to carry if you want. Probably won't see it here, but as you said, you have the combos, you have setup, your supports now have someone to play with in the mid game. You can move around with the Moonlight Shadow. So yeah, I think Liquid, they, as we kind of touched on, they knew this monkey was coming. This is their answer. Talon, they're gonna answer it with their own Doom, and they're still very flexible as well.
Yeah, and the one thing I love about the DK is earlier in the draft in our the first series that I paneled today is there's heroes that push lanes and like set up for their team to rotate to them, and then there's heroes that follow up that setup. So Nature's Prophet is an example of a hero that you have pressure on a lane, he'll be able to capitalize. Right. Same with Disruptor, same with Mirana. And the issue was in the earlier draft was they had a bunch of heroes,
a bunch of followers,
but no leaders. So now DK represents this for you. All of Liquid's moves are gonna be like going around his timings. It's like if he's level 6, he has his ultimate. You're gonna see both supports mid. You're gonna see the Nature's Prophet looking to TP even if he's only like level 5. And I'm concerned about Talon's draft being able to respond to this with a hero like Doom, because Doom just sits where he is.
I am curious where he'll be sitting though, because you said we have been critical of the lack of flexibility from Talon.
Yeah.
Q and 23 Savage both played Monkey King in the DPC. It was primarily 23 though, like you said. And 23 also played Doom at one point, but most of the time, Jabs was the carry in these positions. And so far, haven't seen the Jabs hero yet. Will it be someone who can take the game into their own hands and do damage, or is it going to be more utility, Greaves buyer oriented?
I think you have to be like the BKB Blink Doom this game. I just don't think sitting in one place like Control, like Doom likes to just sit there and say, I have Doom, you can't walk up, I'm going to devour, and that's going to net me more gold than you're going to get. And I don't know if that's going to work all that well against the Liquid lineup that we're seeing so far.
Okay, then I'm down with the offlane Doom, and then let's figure out what gets 23 going. They keep banning out their own heroes. That 23 Morphling is going.
Yeah. Both of these teams really like Morph a lot.
Yeah.
Even though Liquid only picked it twice, they did win both of those games, and Mickey's got a pretty sick Morph.
I mean, I feel like there's maybe one offlaner for Talon that I could like from the ones that are still in the pool. It's Bad Rider, simply because it helps you play the map. So even though Doom is static, it helps you like get the fights that you do want. On the flip side, I like that Liquid banned out TB. I think it's another one of these heroes that, similar story to Bad Rider, but from a different role. He helps you to like enable the map, make it harder for this DK to get the picks going, into the game with the Nature's Prophet split push. But I mean, they're gonna have last pick to then decide. Oh, spicy Luna.
All right, interesting. I mean, they had a lot of flexibility here in terms of what they wanted to do with their laning options.
Yeah, Luna's great as a 9th pick because she just has like a very consistent laning phase. There's no like hard counters. It's just a strong lane. 2 heroes right-clicking you with that extra bit of damage. And then on top of that, her other 2 cores, DK and Nature's Prophet, they do struggle with a little bit of that damage problem in like the 5 to 10 minute mark. And that nighttime aura for Luna now is global. So it's an extra 20 damage when Luna hits level 5. And even Mirana, as a support, right-clicks a ton with those leap charges. So that's just like, it's going to be the difference where it's a carry that helps you with your pace of the game without actually having to do anything.
So then, of the heroes on the board right now, Monkey, Doom, or a mysterious 3rd pick, which is apparently Bloodseeker, will be the carry.
I mean, I like the Bloodseeker against Nature's in lane. Nature's wins the lane by harassing you out, and you're just going to use your Thirst off the creeps when you get the last hits, and you also can run them down. So I think Talon's in a situation where they have enough active heroes to potentially respond. The Bloodseeker loves like TPing mid and countering this early aggression, but I do think it's going to largely boil down to like, how good is 23 Savage's first 5-6 minutes of the game? Because as a Bloodseeker, he is going to have to be more active than carries normally want to be.
I honestly think he actually needs to pop off pretty hard. You have 2 supports with like, you have Io Monkey. They don't deal a lot of damage early on. You're playing this into a DK, who's Nisha, one of the best players, who's gonna have a good early game. So it's not too easy for you to really stop the early push, and he's gonna not have his own tempo. He has Zion, Nature's Prophet. He has Luna in the safe lane. I feel like Liquid are pretty well equipped to kind of own this early game pretty hard.
Yeah, the monkey, I definitely think, like, when I've seen it be successful, it's when you have some heroes that you're enabling with that early stun, right? Some sort of, like, follow-up, some sort of, like, additional kill where you're, like, really threatening stuff. Not only is it hard to threaten the heroes that Team Liquid have, I don't even think he has the best pairings to threaten with right now.
Whoa. There's Storm Spirit and an IO relocate.
When you get there. Before that.
What happens if you don't get there is the real question, I guess.
I've put their hopes on this plane.
Okay.
So if this can sail...
How far are we going?
Just past the steps.
Past the
It's
steps?
really bad.
It looks really
It's
poorly engineered.
Yeah,
I don't like their
terrible.
chances based on this.
Yeah, so I think if they can make it past the steps, Talon can win
It's
this game.
nosediving.
Moment of truth.
It's happening.
Ugh.
Jeez.
I'm really glad.
You guys didn't see it, but it barely
you
made
can
it
just
to the
pan
table.
down.
It's literally in front of
on
me.
the table. I think they're a little confused. They're like, I can't find
It's
it.
right there.
It did do a flip, which was kind of cool.
Okay.
It was cool.
So they will fail with style.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
A spectacular loss is what I'm hoping for after this.
No problem.
We may be able to get it. It would be more exciting for me to see Talon be able to buck the trend of the Lima Major and show that they've learned some lessons.
Yeah.
But they may have railroaded themselves into a very difficult spot with this draft, is what I'm getting from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I at least prefer Liquid. Maybe I'm a slight Liquid fanboy. Don't know if it came across, but I do prefer their draft a little bit. In order for Talon, I would say to do well in this game, I need 23 Savage's lane to go well early on.
Okay.
And then Mikoto to just pop off, as I've seen him do in other games, but even harder. So it's a tough ask.
They have to kill the heroes that are killing their buildings because they don't have any building killing themselves.
Just kill them.
outside of
Just
town.
Just kill them. That is the key.
Just kill them and they will die.
Seek their blood.
They will be
Yeah.
trying their damnedest to do so in this game number 1 against Team Liquid. And let's send it over to our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Time to see in a rematch against Team Liquid whether Talon is going to be able to spread their wings and fly like an eagle through the air, or like Trent's plane. Are you trying to make it?
I don't know how to do it.
No, it's
That
this
was my
way.
best
It's this way. Or like Trent's paper airplane, if they are going to crash and burn. And it's currently looking like bit of a false start.
Well, I think as long as 23 has a good start to this game, I won't go back there. I won't go back there. That is very nice for Nisha. I think teams are just kind of lazy about these first bloods, honestly.
Yeah.
I also feel like it's a start of a tournament thing. The later you go in tournaments, teams are like, all right, I'm sick of giving this first blood to mid and we're just losing games off it, so they become more disciplined. But at the start of tournaments, especially these early smokes, early wards and stuff, they kind of just go unpunished. So another good start for Nisha. The best player in the world, Pog.
Wow.
Said Kezu.
Who's a bit of a Liquid fanboy.
That's what he said, so I'm going to get to be a Talon fanboy.
Really, it's not the Liquid aspect. He's just a fan of any Han players.
I thought you were going to say he's European, but yeah, that's true too.
Oh, that's it.
I mean, the question is Liquid ready for the CEO?
Is Talon ready for the first pick, Nature's Prophet? I was saying when we were watching the lower
play it every game.
the lower bracket finals of the Lima Major, I was saying don't give Liquid Nature's Prophet. Don't do it. And they did it 2 times in a row, and now in a fresh series, they've given it to him again.
Yeah, but now Boxy's here. The ultimate glue man.
Okay.
I feel like Boxy is like the actual glue of this Liquid lineup.
Yeah, so that makes
holds
things
so many-
even worse. Talon lost against first pick Nature's Prophet with Liquid, and now Liquid actually has their 5-man roster.
Yeah, but they learned from that.
Did they?
Yeah, now
I
they
would have
know-
learned to ban Nature's Prophet.
Okay, all you have to do to be Nature's Prophet, you have to have a good core matchups that can deal with the map, a good carry that can deal with the lane. You want to slow him down, not let him get to a fast ags, not let him take your early tier 1s. Don't let him pressure the power.
Writing down these.
Don't let him make the mid claps with level 5 to 6. Don't let him get early Roshans for his carry. Don't let him outscale you with the tri-core, and you're good.
What was that last one?
Don't give Nisha a good start, and you're gonna be off to a good position. And he's just getting chain stunned here. That said, Mikoto's doing pretty well CS. Normally, I think the early CS is kind of worse because you can get stun range denies. But 8-2, he's doing pretty damn well.
Yeah,
and look at
actually
Zai.
kind of low health.
Where is Zai? Liquid fanboys are in shambles right now with this Fury on CS. Where is it? BSJ talked about the start that 23 Savage had to have. Well, he's having it down here. He is destroying Zai in the CS department. And this is where you want this matchup to be, especially with IO Bloodseeker. IO Bloodseeker is terrifying on lane if you have other lanes that are trading the damage. So right now, mid is trading damage, and you have Insania super low top. So 23 is having a really good time with this, as Q is just slapping people up here. And he's happy to do this. I mean, even if he dies, it's not first blood.
That is true. It's causing a lot of havoc up here.
Honestly,
Chasing down Boxy. Boxy tries to go for the neutral deny, but 23,
move speed.
He actually pulled the aggro to himself instead for the neutral. So.
Yeah, very nice. This lane is going super well for Talon. They are already a very decent amount of net worth ahead. First blood for what? For nothing.
Well, this gives me a little bit more hope, because they were talking about, like, what are the picks? I mean, you were certain it was going to be, what was it, Terrorblade or something because of the bans?
I didn't say Terrorblade.
Oh, somebody said something.
No,
Either way, it ended up being a
Kezi.
Bloodseeker, which was a little bit of a swerve, I think. But it does seem to be doing all right against Nature's Prophet, which was one of the many things you said. Don't let him have a good laning phase.
Yeah, and this is a really good matchup. I mean, Bloodseeker free farms Nature's, and it's pretty hard to stop. As long as you have some damage on the other ones, you're pretty happy as Q bites the bullet. I think that was kind of expected. I feel like he dies at least once up here.
Zydet. Oh, the arrow! Oh, it almost saved him, but instead 23 will pick up the kill. I mean, you know, your support's dying up at the top lane. Who cares? You're getting core kills down here in bottom.
This is a very terrifying lane early if you get ahead. There's just too much move speed. Too much attack speed, too. Overcharge plus the tether just buffs everything up Bloodseeker does naturally. It's like 2 Bloodseekers for 1. Who doesn't want that deal?
Sounds pretty nice. I always take a 2-for-1 special.
And I feel like these lanes are decent for Talon. I also don't feel like this top lane is that unfavorable. I think my expected outcome would be maybe Monkey dies once, but you're trading a bunch of regen out from Disruptor. And then if you get a good creep on Doom with like an early Arcane Boots or something, that's just a classic Doom lane, right? Then you have pretty good all-in kill potential on the side. I think Insania does have to play pretty conservative up here in terms of not feeding away some good Jingu kill with... I mean, there's a Frost attack on Doom, but if you got a Harpy or a Mana Burn creep, these Doom dual lanes are not that weak. So I don't think lanes are necessarily the issue for Talon. It's more of just what happens in terms of that mid-clash with the DK6.
Right.
That is the big early power point for Liquid that the Furion can come into. The Luna can give him the nighttime damage aura, which is also going to sync up with this. It's going to be a really strong window for Liquid if they want to try and abuse the tier 1 pressure.
Ollie, he does have a tether, and the creep wave was coming in, so he is okay for now. Meanwhile, top lane, Insania is going to be surrounded, goes for a glimpse back onto the Doom. Q is going to be able to get those Jingo stacks through, and will be able to turn that damage back around on Mickey, so good pressure there in the top lane, at least.
That's that all-in threat Insania has to be careful about. And the downside is he doesn't die, but that's a lot of extra move speed for 23 bottom. Because you're just sitting up here with 0 HP. And he's 460 without the tether.
He's just dead. Turns around, throws another round of nukes, but nothing that Insania can do to stop that. The duo melee lane.
This lane is not weak. It's not weak.
Yeah.
I think Luna Disruptor is slightly stronger, especially in the early levels, but Doom lanes, they're tough. Man, this Bloodseeker taunt, how is this in the game? I'm just going to say it. How did this make it in?
I mean, I find it way better than the SF taunt. That one is super annoying.
That is the most foolish statement I've heard all day. And I've been sitting in the green room. So.
Kind of calming music. I like it.
The SF taunt is S tier.
Yeah, they just do it over and over and over again.
That's why it's S tier. I don't even know what this Bloodseeker taunt is. It's just clown music?
No, it's what?
That one made you mad. Okay, here's the mid push. Cap, pay attention to the game.
He's blood skating. So they do some nice, you know, like classical ice skating.
This is the mid catapult push with the Luna
he dodged the Dragon Tail stun. Pulls him back in underneath the tower with the Q chain stun. That is a dead Nisha. Best player in the world, my ass.
I mean, I didn't say that. That's a good response from Talon. They were 100% ready for this. Look at even the defensive ob really deep under the tower from Makoto just to make sure that the numbers aren't here for Liquid. Just a bit too greedy here from Nisha, to be honest. Like, the Furion was not looking for the teleport there. His supports are not necessarily stronger in that window.
And the only reason that play can happen is because the side lanes are going well.
Yes, that's why it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
These early side lane pressure for Talon is huge because this mid collapse is not as good for Liquid. Zai's game is rougher. The supports are not necessarily ahead of Talon's supports here. And Talon are just ready for this move. They read it well.
Oh, they got it with a Sprout. That was cool.
Damn.
Arrow into a Sprout hold that was just long enough to be able to hit the arrow.
That's a big kill, because now you're pushing towards that Fury on 6. Zai gets it off that wave. You have a Catapult pressure bottom, as well as Wrath of Nature online. You can look for the kill top while creating the tier 1 pressure bottom while this Bloodseeker's dead. Gotta be careful in these lanes now if you're Talon. The damage is there.
They're gonna get behind him. Pounce in front of him here. Quickly jumps back onto the tree though because they see the TP coming in from Boxy. Jabs. Looks like he is gonna be dying here. The kinetic field holding him in place as long as they have the vision. Should be able to finish the job. Back to bottom lane though. Zai pulled inside of the Sprout that he laid out on Makoto. Will eventually die. So both offlaners getting picked off here. Q, gotta be careful not to join Jabs in the grave. This is a big wave push coming in.
You're gonna lose tier 1s here for Talon. I think that's inevitable with the way these lineups match up. It's just a matter of how much you can get out of it.
Sure.
So Makoto just needs to get as many runes, as many kills, use the IO region abuse as much as he can. Remember, this is still IO Storm. This combo's still pretty powerful. I would expect a Soul Ring on this IO. At least somewhat early. I think it's pretty nice with this duo, but there's the second tier 1 that you get the deny.
Nicely played, Makoto.
Not too bad.
I mean, as you said, they're gonna lose those towers eventually anyway. Try and limit the damage, maybe even get a kill towards the end of it here. Arrow slips on by. They have Insania now as a response, trying to get a glimpse back here. It's on Q. Doom immediately. Nice two-man stun. He used the Hurricane to push back the Doom target in Boxy, but the deny comes in from Insania. Well-deserved tips going to Insania, who timed that very nicely.
Man, you Doom over him. If you Doom a support and you don't even get that kill, that feels really bad.
Yeah.
Because this is a game where Liquid is gonna accelerate the objective pressure, so these Dooms have to be worth the while. Because you're spending a Doom rotation and his time and his... I mean, he got a Midas off, so at least that's going for him. But it's a lot of time committed for Jabs that he's gonna have to sit there with Doom on cooldown for 2 minutes and you didn't even get the Morana. It's just not a good investment.
At the same time, was he using it on anything else?
Could have doomed an Ancient. Would have given him more gold.
True. He would have gotten more if he did doom an Ancient. That's a good point.
This is a full 5-man move for Liquid here. They want the last tier 1.
They're gonna smoke Jabs out of this one. No hiding behind the trees here. Jabs just
he knows what's
pulling
coming.
the creep wave. Go, go, go.
Honestly, this is kind of nice. He's going to waste a little bit more time making him run up instead of down. I mean, they scanned that, so he knew he was a goner. But make him work for it.
So, another tower goes down. Look at that building damage. 17 damage. That's all that's done so far. 23.
It's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, he's going to be glimpsed back into the Nisha Dragon Tail stun. What is this?
That's just not where you want to... You are not contesting runes as a Bloodseeker versus a Disruptor lineup. Meanwhile, your Storm's farming bottom. I feel like these roles are a bit switched. Maybe he was hunting for the Furion, but...
Relocate up the top. Because they made that play in the top rune area, does mean Zai is left a little alone here. And they're going to get that pick off. So, Talon, you know, they do give up a lot of buildings, but at least they have some sort of response here. Ollie is going to die on the relocate back.
At least you're getting some map pressure with this IO threat. You're pushing towards that Witchblade from Makoto. 23's game got killed in the last 3 minutes here, though. Yeah. The early tier 1s going down are not very fun for Bloodseeker, who doesn't do triangle that well too early and can't really create objective pressure on his own. So where is 22 Savage supposed to go in this game? The answer is to a grave, most likely, because there is not really space for him. And now Liquid are just continuing to constrict the map. Again, this is a pretty greedy lineup with the early Midas, Brown Boot, Doom, and a Bloodseeker who didn't get to transition his lane win into an early tier 1 or anything. They're just spreading the resources too thin here for Talon, and they can't keep up. This could get nasty in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, my biggest concern watching Talon is actually up against, I think, Liquid is a pretty good example of it. I think a lot of the Western European teams are pretty good at playing fast. They are a greedy team.
Yeah, they are.
And the number one way they lose games, I think, is just getting a run over.
They are pretty good at not getting run over. Like
they are.
Even this small move, they get a really good kill on the hero that's probably the easiest to kill. Force that Storm Furion matchup with a good catch. And all of that happening, 23 did a quad Ancient stack here that he's almost killing, though he can't finish it because he gets invaded by Hasted Nisha.
Arrows dialing with the Dragon Tail stun. Nice relocate save, though. Beautiful stuff from Ollie.
Again, a decent amount of space, right? 23 farming mid. Your Doom is farming out bottom jungle, and that's another 4-man rotation for Liquid. So not the most efficient kills here for Liquid. You're giving some space for Talon to come back, and this is where this team is slippery, man. Like, suddenly where 23 was looking pretty bad, he got a lot of Ancients, he got an extra lane out of that.
Yeah, Liquid's only up by less than a K.
It doesn't feel like it. It feels like they're dominating the map, but Doom Devour plus Midas kicking in a little bit. And you got to that Witchblade on Makoto. So he has Arcane Boot Witchblade on this Storm, which is really nice because you get the extra Arcane Booty mana from this IO. So they're in a decent position to take some of these fights now.
They're also building to scale out, right? The Storm Spirit build. Whenever you go the Witchblade.
I mean, it's Talon. They're always building to scale.
Yeah,
the average game length in SDA is twice of every other region, so.
Yeah.
Mickey still top of the net worth, however, with this Mask of Madness Luna. He's just been going to work on those triangle stacks. And he's going to hit a really nice timing. Every time I see Luna, it's all about your third and fourth item after these two smaller ones, right? It's Manta, BKB, Satanic, how do you get to these timings and what do you do with them? Do you get the early Roshans? Do you get to that second Roshan with the Shard into the Scotty?
Yeah, what do you think about, have you seen this build where you go the Shard and maybe even Aghanim Scepter into Daedalus? Because you get all the damage off of the Shard. Because the new Shard on the Luna is you get damage for every Lucent Beam that lands.
Sure.
And you get so much bonus damage that you just like Lucent Beam somebody and it does just the Gatling gun. It procs the hit. And if you get a crit on that, it's just like boom. It's like an 800 damage nuke.
I mean, I feel like when you have Shard, Scotty, Daedalus on this hero, it's absolutely terrifying. Because the poke is just so extreme.
Yeah.
And you throw an Ags on top of that, now you have an orbital bombardment. I mean, what more can you want from a carry? I think this is a decent Luna game if he can hold his ground. Like, if Mickey can stay ahead of net worth and get to probably that later Satanic timing, just sit there, hold his ground with the other two right-click carries providing a threat of their own. It's a decent stationary fight from Liquid. Free tier 1 from Makoto. Again, Talon pulling the net worth back in this game. Sure, you're up tier 1s if you're Liquid, but I don't feel like they've been able to use the space to really close out an advantage here. They didn't hold the triangle versus the Ancient stacks. They didn't find big core pickoffs. Stalled out a little bit, and Zai is just falling behind. What happened to this Prophet, man?
I mean, it's not really going anywhere. I mean, Liquid have been doing quite a lot of 3 or 4 manning. Well, I guess it's not that unfair to compare Doom to Nature's Prophet. Both of them have farm accelerators. Of course, Zai, one of his, is completing that Aghanim Scepter and having the really low cooldown on Nature's Wrath.
He'll definitely catch up in this game. It's not some worrying factor, but like I said, you have a decent chance to take some good fights here if you're Talon, despite the early tier 1 loss advantage, because you have BKB on jabs now. You have the damage from the Storm. 23 will be happy to join these fights and clean them up if people get low. And Liquid, they're also looking for these fights, but they've used a smoke before this that didn't hit anything. It is nighttime. That's a big deal for their lineup. Kind of want to abuse the vision and the extra aura. And Ag's up for Zai. So both teams kind of want the engagement here, but it's a question of who starts it. And you have to think about this IO save off of DK stun committal.
Yeah.
If you blink stun, you arrow a guy, he gets reload. Even not necessarily to fountain, just back, you reset the fight. That's your only initiation here. You have a glimpse that can maybe come out.
Yeah, Glimpse, maybe Static Storm, but Ollie should be constantly playing for the tether pretty much the moment the relocate is actually going to go out.
That's
not
what
get
the good
dragged
IOs do.
into the Static Storm.
Definitely a very accomplished IO at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if you're Liquid and you let Talon get to these BKBs,
yeah, it's going to be a little bit of problematic, especially since you've got a 4th core when you talk about Talon. And this game is no exception, with Q going Orb of Corrosion into BKB.
I mean, it's also just about the timing that Talon's going to have with these BKBs versus a lot of Liquid's damage. I feel like a lot of Liquid's damage right now is the spells from Luna, the Vessel on Boxy. It's a huge net worth thing for an item that doesn't do anything to spell immunity here in the Vessel charges. And then Disruptor just is useless versus BKB. So I feel like that fight in some ways becomes pretty hard for Liquid, and that's where they're trying to get to this Luna BKB and shove that timing down Talon's throat. Like, we're going to ball with Luna BKB and do Roche and try and take over more of the map. Well, if you just run into a brick wall, that really sucks for this Liquid lineup. So I feel like they've been looking for these picks, and Talon's just not giving it to them. Cat and mouse, but the mouse is getting big. The mouse is going to the gym
every once in a while,
taking some steroids.
The mouse becomes a rat. Is that Manta done yet for...
He forewent it.
Oh, he's just going Yasha straight to BKB?
Yeah.
Oh. I feel like the whole idea of like the Nature's Prophet, Pressure, Dragonite, taking early towers, I feel like Manta uses the space you create off of that really well, right? Like once you take down those tier 1s and especially the tier 2s, then your Manta illusions just shove the lane all the way into their base. Am I wrong on that?
It's the faster farming item here, but what Liquid's trying to do is get all 3 BKBs online at the same time. You have DK getting his and 1,000 gold. You have Zai now farming pretty fast with his ag.
Try and blink stun. Gets it. Insania can follow that up with a static storm to relocate from the other side that gets it away. Hey, what?
He gets the glimpse back.
Oh. Oh, but he still got enough. Oh. He got enough heals that he was able to live long enough.
Okay. Ends up working out.
And zip on out of there. You know, just a little bit of fountain regen goes a long way.
Nice glimpse, though. Very good attempt here.
Good timing.
This is a value ward planted by Q on that enemy triangle.
He hit him with the mech, and I think he got a little bit of fountain regen. And he even had the your favorite, the flag bearer creep.
Hey, every little bit counts, man.
Yeah.
What are you hating on the flag bearer?
No, it makes a difference. I was agreeing with you. Dragon Tail into Arrow. I mean, the sad part about this is these cat and mouse games is if you get hit by a Dragon Tail, it's like 100% a kill. But the turnaround on the other side is even better, I think. I mean, when you're playing greedy, trading core for core, that's got to be favorable for Talon, right?
Oh, absolutely. They'd much rather have this Luna dead than the Bloodseeker right now, because this Bloodseeker is not very useful. Or this Luna is a beast if she got to that BKB. And that was kind of the one window where you had to kill her before she had it. Just good wards by Talon.
Yeah, and they see this. You saw a little bit of that Moonlight Shadow. They've got a sentry already laid out. Now they got to be careful, though. They are lacking a little bit of the damage. Nice play by Q stepping in front of that arrow for Makoto.
Talon fighting back on this map. This is going to be about what Liquid does with this Luna BKB to me. Like, do they get the good fights out of it into the Roshan? They're finding the initiations off this Nisha DK, having a very good game up to BKB on his own. And this lineup is scary in the late game as well. I feel like if we're talking Black Dragon territory with a 5 or 6 slotted Furion.
Sure, yeah.
With the Leash Talon on Sprout, it's pretty terrifying here for Talon. It's not necessarily just some auto in late game, unless Q becomes literally that 4th core.
Relocate a little bit defensively there. Storm Spirit is going to be able to get the zip. Immediate Static Storm. Nice timing, but the stuns are still there. They have the heals coming out. Makoto has a BKB. Chance to get it off. BKB from Nisha as well. Can't target him, so they go for Nature's Prophet instead. Zai is going to be run down underneath the Wukong's command. Now Talon need to reset, though. With Mickey and Nisha
dodge the DK
still
stun
looming
again.
Large. Q, he's going to be poked down here, but 23 is now here. They see an opportunity. Can they go for Mickey? Down to half health, but has the BKB. Really smart by Talon not to try and jump on that.
Yeah, I would have been way too greedy there. But another sick Dragon Tail dodge by Makoto. He's dead if that lands.
Yeah, seriously.
He is barely getting out.
Time and time again.
And they do find Zai again. It feels like that's been the name of the game. I mean, 5 deaths for Furion. It's something you're finding on the map, but another decent fight for Liquid. Gonna claim some map control. Swing back towards mid. They didn't have to use that Luna BKB, so that's pretty big here. Or you can keep this up and make sure Mickey has his choice of what fight to take. Which fights to take, he's going to be pretty happy, because that means you can do the Roche now, because you still have this up.
If you're Talon, do you play to defend this? Or do you give it
Talon is going to play to defend it.
Do you think it's the right choice?
This looks hard. You do have Doom, but you don't have Storm BKB. I feel like he just dies if he goes in.
No Static Storm.
for 8 seconds. That's a tight window.
Yeah, that is a very tight window.
No Wukong either. This is a bold contest.
Oh, Q's gonna spot it with the bash going out. Oh no, he cuts down the tree. They're gonna turn around onto Jabs. Jabs getting blown up. The damage is too much. Ollie can't heal through that one. The BKB is going out from 23 and Makoto. They gotta be careful though. The bouncing glaives, and it's just too much physical damage. Mickey was able to keep himself alive. Stand still. Makoto actually didn't make it over to the other side of those trees, so now he's gonna be pulled back by the glimpse. Nice read there from Liquid, knowing that he actually didn't have enough mana in the tank. Mickey's like, guys, I need someone to take Roche. Help me.
Little arrow will do the trick. Man, maybe that's a different fight if Jabs doesn't lose vision there. He just loses vision on this Blink.
Oh, no.
And that allows Wicked to get BKB and a level 2 Eclipse off here.
That's crazy, and it happens because he got cut down from the tree, right? He lost the tree vision?
I think so, yeah. There's maybe a little lingering vision there, but that's mid-cast. That's brutal. That probably is a very different fight.
Oh, absolutely.
Still, I still think that's a hard contest, though. You just don't have your zone control. You do get your Storm BKB up in the middle of that, but that man fight's not there if that Luna's not doomed. And then 23 just can't commit. He's not at the late game Bloodseeker territory. I say that, but he's almost getting doubled up here. He has just not been able to join fights on this Bloodseeker and make anything happen. And at this point, it's getting harder because the more items Liquid get, the better they can just stand their ground. And then, okay, you rupture Luna. She sits there with Aegis. Good luck.
Yeah, and then the Aegis falls, but then it's replaced by a Satanic. It's just going to be a constant predicament for 23's Bloodseeker. How do you challenge Mickey?
You gotta split the map. You gotta force Liquid to respond to you somewhere on the map, split them up and find the pickoffs with IL Storm. But Mickey is just pushing your base. And this is something else Liquid can do. They can just group Luna DK. A classic for a reason. It's a very strong ball duo. You can set the tempo. It's going to force Talon to TV back, and that means a lot of map space for Liquid. Insania is still setting up top. You still have Zai who can join any of these pickoffs or fights. And Liquid going to triple smoke here. Try and predict the move from Talon and meet them at the bend. This is a pretty damn good move. And this should latch. I don't think Makoto can read this.
Maybe. Makoto, they do have the high ground ward. If the smoke broke, well, I guess it's still Moonlight Shadow to worry about. You see him? Get him instantly with the Dragon Tail. Nisha pounces on that one. No chance to dodge that Dragon Tail. Immediately, Talon pushing out on the other side of the map, but Zai, with the BKB, is willing to challenge them. Stop this little momentum shift. And if Talon can't push out like that, the map is going to start getting real dark.
I do like that little move by Jabs. Because you get that rotation out, he mans up a little bit, just enough to bait Liquid in. You know, maybe we'll catch him. It's the type of stuff that can keep you on the map. Because Liquid have taken over the entire map now. AK net worth lead. They're building all three of their cores to that late game status. We were talking about Zai struggling earlier. He has not been struggling since that Ags. It's propelled him up quite nicely here. And he's building AC. So all three of these cores from Liquid are going to be huge damage threats here.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you have a net worth lead, you were talking about how they could all kind of scale. And I think part of the way you need to do, you actually do need to be ahead as Liquid, right? I mean, both Luna and Nature's Prophet are kind of cores that need to be operating from a lead. And what they have now is probably more than enough for them to maybe even outscale Talon.
They know there's no Radiant Glyph here either. Like, they can just force high ground if they want to with all 5. They still have Aegis for another 2 minutes here. There's so many moves on the table for Liquid. And the nice thing about this Tricore going late is if you go on Luna, she's giving aura to the other 2 heroes that are both going to right-click you down and kill you.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to pick your poison here. And these types of lineups are really hard for the single target focus lineups that Talon have drafted themselves into. With Bloodseeker, Storm, Doom, you have to jump somebody. You have to kind of all go on that target and try and kill him. It opens up a lot of space for these Tricore lineups to just jump you, counter-initiate, kill someone else.
Relocate, it's not going to be fast enough. Ollie was stopped because they had the lane ward. He got hit by the Nature's Prophet ult. So he got ensnared down, locked down long enough that he couldn't get off a relocate. He drops the gem off before he goes back and dies.
Good little play. It's just not space on the map right now. You're not strong enough to fight. I don't really know how 23 gets back in this game either. I don't see him winning the man fight versus any of these 3 cores in a one-on-one, let alone together. It's like, meet me at the Roche pit and 1v1 me. I mean, who's he 1v1ing? Insania? I'll take you, bro. Come on.
Oh, a Doom usage onto Nisha's Dragonite.
It's a good find.
That is a really nice find. They were separated enough with some of the heroes on the low ground there, and just really Nisha up on the triangle.
Just didn't expect that high ground ward. It's going to get pinged out now. So I'm sure saying, where's the detection? Where's the D ward? Aegis out in 5. So Liquid do not want to push too aggressive here. Next Roshan is their game ender, so there's no reason to extend or take fights that are bad for them. Just play under your vision. Keep getting Luna items.
It does mean you have a window of time here. Solid like 5 minutes at least for Talon to farm up. What are those crucial items they need to get to either contest the Roshan play or the Aegis push that comes out?
I mean, it's damage for this Bloodseeker. Anything you can get on him is just going to be huge in these fights if he can stay alive, because they still need him to clean up the fight. The other 2 cores are just not going to do it on their own. You're finishing a Sage for the Storm. It's nice, but it's not really changing the paradigm of the fight, as he's getting rooted up
Limps
here.
back on the IO. The root once again. Troublesome for Makoto. Out of mana.
And here's the 5-man push. Double damage for Mickey. Butterfly completed.
No.
Are you ready for this?
I don't think you are. That's going to be a lane of barracks at least. If not more, it's going to be more. With his Dragon Tail, no
Jabs.
arrow follow-up, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Jabs, those are 2 Lunas there.
Oh god, and Nisha's got his Aghanim Scepter too. So the Black Dragon, Q, jumping down, turns around, throws out the stun. They're trying to target Mickey, but you can see they hardly did any damage to him. Most of those hits were a miss because of the butterfly.
Oh, this game's just done.
It kind of looks like it, unless...
Here's the man fight, but I don't think you're winning this, son.
23 is not winning that one. It's not even close. They tried to relocate him out. Just died too quick.
I mean, he can relocate his corpse. Relocate his ghost and tell the tale of the fight.
I like seeing like games like this sometimes because it's still like it shows that push lineups are still like you can just end the game flat out when you reach a timing.
I mean, I was thinking second Roche, but that butterfly, and then they just got the DD. It's like,
yep.
Okay, why do we need Roche? Nobody's fighting me with this butterfly, guys. We have AC completed on Furion. Nisha's a beast. He got fed the first blood so long ago that set him up for success. And those 3 cores are just going to destroy your base with the glaive bounces. Just a hard game for Talon, I think. Liquid didn't make too many mistakes. I think Zaya had a couple deaths. Maybe they're preventable, but outside of that, it's just a very clean and crisp game from Liquid here. They stack for the Luna. She accelerates with Mask of Madness. You get that early Roshan. You take all the early tier 1s. Maybe the lanes were a little rough, but you still make the right moves, and that's what counts. And just pretty clean. I think
clean
Talon have to think about the greed. And I think it's been the story of this tournament, even though we're only day 1. Like, some of these lineups are getting punished pretty hard when they're too greedy.
Yeah, and it may work in Southeast Asia and may work against some of the other international teams, but Liquid especially, and maybe some other Western European teams, got to be careful of that overwhelming push that's going to come out. That's game 1, though. See if Talon can bounce back, because they are now 0-3 against Team Liquid and getting worse all the time. But we'll see. Maybe the panel has some suggestions for Talon.
Now, if we go back even further in time, they're 0-5, because in their original playoff series, Team Liquid smashed Talon 2-0. And then lower bracket of Lima Major, 2-0. This may be shaping up to be more of the same as Liquid pick up a quick, high-speed victory against Talon in this game number 1.
Ouch.
Ouch.
It wasn't hopeless, though, I will say. It was looking a little bit rough. Like we, started swinging there, and I thought they were going to get, immediately pushed over, but Talon did find that bit of a boundary, a little bit of a wall, where they got to farm towards these BKBs, and okay, there's a chance now. If they win this fight, they can do it. They did not win that fight, though.
I mean, I feel like they just need this, they remind me a little bit of, a Tundra Virgin style, which I touched on earlier, and I think when you play against Liquid, you need to just be really careful to not give them exactly this. This is how Liquid thrive. They want to run at you, go on you at the entire time. They're like the best team at playing Nature's Prophet, so you're giving it to them again. So I would say going into the next game, perhaps think about it a little bit. I do think that Talon, their mid game is really good.
Yeah.
Like how they put the heroes and they try to stall out the game. They did really well there, but it literally just took one fight at the Roche and then the game's just over.
Yeah, my biggest gripe this game was actually jabs on the Doom. We were talking about it behind the scenes where a lot of the Dooms have been going like Vanguard mana boots, just like some sort of laning item that allows him to stand his ground. And there was just that one dive where the Liquid collapsed on him, and Doom's so weak he had a 3-1-1 build with Brown Boots Midas that there's no way to help him. You can't possibly turn this in any way because he's just going to die so quickly. And I think having him be like a body that allows like Storm to counter initiate, maybe IO to save him a little bit, and Bloodseeker TP in was essential. And they made some really good moves around the mid DK, like they actually shut down Nisha's first ultimate. I thought that was really impressive. That's really important to do in this game. But I almost think it was like disrespectful of Liquid's pace that they were representing the way Jab's built on Doom, because it's the Brown Boots Midas BKB. Like, you're ignoring the first 15 minutes of the game.
I think it's a good point because you can't just greed on everyone. Like Dota doesn't work this way. Your enemies, they're gonna punish you. So you need to build some items that allow you to offset something in the early game, which I think he didn't do, which made it even easier for Liquid to then just kind of, you know, do what they want to. They did some good things killing the DK, but other than that, it's just Liquid. They decide what to do the entire time of the game.
Can't Mikoto be the one who sacrifices, though? He's the Storm. He gets early BKB, which Storms don't really want to have to do, but he has to do it against a Disruptor. You need more than just one hero to do that, then?
I mean, he can do it, but I feel like he's so good. You should make Dota easier for your teammates. You shouldn't just rely on your mid player to just rampage every single game, always. So I would just want them to like help out, be like, okay, you know, Mikoto, you can farm a bit more. You don't only have to look for kills. So therefore, like, build a Vanguard, do some Greaves build where maybe you can help out your team a bit, and then like scale throughout the game because you're gonna do that as Doom anyway. So.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of a symptom of what we've seen many times in the SA DPC, which Jabs rarely feels like he's not the one who's going to be like, yeah, don't worry, I'm going to carry this game. It's infrequent that we would see him take a backseat. And it's also infrequent that I see Q have such low an impact in a game, which, to be fair, his Monkey King was still giving plenty of vision, but it paled in comparison to what Boxy was able to provide for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was some rough stuff here. Basically, Mirana and Monkey, in a way, are very similar. Monkey he creates a situation for someone else to capitalize on. Mirana capitalizes on a situation that someone else gives her with the arrows or from the boundless strikes from the trees. And when one team's doing really well, you know, these heroes really snowball out of control. And so Boxy has this huge impact, and Q is like the losing Mirana in his case on the Monkey, where he's on these side lanes, he's like trying to catch some waves, and he's just waiting, trying to see if his team can turn it around. So, I mean, Boxy, like, how many sweet arrows did he hit that game?
I mean, well, we talked about all the setup that he had.
Yeah, he has like...
How many was he free chucking and getting? That's the real question.
He has the setup. I think he built good items with the Vessel, but an item we don't see too often against the IO. And both of these heroes, they just play off of depending on how well their team is doing. Yeah. Monkey King can't really set up anything if you're just losing. So Q tried his best with Vision, pushing out lanes, but it's just too hard.
Well, a hero like Luna also enables Mirana, not only because of the nighttime damage that we were talking about, but Luna, we saw Mikke at like 11 minutes getting involved in ganks. And that is a situation where if you're a Mirana, you can farm a lot. Like, that hero is independent. She's hard to gank. Nobody's like, let's 3-man smoke this Mirana. Like, nobody wants to do that. And you don't really kill her with 1 or 2 heroes because she's got leap charges. And we just see that in his net worth. Like, Boxy was almost keeping up with the cores at the bottom end of the net worth.
So looking toward first phase of game number 2, you think that there should be any, I don't know, who you said enable Mikoto. I'm on board with that.
He said ban Nature's Prophet.
Ban Nature's Prophet. We said
down, or steal it, I guess.
Brian said
they do pick it themselves. So maybe first pick
hero.
is highly valuable in this series.
Yeah.
Maybe if they lost the coin flip in game 1, then they'll get first pick in game 2.
Broodmother's still auto banned though, no matter what.
Yeah,
if you're not first pick.
Get it out of here.
Hero seems like a bit too hard to play into, I think, especially into teams that play fast, which is like Liquid's main strength. I think their opening like isn't necessarily bad with the IO Storm, but then you're a bit too greedy on the later stages that I didn't really like too much from Talon. So I think just you don't have to change too much apart from the fact that I want them to be able to fight into Liquid like earlier in the game. I don't want them to have to AFK for 3 BKBs, like hold the map the best you can for 15 minutes and then fight, but rather 15 minutes comes, we have good enough heroes, we can play the game. I want them to be able to play Dota.
Yeah, and they do some of their best Dota with their backs against the wall. At least in the SEA DPC, they were exhibiting that. I don't know if they were forcing their backs against the wall, because Jabs has a tendency to make games harder for himself than he needs to. He, even just beyond his itemization, there would be at least one series at any
like
point.
a hand tied behind his back? Or
Yeah.
What are you talking here?
By a hand tied by giving himself like a 3-position Rubik sometimes. He would he played Slardar one time, that was like 2 hands behind his back. Not a fan of that hero right now. I have confidence moving forward, but
This guy's a hater.
I know. I have the credibility to be a hater. I've watched the man for 12 weeks. I've watched a great deal of his growth. So I've been impressed with what they've been able to bring. But I want revenge against Western Europe. I've been rooting for SEA. They get 3 slots in majors, and Western Europe's here advocating for like 9 slots or whatever.
Give them more. It's not enough.
No.
We're 12
Bringing their
slots.
no.
We need 12.
Yeah.
You want to know what Nigma Galaxy's score
Don't
is right
tell-
now?
no,
Okay,
no.
that's what I thought.
That's not It's LGD. You're talking about the second Chinese.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It was a last-minute replacement. They have stand-ins right now. It's difficult for me to hold them to their highest standards.
Look,
Shaving
Mel
at
just
you.
circumnavigated the globe, okay? He's like, there, I'm back again, you know? They'll pick it up.
All right. Well, I believe it is gong time on this gong show. Come on in, Brewmaster. Where's this guy at?
That is literally a drum roll, by the way.
Boom. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Gonged it. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of Talon versus Team Liquid is upon us. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Talon, where Talon are eagerly looking to get revenge from the Lima Major, and maybe even times before that. I'm sure 23 Savage has history with these players. I'm sure he's looking to settle the score with them, show that he's the best carry.
Yeah, just revenge after game 1 would be nice.
That would also let's start easy.
Yeah, keep it on the same day. You know,
Low
fresh
stakes.
wounds here.
Nothing has changed though. Same bands, same pick, same side.
I feel like they should swap up their opening. Maybe a Bad Rider +1. I don't know if they want to really go back to the Eye of Storm. Perhaps they do. As I feel like if they do that, it means that they talked about it and they feel that it was more about the response, like the follow-up later on. That was the problem with
phase 2.
Yeah, like I could agree with that. So I mean, we'll have to see what they bust out here.
What are your guys' thoughts on DP over Nature's Prophet? Do you think that's a worthy ban?
I think Liquid's just all about that early momentum, and Nature's Prophet capitalizes on other heroes with early momentum, and DP actually supplies it.
Yeah.
And the fact that they flex it between Nisha and Zai, I think it's just really hard to draft against DP if the team can flex it. Similar to EG earlier.
Yeah, I guess I'm just more surprised that you'd rather play against NP than than DP. I feel like the DP is even scarier. Or sorry, I feel like the Nature's Prophet is even scarier than Death Prophet.
I agree with you. I think it's harder to play into Nature's Prophet because so they're both flexed, but I feel like he ups the tempo a lot more, and I think it's easier to counter the archetype of DP in the game as it is opposed to Nature's Prophet.
I feel like his flexes are very different. Like the way that they play can be quite different compared to DP. Like I feel like it's kind of the same.
So like this simply just has to be on them. They're like, okay, we need to play against one of them. We feel like our openings are better against Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So that has to be the only reason.
And they play Nature's Prophet plenty. Talon doesn't play Death Prophet quite as much, so they would theoretically understand the shortcomings of Nature's Prophet if they're so familiar with the hero. And their solution for game number 2, looking to be Enchantress and Doom. Meanwhile, Liquid close out phase 1 with a Mirana.
The Enchantress already represents a lot more early game. Not only does she potentially enchant a tree during the laning phase and slow down the Nature's Prophet a bit, but she also is really one of the best supports at collapsing on mid and taking towers of your own. I feel like that was one of my gripes with Talon's draft last game was I saw a bunch of tower takers for Liquid and 0 for them. So Enchantress as a support will already pretty much secure you 1 or 2 tier 1 towers.
Yeah, they could bring all these heroes mid to defend, and then once they defended, it was like, okay, well, we just go farm.
Go back to farm.
Yeah, because we're not going forward, guys.
Not only was there a lack of push from Talon, but they also were not good at keeping people off their towers. There were no wave clears. They're like,
They had to kill them.
They had to kill them.
You know, as much as we memed about me saying just kill them, that was their only strategy.
I mean, one good thing with the Eng is you could look to match it into the Nature's lane to just yoink the tree and make the lane a little worse. I don't think it matters too much. I think it has more to do with the early tempo. I'm a little worried about the Doom, personally. I don't like the hero too much, and I think it's just a hero that needs time. We all know this. So it's very important for Talon's follow-up that you have these 3-4 heroes that can go and fight together, or that you alter your Doom's item build if Jabs is playing it again.
Would you like it more if they simply picked it to lane against Nature's? Like if Nature's is off lane, they played carry. If it's carry, they played off lane.
I would be happy with that. Yeah.
Because if he goes like the Vanguard build in lane against that, I feel like
he's
that sounds
chilling.
a lot nicer.
Yeah,
got the Vanguard couch over here.
I know.
Everybody's doing it. It's not like I'm innovating something.
Fair.
I don't blame him. It's pretty good. I feel like Vanguard, it's rising. I haven't heard you guys talk about Vanguard yet, so yeah.
Please, if you have a monologue, I'm all ears.
I think it also changes the matchup of a lot of carries that buy it too, like some anti-mage in the safe lane. He now suddenly he gets to prolong his laning stage, which will not only help him but his team and also his offlaner, because he's not the guy that's like, well, get the hell out of here. This is my offlane now. It's like I can chill in my safe lane against the Beastmaster and defend. So it's similar with Doom. Maybe he can get a Vanguard. Then he's the one kicking out the Nature's Prophet, and then your whole map is just very different.
A lot of the early game, I think, for core, like for supports especially, the people making moves on the map is this core okay?
Yeah.
Like, do we have to dedicate any resources to this lane? And if you have a hero that can just stand there and you're like, okay, he's doing his thing, we can now think about the other two lanes. It just makes the game plan like way more straightforward, simple, and you can also you're ready to respond to the other team's moves more predictably.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for Talon that they should be looking for a little more like follow-up damage, I think, from their next support. I mean, so Q mainly plays heroes that will go in, right? Like this tiny clock.
If there's one that you want in the theme of what you're looking for, he did play some Hoodwink.
Okay, because I feel like having this like nice follow-up damage is good, because right now you have Doom Inch, even if they combine in the early game. You need like a bit more like oomph into the type of fight, like some. Okay, it's their special, so I won't really question it.
He played between all of DPC. 13 of his games were Clock or Tiny.
He only played 4 different heroes throughout the entire DPC. It was Tiny, Clock, Hoodwink, and Monkey King. And Liquid seemed consistently prepared with their second phases.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, you brought up at the start of the series this idea of the flex that Liquid have, right? They're compared to Talon, this is what they're very good at, is just moving these heroes around. So probably going to be a Boxy Tusk, and then Insania just playing that 5 Mirana.
And the thing is, they can also swap the lane there.
Yeah, you can swap lane.
Tusk, Nature's Prophet safe lane with Boxy on it.
Or they can swap it. It can be Insania Tusk as well. Like, you know, 5 Tusk is completely playable in the right situation. So.
Like now I feel like in this draft, if I were to be drafting for Talon, I would want a DK here. But with DK 18 with a clock 15, it feels very lackluster. You would
That's
need
not very inspiring.
Yeah,
is
like you would need this follow-up damage. I mean, that's why I wouldn't want to pick it, even though it looks good. You don't have the support in your team to like actually kill people. You don't have a Hoodwink who's giving you follow damage. You don't have a Snap ult that's raining in. You have a clock. So now I feel like they have to look at a very different pool. But Liquid, they prepared very well. They banned Ember Puck. They know they want Storm. They'll do it anyway.
I agree with you, though.
Yeah, no, I think it is one of their better picks.
Yeah.
But that's why in the lead up to the out-of-phase pick, I would have preferred a different hero that has this follow-up damage to make it easier for you later down the road.
Because you're just building up all this pressure on this last pick now. Now this last pick has so many things that it needs to cover from Talon. It feels like an anti-mage game. You know what I mean? It's like one of those heroes.
True.
Some like big pop-up hero, like, oh, we're picking Alchemist or anti-mage or something, or Morphling.
Here's my issue, is if you see the supports on Liquid walking around, like you see the Tusk Mirana connecting, which hero on Talon does not die to a snowball arrow tag team? Well, I feel like they all die. I feel like they all die to it. Yeah. That's kind of my issue. Well, like, but who dies to the Clockwork, right? The Mirana doesn't die to the Clockwork. The Tusk can get away from the Clockwork. The Storm can get away from the Clockwork. So the only hero that he can potentially pick on in the early game is this Nature's Prophet. While on the other hand, it's just free reign of the map, I feel like, if the supports are able to connect. So having these like independent cores like a Nature's Prophet in the side lane, I think just Liquid's draft, it just makes like the map is gonna collapse on Talon again. I'm
getting
concerned.
squeezed.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing for Talon is they are second pick, so they still have the overall last pick. So you know they still have a chance to try and sway the draft around. I don't think it's an easy task, but it can happen. I feel like the last pick needs to kind of hit a lot of boxes.
Yeah,
like it
if
needs
I'm
to
Liquid,
check a lot of them.
I'm hurrying up right now because they have like a minute of reserve time, but there's only 20 seconds left on Talent, and I feel like I would want to be rushing these bans.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to give them a lot of time right now to think about their 10th pick.
I think we're gonna see a Zai hero come out last. I really think that Nature's Prophet fits like the exact type of carry they need in this game, where they just need a guy that's like fine to have his supports leave. If he gets booted out of lane, he'll just jungle.
They're probably gonna pick Naga if it's left. Okay, they just banned Naga. Okay.
Yep, they ban the illusion carry, so that makes it even more likely that it's a Nature's Prophet carry, because those are more like scaling matchups that he doesn't want to deal with.
And Talon banned out the Timbersaw, so they're predicting it could be a Zai hero at the end, it could be a Mickey hero at the end.
I'm feeling the Alchemist. I think they're gonna do it.
For Talon?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. I'm gonna 23 Savage Alchemist. Pick Alkin to lose.
Pick Alkin to lose.
Yeah.
I love that strat.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Have some fun, get some gold, and then just call it.
Man, that was an early Radiance. Oh, GG.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they do go for the Mickey last pick.
I mean, it's very good to like help furthermore enable his cores, and I think even though there's heroes that get on top of you, you have so many other heroes that should have a good game and that get to protect you that I think this is pretty good.
All right, carry player. Hit me right now.
Fart Studios, what would they
Fart
pick here?
Studios, what are you picking?
Phantom Lancer.
I
It
think
actually
there's-
looks kind of good.
Okay. It's actually not a bad
No,
deal, dude.
I actually think the early game would be a disaster if they were to pick that. I think.
There you go. We're all dumb. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
I didn't
Oh,
want to.
they
I
did it.
actually did not
Whoa.
want to say.
Of course
Spectre.
not. Everyone wants to say
I
it
did
after
not want
Drow.
to say Spectre, man.
And yet here we are.
I think we're in a similar spot to the earlier series we watched, where where's like the starting damage? Because Spectre offers like that extra 200. That's it. Like for the first like 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the game. That's
With
all you're
inflation of health these days, you know?
Well,
Hard out here
That's
for
not a lot.
supports.
getting. Okay, go ahead.
You're talking about an earlier series. I'm just looking at. I feel like the game one is being replayed
Yeah.
in terms of like you have different heroes, but it's the same style of game I think that we may see. Because even though Spectre is pretty good later in the game against Nature's Prophet Drow, I feel like your map is gonna implode at minute 10, 12, 13. And I feel like, again, I need Mikoto to make the Mikoto show. Because he has to drag his two supports with him. Come here, come here, come here. Take this tower, kill this guy. And if that doesn't happen, they ain't killing anyone else.
Is that the only way that they stop the snowball from just happening again?
In my opinion, yes.
Well, Jabs.
That's what I think.
Brian, what's the item build for Doom this game?
Call it.
Please go Vanguard. Like you're
If
against.
he goes Boots Midas, you're
If
done?
he goes Brown Boots Midas, man, I don't know.
Do you want to
It's just
sub in,
over.
You know? I think they're here. You might be able to get you a flight over there, you know? Take
Live
over.
interview.
You explain yourself.
Please.
We can do a losers interview if you would like.
Investigative journalism.
Yeah,
Just kick down the door.
Jabs, what is going on with this itemization?
I would also love to see a 23 Radiance this game. Like I would rather see. I don't want to see the Blade Mill. I want to see like just straight like Treads Wraithband Radiance. And I think that if they go like these early game items on the DK Doom, that then there's going to be this opportunity around like 17, 18 minutes because Spectre doesn't get that Radiance all that fast. Where even if you don't have enough of the map, you'll be able to open it up in one big move. And I think that's going to be much more potent than like the triple BKB last game.
How about Drow itemization? This looks like a pretty sweet Silver Edge game.
Looks like some, Dragonlance Shard Pike into some Manta Silver Edge.
Might go the Yatoro build, the Dragonlance Butterfly.
That one looked good too.
Oh,
I mean, I feel like he might need Pike this game, but overall, Talon need time. I don't know if they're gonna get it. That's what I think.
TLDR.
Liquid has
no
been
time.
quick on their feet consistently, and you suspected that Nature's Prophet would be the hero of the series, and it seems like Talon is content giving it to Liquid 2 games in a row. Let's see if their solution is a little bit better for game number 2.
Tick tock, Talon. How long can you stretch out the clock against Team Liquid? Because game 1, they weren't able to push it past 30 minutes. Game 2, they're trying to look for a similar strategy of going late and being greedy and having a Doom and giving Nature's Prophet over to Team Liquid. I don't know. I mean, we heard the laundry list of things that BSJ needs to see from Talon this game.
I mean, BSJ always has a list, man. He was giving lists to the guy at the front desk at the hotel. Come on, bro. This guy doesn't even play Dota. Relax. So I don't know if that's an indication or anything. I did find it funny he didn't think Jabs was going to go Brown Boots Midas. Like, brother, let me tell you something about Southeast Asian Dota right here. I'll give you a list. I put my money he's going to do it again.
Do it again.
My biggest concern in this game... Well, I mean, I have...
All right. Hey, we're already winning.
We're on the, I don't know if that's worth, but we're on the board. So my biggest concern is, what is the Talon lane shove versus the Furion Axe?
The battle begins.
Get back to me on that one.
Fireball.
Okay, well, we're screwed. The one thing I like about Talon this game more than the last is they have like a pressure point they can play around because they have the DK mid versus the Storm this time. Okay. And so as long as you don't give Boxy a good start,
yeah, just make sure that you don't feed away an early first blood.
Easy clap, easy. Now you go suicide to tier 3. You get some space for Jabs with that Brown Boots build. You don't even have to suicide.
Where's he going?
You go suicide to the tier 3.
Go.
No, he doesn't want it. He's just going to regen up. Yeah, why not?
Just going to eat through his tangos.
Anyway, like I was saying, I think the mid collapse here for Talon is kind of what Liquid were doing last game, right? You can bring the Ench and the clock. All right, this is a rough start for the lane. But
yeah, it's not great.
Back to my original point.
That is actually why Q did not go and suicide to the towers or anything. He's like, I got to pull. This is not a good lane to just stay in. Like, last lane, they managed to pull something out with their double melee, but I don't think you could do it against a Drow Ranger Tusk. This sounds like a miserable lane to play.
This lane is definitely pretty tough. He was thinking about eating that Centaur, but he says, no, I want the move speed.
Okay.
Ooh, can't catch me now, son. I mean, he can because you're pulling waves, but later on. What are you going to do? It's a 400 MS clock. See you later, nerd. This is
doing the robot all the way down the lane. You could see Mickey pull the creep wave back behind his tower as well. So
just gonna be pull shenanigans, honestly.
Oh, get it! Yeah,
that's big. That's big. A little extra gold. Messing with Mickey. As long as you can get this Doom to level 3 or 4, I think you're gonna be content with this lane. I think the biggest point in this game is what happens mid. That's all I kind of care about. Does Makoto get enough of a head start mid, which he is destroying Nisha, the best player in the world. He is destroying him in CS right now.
12 and 3.
This is how I thought that DK Storm should have gone that other lane.
Yeah.
Like, I think the early waves are really good for this hero. And when you create the advantage, it means Clock and Ench are going to be able to collapse mid and make this Storm's life really hard. This is kind of a kill I expect. I think it's whatever, in the expected outcomes. But I'm really looking at the CS start for 23 in this Dragon Knight and Makoto, and it's looking pretty damn good. So this is kind of what you want if you're Talon. Soft lane's going to be rough with the double melee versus Drow. Whatever. Throw them to the Wolves. They'll get something. It's all about this mid collapse and how fast Spectre can get to the items in this game. Unfortunately for BSJ, 23 is going Blade Mail again, which I personally think is okay, but I could see the argument for fast Radiance in this game. I could also see an argument for faster Ags. I think the Spectre Ags is really good too.
Yeah, when in a game you constantly need to get on top of the Drow Ranger. Now, Q just showed back up to lane and is going to die. No, actually the multi-shot, that last
move speed
round didn't actually work. Boxy is going to die instead. Mickey, okay.
He's got a salve.
Goes up to the high ground. He's good for now. Salves up, and he can go back to it.
It's a big kill, honestly, because they were in a position where if they died there, you might just win the game off that lane destruction. It was getting pretty bad. Instead, you survive top, you get a kill. You get a kill on Zai bottom. Once again, Zai struggling in the lane phase with his natures. And versus Spectre as a hero that doesn't necessarily take aggression to you.
Yeah, and I kind of think
outplaying him with the creep.
I think it would be really good for Talon if Makoto gonna be dove here. Should be able to run him down.
It's Fairy Fire.
Yeah, actually, maybe he's okay. That much armor makes it real hard for the tag team to actually get the kill like it normally would. So Makoto lives to see another day. What was I talking about? Oh, I think...
I don't know. I don't listen to you.
Yeah, that's standard. Q going for it. They're both so low.
Bold
They're just suiciding for the water runes. Jesus.
They didn't even get it.
No, they did not.
That was one of the boldest rune contests I've seen.
That was pretty crazy. Yeah.
It's like, brother, I shall die for this rune that I carry my
Talon
legacy
have
on.
Damage problems. And I think it would be great if Ollie had a successful laning phase. That way the Enchantress could actually, output a little damage in this early game, because Talon are kind of missing that. Oh, nicely played by Boxy. Gets himself denied.
All right, Jabs did finish the Arcanes. So these little kills adding up, he's going to have a bit of a faster build this game. I like that. I think his other heroes can also use the Arcanes in the fight. This build ends up paying off. It's a farm build anyway.
Yeah.
So I honestly think this early game is going pretty good for Talon. Like, look at how farm the Spectre is down bottom. Free farm CS plus a kill.
I was going to say, you said that last time, and I believe immediately Talon started losing the laning phase.
All right, you know what?
Going well for them.
This game is looking great for Liquid. I cannot imagine a better start.
Well, at least Q gets to get out.
All right, we are closing in on DK6. That is what matters here for this Talon lineup, and what matters for Nisha's game, because he's had a rough laning phase on this Storm. He is behind in levels. 6-minute power rune is going to be a big deal, especially who collapses. Like, does Zai want to go mid to try and counter this DK push? Does 23 get a haunt at some point early enough that you can maybe play off the back end of it? There's a lot of interesting options that open up, and catapult wave mid as well. Pretty valuable here.
Oh no!
Yo,
Put
Foxy.
himself on the wrong side of the shards there, but
Who you trapping?
Jabs and Q didn't want to try to take advantage of that. Maybe in part because Q is still not level 3. Level 1 battery assault is pretty pathetic.
And I think he should be going mid right now. I want both supports for Talon going mid. They have level advantage. Nisha is getting pummeled here.
Yeah.
This is a Kata wave with a level 2 Ench creep coming in as well.
Yeah, he broke through a raindrop with a rocket flare. Nisha very, very low.
And they're protecting the creeps and the siege wagon from the arrow.
Oh, look
here.
at that pull. He's trying to use the tree to pull the creep wave away, but it dies. Q and Jabs cutting across here. Oh, Nisha holding his spot here. Breaks it now onto Jabs, trying to go for the kill. Gets hit by the Dragon Tail. He will die, but they get the return kill onto Jabs. A 1-for-1 trade-off, but Talon still assaulting on that mid tower, just like they did in game 1. Denying the...
Even Mickey's here.
Yeah,
just a
seriously.
4v4 mid.
Liquid trying real hard to keep their mid tower alive this go around. Still though, they got a lot of damage done.
That was okay actually. I was gonna say it was pretty good, but it was okay. Give it a B+, you know.
For who?
For Talon. I feel like Jabs didn't get what he wanted out of that, but
I mean, considering the fact that 23 was farming the entire time, and now Nisha is dead again before he hits level 6.
All right,
I think this
A+.
is fantastic.
Now it's an A+, yeah.
Now it's, yeah.
I mean, this Storm has no game. That was his TP out. He's gonna have to walk out from base. Nisha just got destroyed by Makoto, and they took full advantage of it.
The double death on Nisha was the extra credit.
Oh, look at that stun from the tree line.
Ooh, oh, nice snowball pickup. Actually gets him away from the Clockwork, who otherwise would have isolated Mickey. And probably gotten him killed.
This is just more tower pressure, though. And remember, Nisha can't be here. He has to walk out from base. Absolutely brutal mid lane destruction here from Talon. This is... I felt like this was the play that was going to come no matter what. And Zai having a rougher early game meant he couldn't help it. The supports weren't strong enough to contest this early Ench creep. They did a decent job protecting the Ench and the Kata from arrow. It's just paying dividends. Ollie has played this game really well. Like, these small Ench rotations matter a lot. If you die in them or these pushes don't go well, it kills your game. But now Talon are off to the races. Double damage for Makoto. Nisha is still level 5.
He's just about to hit level 6. If these creeps just die, one deny goes out. A second one, he's going to go for the Hellbearer creep, and that will give him level 6.
He was sweating on that one.
He really was.
Please go away. Just give me something.
Nice read there. Good D board. But look at this other super aggressive board they have down mid.
I mean, Talon are they're playing this game pretty fast. Like, they do not want to fall behind with another Spectre Doom lineup that just gets out-tempoed by a liquid push. They're just going to follow it up. Another tier 1 push, clumping up top. Don't have a haunt to join this, so 23 is going to have to be a little careful down here. I even wonder if Talon want to defend bottom. There is an option to. Depending on what Makoto wants to do, he can push top and then come in. This tier 1 bottom is full HP. Oh, 23 is going to give it up. Don't blame you. Maybe if you had Haunt, that play, this fight becomes viable, but I think without Haunt, it's a little too hard.
Yeah, I mean, their playmaking potential is pretty poor.
It is.
Outside of, like, just the kind of pressure that they're able to exert. And it's almost non-existent when they don't have level 6 on Clockwork, so.
You can maybe say the same about Liquid here, too, right? Their only real initiation is this Storm. And Nisha got shut down pretty damn hard.
Yeah, but they have Storm into Arrow. What does Talon have?
DK stun into Impetus.
Yeah, like there actually is no follow-up. There's like that. That's why I feel like again the Enchantress. Like if Enchantress just happened to like kind of ball out here, I feel like it would solve a lot of.
I mean, it's going to be the Ag Spectre later, right? Or like a Centaur Stomp or something.
For sure.
Another reason, probably Liquid want to get their cores to some decent BKB timings in this game. So you can take that fight back. We should also mention this Frost Armor that Jabs just picked up. I was thinking about it at the start of this game. This Doom Frost Armor is nasty in this game because you're debilitating the Tusk damage with the tag team. You're debilitating a lot of Drow damage because it's bonus armor.
Yep.
You start throwing that around, even the Furion's basically all right clicks here. I wouldn't mind seeing Jabs keep this Frost Armor for a lot of this game. It's a lot of EHP.
Yeah, when they picked up the Draw Ranger, I saw DK Doom, and I was like, yeah, it's still a good draw game, but both of those heroes do have bonus armor, not necessarily base armor. So the marksmanship is not that effective.
Hook shot a little. I mean, that's a hook shot that sends a message. You're like, hey, Nisha, you're a little slower next time. Maybe those reflexes are dragging a bit in the old seasons. I would have got you there. Next time you might not be so
I feel like that's not a good message to send.
What the? I hope you're getting worse message. They're still chasing him. Another message sent.
Time will catch up to you, old man.
One of
You'll
these
slow
days.
down eventually.
I'm younger. I'll see you in 10 years, son.
I'll just outlast you.
It's the war of attrition. At TI 17, we'll see you if you make that jump. And he's just trying his best to catch up in this game. He's just getting hounded.
Yeah, they're gonna. Even if they can't get the kill, they're just like trying to force him to jump away.
I mean, this might be a little deep. Oh, they bring in the Haunt.
Maybe? Man, that was a stretch and a half right there.
That was a little forced. I like messing with him there and playing that line where you force the rotation, but
yeah,
it's just a little forced. That said, Nisha, it still doesn't do anything for him, right? He has to walk back to base, then TP out. He's so low on net worth on this Storm. And it's just holding Liquid's play options back because he is their jump, he is their initiation. Until you get a blink on Tusk, which is a long way away in this game because of the rough start. Does mean Talon are going to get away with this greedy lineup more than last time. And Jabs is going auras, so he did not rush that Midas. He went to Arcanes, he went to Mech, he has the Frost Armor. This Doom, he can offer a lot in these early fights. Haunt as well, joining any of these engagements, and Blink up for Makoto. So the action is going to happen here, whether Liquid like it or not.
Man, if he gets Greaves and he's giving that Frost Armor to everybody, there's so much bonus armor.
That is a lot of bonus armor.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Blink stun. Hook shot. Okay, there we go. Nice little chain stun. Not the most normal Dragon Tail combo, but you know, if it works, it works.
I mean, anything combos with Dragon Tail, if you're bold enough.
Tower is under attack.
Rupture.
You just need a Force Staff, and the magic can happen.
Jabs. Oh no, Wally! He showed up, but the Nature's Prophet ultimate was still bouncing around. Did a huge amount of damage. Didn't quite get the kill though, and now Zai actually gets kind of pulled into a nasty fight, while Ollie is still ring around the rosy, pocket full of oof.
Okay, pocket full of walrus.
Boxy, he chased for so long though that he will die for that kill onto Ollie. So Ollie's like, all right, worth it.
Did get 6 off that. That's going to help him survive a bit more in these fights. I feel like Talon are happy with that type of trade, though.
Oh, yeah.
You're basically trading to accelerate your Spectre and your DK off of a good Furion kill, and you're giving up Jabs, which Jabs is always happy to die for his other cores.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar to, remember the core trade-off? The Bloodseeker for... Who was the carry of Liquid?
Mickey for Luna?
Yeah, for the Luna.
I mean,
feel like that was kind of similar. Like, you're trading off the offlaners, but you're happier as Talon. You know?
It's probably true. That game was a bit more rough, but...
a little bit.
This is a very even game. And now if you're Liquid, I think you need to look towards this Furion Axe, so Zai can accelerate like he did last time, and you can start to take these fights. The extra root's going to help a lot. Gives you some soft initiation, where it doesn't mean Nisha has to be the one going in and pulling somebody. Just a question of the damage. Like, do you need Mickey to join more of these early fights than maybe he wanted to give you the extra damage to kill heroes? And then it's a question of, is Mickey even giving you the damage with all the bonus armor? I feel like he's not.
No, I don't think so. I think maybe hypothermia, like maybe that gives you the extra damage, but not the marksmanship. He's got the Hurricane Pike. Nisha's gonna go for a kill here onto Ollie. Who, what's he doing with those gloves?
What do you mean, what is he doing?
What are you doing with those gloves? Huh?
He's thinking about some items.
Yeah, thinking about a little gold hand? No,
he's going, relax, Cap. You think he's going Midas here. That's Jabs' job. Does finish up the Midas on the Doom.
All right.
Went back for it.
Mickey's going to be spotted. Nice haunt to get the reveal. They were kind of sliding by Mickey there. Oh, no! Oh, no! Damage problems. Hook shot off the mark. Dagger doesn't make it.
Just didn't want to do him there.
Yikes.
Nikkei's having a laugh about it.
All the spells in the world. And now 23. Oh, gets off the blade mail pretty quickly. Look at the damage turnaround. Holy cow. 23, he's going to go for it. He is sticking on a Boxy because the rest of the team is coming in. They're going to get the Blink Dragon Tail stun to finish him off. Nice turnaround. Really fast reactions from 23.
That's where you give him the giggle back, you know? And you're laughing now. Maybe he is.
The on-camera meta.
Well, you gotta remember, this is Frost Armored Spectre. This is really hard to kill right now.
Yeah. This much reduction on all this damage, and then the damage that is returned both through Dispersion and Blade Mail, you have to be really careful.
It's nasty. It's absolutely nasty. It's making these fights really hard for Liquid because I feel like they don't think they can commit in with the drow damage in a lot of these engagements.
Look at that. Spectre doing the most damage on Talon.
Yeah, where's
Second most
Brian?
damage
Where's
in the game.
BSJ's analysis now? Blade Mail looking pretty good.
Radiance wouldn't be giving you that kind of damage.
Well, it probably would. But.
Well, maybe. But he wouldn't have it.
Get Jabs again into tier 1 push. Nice little smoke from Liquid. And this is the drow involvement that I feel like they needed. Just making it happen. Finding some openings.
Finding some openings, getting a tower.
And they're basically trying to beat the clock on the Spectre Ags, which just flew out.
Oh, the Force Staff he just picked up. Pulls Boxy into the tier 2. 23's like, okay, I'll take advantage of this one. Don't think Boxy's going to make it out of here alive as...
No, he is definitely gone.
He is going to be poked down by Makoto.
That's an instant Spectre Ags usage. So Liquid have to be careful about these overextensions. You're going to get punished pretty hard now with the low cooldown.
What's he checking into the pit for?
What do you mean?
He's checking if the hero's there? I mean...
just checking Roshan didn't go out for dinner.
For a pack of smokes.
I'll be back any day, son. He was thinking about if he could Midas Roshan.
How much gold would you need? Midas 2. You can Midas Roshan. How much gold would that need to cost to be balanced?
10,000.
It's just it needs to be a Midas and then a 10,000 gold recipe?
Yes.
Okay.
You just look over at your carry. He has 8,000 gold.
Guys, I'm 5,000 gold away.
We're almost there. They did get double damage on Nisha. This is pretty big. I mean, he had to go Kaya Sange first. This inventory does not look pretty, but if you get some big kills off this DD, it'll get the job done. And Jabs is going to pay the price yet again. Man, he has just tanked every gank.
Yeah, he has.
Got a feel for the guy. But I guess Liquid have a pretty decent read of where he's going to be.
Item net worth 1.8k. Oh, so it's like the spent gold situation. Like even though the net worth is different, like Liquid are holding on to. Oh, that's a really cool stat. I like that. Well played, production layer.
The new shiny toys. Got to show them off.
I remember for years and years and years, like 2013, 2014, 2015, I was always saying, like, I really want to see the gold of how much gold gets given away from summon kills. They get the Doom onto Nature's Prophet, and 23 will finish up that kill. Hookshot actually stopping the TP, so they get a +1. I think that was really needed. Just trading 1 for 1 wasn't going to feel too good. So 1 for 2.
Nisha does get out of there. That's really big for Liquid that he lives.
Yeah.
He's still having a rough game, but if he dies in these engagements, it's just he's going to be a non-factor. You got to get this Storm to some items here. And it's a decent find by Jabs. He will give his life again. That is the 6th death for this offlane Doom, but... You know,
this is his lot in life.
Sometimes you just got to throw your body down so that others may fly. I've been there.
Well, as a professional 5 player, I think that's your entire job.
No, that's what happens when you play with Quinn. He throws your body. He does not care how bloodied you are as long as he looks good. That's mid players in general. You know, I was thinking about it earlier today. Like, mid players have the biggest egos. They all do, man. You think this Nisha guy doesn't have an ego just because he doesn't do interviews?
I don't think I'm the best player.
Exactly. That's
lies.
Ironic ego, but that's
Yeah.
an ego.
I mean, you have to in some ways, right? You're going one-on-one. You got to have a little ego to take a one-on-one battle.
Yeah, but I feel like mid players started that saying just to justify the fact they have an ego. Well, I was like thinking, where did I hear that first? I'm pretty sure it was Sumail. I don't know if that counts. Another good jump for Zai. Or onto
Ooh,
Zai.
that ultimate caused some problems there. 23, can he finish it up? No, I don't think so. The Moonlight Shadow is going to cause some issues. Don't actually have the vision, but they see Mickey. Oh, they get him with the hook shot. Cogs push back, still not dead yet. The Sprout actually causes a little bit of delay, but eventually they do collect on that kill. And Talon, now they're getting the fight that really breaks open the game. How jeez. All the way down to the tier 3, tier 4s. Boxy, he'll die eventually here as the snowball only save him for so long. What a big pickup. 4 heroes dead. Talon, I mean, it doesn't matter if you don't have like good Roche taking potential or great ways to take these tier 2s if you just kill everybody on Liquid.
The Spectre's just too farmed. They don't have an answer to this Hag's Blade Mail when he goes in with Ice Armor on everybody. This Ice Armor is destroying them in the fights, man. They can't burst anybody. Even this Ench just lives and deals a significant amount of damage back. Who do you go on that feels good right now for Liquid to start the fight? I mean, you're dealing damage. It's not like you're not dealing damage. It's just not enough. Your Storm doesn't have enough mana, quite literally in the tank, to cut through all this EHP. Now you have Greaves done for jabs on top of it. Even more bonus armor here.
Ooh, they tried to go for the Spectre. Haunt used to go to the other side of the map there, where Boxy certainly wasn't going to stop that one, so.
Definitely not. Now you're going to counter gank from Talon. You have Doom up.
Oh, at 23, so remember me?
Ooh.
I'm back, boys.
They ain't ganking me now, son. Oh, he got the deny? What?
All right, that was slick.
What?
That was slick. 23 respects it.
Even when Jabs gets the gank, they're still getting him in return.
Look at that ward that's the low ground of the staircase.
It's an interesting ward.
Yeah, it's a cool one because like everyone's gonna D-ward to cover like the high ground area and the ancient area. They're not
It is actually out of range of that sentry.
Yeah, it's out of range of that sentry because everyone's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna place the sentry that far up. Good fast kill. Mickey is in a good position to punish, but oh man, 23 just marches forward and Mickey can't really do anything about it. 4 staffed backwards to get him a little bit of space there on the side.
5-man root.
5-man root. Storm's here tipping back and forth. Mickey lining up the multi-shot. It's adding up quite a bit. If they could just get 1 kill with the hypothermia stacks, it could do a lot. But now Zai needs to use a 4 staff to get himself back over into the safety of their base. Team Liquid are finding that they really cannot tread water against this lineup of Talon anymore.
How do you pierce the armor that has proven unpierceable in this game?
Oh, can you pierce that which cannot be pierced?
Just what I've been waiting for.
And I feel like part of this lineup also is you have 2 other ranged cores that can, and a Mirana that can play with this Drow aura. That's a lot of extra damage too.
Yeah.
But the problem is that's also just pumping in more physical that's getting counteracted by all this armor. So that doesn't help you too much in this scenario.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you get to like broach on,
or you get the Storm Spirit shard.
Yeah, it's something. If you get to like shard broach Ags on this Storm,
yeah,
that's terrifying for this Talon lineup because they don't have a good way to deal with that type of damage output. The Storm's gonna have a bunch of extra agi and attack speed. That's very scary to me. And I think that's the build Nisha's going for here. It's just his game was absolutely destroyed.
Oh, that would have been cool.
That would have been cool, yeah.
How far behind do you have to feel like you are to just point blank TP into the Roshan pit and try and grab the Aegis?
That's a tough go. Honestly, that's one of the harder steals in the game.
I mean,
like
it's
the Storm and
completely
Clock
telegraphed. There's a little.
It's rough. It's rough.
The roots are slowly growing as he's TPing.
I think that tells us what we need to know about how Liquid feel like this game is going.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not pretty.
Well, this is not going to be a pretty death for Insania.
23 Savage. You just destroyed this game.
Yeah. That fast Aghanim Scepter does so much with the Dragonite.
Back to bottom off of Doom. There's just nowhere to hide.
Oh, what? How did they keep doing this? How did they keep getting these to knock? He blinked up to the high ground. Fortunately, Q was there to stop him.
But they can't keep getting away with this.
I mean, they're not. They're still losing.
Yeah, but the mental damage for later.
Dire's top tower is
I mean,
under
at some point in time, it just comes like, all right, guys, they're denying themselves, and we're still stomping them.
Yeah, but are you really defeating Nisha?
Yeah, they're defeating him by 9,000 net worth currently.
But are you beating Nisha if you can't kill him? I mean, that's a deny that, I don't know, that shouldn't happen. You get one auto attack off a 4-staff Tusk.
Yeah, that was something else for sure.
I mean, I guess, you know, it kind of speaks to this game because Liquid are having issues killing Talon's heroes. They're too tanky, but
their own
the Liquid heroes don't have any armor. So
yeah,
you're killing Nisha. Nisha's only sitting at 11, so you can deny him up pretty easily, you know? They got that going for him.
Marksmanship work on allies?
We're about to find out. All right, Mickey has finished Lincoln's here. You have Blink on Boxy.
Is he actually going to go Moonshard as his first, like, kind of real item? He's got Shreds, 4-staff, Moonshard.
Oh, this is a huge smoke for Liquid. They have the vision.
They're going to be able to get the pick off very quickly onto the Enchantress. The roll down to the low ground from Boxy as well. They're trying to chase after the Drow Ranger. Well, the team is very split. Makoto laying into Zai right now, trying to slow him down. 23 comes back to deal with that Nature's Prophet, while Jabs does need a little bit of help from his team, but they're so focused on getting this one kill. Mickey has kited him out.
Into
the
an arrow
landed onto the Spectre so they can focus down the Dragonite, get that kill, but Jabs back into play. It's a blink stun onto Mickey. Q gets the other side of him, and he's trapped inside of a shard of their own making. Nisha is actually low on mana as well. He's got to be careful. Cogs push him back. He's all burnt out now. Insania hoping, praying that an arrow was going to land onto Jabs. It does not. Godlike spree. 423s. He walks away, the beneficiary of a fantastic team fight for Talon. Even though he was split and it was kind of awkward.
Yeah, that was not an easy fight for Talon. You have full high ground vision for Liquid. Mickey gets to live for all that, just beating into Makoto there. That was a double damage Black Dragon. And that fight was pretty damn close, to be honest. I mean, Liquid ended up kind of getting wiped here, but this is a very tough situation, right?
I feel like that was the most ideal fight outside of the DD.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the most ideal situation for Liquid, and I mean, it was close, but at the same time, nobody could touch 23.
No, he's unstoppable this game. He's just absolutely out of control.
I think they're, honestly, I think they're all in on... Wait, he's going Yules? He was going Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit, and I was going to say, I feel like you're kind of all in on the high ground.
No, I think he's going to go Ags for sure. He's just doing the thing where you click. I mean, I don't think Yules is winning this game, so...
I don't think so either.
Maybe a huge Ags pull when you get the multi-shot in and you have Shard and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Gets the Doom out on Nisha, and they certainly have the chasing firepower to bring him down.
Not denied this time.
Black Dragon.
He now Jabs he's chat wheeling because they didn't get the Nisha deny. He's like, "What's up? What's up? Can't do it 3 times in a row."
He's showing he ain't shook.
He's going that Manta. I like this Ags Manta Black Dragon. It's so annoying in the late game.
Yeah.
You throw that on a support, it's like they're just taken out of the fight. Can't move. Can't kill it.
Great for sieging high ground, which is probably the last hurdle for Talon, is sieging against a Storm Drow Ranger. Like, those heroes are really good at holding.
I mean, they might not want to siege this game. They just keep killing him. Beat him into submission.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ags on Q as well.
Well, they have now officially made the game go longer than game 1.
And that's good for SEA Dota.
And that is very good for Southeast Asia Dota because they always like to go late, but more importantly, they're the ones controlling the game. And I presume, like, did you really give Liquid much of a chance late game? Spectre versus Drow?
If they have Storm items, yes.
Okay.
But that's a big if, right? Well, when you put it like that, yeah.
He does. He is bottom of all the cores in net worth by 2,000.
Well, let's say somehow they get a Roche and an Ags. They give it to Storm. He can refill the net worth. I'm telling you, this Ags, Broach, Shard, Storm is absolutely nasty. You just put him in a blender, and it's going to shred these heroes.
I believe it. It's just like...
No, you don't believe it. I'm telling you. He just needs 10,000 more net worth.
Needs 10,000 more net.
That Midas 2 recipe, it's coming. Makoto's
Negative
coming
Scepter
for
on
you.
Clockwork makes it real easy to get vision of all these heroes. Cox push back. Is there a stun into it? A small one. The Infernal Blade seems like that's more than enough to get the kill on Instania. Makoto charging forward. The Black Golden Dragon.
Does not care about anything.
He does not. He is just going to stick on to Mickey. No matter how many Force Staffs you have, you cannot run from Makoto.
Damn.
All right, Liquid. Is it time to GG out?
Oh, we got the TP cancel.
That
destroyed.
Sends a message.
Another jump. Where are you going, Ollie?
1 second. He's got a Force Staff. He doesn't need to Force Staff, though, because 23 just picked up an Orchid. Oh! He barely survived. Scotty completes 23 is... When did he get the Scotty and when did he get the Orchid?
In the last 5 minutes.
Thank you.
that's the analysis I'm here for. 2 minutes fast, 2 and 47 faster. I feel like this game came down to that lane almost. Like Ollie just got the kill on the Furion. They had so much CS on the Spectre. The Dragon Knight won mid. You get the collapse mid. That's what I was saying. His top lane just doesn't matter, right? Because all Jabs had to do this game is tank the ganks and ice armor his team. And it's a huge amount of value.
Yeah.
Well, this is not a Doom game where he has to land some crazy dooms. His team's just going to do everything. Just spam some chat wins. Have a good time.
And he's doing both.
Hey, and Talon defeating their nemesis.
Yeah.
Finally striking a win.
Yeah, 5 losses in a row.
Let that be a lesson.
And
nobody beats Talon 6 times in a row.
They also gave him Nature's Prophet 4 times in a row.
Let that be a lesson. Nobody beats us with first pick Nature's 5 times in a row.
They finally found an answer, which was apparently just beating it in lane really hard.
I mean,
which
honestly,
they tried to do in game 1 with the Bloodseeker. It was kind of working.
It was just executing a better game plan.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this game was much about them countering Spectre. They have Spectre, or Furion. They have Furion counters and the Spectre and the Dragon Knight. Bench good versus the lane. Like, I think they have good answers versus the Furion, but I feel like this game is a lot about the mid. Just a better game plan. They have a pressure point they can play through. They identified it. I think the Talon supports thrive when they have heroes they can easily play through, and not when they have the 3 greedy cores who are all farming with Midas, and Ollie's running around like, guys, what do you want me to do?
Can anybody help? Well, nobody can help Nisha. Oh, no. Orchid. Too much damage. And they had detection.
They're going to try and go on Spectre.
Oh my god, did you see that damage Tusk just did to himself?
Punched himself in the face.
Yeah, he almost uppercutted his own chin.
Yo, stop hitting yourself.
Oh, they're going to try and chase down Nisha. They do so successfully. Immediately buys back. The BKBs are wearing out.
These are found storm
Liquid
jumps.
got to catch something here. All right, Jab.
Stacks.
Push it back in. Okay. Can they get a little bit more off of this one? Storm Spirit's going to try and collect on this Dragonite kill. Zai force staffing up to the high ground. Where are you going? I'm not really sure. Again, it's 23. They can't touch him. They cannot turn around and fight him. After all, he still has the Aegis, but look at the damage they're doing to themselves off of this dispersion and
All right, they got him once.
All right, kill him once.
Nice start, too.
Makoto no longer in the
ice
dragon
wall.
form. Okay, now the Spectre maybe is going to be left alone. The 2 supports are barely alive, but there's unfortunately too many heroes dead. It's only the supports alive on the Liquid side, and into the fountain he goes, of course.
Son.
You cannot run, you can only hide.
15-0 and 22 on this Spectre, my god. Show mercy. They did get the full team wipe technically, though, because they killed his Aegis.
Yeah. Oh. Man doesn't even need to be there. looks away from the explosion of Tusk's body, and they have to cut waves because they can't handle a Spectre alone.
That was honestly a pretty impressive fight by Liquid, though. I must say. You traded 3 buybacks for 3 buybacks and actually held? Or 3 for 2 at least? Considering you're down
I wouldn't say
20K.
losing your tier 3 and soon to be Lane of Barracks is holding, but I get your point.
I mean, you have whatever this abomination of a carry is. Chain killing you in base. I feel like anytime you get anything, it is a success here.
Hold. Hold. God, he's level 27, man.
This feels like Hag's Labyrinth 3 or something. This is a boss room. You've entered a boss room. It's 23 Savage. What do? Highest amount of hero damage. I would assume so. He is chain killing the entire roster here.
I mean, I just want to see him get 23 kills. What's he at? 18?
Oh, that's true, dude. What if he ends 23-0 and 23?
That would be a sick score. All they have to do is wipe them and then get a +1.
I think it's doable. I think it's doable here.
Yeah,
and the 23-0 and 23 is the 3-2-2 built in.
Okay, diving tier 4s. Nobody. I'm just looking at the green health bars of Talon, seeing if anybody's getting low.
All right, they called it. We did not get the 23-0 and 23, but...
Oh, wait, they saw he got 24 assists, and they're like, all right, Dream's dead, guys.
Oh, by the way, while we're watching Talon react to finally defeating their raid boss that they haven't beaten.
Yeah.
23 was still killing people in the base and added another kill and assist to his stat board. So he ended that game 19-0 and 24. Very impressive performance here, and it's good to see Talon strike back, because I think they were really hitting a brick wall against this Liquid roster. Seriously. Like, Liquid is a team that they can do that to you. They play very consistent. They always have a pretty solid game plan. Their drafts are never really out-drafted, so you have to come prepared with an idea that's going to beat them, and Talon showed up.
Well done, Talon. Get the monkey off their back and wash it away. Team Liquid will end up in a tie against Talon. Talon now 1-5 or 4, or I've forgotten the list, up against Team Liquid. Well done.
That's close enough for me as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to see that one show up at some point in these two teams head-to-head and go in Talon's favor. We were skeptical. Saw them give away the Nature's Prophet yet again, but they had the right answers this time, and they get the win.
That's right. Turn that bagel into a breadstick.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Get themselves a W.
I prefer bagels personally.
Yeah, same.
But like in this case, a breadstick.
Yeah. Maybe a baguette. What about baguettes? You down?
That's good. I'm down for that. Maybe the wrong country for it.
There are no French players, unfortunately, on either of these teams. Seb is somewhere else in Division 2 right now. But elsewhere, this tournament is popping off. We are proving to be very, very competitive as cross-regional play is happening. And Casio, we got another Doom build this time, one that got a win.
I mean, this one was definitely a lot better. So I love that they had this switch up of item build, but also their lanes went really, really well on this game. So I think it was perhaps one of the other things they also talked about coming into this second game compared to the first one. You have this Eng, because I feel like 23 Savage's lane, it went insanely. Like, what, he's top net worth at like 5, 6, 7 every minute of the game.
Kept going, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like he was just living the dream, and yeah, I feel like Talon just had a very, very nice like adaptation from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, and I was skeptical giving them the same hero over and over again, because Nature's Prophet is probably going to be the hero. At least he was the hero of the DPC for me. I don't know if it'll continue throughout all of DreamLeague, assuming that Broodmother remains permabanned, because that would be the other hero of the tournament if it ever got through. But since we're not seeing it, Nature's Prophet is probably going to be the one that you're going to have to find answers for.
I mean, there's an old Canadian proverb that says, fight the enemy you know, not the enemy you don't know.
Canadian, you said?
Yes, yeah, 100%.
Never heard it.
Sound very
yeah, that sounds right.
You didn't give me a boot. Find the enemy you knew a boot.
Yeah, and I also would have said bagel.
Bagel.
Yeah, exactly.
Never heard that one before.
Yeah, we got issues, man. East Coast, it's rough.
The talent equalize that you encouraged, Brian, was my analysis correct that these players are just mechanically very, very strong. In Southeast Asia, definitely the top of their game in each of their respective roles. Seeing it here, Mid lane, Makoto versus Nisha. DK versus Storm. Makoto was going to town there.
I'm always a bit nervous when you lead a sentence off with, was my analysis.
Was I right? Am I smart?
But
please.
There are always exceptions, and I do believe it was very, very accurate
Yeah.
today. I think what was most impressive, though, not only did we talk about the Doom build, but we talked about the lack of damage around the DK that we were concerned about. Jabs was level 4, wrapping on mid lane, punishing Nisha's level 5, where he wasn't quite level 6, and Makoto was. So not only did Makoto outplay him in the lane, but they were able to absolutely abuse Nisha's like slightly later level 6, because then he went top, and then they used the first haunt from 23 to kill him again when he's level 5. And I would actually attribute that, like, that is a hard rotation to know to make as a hero like Doom. Like, we talk about Doom just being a very stationary sit-in lane, and he literally is ganking as level 4.
It looked like a team communication idea of just like, what is our plan for this game? We need to shut down Nisha. If we do that, then, you know, the dominoes are going to fall into our favor. I don't think I've ever seen a Storm dove so many times under the tier 2 tower. Like, I just
getting abused.
Yeah, I just kept seeing him under the tower, and all these heroes, they're just giving Nisha a completely miserable time.
He did get denied like 3 times, though. So
True.
shout out
That
to
was an
Liquid
impressive
working on their denies.
I mean, one of the, like Makoto just, I don't know how he does it in these games, because it's been a while since I've seen Nisha like lose mid that hard, because it all kind of started snowballing from there. They make this mid move, they get him killed, he then goes top with the early haunt that he have there, now they kill him and everything, bam.
Well, we can maybe get some knowledge behind the brain power for that move, because we got Jabs on the line for an interview. Jabs, I feel like it was just yesterday that I last spoke to you, or maybe like 3 yesterdays. Where in the world are you right now?
We live in Istanbul right now, Turkey.
Okay. Have you ever been there before, or first time?
Oh, it's actually my first time being here.
Okay, let's see if we can get you some time off after you dominate this group stage so you can do some tourism. But for right now, I got some analysts who are a little bit curious about some of your decisions in this game. Casio, what you got on your mind for Jabs?
Hello, Jabs. I have 2 questions for you. So first of all, I didn't like your items as much in game 1, but in game 2, I think you adapted really well and you did something different. Can you tell me if you guys talked about that after the first game? Is it something you felt, or was it all random and it just came naturally in the second game?
I think that's something I feel it, because I feel like if we don't have any like team item or someone to tank, it's gonna be real hard for us to play if I don't have Doom. So it's gonna build mech first and see how it goes, and yeah, that's went well.
Yep, no, I think that was a really good choice. And then secondly, I looked at a lot of you guys' replays, and I think that your mid-game movement around the map, like where you decide to put your heroes, is very top tier. Is that something you all do individually, or has Sunbi helped you guys with, you know, at 15 minutes or in the mid game you want to play on the side lanes, you want to play mid? How did that come to be? Because you guys do that incredibly well.
It's game by game, but normally after the game, Sunbi will help us which place we're gonna take, and if we are winning, which place we're gonna fight, something like that. We just keep improving.
Right, thank you.
I would just ask, because we talked about it a second ago on the panel, is who made the call for the level 4 Doom rotation to the mid lane in that game too? Because I thought that was like a game-changing rotation.
I just do that move because they play the safe lane really well, and I don't think I could lane anymore, so I just walk back to mid and do something. Could get something from it.
I like that.
All right, well, Jabs, what team are you most looking forward to playing here at DreamLeague? I'm sure Liquid was one of the teams that you want to play against. Is there anyone else here that you're really looking forward to matching up against?
Tundra and Gaimin.
Oh, yeah. Any reason behind that? You think they're just really strong teams?
Because we never beat them before, and I would like to play against them again.
That's what I want to hear. Good answer.
He's got a hit list, and I'm looking forward to seeing you take it down. Jabs, congratulations on the split series versus Liquid. Better than it went in Lima, at least. Any shout-outs that you have for anyone supporting you guys here at DreamLeague?
Just thank you for sharing us. We will bring a fun game for audience to watch.
Great. Fun is what I'm looking for. Entertainment is the name of the game, Jabs. Congratulations on this Game 2 win, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Pretty much everyone has European teams on the list every single time.
Man, got something to prove, okay?
Why does no one want to play Nouns? Come on.
Western Europe's up on like a pedestal right
So?
now, okay? And they got the hammer there, start chipping away at this thing down there, all right? We gotta knock this region down
We're
a peg
chiseling.
or two. Yeah.
People want a challenge.
They do. And I
they want to
respect it.
improve.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, but they're just the teams that look better.
European
stronger.
on the
We want
panel
challenge.
here.
Play against Gunner Lone Druid mid, and that's a challenge right there.
That is true. That is true. He is one of the best lone druids. I will not take that away
USA, USA,
Europe,
USA.
Europe.
That doesn't come off that doesn't roll off the tongue nearly as well. Europe. You gotta get a third.
You need
syllable.
3 syllables.
They do the
exactly.
whole chant, you know.
Yeah.
The soccer fans, like it's way more impressive. USA, all they can manage. Canada, we got nothing. We just say USA. It's cooler.
Join them.
Yeah.
If you want to see Europe, how about I show you 6 European teams as we take a look at the standings as we perhaps get close to the end of day number 1. I don't know if all the other streams are fully completed. We may be in progress for the Storm, Ember, and Earth streams. Or for right now, group number A, letter A, number 1 place is Evil Geniuses, tied with Shopify Rebellion, 3-1 score. Middle of the pack, we got a couple of 2-2s, Hellraisers, Execration, Game and Gladiators, and TSM. And currently, at the bottom, it's Entity and Team Master. And if you're looking at the colors, pay attention, because we are eliminating 4 teams out of both groups. So this is not your average group stage where it's just bottom 2 and then lower bracket and then upper bracket. We're taking 4 teams out. And then we're going to a second group stage where we're going to take even more teams out. Got to separate the wheat from the chaff. That's Group A. Group B, we got OG, currently in progress in game number 2 against who?
Nouns. And it was not looking too hot for old Nouns.
Uh-oh, maybe looking at a 4-0 for OG in that case. Team Liquid, we just saw why they have a 1 next to their 3. Talon pick up the win, but Team Liquid 2-0'd Tundra earlier in the day. Elsewhere, Beast Coast and Team Spirit are in progress with their respective matches. Beast Coast is against Enigma Galaxy right now. It was looking heavily Beast Coast favored, and Spirit was playing...
Tundra?
That sounds right. That would make sense, please.
And they had a PA.
They weren't playing Talon. We concluded they're not playing Nouns, and I know that Beast Coast is playing Enigma, so they're playing Tundra.
Nice. Nailed it. Yeah, they looked kind of even. Draft-wise, I thought their draft was a little bit shaky, but we'll see what happens.
Because they had a PA?
Yeah, they got a PA versus like Beastmaster and DK. So
but wait, it was Spirit who picked the PA?
Speedy, yeah.
They do have Yotoro. He is.
I
like,
mean,
if anyone's gonna make it work, I feel like it's him.
Big agree on that one. It's either him or Nico Baby, and he's not here right
Nico
now.
Baby
so.
ain't gonna be here, so
no.
He's on his own stream right now. Schedule for tomorrow, at least on this main stream. Again, we've got 4 concurrent streams running through the first few days of this group stage. We got Game and Gladiators versus Evil Geniuses. Brian, give me a prediction.
I'm going to predict a 1-1 for that one.
Okay.
I actually really liked what EG looked like today. Like, I feel like, they got 5th, 6th at the major. I think that they're really slowly but surely refining the aggressive playstyle that they have. And despite the fact that Gaiman won the last major, I do believe they are like a more play around Quinn's timings, stable type of team that might not match up all that well against EG.
I guess the follow-up to that is you automatically consider GG to be the favorites? You don't think they've lost some of the sauce since the major? You think they still got it?
I mean, I think they're still one of the best teams in the world, but I definitely think they're not... I think people have had more time to figure them out. Now that they've seen them at the major, they do have a relatively limited playstyle in regards to... I think Quinn does kind of play the same type of hero every single game, so people are adjusting better to that.
And as we wrap up our day number 1, Kazu, any reactions from the day as a whole? Yeah, you're should be an aspiring YouTuber. Give me a thumbnail that I can look at and some hot takes for day number 1.
I would say in terms of like some hot take.
That was a great one.
I would say hot take.
Do that again for the picture.
Whoa! Perfect. I love it.
I think thumbnail. For me, Execration have surprised me a lot.
Okay.
I looked at some of the replays like earlier today. They're playing a lot of like Visage with the Marcy, and they have some Lunas in there, like first pick Luna, and then the enemy team feels forced to take it, the Visage, and then they just lose. And other than that, Hellraisers looking good. They picked some Bounty Hunter with Disruptor. Yeah,
Okay. I got some homework to do then, because we have 4 streams that we've been running towards. Trent, you're a studier, right? You're gonna watch the VODs for all 4 streams at the same time.
All
4. Yeah, squad mode.
Squad mode.
I do. Shout out to production, put in squad mode, by the way. I know you guys love that in the chat, so give them some love. That's hard work, making sure all that stuff works. Thank you, everybody.
Woo!
It's
Round
very
of applause.
finicky. It's not actually as easy as it looks, I promise. So thank you. That made the experience a lot better to watch.
It did. And our experience has been thoroughly enhanced by not only the presence of this wonderful studio, but the fact that we have a live in-studio band. So as I close out a day number 1 and thank all of you for watching Dream League Season 19, ladies and gentlemen, the Happy Pandas.
Woo!
In Dota 2, there are 4 damage types for attacks. Number 1, the Runty damage type. These units deal 25% less damage to heroes and 30% less damage to reinforced units. Lane creeps, for example, deal Runty damage. Number 2, the Piercing damage type. These units deal 50% more damage to creeps, but 50% less to heroes, and 65% less to reinforced units. Most easy camp creeps deal piercing damage, which is precisely why the easy camp is so damn good at clearing through creep waves. Number 3, the reinforced damage type. These units deal 50% more damage to other reinforced units. They also take 50% less damage from heroes, 30% less damage from creeps, and 65% less from piercing units. Siege creeps and towers are reinforced, which is why they deal so much damage to each other, but are so difficult to kill for heroes. Number 4, the default damage type. Default units deal 100% damage to everything, and their damage is only altered by the target's armor and resistances. In Dota 2's Primal Beast update, these attack types went from hidden and only understood by people who read the wiki to not hidden, but still only understood by people who read the wiki. In this patch, a few units received a massive shadow buff as a result of some of the damage types getting reworked. For example, since defense classes became deprecated in favor of these attack types, Roshan's defense class went from basic to default. This meant that he officially took 50% more damage from piercing units instead of 50% less. This is why Venomancer or Shadow Shaman can basically solo Roshan with their wards, because they deal piercing damage. In the same patch, Undying's Tombstone zombies got changed from dealing piercing damage to dealing default damage. So, as a result, Tombstone zombies deal twice the amount of damage to Roshan, but also twice the amount of damage to heroes. In other words, Undying got the best of both worlds with these changes, which explains his pick and win rate since that patch.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.